Opening his eyes and looking at the white ceiling of the ward, Chiyu struggled, very tired. In other words, it is now called Uchiha Ishina. However, this is the name of this body. After a moment of trance, Chiyu slowly returned to his senses, gave a wry smile, and accepted the fact of passing through. I don't know if it was luck or misfortune. Chiyu lived well at Blue Star, and came here inexplicably after he slept. Occupying the body of Uchiha Ishina, who was dying, swallowed Uchiha Ishina's soul in the chaos of consciousness, and it took a long time to wake up. The owner of this body, Uchiha Ishina, is 18 years old, has a handsome face with excellent Uchiha genes, and the killer Matt Hedgehog head who makes Chiyu feel ashamed. After losing his family in the Nine Tails chaos more than 7 years ago, he turned on Sharingan. However, it was only recently that a few years of hard work started the Sharingan. Although it is above average in the Uchiha clan, as a Uchiha with ideals, how can this be enough? But it doesn't matter. First, and second, there is no credit, so there are not many ninjutsu that can be obtained. With a good physical talent, this guy is stupefied whether he wants to develop ninjutsu, or is Inferno style integrated with the Thunderfire Chakra attribute nature transformation, and then he plays something wrong. After all, I haven't even figured out the nature of chakra. Isn't studying Inferno style looking for death? Chakra, the thunder attribute of the riot, received electrotherapy, and Chi Yuju took over the magpie's nest. However, I just woke up and faced a huge crisis again, because according to his memory, it is now Kanaha's 56 years old, the protagonist Naruto is more than 7 years old, and Sasuke is just 8 years old. The clan's first master Uchiha Shisui is dead. Thinking about the next man who squatted on a pole, Chiyu shuddered in fright. The old man Shinigami repeatedly probed his place. Should he give him face? Of course. Give me a fart. Chiyu immediately began to save himself. The Uchiha clan has long been clamoring for rebellion, and Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of Turtle Ninja, couldn't stop him. He knew the situation of the Uchiha clan, so he concealed Mangekyo, which was opened during the 3 wars, to avoid Konoha's fear of Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha also has the confidence not to rebel against the clan. But a peerless genius Uchiha Shisui jumped out, so the Uchiha tribe, who was miserably suppressed by Konoha, started to jump, yelling that the sky is dead. The patriarch Uchiha Fugaku is also pitiful. He is a rare person in Uchiha who can tolerate him. It's a pity that in Uchiha, without strength, he doesn't have much right to speak. What's more, he compromised with Konoha and accepted the arrangement of the relocation. Who told Uchiha to take the blame for the Nine Tails incident? The big 3 Tomo Sharingan from Nine Tails, who doesn't doubt Uchiha. Then Uchiha Fugaku should become the Uchiha patriarch with the lowest prestige in the past. Now that there are Shisui and Itaki, who are more powerful than the whole family, Uchiha is like a plug, and every move is clearly seen by the Konoha executives. Perhaps 1 or 2 years ago, Uchiha was monitored in all directions by Konoha, and now Konoha's monitoring room even sees the Uchiha clan from a distance. Even if he is a Uchiha, he is probably on Konoha's high-level list. It is impossible for Konoha to leave Konoha in a fair manner. The clan must rebel and not let the fighting power leave. Konoha must cut the grass and roots, and he will definitely not let him leave. Ishina, are you doing well? Uchiha asked medicated when Uchiha Ishina reported to the guards after he was discharged from the hospital. Yes, Captain, Shinai applied to return to the team. Chiyu said. After leaving the hospital, I came home to have a meal and came to the security team to report. The Konoha security team under the control of Uchiha increased its manpower 2 years ago. Uchiha Ishina barely squeezed in because he could not only learn more ninjutsu, but also salary. Only when Chiyu returned to the guards could escape better. Chiyu didn't rush to tell the patriarch, telling him to suppress the clansmen not to rebel, nor did he tell Itaki. This is unrealistic. Now the whole clan is already shooting arrows and can't look back. Captain, I started 3 Tomo Sharingan, please help teach some ninjutsu, I also want to contribute to the clan, Chiyu said. After passing through the rebirth of occupying the magpie's nest, the soul power increases, which makes Sharingan, who was originally Urguyu, go 1 step further. As a person who has worked in the workplace, Chiyu did not go to the elders, but the captain of the guard. Oh, there is such a good thing? It seems that you are a blessing in disguise, but don't create any ninjutsu in the future. How can ninjutsu be easy to create? Wouldn't it be better for you to come to us? Uchiha's drugged face suddenly he smiled a little. What the captain said is that I won't dare anymore. Chiyu said, bowing his head. Cut, if you didn't make the 3-go jade yourself, even if you ask, would you give it? Chiyu secretly slandered. It's good to know, you have a good talent, but you are not proficient when you just turned on the 3-go jade? I'm looking for the experience I have written over the years. You can take a good look in some practical ninjutsu. Uchiha said, right on the body. Find it in the seal scroll and the desk. He can ignore Urguyu Sharingan, but 3 Tomo Sharingan is already very powerful, and he is still a newly promoted young man. It is rare to find him instead of an elder. He has to win him over. Then Uchiha medicinal flavor gave some lightning-style fire-style ninjutsu based on Chiyu Live Wo chakra attributes, and then kindly explained a lot of knowledge and skills to Chiyu. Chiyu thanked him for a great deal of gratitude. Without the captain's words, he stood on the Uchiha medicinal team, and the two became more cordial. Uchiha Yaoi immediately gave Chiyu a team leader. Although it was only a patrol team with 3 people, he was also a member of a certain system. "Captain, do you know when our next meeting will be?" Chiyu asked Uchiha Yaoi. I remember the reason Itachi made up his mind in the original book. After a clan meeting was over, his father Uchiha Fugaku asked him to see the steel in the Nanga River secret chamber, revealing Mangekyo, and showing Mangekyo's method of controlling 9 tails and the illusion. God Itachi, who was still hesitating, went directly to Danzo to accept the task of extermination for the village. "The clan will say tomorrow. Before you went to the hospital, you didn't notify you. Remember not to be late tomorrow." Uchiha told Chiyu to leave after saying the medicine. Now he, the captain of the guard, is very busy. Chiyu took a breath, unexpectedly so fast, but Chiyu also paid attention to Suzuki. Chiyu didn't know whether it was the next day or the day after the clan meeting. However, it can be observed by Suzuki. Because it was late at night when Itachi killed the clan, half of the people in the clan were killed in their sleep. But the strange thing is that it was so late, but Suzuki, the second son of the patriarch, came late after Itachi had destroyed the clan. It's impossible for ninja school to leave school so late, perhaps because of certain transactions between Itachi and the village. Suzuki was delayed until he came back. After returning to the guards, Chiyu's member Uchiha has not yet arranged for medicine. First, he followed Uchiha 8 generations to learn to lead the team and became the temporary deputy captain of the Uchiha 8 generations team, ready to go to patrol the streets. Seeing Uchiha Yatsushiro and the other 3 tribesmen with stinky faces, arrogantly patrolling the street all the way, Chiyu scratched his head. Wouldn't it be the same for the predecessor? It is no wonder that the Uchiha family is a well-known family of patience in the second dimension. Isn't it low-key at this time? Isn't this looking for death? Shisui's suicide can't stop the tribe from going crazy. I'm afraid instead, he made up his mind to the vacillating patriarch. After all, he had been tolerant before. After Shisui's death, he agreed to rebel and began to persecute Itachi. On the second day of the clan meeting, Itachi did not participate. Without Shisui, the strong Mangekyo, the emotion of rebellion in the clan remained unabated. Seeing the aggressive clansman, Chiyu followed Uchiha Yaoi and waved his hands a few times to avoid becoming an alien by yourself. The next morning, Chiyu arrived at the guard, and after the assembly was completed, Captain Uchiha Yaoi assigned 3 subordinates to him. Shina, although the young people in these 3 tribes have poor aptitudes, they are very energetic. They lack some experience in teaching. You must take them here. I gave it to you yesterday. You learn and teach at the same time. They train them. After the morning meeting, Uchiha smelled Chiyu and said, "I understand the captain, the guard is a good place to learn and grow. I will let them adapt quickly and fall in love with the guard. What I learned will never be privately handed to them." Chiyu understood very well. Captain Yaoi didn't stuff any old fried dough sticks, but a few ignorant newcomers. He clearly needed to train more subordinates. After all, most of the guards didn't really follow him. Otherwise, with so many powerful subordinates, he could fight for the position of elder. The 3 new members, 2 Sharinon with 1 Go Jade, and 1 Sharinon with 2 Go Jade, are all smaller than Chiyu. It seems that the captain is not easy to snatch someone from the clan. They are all leftovers chosen by others. As soon as Chiyule did not show any official power, he kindly took the 3 of them to a big meal, and met each other casually. Chiyu didn't bother to understand it anymore, it was useless. Next, I took the 3 of them to practice ninjutsu. Seeing Chiyu's generous sharing of Uchiha's medicinal ninjutsu and his experience, the 3 of them were naturally happy to learn. Then at 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Chiyu took them to patrol the street, mainly around the Hokage building, because the ninja school is next to the Hokage building. Then it happened to see Uchiha Suzuki leaving school. Chiyu led the team to follow. When he saw Suzuki and the Hui clan, Chiyu was relieved. It didn't seem to be tonight. After returning home from work in the evening, Chiyu repeated the use of Shadow Clone technique, first to get familiar with Grandmaster's Shadow Clone technique, and second to learn with Shadow Clone, trying to see Uchiha's medicinal practice experience. Chiyu was like that on the second day. The other Uchihas were anxious to show off in Konoha 24 hours a day, and Chiyu took his subordinates to practice ninjutsu again. However, in the afternoon, watching the students of the ninja school leave school, but did not see Suzuki, Chiyu felt a little bit inwardly. Then I asked the other students and realized that Master Hokage was going to teach an elite class just now, which made many students very envious and jealous. Because I heard that after the Will to Fire, Master Hokage will watch them play and give pointers. Chiyu nodded when he heard the words. There are 6 grades in the school, and there are several classes in each grade, but Hokage only went to the 9 small strong class. The Will of Fire finished talking about the battle topic, which was enough to drag it late. Chiyu led the team back, immediately waved his hand, and took the 3 subordinates to the busiest restaurant for a big meal. In Chiyu's small house, he prepared a large amount of detonation and suffering, and Chiyu sighed slightly when he watched the people walking for a little while after dinner. Maybe I can't save you, and I may not be able to escape, but I can give you a chance to resist. Maybe you will die more tragically, but if you can die, you can understand. Maybe you can cover it for me. So Chiyuji and several shadow clones, then transformed into mice, and placed some detonating charms in an inconspicuous place in the clan. Don't underestimate the transformation technique. Naruto's transformation into a wind demon shuriken can fool him not to cut it again. Transformation into Raiznan can fool Uchiha Obito, who has Rinnegan. Chiyu uses it in places where no one wants to observe it, so he doesn't worry about being discovered. Then these avatars began to hide their tricky positions and waited. When Shadow Clone observed that the clansmen at a certain edge turned off the lights, they quietly turned into the men in black to touch in, because Itachi would definitely attack these clansmen who were asleep first. Who are you? The man in black squatting in the corner was instantly restrained by a man whose ghost appeared. K Shu, a black-clothed shadow clone in the distance immediately threw the detonation talisman. Chiang, a figure holding a short sword, rushed like thunder and lightning. Bang! When he touched the figure in black, the man in black turned into a white mist and disappeared. Boom! Rumble! The detonation thrown out was unsuccessful, and a violent roar sounded in the silent night for an instant. K somewhere. Chiyu immediately sat up in shock, his face full of horror. Just after he distributed the shadow clone, he was ready to squat in the corner. As long as there was an abnormal movement inside, he immediately detonated the detonating talisman. I didn't know that there was no movement after squatting for a long time. As soon as it appeared, the shadow clone was caught in the illusion. Because it was the shadow clone, it broke immediately. Fortunately, there was another shadow clone stalking nearby and released the detonation talisman. Suddenly, detonation talisman roared in a few remote places of Uchiha clan. How can it be so strong? Itachi is very strong, and Chiyu understands it, but when he is so strong that he is consciously vigilant and inexplicably seciled, Chiyu is shocked. He has 3 Tomo Sharinan, even if he has just been promoted, is it only this level? Unexpectedly, he was ruthlessly educated by Itachi with reality before he showed his skills in the shinobi world. Who the hell is it? At this moment, Itachi wearing a white cat mask is extremely gloomy. After he knew his father's strength and determination, in order not to be tarnished for the honor of the Uchiha clan, and for his younger brother to survive, he finally made up his mind to shoulder the task of extermination. After several silent actions succeeded, he unexpectedly discovered a strange chakra reaction in Sharingan's perception and quickly attacked. Unfortunately, the opponent was the shadow clone, and the second shadow clone also detonated the detonation talisman. Seeing the roar of a dozen detonating talisman bursting continuously, Itachi clung to the scarlet blood-dropping dagger, his body trembled, and the majestic pain and murderous spirit surged. But gritted his teeth, Itachi put on black clothes, put on a mask, and rushed towards his own house. What's the matter? Where did the explosion happen? Here too. Immediately alert. Where is the nighttime ninja? With more than a dozen blasting roars, the Uchiha clan immediately roared, and the area with more than 300 people was immediately brightly lit. Boom! Someone hit the tree with a punch. What the hell is going on? At the edge of the Uchiha clan, Shinura Danzo was stunned for a moment, and then drank with a black face. Seeing that the chance of successfully clearing Uchiha is right in front of us, how did the accident happen? Is Itachi too weak? There was an accident. In the distance of Uchiha's guard, a certain masked man was confiscating the harvest. He was surprised when he saw the blasting roar. Hokage-sama, there is a roar from the Uchiha clan. In Hokage building, Umbu immediately reported 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking an old pipe. On Kanaha's sparsely lit street, a young hedgehog's head was stunned when he heard the explosion, and immediately ran desperately. Oh, you guys should have to do it too, right? Chiyu secretly said, so he hung a few scrolls, and immediately rushed out of the house. Chiyu didn't go to the guards. The masked man was not good at perfunctory, nor could he go to Itachi. His chakra should have been remembered by him. Shu, who when Chiyu ran out of the room and jumped on the roof to go to the central point of the clan to gather, Wuchian quickly attacked Chiyu. Chiyu immediately dodged, and quickly unfolded the scroll to reveal dozens of unprepared counterattacks. But because of the fact that Kianben was hit by his hands and feet, his face instantly looked at the countless explosions that hadn't been thrown out. Boom! Rumble! There was a violent roar that continued for several breaths in an instant, and 2 nearby houses were immediately destroyed. Hole. Attack the enemy. The elder, who was quickly gathering the ninjas in the distance, saw the enemy making a move and immediately roared. Damn it! Several ninjas in black masks who shot are also angry. I wanted to quietly solve these Uchihas who lived on the margins. I didn't expect that the other party was also a talent. He hung a few scrolls and went out, and instantly took out countless detonations. Don't Uchiha people like to play with Sharingan? Everyone immediately bombard Uchiha with all their strength, don't give them time to assemble, and then quickly annihilate them in the chaos. Shimura Danzo's roar immediately came from the captain-level earphones of these hidden people. Boom *****. Shimura Danzo roared, and immediately led the group towards the Uchiha clan with a gloomy face. I wanted Itake's assassination to be carried out in advance, just washing the buttonholes behind the roots, but now it's getting into trouble, and I can only do it immediately. If Uchiha gathers, Danzo will not dare to touch his roots. Shoo, hoo, swish swish. In an instant, countless figures came from all around the Uchiha clan, and countless hidden weapons and detonations were directed towards the Uchiha clan. Boom rumble. In an instant, countless people who had not figured out the situation were immediately stunned by the continuous explosions, and then countless ghostly figures jumped among the scattered streets and houses, and countless screams were heard in an instant. The continuous shining light and roar, but set off Konoha's strange silence. There were not many lights in the middle of the night, and they all went out almost after a while. And here in the Uchiha clan, countless escape techniques are raging, and roars and bursts are heard at the same time. Then the noise diminished and fell into a weird silence, accompanied by all the lights were extinguished, leaving only thick dust and gunpowder smoke, proving that something had existed. When a white cat masked man walked out of the patriarch's house, the nearby masked ninja immediately backed away. Itake endured fierce grief and anger, and Shadow Clone, who had just followed his brother all the way, had returned to his body. The last trace of reason drove him to the door of the clan, to meet the young and frightened figure, to complete the last thing he should complete. Step. Itake, what the hell is going on? Danzo rushed over angrily after seeing Sasuke fainted by Itake. I made a mistake, most of Sharingan was destroyed by the blast, which made Danzo feel distressed. As for the impact of the roaring battle, Danzo didn't care, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's business. Itake ignored Danzo, the Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan gave Danzo a cold look, then threatened a few words, and then left with Sasuke. Master Hokage, I'm very sorry. After Itake handed Sasuke to third Hokage, he reported the incident. At first, he subconsciously thought that the people in black were the actions of Danzo's roots, but then he thought about it and found it wrong. Danzo shouldn't do these meaningless things. As for third generation and Umbu, it was even more impossible. Itake suspected that the cooperating masked man had the greatest doubt and was hostile to Konoha. Taking this opportunity to make Uchiha and Konoha fight together seemed to make sense. Hey, it's me who should say sorry, Itake, that organization will ask you in the future. 3 days later, Konoha village is still peaceful. A caravan delivered the goods and left Konoha village happily. Swish. When the caravan passed Adolfo Street, a mouse quickly got into the alley from under the carriage. Boom, a white mist dissipated, and a handsome black-eyed teenager appeared, with crisp short hair and wearing black casual clothes. Huff finally escaped. Shiyu sighed with emotion. After the genocide discovered Sasuke's situation on the day of the extermination, Shiyu knew that the extermination was coming, so when he took the three to go to the restaurant for a big meal, he took the opportunity of going to the toilet and used the shadow clone to escape. The body transformation technique became a pendant and followed a certain guest away, and finally got into the caravan preparing to go out. Shiyu is very fortunate that the Hyuga clan is still in the Cold War with the Hokage family. At first, the Cloud Shinobi village messenger stole Miss Hyuga and was killed. Then the Hyuga clan was sacrificed by third Hokage to avoid war. The bizarre thing is surprising. In fact, the Hyuga clan family, Byakugan, was taken away by Kirigakure during World War III. The Hyuga clan blamed Konoha for failing to protect and rescue, and did not use diplomacy to retake Byakugan. As a result, he strayed from the village and refused to let the Byakugan ninja of the Hyuga clan contribute to the village. Third Hokage took advantage of the momentum to suppress the Hyuga clan. Unexpectedly, the Hyuga clan backhanded the Hyuga Hisashi corpse. It is estimated that Sarutobi Hiruzen is stunned by this move, and he is not really afraid that Cloud Shinobi village will start a war. Konoha has 3 consecutive ninja wars, which one loses? Besides, Cloud Shinobi village, which lost the third Raikage and Beware of the Land, can really start a war? Raikage reckless man, if he is really emboldened to start a war, there is no reason at all. He just wants to be honest with the Hyuga clan. Byakugan is very easy to use. Don't buckle. We have cured Uchiha. Please pay attention. How could it be counterproductive? A corpse of Hyuga Hisashi was delivered, and the third generation was stunned, and then he did not dare to move the Hyuga clan anymore. After all, the Hyuga clan sold badly. If they go too far, God knows what the shinobi in Konoha should think. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen spent half of his life arrogantly, leading Konoha to win World War II and 3 wars, but he did not expect to lose the prestige that he had accumulated for half a lifetime after he was old. Without the Byakugan checkpoint of the Hyuga clan, and the Uchiha clan has just been extinguished, the Konoha executives did not dare to do fire things again. After throwing all the pots to Uchiha Itake, they did not strictly investigate. Because they have a list in their hands, almost every movement of the Uchiha clan has been under their control for more than a year, and none of Uchiha's clan members slipped through the net that night in their records. A secret scroll report records Uchiha Ishina, 18 years old, 3 Tomo Sharinan, was wounded by Chiban, and the detonation Kuma scroll he summoned was not thrown out and exploded continuously and died. I bought 2 samurai swords, with 2 red 5-pointed stars printed on both cheeks, and wearing a pair of sunglasses to hide my identity and avoid the accident of being recognized. Let's not talk about Konoha and everyone in the ninja world. The forces are very jealous and coveted for Sharinan, and there are many enemies, and then it will inevitably be a big trouble. As for where to go later? Chiyu shook his head, not making up his mind for now. Akatsuki is dangerous? It's my shit. Uchiha moistens the soil, Uchiha dances, Etsutsuki agar wood, etc. are dangerous? It seems that Obito is trying to calculate Nagato, Madara is trying to calculate Obito, Black Zetsu is trying to calculate Madara. But behind all of this, Sage of Six Paths was considered deadly. Chiyu didn't panic at all. As long as he didn't die, he would live to the finale easily. The most important thing is to be alive. Just like what Uncle Snake said to Kimimaro. It's meaningless to live, but if you live, you can find interesting things. I just think you found out how much flowers are spent, and I found you just the same. It's just that there is still the ambition that should be there. It's also Sharinan anyway. Why didn't it evolve Rinnegan's dream? How come there is no dream of immortality and becoming stronger? Try to get 10 tails Jinchuriki by touching the tail beast and Gadu statue. I don't dare for the time being. The level of Sage of Six Paths is very dangerous. However, you can prepare to fish the Etsutsuki trio, so as to obtain the chakra alchemy on them, as well as the wool from them. Even if that can't be planned, you can plan Uncle Snake's living corpse reincarnation at the last time, the ghost shoots technique of the low level, and there are a lot of things to plan in this world. You can fully strengthen your own strength first, and wait for Etsutsuki. The courier can be delivered by a group of people. Furthermore, it is to help Sage of Six Paths continue his bloodline of the Fairy Eye, although there are still 2 orthodox bloodlines of Itaki and Suzuki alive now. But Itake's body is still alive, but his heart is dead. The rest of his life is to watch Suzuki grow. As for Suzuki, there is only one daughter, Zorana, in the future. Hey, I said you be ***************** D, when are you going to follow us? The turbulent blonde beauty stared at the young black-clothed boy who followed us with her eyes closed and the sword with her golden eyes. Follow forever. The black-clothed boy opened his eyes and answered with a sweet smile. You be ************ D, don't get into it. If you don't leave, I'll kill you. Tsunade burst out furiously, gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. No, my will tells me that if I leave you, I will regret it for the rest of my life, Tsunade. I don't want to regret it in the future, and I don't want you to live so confusedly. Chiyu continued to smile and said softly. The ****************************************** D. Tsunade rushed with an angry fist. Then it came to an abrupt end, because Chiyu pulled his shirt apart and made a gesture to his chest with a knife in his hand. Tsunade's current weakness is fear of blood, which is still extremely serious. Shizun next to her, with her own 3 Tomo Sharinan, she dare not mess around. This matter has to be talked about last night. These days, Chiyu practiced actual combat exercises. After opening the vest and receiving a bounty task, he ran to the target casino, and then unexpectedly encountered Tsunade gambling money in it. Chiyu was taken aback at the time. Unexpectedly, Tsunade would gamble in black casinos. Chiyu was surprised. Tsunade is a famous fat sheep. Although he has been betting and losing all the time, he is basically in the formal casinos. Every time at least several millions of big bets. No, I can meet even when I think of a small place. Chiyu looked at Tsunade in surprise at that time, then faced the counterattack casino man and continued to solve it quickly. Tsunade took Shizun and watched the excitement with the wine bottle so calmly, but there was a little discomfort in his eyes because it disturbed her to gamble. Chiyu quickly slashed the target and ignored those who fled. He immediately wiped the knife clean and scattered the smell of blood on his body. With a surprised expression on Tsunade, he proposed to marry him. Tsunade, be my wife. Although it was abrupt, Chiyu shouted. To be honest, Chiyu didn't think about attacking Tsunade at first. After all, when he crossed over, it was the eve of the extermination. After escaping, he began to practice frenziedly. There are beauties who have thought about the ninja world, but it is a pity that many beauties are only a few years old now. After encountering Tsunade in vain, Chiyu fell under a few glances, her maturity, her beauty. However, Chiyu's request greeted him with a powder punch, which instantly frightened Chiyu's 3-hook jade. Because Tsunade punched too fast, Chiyu could not improve much in a short time no matter how crazy he practiced. So, are you here to kill me? Looking at Chiyu, who was lifted by the aftermath of the strange force fist, came out of the ruins of the house, Tsunade's face flashed with helplessness, and he said softly. Not to blame for her misunderstanding, Uchiha has just been exterminated by the world, and now she encounters a 3 Tomo Sharinan. Needless to think that it was from the Uchiha clan, who also came to kill her. Why is Uchiha Itachi annihilated? Why did this 3-Tomo Sharinan find himself? Tsunade used her feet to know that there was a problem behind Uchiha's extermination, starting from the first time she knew the news. After all, Uchiha Itachi was only 13 years old. What did he use to destroy the race? Uchiha is so weak, will he occupy the first ninja in the ninja world until now? Her teacher, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's policy, she knows best. Back then, Uchiha was forced to move to the clan and to persecute the Hyuga clan. Now Uchiha is suddenly annihilated. Who believes it is not Konoha's ghost? No, I didn't expect to meet you by chance, I just like you, Chiyu said drunkenly. The young people in the previous life and the new century have long been frightened by all kinds of tedious and exotic marriages and love in the social environment. The youthful love affair during the campus has also disappeared. After leaving school, they dare not try to go. Love, because I am worried that I will get hurt. But after encountering Tsunade, his self-conceited concentration is too low to imagine. Perhaps because of knowing Tsunade's life, he was captured by this charming woman. Heh, are you Uchiha? A survivor of the extermination. Strong as Tsunade, naturally focused, and noticed Chiyu's performance. It was a surprise to see him so sincere, but she didn't believe it. Yes. Is it possible that the real murderer who wants to destroy the tribe is not Itachi? Your goal is still me, Konoha's son, Hokage's student, Tsunade said with a raised eyebrow, seeming to disdain Chiyu's performance. It's true that genocide is more than Itachi, but, although there are some regrets, I have no hatred. If you like you, just say it, nothing more. Puff, you and I are not kids anymore, don't you think this is abrupt? Love at first sight, Tsunade asked amusedly. It's very abrupt, but the emotions burst out, and I don't like restraint. Love at first sight is not enough, because I know you very well, even if this is the first time we meet. Tsunade looked at Chiyu sincerely, and her heart became more and more confused. She couldn't tell the truth of the other party and couldn't judge herself. Then she shook her head and asked Shizun to leave. The interest in gambling was disturbed, and the other party's genocide was also very miserable. She didn't bother to care about it. But when Chiyu saw this, he subconsciously followed, frightening Shizun to guard him tightly. Go away, no matter if what you say is true or false, my surname is Senju, it's impossible between you and me, Tsunade said with a gloomy face when seeing the boy following up. There is almost no intermarriage in the bloodline family of ninja. The marriage between the Senju and Uzumaki clan was already a rare spectacle. In addition, the Senju and Uchiha clan, judging from the knowledge of history, the two clans did not deal with each other, and the two had a great hatred. Times have changed, Tsunade. Now you are the only one left at Senju's house. I am the only adult left in Uchiha. I can do it together, Chiyu said with a serious look on her face. The golden figure instantly fisted. Tsunade stopped suddenly, because Chiyu put the taisho in his hand on the base of his neck. Puff, why, do you think I'm very kind? You think I don't dare to do it? Tsunade froze for a while and laughed. No, I know you are afraid of blood, you have no chance of winning at all, Chiyu said softly. Boom! After Chiyu finished speaking, Tsunade immediately exploded with suffocation, and the huge momentum burst out all over her body, causing her clothes and hair to dance wildly. Shizun immediately held the pet pig in one hand, and locked Chiyu sideways while holding on to the other. What else do you know? Then you want to know what? After all, I know a lot. Tsunade looked calm and obsessed with his eyes, and his heart was very disturbed. It was very annoying that a person who couldn't see through and guessed appeared. After that, she continued to walk with Shizun. Chiyu followed. Even if they suddenly left, Chiyu still followed. Maybe Tsunade's strength, she really wants to run, Chiyu may not catch up, but there is another Shizun? Even if Shizun threw hidden weapons, threw explosive Kyowu, threw poison, and got close, they couldn't stop Chiyu, the trailing fool. Are you sick? Tsunade said angrily after failing to try to stop Chiyu again after the Tianshao stepped on his feet for hundreds of meters. I have to race against time to follow, so that you have more time to get to know me, and you are no longer young. You are in your 40s. Don't run away. Look, you also know that I am over 40 years old and will be an old woman in a few years. Do you think I will believe in your pursuit? No, 30 years later, at the age of 70, you still maintain your current youthful appearance, including the girl next to you, with the same appearance. Sure enough, you have investigated a lot. Little is known about the fact that 100 healings mark and Baihao technique can maintain a youthful appearance. After that, Tsunade was not angry. Chiyu could no longer control her. Now she has no complete plan or purpose, so let's pester Tsunade first. I just hope to avoid her extreme disgust and resentment as much as possible, otherwise I will be heartbroken. After being annoyed all night, he was also surprised by Chiyu's toughness and sincere expression. Tsunade suddenly felt that if this strange boy didn't figure it out, she would be very itchy. Are you eating? Tsunade asked, looking at the black-clothed boy following him. His attitude became a little more normal. Ha! Eat. Chiyu replied in a daze. So the three of them went to a nearby town, rented an accommodation, and then waited for the kitchen to deliver food. "What's your name?" Tsunade asked as he ate a fruit drink immediately after checking in. "My name is Chiyu, I used to be called Uchiha Shi," Chiyu replied after drinking a cup of tea. Tsunade was stunned when he heard the words. "Uchiha annihilated, how did you escape?" "I noticed something wrong, and made some preparations. When the clan was annihilated, the body was not in the clan land." "How did you notice it?" "Those who do it shouldn't miss this flaw, right? Otherwise, it's as powerful as Uchiha. I'm afraid it's not so easy to destroy the clan," Tsunade said with an eyebrow. In the face of Uchiha, to quickly cut the grass and roots, Konoha must have a sophisticated design and will not give Uchiha time to react with a thunderous blow. Chiyu scratched his head. "How did I know? Of course I watch anime, but what should I say? Tell the truth, will Tsunade believe it? Is it possible to predict the future? Besides, since you have sensed the danger, why didn't you report it to your clan?" Tsunade asked again. "Oh, I'm not afraid of your jokes. Although I regret that Uchiha has stepped into such a situation, there is nothing I can do. This is not just the conflict between the family and the village, but there are several black hands behind it. Moreover, they are walking on the wrong path without knowing it. Not only are they stupid, but they are also overpowered. Someone has saved them, but they have chosen the wrong approach. Although I don't fully agree with Itaka's approach, I can't stand it. Wouldn't it be nice to have the child Uchiha Suzuki and I survive to regenerate a Uchiha who did not go wrong?" Chiyu calmly said that although Uchiha Fugaku in the beginning, Shisui and Itaki in later acts were a little strange, but they did try to save Uchiha, but they failed. There is too much involved behind it, not just the pass of the village. If you don't break or stand, renew a new family, that's not wrong. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and then stared at Chiyu. Seeing that he didn't shy away from his own inspection, Tsunade became confused for a while. "Oh, by the way, you said you looked down on Itaka, but what does Itaka do?" Tsunade found a certain point and asked. He has always claimed to have surpassed the Uchiha clan, but he desperately tried to maintain the balance between the two sides, until he found that his father Uchiha Fugaku was completely standing in the attacker, and revealed to Itaka that he was using his Mangekyo Sharingan. He hoped that Itaki could use Mangekyo to control the Konoha high level to carry out a bloodless revolution, otherwise he would have to use Mangekyo to control Nine Tails, and then Itaki, who was still hesitating, immediately decided to choose the village. In order to prevent Uchiha from carrying the stigma of rebellion, he left his younger brother Suzuki as a deal, and Itaki personally exterminated the clan and carried everything on his back. Chiyu said while eating the fruit, somehow, facing Tsunade, he didn't want to hide it, and said a lot. "Uchiha Fugaku, is there a Mangekyo Sharingan?" Tsunade was immediately confused. "What's the situation?" "Oh, it was opened during the Third Ninja World War. It was aimed at avoiding the fear of Third Hokage, so it was kept hidden until it died in Itaka's hand without revealing it to outsiders," Chiyu said regretfully. "The three wars started? Died by Itaka's hand? No outsider knows?" Itaki, a 13-year-old child, even Mangekyo, can really beat his father, the old Mangekyo? Outsiders don't know. How did you know? Tsunade feels now more and more confused. After seeing Itaka's choice that night, Mizu and his wife chose not to resist, and were slaughtered, believing the patience of his genius son Itaki. "How do I know? I don't know how to explain it to you." Tsunade suddenly became silly, not because of Chiyu's last sentence, but because of Uchiha Fugaku's behavior. Even if Uchiha Fugaku doesn't resist, the other Uchihas can't die in their sleep, right? "Is it Umbu's hands or the roots?" Tsunade asked with an ugly face. Although she admitted that both the teacher and Danzo, the old man, were for Konoha's sake, she couldn't understand many of these practices. "It's the root and another Mangekyo powerhouse," Chiyu replied. "Another Mangekyo powerhouse?" Tsunade was stunned, staring at Chiyu and asked. "Well, a strong Mangekyo who is not in the clan, who often wanders in Konoha, was spotted by Itaki when he went to see the stone stele of the secret room of the Uchiha clan and found him to help destroy the clan. He killed the entire guard by himself." Listening to this bizarre, unimaginable thing, Tsunade stroked his face suddenly. "I said that Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itaki, plus one Mangekyo from outside the clan, for Mangekyo Sharingan, you rebels." Tsunade was speechless, and he spit out, and at the same time secretly rejoiced in his heart, "My god, for Mangekyo, if they work together to rebel, can Konoha stop it? After all, Uchiha Fugaku is still eyeing Nine Tails." Chiyu didn't answer, and continued to eat the fruit quietly. He also slandered in his heart. None of the four Mangekyo stepped in to attack the rebels. Suddenly, Tsunade approached Chiyu immediately with a scrutinizing gaze, and solemnly asked, the Mangekyo Sharingan from outside the clan, you must know who it is, right? Who is he?" Tsunade had to ask. Shisui is dead, Uchiha Fugaku is dead, and Itaki and that Mangekyo are still alive now. Hearing the words, Chiyu glanced at Tsunade, contemplated for a while, and took a deep breath. His name is Uchiha Obito. Chiyu still honestly said, as for the consequences? Chiyu didn't care about it. Now that I'm here, do you want to follow the original story? That is impossible. Uchiha Obito? Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito. Tsunade murmured, thinking for a long time without a clue. Tsunade-sama, that Uchiha Obito is 4th Hokage's disciple, Kakashi's companion, but he died at the Kamubi Bridge. Shizun, who was shocked from start to finish, replied. What? Why is it him? No, his eyes were transplanted to Kakashi. Even if he survives by chance, it can open Mangekyo? Yes, Tsunade was puzzled, completely messed up. She really didn't know much about Sharingan. I don't know if Sharingan alone can be upgraded again, but I will tell you quietly, when he upgraded Mangekyo Sharingan, his 2 eyes were very close. There is too much disclosure, Chiyu doesn't mind more. Perhaps, telling this unique superwoman more the truth, this ninja world will be more interesting, maybe. Tsunade sighed. She doesn't care about this information anymore. What she cares about is, excuse me, Mangekyo Sharingan must have done the 9 Tails chaos. Who the hell is it? Uchiha Obito? Uchiha Fugaku? Tsunade asked Chiyu, with some expectations. Behind these things, there was a lot of fog. It was made by Uchiha Obito. Impossible? He was only 14 years old at the time, with only one eye and the other in Kakashi. Even if he can control 9 Tails, 4th Hokage is very strong. How did he do it? He really couldn't beat his teacher Namikaze Minato. He was almost killed, but because his pupil technique is space-time pupil technique, his ability is a bit weird. As for 4th generation, 9 Tails was sealed to death, or it was a martyrdom, Chiyu said. Although Obito was educated by his teacher at the time, he won as a result. Tsunade was stunned. Uchiha Obito is still alive, why didn't he go back to Konoha? After all, his teacher is Hokage, why do you want to attack the master? Tsunade asked softly with an embarrassed face. She was very puzzled. Hey, he knows that dozens of people in Kirigakure chased down Kakashi and Lin to help, but saw that his beloved Lin died on Kakashi's Chidori, and he exploded immediately. The terrible sadness directly made him Urgoya Sharingan, evolved into Mangekyo Sharingan, including the one in Kakashi's left eye. Finally, he learned that Lin was captured by Kirigakure and transplanted 3 tails into Lin's body. He deliberately asked Kakashi to rescue Linear. After Lin returned to Konoha, he let the 3 tails in Lin's body explode and destroy Konoha. But Lin was aware of this situation and committed suicide under Kakashi's Chidori while Kakashi was fighting with Kirigakure. Obito only had Lin in his eyes, and he didn't want to admit this fact. He felt that Konoha was not worthy of Lin's sacrifice, and he wanted to seize the power of the Tail Beast to recreate the world, so he made the 9 Tails chaos. Chiyu said briefly, making Tsunade think about it for a long time. Transplanting 3 tails? Why did she commit suicide? Isn't this giving away a Tail Beast? Tsunade murmured, and said confidently. Chiyu did not refute. Even though Tsunade was not in the village, there were a few people in Konoha who could single-handle 3 tails. 4th generation, 3rd generation in Jiraiya Orochimaru could easily win 3 tails. No kidding, let alone several. Powerful sealing technique. Why is Konoha's poor education? I don't even know the strength of the Tail Beast, and he can't even evaluate the leadership strength of his own village. It is quite successful to be brainwashed by the will of fire, it is too much. Chiyu complained. Screamed. Dignified Hokage students didn't even know 3 tails and couldn't assess the power of the village. As for whether it is a Tail Beast, if Madara doesn't stop him, he will really send the Tail Beast, but Madara has calculated everything, and Kakashi and Lin will not be able to leave at all. Well, do you know what Uchiha Obito is doing now? Tsunade asked again. Tsunade is still very worried about a person who has no good intentions for Konoha and has the idea of hitting a Tail Beast. Don't watch her wave, she will go back when Konoha is really in danger. He fooled a chess piece to create a powerful organization, ready to take the 9-tailed beast into trouble in the future, and the current Itaki and Orochimaru are in that organization. What? Orochimaru? Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then frowned, rubbing his forehead. As a partner who grew up, she felt that she had never looked through Orochimaru. Once he was a little normal, where could 4th Hokage be Namikaze Minato? How come you have fallen to this kind of terrorist organization now? Catching the tail beast, isn't that offending the entire ninja world? Why are they? Why do you know so much? After all, you didn't leave Konoha very much, and your strength is, it's okay, can you tell me how you know? Tsunade shook his head a few times, and he was stunned. Examining Chiyu asked. After all, things are too bizarre and seem to be pretentious, but Tsunade can only analyze it by instinct and dare not really believe it. Chiyu was upset when he heard the words. What should he say? Say you are not from this world? Come through? It is estimated that Tsunade immediately turned around and left. said to predict the future? Or is it a great immortal who knew thousands of years before and decades later? You said before that Shizun and I still have the same faces after 30 years old, really? Tsunade asked Shiyu, thinking about it. Well, yes, it hasn't changed at all. Shiyu nodded in response. Then, what were we doing at that time? Tsunade looked at Shiyu expectantly, as if wondering something. Seeing her look in question, Shiyu smiled and shook her head, a little funny about her tricks. Didn't she just want to test herself? It doesn't matter. Well, you have nothing to do. After all, it has been more than 10 years since Hokage resigned, and Shizun works in the hospital, Shiyu said. So, can you predict the future? Tsunade asked, looking forward to Chiyu, staring at Chiyu. She believes this. After all, Jiraiya has been shouting the son of prophecy by her side for decades. Chiyu heard the words and thought about it, nodded, and then shook his head again. Are you, or are you? Tsunade broke a little. How to put it, it's not easy to explain. I know some of the main things in the past, present, and the next few decades, without Mount Mayaboku's great toad sage's ability to predict the future, Chiyu said frankly. Tsunade immediately slapped the table upon hearing this. I see, you are coming back from the future, right? Tsunade immediately yelled wisely. Chiyu was immediately shocked by Tsunade's brain. It seems that he underestimated the imagination of people in this world. Master Tsunade? Shizun shivered next to him, looking at Tsunade very confused and worried. And Tsunade suddenly looked at Chiyu with great interest, because Chiyu was stunned for a moment. It seemed to her that she had guessed the facts and then was stunned. Otherwise, how do you explain that Chiyu knows so much and still knows the future? Could it be made up? No matter how stupid Tsunade is, with her powerful perception and insight, she has never found that Chiyu has an acting element. If Chiyu has this acting skill at a young age, she will recognize it as well. How can you understand this kind of thing about people traveling back in the future? Is it possible that Namikaze Minato didn't erase his memory and told you about traveling through time and space? Chiyu became curious for a while, and then asked in confusion. It's not that Chiyu looks at this world, such a backward and chaotic world. How many people really know that the world is a round planet? Fourth generation go? Traveling through time and space? What's the situation? Tsunade and Shizun immediately stared at Chiyu. Seeing this, Chiyu sighed inwardly. It seemed that he was thinking too much, but Namikaze Minato didn't cause trouble. Well, I didn't travel in the future, but this world does have the thing of traveling through time and space, but the person involved Namikaze Minato sealed the memory of the person who experienced it. Can you tell me something? Tsunade asked. About 10 years ago, Namikaze Minato went to Lulin for a mission, and met his son Uzumaki Naruto, who was almost 17 years old in the future. He traveled to Lulin to chase the enemy who traveled through time and space. After defeating the enemy, Namikaze Minato did not affect the future. Sealed everyone's memory. Chiyu said that Chiyu is also inexplicably worried about the time and space of this world. The dragon veins and the time and space treasure plows in the Kagaya Palace on the seabed are all things that blast the sky. I don't know if there are other things. Nonsense, what is Minato doing? Shouldn't this kind of opportunity be a good time to ask about his son's future? Wouldn't it be possible to avoid many crises? Tsunade said excitedly. How can such a good opportunity be wasted? Otherwise, fourth generation will not die in the Nine Tails chaos. Nonsense, Namikaze Minato hadn't become a Hokage at that time. Kushina was pregnant with Naruto 2 or 3 years later. If it is not sealed, what if it affects his future son? Chiyu said. This world can affect the future through time and space. Just look at Boren in Shuzo Crossing. It's ridiculous that it affects his son. Is it important to have the Nine Tails turmoil? If you keep your memory and ask about it, you may be able to avoid the crisis in Uchiha Obito, avoid the Nine Tails turmoil, and prevent the messenger of Cloud Shinobi village from causing trouble in the Hyuga clan. It's about Uchiha. Tsunade slapped the table with anger, making Chiyu and Shizun stunned. Sorry, you are really wrong. When all these add up, it is really not as important as his son, because his son later became the savior of this world, not only the savior of mankind, but the savior of the whole world. Chiyu speaking of a sip of tea. Suddenly, Tsunade and Shizun were completely shocked, very unbelievable. How is it possible? What can there be in the world? No, is the son of prophecy that Jiraiya Tenten yelled for is true? The son of fourth generation is the son of prophecy? The one who brought changes to the ninja world? Tsunade murmured. The change of fart, but the son of prophecy is true, and the savior is also true. The change is hard to say. The future world will only have an additional means of transportation, and the house will be a little more beautiful. Konoha village is still full of robbers and thieves, one robbed in 3 days, and one robbed in 2 days. The big country Darren village is peaceful on the surface, and the interior is messy. The small countries all over the world are messy than it is now. The old toad of Mount Mayaboku doesn't know what to say no, I seriously suspect that he used the wrong words, or it is because you and Jiraiya have problems with the education of the two of you and did not teach the son of prophecy. Chiyu complained about the messy world of the blogger's biography at that time. After all, the word change can't be talked about. Is it how? What's the matter with me? Why am I wrong? Tsunade digested it, and immediately grasped the point. Because in the future, as 5th Hokage, you are the person who favors Naruto the most. Kakashi is the leader of Naruto and the person who teaches him ninja knowledge. Jiraiya is the person who develops his dreams, and you are the person who guides him to practice tasks. Chiyu said, but this is only Chiyu's position. With the vision and thinking of 2 generations, Naruto felt that Naruto had done little after the 4th World War, but for the world, they felt that Naruto did a good job. Chiyu-one can only show my hands. What do you expect from a person who has no knowledge and culture and has 0 ninja written test? It's no wonder that the 6th Hokage of Lao Ka took about 15 years before giving way to Naruto. Tsunade raised his head, took a deep breath and vomited for a long time. His face was very complicated, and then he shook his head. Can you tell me what happened to me? What will happen next to me? What will happen in 30 years? Tsunade seemed to have thrown away unrealistic hearings, but he still wanted to know. At the same time, I desperately hope that what Chiyu said is true. Well, you are confused and depraved for another 5 years, and then 3rd Hokage died. Jiraiya brought Naruto to come to you to become Hokage, and then during your tenure, Konoha suffered a disaster and was beaten in various ways. Crack. When Tsunade heard the words, his face was distorted to anger, his fist squeaked, and Chiyu jumped. Although it is not your reason, Konoha was really troubled during the 4 years of your tenure. He was destroyed by large-scale enemy attacks many times, and the entire Konoha was blown up the last time. Bang. Wow. Tsunade heard the words, and with a hard fist, the entire table was shattered, and his face was suddenly faceless. Master Tsunade? Shizun next to her immediately called her. Boom boom boom. A few people in the store ran in with a dumbfounded look. They looked dumbfounded and trembled a few times before tidying up the hall with Shizun. Is it true what you said? Tsunade asked with a solemn expression and complicated. Yes, many people died, including Shizun. Tsunade immediately exploded with a terrifying aura, and his whole body was full of golden light. The whole person was very angry, and Chiyu was speechless at once. No, you are not right, you have a problem. You clearly said, Shizun and I lived for 30 years. Why did Shizun die after I was in Hokage for 4 years? Tsunade immediately caught the doubt and retorted Chiyu loudly. It's like grasping the criminal's handle, very rigid, but at the same time, she can see the extreme regret in her eyes. How much she hopes that Chiyu is really a future man, so that many misfortunes can be avoided. You have finished listening. Konoha was destroyed, and the man died, but Naruto defeated the enemy and influenced that enemy. In the end, the man consumed his life and used the forbidden technique to resurrect the entire 100,000 Konoha. So Muyad just lost his property and no personnel at all. Chiyu shook his head and said, taking a sip of tea. Hearing this, Tsunade stared at Chiyu, biting his thumb and fingernail, and was stunned for a long time. I don't believe you, but I don't know how. I'm very fascinated. Tsunade said in a daze. The whole person looked very uneasy. He lowered his head in thought, and raised his head to sigh. Ms. Tsunade? We won't know after 5 years? Shizun next to him looked at Tsunade nervously and said. Tsunade frowned when he heard the words, but recovered a lot, and then said, yes, time will tell. Then that, Chiyu-kun, right? Can you predict tomorrow? Tsunade asked expectantly. I've said it, I don't have the ability to predict. Chi-Yubai gave her a glance. However, although no major events have happened in the past 5 years, Konoha's ninja green sunflower blue will trick his student Morinoi Katten to steal the Thor sword and scroll from your grandfather's 2nd generation in defect to reign shinobi village within 1 year. K. Tsunade slapped the table with anger. Is there any more? Other things are fine too, she continued to ask. Well, after a while, Itachi and Loquat Juzo went to the water country to assassinate a relative of the water country daimyo. They were stopped by 4th Mizukage, and then Loquat Juzo died. Itachi wounded 4th Mizukage, and when did 4th Mizukage die? I don't know, but 3 Tails will be the only tail beast without Jinchuriki in the next few years. Is that so? Anything else? You can remember anything. Tsunade expected that she could easily investigate the green sunflower and blue matter, but she had to wait a year or two. Itachi and Loquat Juzo happened in Kirigakure. It's hard to find out, she needs to know more. Well, within a year, the sprites of the Land of Ghosts will be released, and then they will be sealed with death by Mithraea, the current witch. There is going to be a war in Lulin. Queen Sarah of Lulin is dead, and Lulin's magnificent 1,000 towers will be destroyed. Destroyed, no longer exists. Well, there is a remote summoning island in the Red State Islands. The people on it are studying the dangerous ultimate summoning beasts. They will all be eaten. There is a 15-year-old girl from the Uzumaki clan. Oh, speaking of this, Kusuno Kuni is now treating Uzumaki mothers and daughters as mobile medical treatment. because they can recover from their injuries by biting them. That mother should be bitten to death due to overtreatment of others in the next year or so. Boom, tsunade exploded again. Damn Kushinan village. Tsunade was obviously murderous this time. Go, Shizun, let's go to Kushinan village. Tsunade immediately lifted his leg and walked out. Chiyu was stunned, this in the bewilderment of the shop. Chiyu paid for the room and meals, put the food in a scroll, and followed out. It's not that I look down on you, you don't have the strength to rush into Cao Ninja Village, even if you raid their medical department, Chiyu said to Tsunade, who was hurrying along the road. Tsunade's face was calm when he heard the words, but he didn't say anything. Do you know what happened recently? Tsunade ignored Chiyu's instructions, but continued to ask. Well, probably not long after, Danzo deliberately let the elite spies Yakushi Nanoya and Yakushi Kabuto fight, and Nanoya died. Kabuto's faith collapsed, and then a rare genius in the ninja world went crooked. He finally became an accomplice of the world destroyer and brought great trouble to the world. Unloading the mill to kill the donkey? It really was the old dog's practice. Tsunade sighed and said, and then was not in the mood to inquire more. Hey, boy, I actually hope that what you say is true, so that we can avoid a lot of tragedies. Although it is impolite, I still want to ask, is everything you say true? Tsunade, after all, is still big probability believed the words of this boy who had only seen him for a day. Here, you can confirm it slowly, and I will accompany you to witness. If you lie to me, you'll die miserably, believe me, fear of blood can't stop me. Yes, you can get it if you didn't see it in the past? Well, but this time going to Grass Ninja Village does not count. It is difficult to confirm your statement. When I find the girl of the Uzumaki clan on Summoning Island, I will go to the Kingdom of Ghosts and Lulin to see if it is what you said. I will accompany you to witness. Tsunade snorted, although she was unhappy, but she also wanted to witness. Well, it's a long journey, Tsunade, let's talk about our feelings. What do you like? Food, clothing, housing and transportation. After a while on the road, Chiyu couldn't help but asked for a topic. Oh, don't you know the future me? I have to ask? Tsunade raised an eyebrow and asked. I don't know you in every way. I don't know except for gambling and eating sweets. Cut. Oh, yes, you said that 30 years later, I have nothing to do. Do I have no family? Didn't find a partner? Tsunade was curious about the future self. Well, no, the only suitable Jiraiya, after you gave the opportunity, he gave up. Chiyu said, thinking of the original Jiraiya before going to Rain Shinobi Village, Tsunade and him drinking and talking, it is already obvious. I *****, how could that be **********************? Oh no, how could I be like that? Tsunade was suddenly confused. How could this mean he took the initiative? Still rejected? Tsunade was very angry. Although Tsunade's face was gloomy and angry along the way, when he arrived at Kushinan village, he suddenly became cold. The ninja guarding the gate of Kushinan village was still very eye-sighted, and when Tsunade came, he immediately received him respectfully. The village chief Yayoi Shin and several elders knew that Tsunade had come, and immediately came to receive them. The diplomatic ninja village, which is well known in the ninja world, is not a ninja with zero political minds. Although Tsunade has not been in Konoha for many years, as a relative of the daimyo of Fire Country, a student of Konoha 3rd Hokage, and the best medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade can be said to belong to the ninja world, and this is also the capital of her comfortably swaying the ninja world. Tsunade exchanged greetings with some high-level officials from Kushinan village, and then they understood their intentions. Yayoi Shin and several elders, without hesitation, immediately released the people who were confined in the backyard of the medical department. I always apologized to Tsunade, claiming that I didn't know that the mother and daughter belonged to the Uzumaki clan. As for the truth, who knows? Anyway, the mother and daughter never told her surname Uzumaki. Even when Tsunade was invited to meet the mother and daughter, the village chief Yayoi Shin apologized to the mother and daughter. The attitude is so good that he is in the center of the ninja world, but he has been living well in Ninja Village. Look at his neighbor, Rainy Country, 100 miles away. He has been fighting forever, this gap. In terms of geographical location, the country of grass is sandwiched between the country of fire and the country of rain. In terms of strength, he was the weakest in this lap, but he flew well. No matter how strong he is next to Rain Shinobi Village, he is not torn apart by the war. Chiyu sighed about their way of survival, and sure enough, there was something. Tsunade immediately checked her mother Maiko after seeing her mother and daughter. Now Maiko's skin is pale and blue, her body is thin, and her red hair has lost its luster. Suddenly, Tsunade's face turned black. Looking at the many bite marks on Maiko's body, she resisted the killing intent, then angrily took away the beautiful son and daughter and left. Yayoi Shin was so scared that he grabbed Chiyu behind him, saying all kinds of good things, and offering countless money and valuable medicines. Chiyu took it politely, and didn't look down on them. If conflict really broke out, even if Tsunade broke out in peak state, they would not be able to leave Cao Ren village. What's the matter? In the evening, Shizen took care of Uzumaki Maiko, who was conditioning her body. Tsunade carried a bottle to the roof and drank. Chiyu came over and asked, "Chiyu, will Konoha village in the future be very unpopular?" Tsunade asked melancholy. "I don't know. Anyway, 10 years later, in the Fourth World War of Ninja, the Ninja Coalition of Ninja, the president is Reikage, you are just a staff," Chiyu said, not wanting to tell her the whole truth for the time being. This kind of news will stimulate her more questions, and she will have more opportunities to communicate with her. Tsunade sighed heavily and looked deeply unwilling. After all, Konoha has been carrying a handle since her grandfather Senju Hashirama established Shinobu Village. Unexpectedly, when she was in her hands, she could not get the lofty position of the Ninja Coalition commander. Chiyu asked afterwards, only to find out why she was so depressed. Bringing Uzumaki Maiko and her daughter here, Tsunade immediately treated her body, and then asked about Uzumaki Maiko. 20 years ago, during the Second Ninja World War, Uzumaki's country was raided and the country was destroyed and her family was destroyed. Under the protection of her elders, Maiko Uzumaki ran all the way to the land of Northwest Ninja. In the last 6 or 7 years old, she lived alone in the country of grass. After all, it is almost impossible for ordinary people to cross the steep rocky mountains of the country of Earth. Then she got married, but the small village suffered a disaster, and only the mother and daughter remained dependent on each other, and the fact that she used her body to save people was revealed, and then the ninja from Kushinen village took her to Kushinen village. The condition of her willingness to be a medical kid is to let Kushinen village teach Phosphorus to become a ninja. Tsunade asked why she didn't go to Konoha, and finally passed by Uzumaki Maiko to falter. Tsunade learned that the country of Uzumaki was destroyed in the past. Although Konoha village did not participate, it did nothing. They ignored it afterwards. They couldn't believe it. Leaves. It seems that the Uzumaki clan who escaped the catastrophe did not go to Konoha. Chiyu said, Kushina went to Konoha before the extermination of the clan. Do you know any other Uzumaki clan? The one from Rain Shinobi village. You've seen the one with red hair among the 3 children Jiraiya taught in Rain Shinobi village. But his parents were killed by the Konoha shinobi, and his friend was killed by Danzo. Now I want to make the world feel the pain, the one who will raise her Konoha in the future. Damn it, it's Danzo again. Tsunade's face was so bad that he smashed the bottle and finally sighed deeply. Any more? The only known sons and daughters, the disciple of Rain Shinobi village Jiraiya, and Uzumaki on Summoning Island somewhere in the Red State Islands, I don't know. You said, how can we survive better in the future? Uchiha is too strong, squeezed out by suspicion and then annihilated. Back then, countless people were afraid of our Senju clan. Uzumaki clan was also besieged because of the strong sealing technique. Puff Puff Chiyu next to him heard Tsunade sigh and laughed directly. What are you laughing at? Tsunade turned his head and stared at Chiyu viciously and said, Kainin village is in the center of the ninja world, and the Uzumaki clan is 10 times stronger in the past. Why didn't you see it be besieged? Chiyu said amusedly. Tsunade was speechless. The Uzumaki and Uchiha clan were stronger, but they were only a clan, and there were more organizations stronger than them. Maybe. Sealing is special after all. Tsunade murmured. Don't talk, this is political. Politics? How could it be possible that the Uzumaki country is so small? Where would it involve so many forces? Then you know the political structure of Uzumaki kingdom? Tsunade frowned and thought for a while. Alas, the Uzumaki kingdom is a country completely dominated by the Uzumaki clan, unified military and political. Isn't that good? Of course it's okay, big names from all over the world think so. Forget it, don't talk to you, it's so dumb and cute, poor worldview and thinking, I will tell you directly. Chiyu couldn't stand it anymore, and said to Tsunade, she didn't expect her to be of this level. People can't clearly see the situation in the ninja world. Immediately, Chiyu took a sip of tea and said, your grandfather Senju Hashirama created the Shinobu system in order to end the Sengoku chaos. This was fine at the time, but now the contradiction has emerged. Ninja village does not know political affairs and is not good at people's livelihood. It is a purely military organization supported by the daimyo, but it is not under the control of the daimyo. There is a disobedient person in your family who keeps carrying the knife. Who has the final say in this family? Why should the daimyo be taken advantage of and give a lot of money to support Shinobu village? Isn't it good to form a national army under his control? You wouldn't be naive to think that the coup d'etat of the 12 guards of the country of fire a year ago was the one who got involved with the horse brain, right? People have proposed that a country can only have one jade, which is a daimyo, and Hokage must be eliminated, and the ninja power belongs to the daimyo. It's already so obvious, you still can't see through? When Tsunade heard the words, she was stunned for a long time, and a word shocked her. You think about it in another way, are you willing to be a daimyo? So, although the country of the vortex is small, it has a unified military and political system and a completely cohesive system, so that other daimyos of the one country, one village system can learn from it. Next, let's talk about Ninja Village. Ninja village is a pure military force that gathers Chunin people. It does not do administrative affairs and does not do well in people's livelihood, and it exists solely for the sake of war. There is war, and the existence of ninjas is meaningful. If there is no war, look at the country of the wind. The daimyo has already pinched Tsunade military expenditures. It is supported by the bloodline boundary of 4th Kaze Kage Luasha. The kingdom of water is picking things up everywhere. Now in the country of water, Kirigakur is a mess, and the daimyo of the country of water has long distrusted ninjas. Only when there is war, shinobu has the meaning of existence. Without war, is the daimyo still willing to pay for the military? Does shinobu still have a large number of commissions? When your grandfather first Hokage died, the other 4 ninja villages immediately attacked Konoha, setting off the First Ninja World War, and the Second Ninja War. It was clearly the expansion of Rain Shinobi Village, but Cloud Shinobi Village in Kirigakur declared war on Konoha. The Third Ninja War was the disappearance of 3rd Kaze Kage, and Tsunagakur scattered the power to choose. Cloud Shinobi Village in the northeastern part of the ninja, struck Tsunagakur in the southwestern part of the ninja. Are all wars very brain-dead? Almost for no reason? It seems funny, but it's all for survival. Only when there is war, shinobu has a reason to exist. And the Uzumaki Kingdom's military-political unity system has shaken the foundation of ninja villages' existence, so all ninja villages will naturally annihilate Uzumaki Kingdom and prevent the daimyos from swaying their thoughts. Snow Country, right? Their shinobu village rebelled and killed the king to usurp the throne, and the daimyos were also afraid. The system of one country, one village, the status of the big name and the shadow are equal. If the daimyo and shinobu do not decide on a priority, the infinite dispute will continue. Tsunade listened to Chiyu's long talk in a daze, but felt stuck in his heart. He didn't expect that there would be so many factors affecting the war, nor did he expect that the peace of this world would be so far away. If my grandfather agreed to Uchiha Madara's plan to conquer the ninja world, maybe the war would affect many people, but it should be able to avoid more casualties in the following decades of wars? Tsunade murmured to his grandfather for the first time. Doubts arose. Don't think about it, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and human desires cannot be suppressed. Thousands of years ago, an immortal woman ruled the world forcibly with the power to destroy the ninja world, so what? In this era, ordinary people dared to raise a hoe to resist the godlike woman, not to mention the powerful ninjas now. Chiyu said. Etsutsuki Kagaya was betrayed by her man-emperor and ate the fruit of the sacred tree to rule the world. What about it? There are not frequent rebellions. She often goes out to rehabilitate and increase the White Zetsu army. The filial son was fooled by the toad pill, thinking that Kagaya was too cruel. Then the mother and son fought for a few months, and the entire ninja world collapsed. Good guy, let's not say that Kagaya can't kill everyone and become White Zetsu all the time, and it has allowed many people to live a peaceful life for some time. Sage of Six Paths said that his mother was cruel, and he launched a war with his backhand. After a few months, 9 out of 10 of the creatures in the ninja world died, and he didn't know who was cruel. What's better is that his education is the same. The two sons directly messed up the ninja world for 2,000 years, and the civilization of the entire world has not improved at all for 2,000 years. Immortality? Destroy the world? What about her ending? Tsunade asked in disbelief. Such a strong force can't suppress ordinary people? I was beaten by her son for a few months and sealed in the moon. The world was almost shattered by their family. There are 10 human beings. Tsunade was directly shocked by this ethical drama. How can there be such a son? Don't, that's your ancestors, Sage of Six Paths. What? Then, looking at Tsunade getting more and more confused, Chiyu sighed, and then started talking about the sacred tree and stroked Tsunade again. Is that so? Do you think Sage of Six Paths is right? After all, his behavior has brought even greater disaster to the world. Who knows? Anyway, for us now, we have to thank Sage of Six Paths for doing that, aren't we? And chakra is also passed on to people by Sage of Six Paths, and later ninjas are born. It seems so, but the ninja has become the source of chaos in the world, Tsunade said with emotion. Sage of Six Paths can't be blamed for this. People pass on chakra because he has researched the essence of chakra, and can connect each other's hearts through chakra, so that people can understand each other, and hope that people will be more cohesive. It's a pity that he failed. People have desires. How can they be willing to connect with other people's hearts? Isn't that the desire in my heart, and some embarrassing things, are not all known? In addition, a strong force tends to give birth to people's ambitions. Without a higher education, chaos is normal. Does Sage of Six Paths actually think so? Let everyone connect to each other through chakra and understand each other. If successful, maybe they can really don't be delusional. Think about the memory of your bath being seen by everyone, and the fantasy picture of a handsome guy being seen by everyone. Would you agree? Chiyu interrupted Tsunade. Tsunade immediately sweated on his face when he heard the words. Chiyu thought of the scene in the original book where the two brother who became 10 tails Jinchuriki was stunned by Naruto's mouth, his memory was pulled out by Naruto, the melon baby, and everyone saw his fantasy of having a partner and becoming a Hokage. Naruto also pulled out the scene. A lot of people are watching. Chiyu suspected that in the end it wasn't the Chakra who couldn't win the tug of war, but the shame and indignation. Wait, you mean, how can Chakra connect each other's hearts and watch each other's memories and thoughts? Tsunade asked in confusion. The ninja world has been chaotic for so many years, and Chakra has been in contact with each other a lot, why no one noticed it? Generally speaking, people who have a deep bond with each other can enter the spiritual space consciously, that is, interpsychic communication. Or someone who has a broken belief and is forcibly broken into the spiritual space. That's, I can look at your memory, and then know what you said is a lie, right? Tsunade immediately stared at Chiyu with scorching eyes. Moreover, his hands had subconsciously grasped Chiyu, and his momentum exploded, as if he had taken Chiyu. His expression was very expectant. Chiyu was stunned for a moment, thinking that this method was quite good. It's you, I don't mind. Chiyu stretched out his hand and said to her. Tsunade reached Chiyu's hand, and the two chakra touched each other. But Tsunade couldn't enter Chiyu's spiritual space. Chiyu was a little helpless. It was not that she refused to let her in, but that she had experienced too much, escaped for too long, and self-paralysis made it difficult for her soul to touch others easily. Chiyu couldn't get into her mind even if she tried, it was too tight. I will adjust it and it will be fine soon. Tsunade looked at Chiyu's speechless gaze, and knew that she had something wrong, and then took a few deep breaths. Come on, turn your head and look at me. Hearing this, Tsunade tried to suppress her unnaturalness, and looked at Chiyu's handsome face, but Chiyu's flexible and soft eyes made her dare not look directly. Then looked at Chiyu in amazement, covering her forehead with his hand, and couldn't resist a punch. Close your eyes. Tsunade was taken aback when he heard the words, his expression struggling. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. She has never been an obedient person. In order to test Chiyu's words, she can only give it a try. Remember what kind of person the grandma who brought you up to was. Recall the person who was as cold as Grandpa second, but was gentle with you. Recall when your grandpa took you to the casino secretly. Tsunade closed his eyes, his eyelids twitched a few times, and then slowly reminded himself of his childhood life. I don't know what Tsunade thought of. After a few breaths, her breathing started to calm down, the corners of her mouth faintly curled up a few times, and her heartbeat gradually calmed down. Is this your spiritual space? After a long time, Chiyu explored the world of countless lush and towering trees. The spiritual space of most people is either a dazzling starry sky or a sea of flowers, which is rare. Tsunade stared at everything around him in a daze. Is it an illusion? Tsunade was a little unbelievable when the world changed, but he was very obsessed with looking around. Now, come, teach you to watch the memory. Chiyu walked at Tsunade and immediately began to pull out her memory, and the two browsed. The two of them looked at the scene in her memory as if they were standing in a third party. They had just met Chiyu in the village of Cao Ren. Slap afterwards, Chiyu looked at a bathroom screen and was slapped. In fact, Chiyu is also experiencing this wonderful feeling for the first time. Together, the two researched how to watch memories, how to watch fantasy pictures and so on. Master Tsunade? Master Tsunade? Shizun was anxiously spinning around in front of Tsunade, while staring at Chiyu who was drinking tea next to him very vigilantly. Blue star, crosser. Hokage. Tsunade's handsome facial features, but like a fool, his eyes lost their highlights, and he muttered. No matter how Shizun called, Tsunade just looked at her blankly. I. Shizun pointed to Chiyu, almost crying. Shizun was horrified and exhausted when he hadn't slept for 2 consecutive days and encountered such a thing again. Ahem, it's okay, look at me, Chiyu said. So I sat next to Tsunade, hugged her with his left hand, rubbed her cheek, and started to dive down. Putting her right hand on her thigh, she began to behave irregularly. Snap dash pop 2 pink palms patted Chiyu's face. Master Tsunade, are you awake? Oh. Seeing that Tsunade was normal, Shizun immediately hugged her and started crying. Tsunade froze for a moment, and immediately consoled her. Why don't you protect me? Let this kid do it. Hey, is this my fault? Chiyu covered his face with one hand and rubbed his nose with one hand. Shizun was so cruel. As for why Tsunade was like this, it was hysteria after reading Chiyu's memory. The most obvious memory of Chiyu is the plot of Hokage, Crossing, and Blue Star. Before Tsunade had time to watch Hokage's memory, he had an insight into Chiyu's mysterious experience, already the brilliant source of Blue Star. An otherworld directly regarded her as stupid, and knowing that Chiyu's understanding of Hokage was entirely from anime, she was stunned. Although the science and technology of ninja are not developed, there are still TV movies and novels. Thinking of herself, her world as an anime, she was immediately confused, and Chiyu had to pull her out. You walked into the anime yourself, don't you think it's illusory and absurd? Tsunade, who was too hysterical and slept for a night by Chiyu's hypnosis technique, asked when she got up. She still couldn't accept it. When things go undecided, quantum mechanics, unexplainable, parallel time and space, we are all living people now, what do we care about? Maybe it's just recording or predicting things in a certain world? Maybe it's just a past in the original Hokage time and space. Where's the parallel universe? Chiyu didn't care so much. So many scientists in the previous life talked about these spaces, time, and even the dimensional world, the two-way foil, the three-way foil, and so on. Although I don't understand, let alone understand, we can study together again. I am afraid that my memory is very vague. After all, I am very stupid. I can't learn and understand. There are some scientific explanations in our place. Look, there are countless connected spaces inside and outside this world, the small space of Kamui and Obito, the white space of Uchiha letter, the 6 spaces of Kagaya, at Satsuki style, at Satsuki Peach style and a few of them, as well as a treasure plow that can be traversed at any time. After wanting to know this, Tsunade will accept more soon. After that, the two entered the spiritual space again, and after reaching Chiyu's spiritual space, the two worked hard to unearth the pitiful memory of a scumbag. Tsunade just glanced at the information of dimension, was frightened and flinched, and watched Hokage honestly. Pop. After a long time, Chiyu was slapped by Tsunade again and returned to reality. Tsunade glared at Chiyu angrily, and then left to have breakfast. It's not that Chi-Rain Shinobi can't help but has to stay in some of Tsunade's memory images, and then want to enter non-fi fantasy images to embarrass Tsunade. It's that Tsunade always looks at the Hokage plot, and can't help but flip through what dimensions, and gods. I deliberately stimulated her to make her a little bit of fireworks, so that she would not be stupid or become a godsickness. These things have to be accepted slowly, a little bit of contact, otherwise it will impact people's 3 views. When Chiyu just understood the nature of death, he was depressed for a long time. At that time, the elementary school teacher said not to believe in ghosts and gods like the elders in the family. That was superstition, but to believe in science. The little Chiyu was stubborn and wanted to jump up and slap the teacher. How much he hopes that God exists, no matter how bad it is, hell will be a success. This summoning island is good. After leaving Summoning Island, Tsunade murmured. In 2 days, a few people went all the way to the Red State Islands and went on the route to Thunder Country. They easily got information about Summoning Island from many navigators at a high amount of inquiries. Summoning Island has a radius of more than 10 kilometers. There is a huge volcano in the island. Although it is remote and not on the route, no one has noticed it. It is just that there are too many beasts on it that it is difficult to survive and approach, so no one goes there. When Tsunade boarded the island, they easily met Huanaka and others. They still knew the identity of Tsunade, and they received Tsunade politely. They were originally researchers in a country that perished in the early days of the Third World War. Later, they sought refuge in the Red State Islands, and they found the special Summoning Island by accident, and then borrowed a place to study the summoning beast. Uzumaki Maiko also knows his surname Uzumaki, and Huanaka, who was only 15 years old, did not even know his parents, and was adopted by these scientists as apprentices since childhood. However, her adamantine sealing chains composed of golden runes still proves her extremely high Uzumaki bloodline. The scientists were very happy that Huo Naoxiang and Tsunade became distant relatives, but they did not let Huo Naoxiang go with Tsunade easily. Tsunade is not in a hurry. There is a lot of time. Huo Naoxiang is not only talented, but also very intelligent, and has the knowledge of these scientists. Tsunade is very satisfied. Although these scientists are a little bit low, their level of education is low enough to point out. The world is already a good talent. She was accepted as a disciple on the spot and taught summoning Katsuyu's summoning beast from summoning Katsuyu. Those scientists were very happy because they really proved Tsunade's identity at this moment. You have a dark heart, why don't you tell them that the ultimate summoning beast will run away? Is it possible that you think you can conquer that kind of monster? Chiyu asked curiously. When she came on the road, Chiyu told Tsunade the few information she had. She also went to Chiyu's spiritual space to get the information. I don't know why she didn't remind these people. Wouldn't it be bad if there was any accident? We only met for the first time, you said so much, will they believe it? With Huonoka's talent, summoning Katsuyu is enough to protect them from escape, and we will talk about it at that time. The captain who sailed the last ship tremblingly sent them to the island of battleships, and Chiyu was driven down by Tsunade. A few years ago, a group of pirates occupied the island. Before they occupied it, the Aborigines quietly took their families and hid under the volcano. When Naruto arrives here 10 years later, the poor people are starving to death. Regardless of whether he was exposed or not, Chiyu ran away quickly, and Jian separated a dozen shadow clones and quickly slaughtered this group of pirates. Almost all of them were ordinary people, and only Naruto, the protagonist of the bloody heroine, had a hard time fighting them, and in the end they narrowed them. Chiyu has been obsessed with Tsunade recently. There is no time to waste here. There are countless detonations, and then massacres. By the way, Shadow Clone climbs to the crater to inform the aboriginals who are hiding. I said, isn't it? In Short Book Street, Tsunade just borrowed tens of millions, let Shizun take Uzumaki Maiko and Xiao Xianlin to live here, and teach them mother and daughter practice. Before Uzumaki Maiko heard that Konaka belonged to the Uzumaki clan, he followed him regardless of his body. Now Tsunade asks them to follow Shizun. And Tsunade's current plan is to go to the border of the country of soil, and prepare to collect the mother and son of Yakushi Nanu. I don't know if Yaneyu knows what he shouldn't know, or Danzo's brain pumped, and he will arrange for Yaneyu and Kabuto to kill each other to clean up these Konoha's excellent spies. You have to go. No is a very capable person, and Kabuto is a genius. I want to fight Orochimaru. What do you want them to do? Tell third generation directly, regardless of whether third generation nodded behind this. If you speak, don't talk about third generation, Danzo won't dare to touch you, right? Chiyu asked suspiciously. You think too much. Obviously, Yaneo and Kabuto have not eradicated the imprint of disaster. Danzo does not guarantee that he can control them, so he cleans up. He has this heart. Even if I speak, he has other ways to make them reasonable. Disappear. I want to create my team, one that belongs to my team even if Konoha is gone, and I will look for many allies. I want to change the world and protect the world, even if those enemies are too terrifying. Tsunade said seriously that compared to the Blue Star Society, which Chiyu thinks is very indifferent and affectionate, Tsunade's eyes are straightened with envy. This Chiyu is obviously a ***ch hypocritical, not knowing good fortune and the blessing, but he is still a deepening house for social animals. She wants to beat Chiyu to death now. Why don't you learn more when you live there? She wants to build a car, plane, high-speed rail, Tsunade, and the internet. She also likes the rigorous and mature laws, and rockets, satellites, mushroom eggs, and so on. However, Chiyu didn't have any complete knowledge, but there were a lot of game novels, film and television animation, and certain youth training manuals. Knowing part of ninjas' past and future things, Tsunade was horrified. Uzumaki Nagato Uchiha Obito Uchiha Madara Black Zetsu, etc., did not expect to be so dangerous. These operations can be avoided properly. But what about the secret Itsutsuki? What about the upcoming Itsutsuki trio? What kind of power is Itsutsuki, who has plundered life planets across the universe? What is the evil spirit behind Yunokuni? Is there really an ancient god behind the Spear of the Sky? It's horrible. Tsunade is not optimistic. He must start now and plan. 1 month later, Tsunade and Chiyu appeared on the border of the land of the earth. Daughter-in-law, do you want to go and see your childhood friend? Chiyunu said toward Mount Sumi in the Jinlun Mountains. In a month's time, Chiyu still succeeded in the attack with a beastly face. I used a lot of methods to get beaten while she was resting. Instead of trying to get drunk, she poured herself several times and was despised for drinking. As for using computer accessories, Tsunade is the most powerful medical ninja known. Chiyu never even thought about it. Finally, I asked her to study and watch the 36 strategies of the computer counting and youth training manual in the memory, which made her look thirsty. Don't learn it. It's not that the thing is powerful, but the two people often communicate and study with each other. Chiyu is not honestly flipping through a lot of things. Women are beautiful and handsome. Over time, it will be natural. Hui Liuhu. Tsunade murmured when he heard the words. From Chiyu's memory, he knew that this would cause trouble after he was born for more than 9 years, and he almost succeeded in fusing the perfect Ghost Yeluo technique. But I also know that he is just being too far apart by himself and the three of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, and he wants to work hard to be recognized. A poor man in a deep house who hopes that someone will recognize him from the beginning to the end. She will accept this hairpin sooner or later, but not now. When the time comes, she will recognize him and recognize him as a shadow. That is not another service. Ma Tsai, who is obedient. By the way, let him study Ghost Yeluo technique more, so as not to spoil his progress. If in the past, Tsunade would definitely ban this forbidden technique, but thinking about the future Itsutsuki clan, Tsunade thinks it's better to just turn a blind eye to such things. The two who were frank with each other, Chiyu was also a little surprised by Tsunade's thoughts. Unexpectedly, she accepted it very quickly, and abandoned many of her narrow thinking and visions, and now began to study many advanced systems of Blue Star. Prepared to change the ninja world, improve civilization, and work hard to unite the ninja world against the powerful enemies in the future. Now that she thinks about it, just follow her. It's a pity that Chiyu urged her to rule the world and become the king of the world. She didn't agree. Instead, 100 schools of thought could bloom together. Chiyu suddenly became confused, and she learned too quickly. I still want to be the king of the world, the man. After arriving in the land of the earth, Tsunade contacted Yakushi Nanoya via a secret signal, saying that he had gone to the land of the earth to find Konoha rebels, and there were some places where he needed the help of Nana, who was a spy here. Afterwards, the two briefly contacted Yaneaya twice. As for the secret sign of Tsunade, it was naturally obtained from Jiraiya. Jiraiya has been away almost all these years. While traveling the ninja world to write books and find the Son of Prophecy, while helping the village to inquire a lot of news, he knows many things about Umbu's roots. He pays Tsunade's gambling debts all the year round. Tsunade naturally has a way to contact him. Tsunade's summoning gave a small Katsuyu clone to Nanoyu, saying it was convenient for contact. In fact, the little Katsuyu avatar can report information to Tsunade at any time. Katsuyu avatars can share information with each other synchronously, and Tsunade can get the actions of Nanoyu at any time. One night, Yaneaya received an assassination mission from the Roots. As long as it was completed, Danzo agreed to her request and released Kabuto from the Roots. And here, Kabuto also received the task. As long as he can complete this final task, he can return to the Dean who has not seen him in 5 years. Dean, how could this be? In the dark night, at a rock mountain gorge on the border of the land of the earth, Yakushi Kabuto saw through the moonlight that the person who had just assaulted him but was killed by himself turned out to be his adoptive mother, Yakushi Nanoyu Empress. Scrambled over in a panic and immediately used healing jutsu. Why heal me? What are you? Yakushi Nanoyu, who was dying, was puzzled. He clearly wanted to kill him, so why did he heal himself instead? It's me, Dean, I'm Kabuto. Don't worry, I will definitely heal you, Kabuto said when she saw her adoptive mother who was trying to see him clearly. Knowing that the adoptive mother had myopia, and the glasses fell off again, Kabuto immediately took off the huge eyes she was carrying and put them on the adoptive mother. These were the glasses that the adoptive mother gave her back then, and he has been taking good care of them. Who are you? Unfortunately, Yakushi did not recognize him even after putting on his glasses. When Kabuto heard the words, "If he was hit by 5 thunders," he felt that the world had collapsed in an instant. He said his name is Kabuto. At this moment, a small white Katsuyu crawled out of Nanu's arms and immediately treated the huge wound on Nanu's abdomen. Kabuto, who had been so ashamed, came back to his senses when he heard the words and looked at Katsuyu who was treating the Dean. He immediately performed healing jutsu again and looked at the Dean expectantly. The Dean is me, I'm Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto cried out, looking expectantly at Nanu. Kabuto? Why do you do this, look like this? Yaneyu looked at the stranger, what he saw vaguely in the moonlight, but it wasn't Danzo's picture of Kabuto and himself. Who boom Yaneyu? Stop, who are you? A beautiful blonde woman jumped down from the high canyon and immediately exploded towards Yakushi Kabuto. Seeing this, Kabuto immediately protected him in front of Yaneyu, staring at the powerful man. Shooting when Kabuto stared at Tsunade with all his strength, a figure attacked behind him. Kabuto turned around in horror to resist, but 3 Tomo Sharinan was oncoming. Boom immediately, Kabuto was kicked by Chiyu on a distant rock, and then immediately attacked. Stop! Yaneyu, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground, drank it anxiously and hoarsely. Immediately Chiyu captured Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto's current strength has not yet reached its peak, and his mind was disturbed by the encounter just now, and he was attacked by Chiyu Sharinan, so he easily won it. Kabuto? Are you Kabuto? Are you Kabuto who has been away from me for 5 years? In spite of his serious injury, Nooyu stretched out his trembling hand to Kabuto, who was taken by Chiyu. It's you, it's really you, why? Nanoyu, who was being treated by Tsunade, rubbed Kabuto's face with his hands a few times, confirming that the child is really Kabuto. President! Kabuto cried immediately when he saw that Nana recognized him. As a top spy, Yaneaya knows that the feelings that Kabuto reveals at this moment are definitely not acting. But why is Kabuto his mission? Master Tsunade, why are you here? After returning to mind, Nooyu asked Tsunade cautiously. She had too many doubts. The inexplicable killing of himself and Kabuto, the arrival of Lord Tsunade, and the young 3 Tomo Sharinan beside Tsunade. I came to chase Orochimaru. I didn't expect to meet you here. Is this the spy of Konoha you know in the land of Earth? What's the matter with you? So, are you guys getting the task of killing each other? After a while, Tsunade asked strongly, still knowing the whole story. Nooyu and Kabuto were a little sad. They didn't expect that they would fall to this point. Now that the Master of Life is in Tsunade's hands, they still don't know Tsunade's position and choice. That person is here. At this moment, Chiyu said softly. My shadow clone was broken just now, and I brought shadow clone to get news. Damn Orochimaru, he dared to come? Tsunade immediately became angry. In Chiyu's memory, it is natural to know that in addition to Danzo's handwriting, Orochimaru followed. Orochimaru had been eyeing Kabuto for a long time. Tsunade was not angry about Orochimaru and her robbing talents, but in Chiyu's memory, after learning about the snake, he not only killed teacher Sarutobi, but also brought her grandfather and second grandfather out of impure world reincarnation. Playing with the undead, Tsunade was very angry, although he did turn the tide of the battle in the 4th round because of the impure world reincarnation hokage. But no matter what the future is, let's beat it up now. Speaking of Tsunade asking Chiyu to protect Yaneyu and Kabuto, she rushed towards the front of the canyon. Here, Orochimaru, although he has now left Konoha and entered Akatsuki's organization, some transactions with Danzo have not been disconnected. Knowing that Danzo is going to clean up his spies, Orochimaru has long been greedy for Yakushi Kabuto's talent. The Rain Country is adjacent to the Earth Country, and Orochimaru stopped by to collect a talented worker. No matter who of these two survives, he needs it. But after waiting for a long time without seeing anyone, he was a little strange, so he went to take a look. First, a distant transformation technique stone found him and disappeared. Then he felt a violent chakra reaction in front of him and rushed quickly. Tian Shao feet. Boom! The gorge, which was not big in an instant, burst quickly, and amid the violent shaking, Orochimaru watched silently as a huge crack spread rapidly. Orochimaru's mouth twitched, and he didn't expect to meet Tsunade in such a place. Ha ha ha, like a snake, die. Orochimaru drew away in an instant, and wanted to say hello, first with a signature laugh. But before he could speak, Tsunade swung his fist cursingly, and Orochimaru felt very uncomfortable. Although his software transformation is very restrained, it is a general physical exercise. Tsunade smashed hundreds of meters with 1 foot without moving, and blasted a hole of tens of meters with a punch. He couldn't stand it. He Tsunade, you can't beat me. After avoiding a few tricks, Orochimaru said with a grimly smile, looking at the nearby scene of the cracked sky, very calm. It's just that he is puzzled. How could Tsunade be so angry with himself? I haven't provoked her before. Is it possible that she was annoyed when she left Konoha a few years ago? But aren't you a few years before I left? And he was very puzzled. How could Tsunade appear here? Is it possible that it was also for Nanoyu and Kabuto? As for Tsunade, Orochimaru didn't care about Tsunade, not to mention that Tsunade didn't even use 100 Healing's Mark and Baihao technique, so what if it was turned on? Seeing Tsunade that hit, Orochimaru smiled gloomily, took out kunao in his hand, and immediately made a huge wound on his neck. It was bloody instantly, accompanied by his gloomy smile, just as terrifying as it was. I'm afraid more. Go to hell. Boom! However, in Orochimaru's bewilderment, Tsunade not only had no fear of blood, but finally glanced at him with disdain, snorted contemptuously, and smashed Orochimaru's head with his fists mercilessly. It used to be before, but now with goals and motivation, the panacemia is naturally and easily resolved. Afterwards, a small white snake crawled out of Orochimaru's body and immediately swelled and grew up. Orochimaru crawled out of the mouth of the snake wet and looked at Tsunade in amazement. It's disgusting, it's a snake. Now you are probably on the taboo? Are you still a human, Orochimaru? Tsunade asked disgustingly that the scene Orochimaru gave was too much. I made the fool of Tsunade. I didn't expect your phobia to be cured, Orochimaru said softly. How many of my second grandpa's forbidden techniques did you steal? You'd better stop studying, or you will be killed. Tsunade pointed at him angrily. Other forbidden techniques can study Orochimaru casually, even her grandfather's cells will do, but in pure world reincarnation must not allow Orochimaru to study. He dares to use it once and fight it once. GGG. Tsunade, if I can revive the person you want to see in pure world reincarnation, the old lady killed you. Before Orochimaru finished speaking, Tsunade knew in advance, and then he was so angry. Boom! Small scenes, don't mind. In the continuous sky and earth cracks, Chiyu and the 3 people who were affected at the edge, he comforted the secretly drooling Nanayu and Kabuto, and then took them away from the collapsing canyon. Orochimaru suddenly became confused here, and felt something wrong while running away. Although Tsunade has always been very temperamental, when did he start calling himself a mother? Don't be angry, I can't bear to hit Tsundere with a heavy hand again, and sooner or later I will be angry with myself, Chiyu said to Tsunade, who rushed back. The two had no conflicts before, and even Tsunade personally asked Orochimaru to accept her brother as a student. In the original book, Orochimaru only jumped out to fight when Tsunade wanted to return to Konoha to succeed Hokage. In the last 4 wars, Orochimaru also went to save Tsunade in other movies, and also sighed that Jiraiya had left. Tsunade did not deny that the 2 people who are close today are not clear about each other's situation. You are not immortalized by Danzo's tongue. He dare not use you. Since the village has made such a choice, then you will follow me from now on, Tsunade said to Nanoyu and Kabuto. The 2 agreed without hesitation. They are both excellent spies, and they know the situation better than many people. It wasn't until the 4 people walked far that 2 people emerged from the rock peak not far from the canyon. Master Lois, what should I do now? Asked one of the young ninjas with a scar on his face cautiously. Huang Tu's face was solemn, and he was chasing a spy tonight, but he didn't expect to encounter Konoha's legendary son and number 2 to fight. Feeling that things are not simple, Huang Tu didn't have to act rashly. Those 2 are not easy to provoke, and he can't deal with any of them, so he should go back and report it to his father. Master Tsunade, where are we going? Yakushi Kabuto asked on the way. He was worried about the abdomen injury of Nanoyu. Even if Katsuyu was treating, even Tsunade had treated the wound, but this caused the dean to be seriously injured and he was very worried. Go to the southern sea, there are some treasures there, you can heal your foster mother faster, Tsunade replied. Now with no Yu and Kabuto, Tsunade feels more at ease. Kabuto's talent, Tsunade has long known from Chiyu's memory, what to go to Ryokai Cave to practice immortality, she is not bad in the wet-bone forest. Moreover, Kabuto's medical talent is extremely strong, even Orochimaru is greedy, and her Tsunade can't ignore it naturally. But now it's not good to accept disciples, so I'll talk about it later when I go to the south. As for the reason for going south, Tsunade was eyeing the Greer Vein, an empire that once ruled the world, an energy that once destroyed half of a continent. Tsunade was very curious, because she had never heard of this country since she was a child. During this period of time, no documents have been found, except that there is a family that has been trading for generations along the coast of several countries in the south. The energy that can destroy half a continent, a few tail beasts are not so strong, right? Moreover, it is also the source of life energy. Tsunade is eyeing it, and now she is paying attention to any means that can increase her strength. Kabuto carried no Naiyo on his back, and the four rushed to the country of grass all night. It was not until early morning that they found a town to rest. Seeing Tsunade and Chiyu opened a room, Kabuto and Naiyo were taken aback. It was surprising that an exterminated Uchiha 3-Go Jade followed Tsunade. They thought it was a student secretly taken away by Tsunade before the extermination. They didn't expect. A few days later, the four of them arrived on the coast of the country of River. Tsunade ordered Kabuto and Nanoya to wait in a town, and then set off with Chiyu. According to inquiries, it was known that Heian and his caravan had already gone to the country of fire and tea. Chiyu Tsunade took the boat directly to the country of tea on the huge peninsula. Although Heian and his caravan didn't have a fixed residence, they set up tents wherever they went. This caravan is very rich, with all kinds of valuable goods, beautiful and solid wooden carts, as well as a few huge and gentle animals pulling carts, and many wildebeest mounts. In addition, almost all people in the caravan were ordinary people, and those guards were not as good as samurai. But even so, they came and went to many countries along the southern coast, but nothing happened. As a well-known tourist caravan, it has accumulated strong contacts and relationships from generation to generation. In addition, doing business is very honest and affordable, and has won the respect of many people. Tsunade kicked Chiyu to ask for information. Chiyu had to find a good opportunity to use hypnosis and illusion to get the address of the underground ruins from Heian. He thought that Tsunade would make a deal, or win over the caravan, because he respected his wife's morals. Passed through the country of Sichuan to the southern coast of the country of Wind, which is extremely remote and high mountains. The two rushed all the way to their destination and saw the entrance of the underground ruins in the huge canyon. So in Tsunade, I browsed this magnificent and quaint underground giant ruins. Finally, through the plot in Chiyu's memory, it was easy to find a way to enter the sealed room vertically. Of course, it is the shadow clone of the two who go down. If the main body goes down, if there is any danger, how will it run? Shadow clone is the most correct thing to do this kind of thing. After Shadow Clone's exploration and bringing some Greer energy, Tsunade was also very strange, and the body went down to the sealed room. The two looked at the simple and detailed colorful murals around the sealed room, and they admired again and again. This place, but even a single inheritor like Heian has never been to it. I don't know how long the past history is. I don't even need to record this in words, but use murals to explain it. Looking at the ceiling above, Shadow Clone just found the key to the vein door, and immediately opened the Greer vein that leads to the seal above the seal room. The green gas that is now escaping, the strong life energy makes the pores of the whole body relax, and the feeling of numbness is fascinating. The two carefully collected some of the seal scrolls, and also watched for the mineral veins to collapse. After all, Timsy is not here now, and he does not have his blood. If you really want to accidentally damage the veins, the two of them may directly play GG, which can destroy half of the continent's things. Although they don't know the truth or not, it's better to be careful. This thing, if properly researched, should be able to build a lot of powerful armies. Tsunade said with emotion that this Greer energy can not only heal injuries and improve vitality, but also increase strong strength. Forget it, that Hyde still needs the aid of technological props. His three subordinates are neither human nor beast. No matter how strong the energy is, the human physique has the limit, just like the grandfather cell. Obviously it is a very pure life energy cell, but no one can bear it. This Greer energy is most likely to be natural energy. When a person reaches the limit, it will be abnormal. Hyde has become a red-eyed and gray-skinned monster. His three sisters, but behind him, a bloated deformity, a wolf a bat. Look at Shigeo, the same is true after their Libra family bloodline transforms. On the spot, Chiyu also knew the horror of this Greer energy. But in the theater version, Hyde and his subordinates are really not very strong, but Hyde's technology props are good, and his defense and vitality are quite strong. You can't say that, they have too few Greer stones in their hands, and it is difficult to make progress in the research. That Timsy has not been affected, hasn't it? Maybe they haven't studied it thoroughly yet. Besides, they are even ninja and chakra. I don't know, you said if this thing works with chakra, can you go further? Tsunade said hopefully. Neither she nor Chiyu have the qualifications to practice immortality, but they can look for opportunities in this source of life energy. Don't expect too much. You also know that the number of people who need to be guarded in the future cannot be dealt with. If it weren't for Uchiha Madara to play in the 4 wars, all the ninja coalition forces would definitely not be enough to kill. Think of Grandpa first generation, using sage art and with style with all his strength. It is estimated that the entire ninja coalition can be wiped out without injury. Except for a few people in the ninja world, who can try to improve their strength and see if they can reach the level of 6 paths and Grandpa, it's better to study technology. In the future, the chakra cannon of Cloud Shinobi Village will be good. The first cannon can destroy hundreds of thousands of miles of meteorite fragments between the moon and the ninja world, and the second cannon can drive the moon into a different space, Chiyu said. Regarding Tsunade, he wanted to make the ninja humanity as a whole stronger. Chiyu felt that it would take time, at least 100 years or more. Nowadays, the level of civilization in the ninja world is too low, and everyone's cognition level is too low. They gain power in vain, and ghosts know what will happen. That's true, but now that the Senju clan has fallen, Uzumaki and Uchiha are only a few people left, and the Hyuga clan. I don't know if there is still room for improvement. It seems that the maiden of the ghost country has to go to see her wish. I don't want a few sprites, and don't know what divine body it is. You think it's quite strange. They separated the evil thoughts of the witches and became sprites in the past. Is it possible for you to let her merge with the sprites? It's almost the same for the sprites to swallow her. Chiyu shook his head, unless Tsunade conquered the sprites and let him melt the sprites. Almost, Maiko. It's a bit difficult. Isn't this Huan Quan going to do something? Do it, then the witch will know the truth in the sprites, plus for her daughter and the future witch, she will try it if she wants to. You are very dark-hearted, Chiyu said with emotion. In special times, special methods. Tsunade waved his hand and didn't care. What happened to Heian? What we want is the result, and also for the good of these people. These should be enough, don't be greedy, and prepare more sealed containers in the future, and it won't be too late to move them away slowly. Watching Tsunade testing the Greer energy while watching the countless green flowing Greer energy flow above his head drooling, Chiyu said. I think, this energy is really fascinating. It's so comfortable to inhale the escaped gas. It just so happens that my body is also tired. This place is also good. You're wrong, my wife. But I really like it. Someone has been thirsty for more than 40 years and understands. Xianshu, except for very few talented people, ordinary people who want to practice can only use the vast chakra to suppress the absorbed natural energy, and slowly allow the body to adapt to the natural energy and merge with the chakra and spiritual energy. If the cells cannot bear it, they will be eroded by natural energy and the body will be upgraded. Although this Greer energy can be absorbed as natural energy, after excessive, it will appear as natural energy erodes the body. It seems that not only a large amount of chakra is needed, but also the strength of the cells must be promoted. The activity of the cell viability technique can assist in the practice of immortality. The two woke up 2 days later. Tsunade began to study Greer energy again. Seeing the large area of erosion and destruction in the arm, Tsunade regretfully stopped the absorption of Greer's energy and slowly healed the arm. So it's still a little bit. First slowly adapt to absorbing the Greer energy, so as to regenerate the advancement of your Senju bloodline, then you can better absorb the natural energy and suppress it. Over the years, it's just that Tsunade has been confused and degenerate. If his Hein wants to practice immortality, with her good blood, 100 healings marks huge amount of chakra from 100 healings mark, by how technique, and the teaching and treatment of Katsuyu immortals, at least she can do so. Like Jiraiya, it's a broken sage mode. No, who knows how much time it will take. I plan a lot and I am too busy. And there are many techniques to improve cell viability. The lightning style chakra mode of Reikage is to improve cell viability. I don't know if Shening has stolen Kanaha's regenerative ninjutsu. The physical activity technique he studied is quite good. The Zilluo's 7-day calling method is also good, but he is only 8 or 9 years old now. If cell activity research is fast, not only can we quickly improve the cultivation of Xianshu and purify the blood, we can even transplant cells to see if the blood can return to the ancestors. I also want to play with double Byakugan. Is Sherry non bad? We are the blood of Sage of 6 Paths, why are we looking at the blood of immortal Yumura? Chiyu was bitter, and was also overwhelmed by Tsunade's brain. Didn't Sherry non have you? Byakugan can upgrade Tensegan, even Rinnegan, so many directions, but it's even more demanding. Chiyu replied, unless it was to get at Satsuki's blood. Aren't there at Satsuki homes? That child may not be 10 years old now? Where can his blood grow? Forget it, let's study the active arts and immortal arts first, and then gather some power to change the situation in the ninja world. Tsunade also knows that it is far away. Anyway, there is enough time, it is better to look at the things in front of him. If you have time to do a research on the energy of White Zetsu and Gado statue, maybe you can play with style. Chiyu is still looking forward to the scene of the Suzudao Buddha. This is okay. The effect is unexpected. Tsunade and Chiyu return to Nanoyu and Kabuto. Kabuto has been taking good care of No Now, his healing jutsu and Katsuya doppelganger treatment. No Now also escaped the danger of life, just need more training, and it will get better after a period of time. After Tsunade Chiyu and Chiyu returned, Tsunade wiped her with Greer energy. Her injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 1 minute, she recovered completely, which surprised Yaneo and Kabuto. This is a special rich energy formed by the gathering of natural energy. Now you two will help me analyze the function of this energy and the means to study cell activity and strengthening in the next time. No Naio has very good medical knowledge, Kabuto's talent is aloof, not to mention that Kabuto still rarely has the qualifications to practice celestial arts. The two of them helped with the research, and it was much better than Tsunade Chiyu. After Tsunade accepted the two of them, they rushed to Duanbeo Street to join the organization, although the enterprise was only initially planned. Tsunade continued to use Greer energy to quickly replenish Uzumaki's exhausted vitality. Then let the 5 of them live together, do research by the way, and try to absorb Greer energy a little bit to see how strong Greer energy can assist in practice. Then Chiyu and Tsunade set off again. Although Tsunade has some talent in research, she still needs to be busy. Chiyu doesn't have that talent. All my advantages are given to Tsunade, and now I only have the advantages of Sharinan. I don't have the firm idea of Tsunade to change the world of shinobi, so I just go around with my wife and focus on cultivation. The daughter-in-law wants to be the boss, and is now busy recruiting employees. With treasures such as Greer energy, I have worked hard at all times except for rushing with his wife. Under the guidance of Tsunade, perform physical training and thunder and lightning exercises. The so-called muscles are strengthened by repeating the process of destruction and regeneration. At the same time of destruction, muscles with stronger regeneration cells are also obtained. Now that Greer energy is the source of life energy, Chiyu can improve the quality of regenerated cells. Sharinan is born of spiritual energy and yin power, and it also needs strong vitality to support it. When the body's chakra and vitality are strong enough, it can avoid the ending of Itake, and then it can be like Obito possessed by Uzumaki Ifei. Use Sharinan frequently and losslessly. In this process of Chiyu's cultivation, he not only had to improve the quality of the cells, but also allowed the cells to gradually adapt to the power of thunder and lightning. The lightning-style chakra mode was really too greedy. Tsunade and Chiyu passed through the country of fire and river, and entered the country of wind. Tsunade inquired about Lolan's address and Lolan's own situation, and looked for Ziluo. Namikaze Minato once led a team to Lulan for a mission. Tsunade naturally got Lolan's information. The two went to the edge of Lulan and watched from a distance about 1 kilometer in a radius of about 1 kilometer and thousands of beautiful towers. Tsunade sighed. No wonder Lulan will be destroyed. Didn't you recruit robbers on purpose? Not to mention you have no power. You said that the queens of Lulan can control the dragon veins, why not try to use it? Tsunade regretted that the power of the dragon veins is similar to the energy of Greer. However, the power of the dragon veins is a combination of the special natural energy flowing from the great underground in chakra, unlike the Greer energy which is pure natural energy. Nonsense, look at the Beija's suggestion that the previous generation of Lulan Queen agreed to use the dragon vein power. You know they have thought about it, but they are ordinary people in the past. Bar. If it is not helpless, who wants to be an ordinary person while guarding treasures in a chaotic world? You said we were trying to win this ally, or did we take the opportunity to grab it? Tsunade muttered. Grab it. Chiyu turned Byakugan and urged. Before coming here, Tsunade had already made a decision. What choice could she make if she was kind-hearted? I don't know how to make Sarah absorb the power of the dragon veins. You said she is also red-haired, so why is she not from the Uzumaki clan? Tsunade said regretfully. If Sarah is of the Uzumaki clan, maybe she can really absorb the power of the dragon veins. They said they were robbed, and they were used by Uzumaki Maiko. No matter how bad, after a few years of growth, her powerful Uzumaki physique may be able to hold it. Chiyu said. The blood of the Senju clan is strong in the quality and burst of chakra. As for the Uzumaki clan, there are more chakras than the Senju clan. The pure strength lies in the quantity, which can better seal the huge chakras, such as the tail beasts. Forget it, people are born with the ability to control dragon veins through the ages, but they can help them, Tsunade said. On the one hand, they don't want to take power, and on the other hand, they have the ability to control the dragon veins. Maybe they can better exert the power of the dragon veins. Let's go. Sarah and her people have been very careful over the years, and the situation here has not been revealed. However, the surrounding forces have begun to chaos. Sooner or later, the war will spread here. We have to wait for some time to come. Huangquan. Let's go to Numa no Kuni first, Tsunade said. The land of wind is too vast, and most of them are desert areas. The northern location where Lulin is located is also extremely desolate and almost uninhabited. It doesn't matter if it is the land of the Kingdom of Wind, it is said that it is also the country of Lulin, or even that it is no man's land. Queen Lulin has led the people to live here to guard the dragon vein for generations. The population has always been very sparse. Look at the theater version. It was a disaster for 100 feet. Now the population is only a few hundred people. There are thousands of towers that are hundreds of meters high. They are more than their population. Only a few years after the end of the 3 wars of the ninja world, several nearby forces began to grab resources, and Lulin could not avoid it sooner or later. It was uncomfortable to stay in this vast expanse of desert without entering Lulin. Tsunade and Chiyu left and headed for the country of swamp in the northwest. Even Zi Luo didn't continue to look for it. Just spend some money to let the spies continue to probe. This desert area is really uncomfortable to stay in. In the next few months, Chiyu practiced frantically, and Tsunade stared at Huangquan. Huangquan established Huangquan sect and recruited some people, and now he stays in the dark of marsh country. Huangquan often secretly went to a large volcano in marsh country to study the seal in the sealed ancestral hall inside, where the sprite's body was sealed. Even more often, he ran to the country of ghosts and went quietly to the underground palace to study the seal under the eyes of Methreya, where the souls of sprites were sealed. You are too slack. Tsunade sat on Chiyu's back with weight-bearing push UPS, and slammed Chiyu's head in hatred for iron and steel. Daughter-in-law, I have worked very hard. Chiyu almost cried. Now he is exercising with a few hundred kilograms of weight strapped to him. After a few hours, many parts of his body have been red and swollen. Now I have me to help you explore the bottom at any time and help with Greer energy. In the repeated destruction of muscles, you must complete the metabolism as soon as possible, and improve the speed and quality of cell metabolism as soon as possible. You are not at the limit now, it is simply your depravity. Tsunade continued to flick the back of Ama's head with his fingers, asking him to lift up his spirits, so as to avoid being exhausted and giving up. I know the truth, but I really can't hold my wife. Chiyu muttered pitifully, his only stubborn will reminded him not to cry. The rewards that my old lady gave you to do whatever you want, can't motivate you? Is it too much to hold the rewards for doing whatever you want 3 times? Isn't it rare? Tsunade pointed to Chiyu more quickly. No, I can still hold on. Chiyu's body trembled badly, his barely conscious waist straightened up desperately, and then continued to bend his hands and press down. His face was flushed with blue veins, sweating profusely, teeth clenched, and face tight. It's a problem of your will, you have to correct it. Tsunade felt distress looking at Chiyu, who was about to cry, but the strong medicine still had to be added. This person is very honest and not hypocritical, and is rarely seen through life and death. When the two of them communicate in the spiritual space, they can clearly see how they are suffering from physical pain. Do you have great mental pressure on tiredness? Social animal, depravity, living away, not aggressive, timid, deep house, social fear, you are really enough, husband, your environment has changed, you can't still be imprisoned by the former restraints. You have been too accustomed to giving up, accepting all kinds of unsatisfactory gains too frankly, meeting resistance, gradually lowering your goals, and acknowledging your mediocrity, all of which will tear down your pride and determination step by step. This is not possible. You have to learn to make your will stronger and not be affected by these many and mixed thoughts, Tsunade said. Then the jade hand stroked Chiyu's violent veins and deformed neck and face and continued, you have used too much will to fight against the negative effects of these pains. Look at these irregularly popped blood vessels and muscle masses, although they can relieve you. The pain and powerlessness are not beneficial to refining the body. Instead, it will cause the danger of rupture of blood vessels and nerves. You have to learn to practice with a hollow mind, so that all thoughts will not live, death, life, panic, and fear will not enter your heart, and you will be able to protect your mind. Only then can you develop your body's potential to the greatest extent. Tsunade said, leaning on Chiyu's back and hugging him who was crumbling, gently rubbed the back of his neck with his face, and whispered in Chiyu's ear, except for not forgetting me, you can forget everything and go digging. Your potential. Now try to focus continuously, and then try to let go of your mind. In the last and most difficult stage, you have to learn to enjoy the pain, exhaustion, weakness, etc., so that people can reach the natural state and be free. Only in this way can we complete the qualitative change faster, complete the practice of immortality, complete the grandfather's cell transplantation, and wait for you to set up the Buddha. I will be with you all the way. Yes. In a cave, Chiyu woke up, the pain all over made Chiyu frightened, and then he was very guilty, and finally fainted in embarrassment. Sorry, Chiyu said with guilt, holding Tsunade lying on his body. After he fainted, Tsunade took him back to the tent set up in the cave next to him, and heated hot water mixed with expensive medicines. While bathing Chiyu in medicine, he used Greer energy to help him destroy the regenerated body cells to absorb energy and increase the energy quality strength. Don't say that, I asked you to do this. Tsunade rubbed his face and pressed his red lips. Thank you very much for your supervision, this is my blessing. It's good to know, and honestly forget that big-breasted steam girl. Tsunade Kinkinyu gently clicked Chiyu's eyebrows, and said seriously. Chiyu heard the words and muttered embarrassingly, please, my wife, Hinata is only 7 or 8 years old, Tenten is in the spiritual space, you know, I'm not that kind of person. I'm staring at it, who knows if you will be lustful again when that child grows up, look at it now, how much is left? During this period, Tsunade also deliberately went to the remote snow country in the north of the country of ghosts, where it snows all year round and is a very strange country. Although it is very poor, it has developed very well in technology. There are advanced technologies such as trains, snowmobiles, airships, chakra armors, and geothermal generators. You said that Kid Kakashi, who wandered around in the country of snow back then, even as a ninja, he disdains props like chakra armor, but how come he ignores things like trains? Tsunade said angrily that in the future, the bloggers said that layman was awakened by the bloggers who had traveled through the past. They invented the Thunder Car and created the largest company in the country of fire. Konoha seems to be developing well, but he is still severely restricted by daimyo's funds. If the train technology appeared at this time, Konoha's life would be much better, and it would accelerate the progress of the ninja world faster. Come on, let's not say that it is difficult for Kakashi to touch the hidden thing, so what if it is? Now the situation in the ninja world can really support Konoha to get the train traffic? The village Tenten was attacked by others, let alone laying outside. Railway. When it comes to Muya Tiantian being attacked, Tsunade becomes angry. In Chiyu's spiritual space, I learned about the future. During her term as Hokage in the future, Konoha will be troubled. The village was arbitrarily entered and exited by the dragons. The whole village was plagued by profound energy. The 4 people who were cheated to death in Ma were attacked and broke through. They were attacked in many places, and they were almost demolished by the forbidden technique of Limenglei. And Shening, damn it, even attacked Konoha by air, causing a lot of damage and casualties. And the tragic Nagato nuclear Hira Konoha. Although Tsunade doesn't refute Chiyu's words, he still needs to prepare. Master has a lot of capital knowledge and economics knowledge of Chiyu's previous life Blue Star. Tsunade is still confident in his promotion of transportation. It's just, when I think that cars and airplanes can't be made, and the internet can't be made, Tsunade becomes angry. He glares at the person in front of him, and then gives his head. If you can't learn, why don't you watch more? Deepen the memory more, Tsunade learn. What kind of memories are in my mind? I am not ashamed of it. The train is ready, it is not difficult to continue to improve it. As for the car, the power system of the Master Snow Country snow car and the train, it is not difficult to rebuild. As for the plane, the Snow Country also has an airship. Chiyu cried and made suggestions. The airship airbag is too big and heavy. Isn't there a ready-made Sora no Nation? Use it to study it carefully, and the flying summoning beast not only relies on its wings to fly, but also accelerates the flight with jets, and find him. You can try it in Baileahu. Even if the flying fortress of Shening and the others is empty, what I want is to popularize civil aviation. How can these aircrafts that rely on chakra consumption to support civil aviation? Ordinary people can't afford this consumption. Then try the propeller and study the helicopter first. How do you think I should get that ridiculous snake to study technology obediently? Tsunade asked sadly. Aren't there distinguished heavenly gods with Itaki and Danzo? What if it affects the wisdom of the snake? Chiyu suddenly lost his temper. It is not difficult to find Orochimaru to trade, but long-term trading and letting him work for his wife is probably impossible. The person said that the visionary thinking broke this world of ninja and took one step more than others, but in fact he is still sick, a serious mental patient. In the following days, under the supervision of his wife, Chiyu practiced hard and performed body exercises that broke through the limits of ordinary people. With the best medical ninja in the ninja world to check his body at all times, and Greer with super life energy, Chiyu's body has undergone earth-shaking changes. But it's not enough. Maybe you can try fairy techniques, but transplanting Hashirama cells is still a lot worse. I'm afraid I'll have to grab a white Zetsu to study first, as my wife said. The Hashirama cells on white Zetsu's body should be gentler. More importantly, I gradually learned to relax my mind and avoid the influence of negative emotions. Thus Chiyu learned a realm, ultimate concentration. Although there is no such thing as the selfless state of Xiaoli when he is drunk, Tsunade is also amazed again and again. Ultimate's concentration, unity of mind and mind, freed from negative emotions and various external factors, maximize the use of one's own abilities. Occasionally, you can also make your own physical memory appear, and you can attack and defensively. With extreme effort, maybe one day you will reach the realm of Xiao Li's drunken state. And Tsunade spent a lot of time focusing on Chiyu's physical examination, studying Chiyu's physical changes and progress. Speaking of my daughter-in-law, I have 72 rewards for doing whatever I want. When can I use it? Looking at Tsunade, who swallowed his saliva to check his body, Chiyu felt that he was careless. Tsunade, is this a handsome husband? It just happens that my strength is not better than her. What is it called every time to be beaten? Wow. Tsunade snorted, and gently kneaded Chiyu's handsome face with both hands, looking at Chiyu with agile eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly cocked. Here again and again, Chiyu gave up the struggle, lost the highlights in his eyes, and couldn't win. Haha Sarah, I am good at medicine. I think your daughter is very talented. I can hardly be her teacher. You can see if those debts, he. In the palace of the Witch of the Kingdom of Ghosts, a certain unscrupulous blonde with double ponytails prayed to Maitreya, a beautiful gray-haired girl, to act like a baby. Chiyu almost hid her face and ran away ashamed beside her, and Maitreya the maiden looked helpless. But Shin, the little kid, likes Tsunade very much, giggling and calling Tsunade teacher. Shiwan's talent, forget it, Maitreya said regretfully. Firstly, her daughter Shin, like herself, did not have the talent in this area. Tsunade was just talking nonsense, and besides, she didn't want her daughter to be exposed to spiritual practice. Since her birth, her daughter Ziwan has a huge force in her body that surpasses her understanding. Maitreya knew exactly what kind of sprites existed. She was worried that one day her daughter would not be able to rationally control the energy in the body and would become a disaster like sprites, so she sealed her daughter's strength in her body. Mill, don't be like this. You don't study, and your daughter doesn't study, then how can I pay your debts? You won't want to keep people in custody? No. The woman in her 40s was holding her. A child in his 20s acted like a baby. Chiyu was about to collapse. After Huang Quan started to act, Chiyu and Tsunade came to the capital of the country of ghosts. Although the folks here are simple and there is no casino, Tsunade itself is a human-shaped casino, which has developed all of a sudden with Chiyu as the support. The most famous medical expert in the ninja world, the rich and powerful here in the country of ghosts still know it, plus the name of the casino Fat Sheep is spread, under the guidance of Chiyu. Then Tsunade owed tens of millions. If it weren't for Maitreya, they found that the situation was serious and immediately blocked them, or they would have to continue to owe more. Maitreya maiden sternly warned the dignitaries who participated in the kingdom of ghosts and confiscated half of their gambling funds. As for those foreign merchants, Tsunade owed them the gambling funds. Maitreya had no choice but to fill in for her. Then Tsunade Chiyu was taken to the Maiko's palace, because the two of them had no money to eat. In addition, they provoked national gambling and had to pay for their debts. She was also not a wealthy Maiko. Although Maitreya did not dare to offend Tsunade, she still had the attitude she should have. She was kind and benevolent. She wanted Tsunade to reform and abandon her bad gambling habits. Chiyu heard that he raised his hands and feet in favor. Of course, all of this is also the purpose of Tsunade. Chiyu, go get ready, don't cause innocent casualties, Tsunade said. In 2 days, Huang Quan had already acted. He brought the sprite's body from the marsh country, and was about to rush to the underground palace where the ghost soul was sealed. Chi Yuing went out quietly, feeling somewhat general. Chiyu previously suggested that his wife use the name of the Holy Land Wetbone Forest, pretending to foresee the future and fooling Maitreya, but Tsunade did not do so. There was a guard in the underground palace, and the people of Huangquan sect came over, and they couldn't avoid being completely destroyed. Boom! In the silent night, a violent roar broke the silence. Here, Huangquan looked at the front with embarrassment, thinking that a group of ordinary people could easily win it at night. He didn't know that there was a crossbow shooting head-on, and a lot of detonating talisman exploded, and his Huangquan cultists lost a lot in an instant. But he didn't care about this. Knowing that there was a strong ninja opposite, Huangquan had an ugly face, and ordered a few good subordinates to stop the ninja, and he went straight to the underground palace. Chiyu originally thought about how to act, and he was relieved when he saw Huangquan's actions, and worried that he was an Iron Man and would influence him. It seemed that Huangquan still knew the importance. Now that Huangquan is gone, Chiyu is not interested in the remaining followers of Huangquan. After more than a dozen shadow clones, they are like wolves and sheep. Except for a few ninjas and a few samurai, most of these dozens of people are just stronger ordinary people. Without Sharinan, Chiyu is almost comparable to cage-level chakra and strong physique. There is no enemy of the two. My lord, thank you so much. The guard leader hurriedly got up amidst the roar, and saw that the enemy was easily resolved by Chiyu, so he immediately came up to thank him. Hurry up and clean up the battlefield here. The opponent has a stronger person. Your Royal Highness and Master Tsunade will come to stop them immediately. Thank you for your kindness. The enemy wants to release the sprites. We must stop them, even if we give up our lives, the guard leader said generously, causing everyone to agree. Although the situation on the scene made them very confused, they still have responsibilities. Are you afraid that the maiden may not die fast enough? Do you deliberately increase the burden on the maiden? Chiyu mocked them and rushed to the underground palace. However, although these people are ordinary people, they are very disciplined. After Chiyu used illusion techniques to guide the guards on duty to launch an attack, all these people gathered quickly, but their strength was too poor. Mill, Master Tsunade, The sudden explosion caused Maitreya the Maiko to leave the palace, and Tsunade also came out of the guest house. My husband Chiyu has already gone to investigate the situation, let's wait for the news, Tsunade said. No, that direction is the underground palace sealed with sprites. I must rush to it. At this time, Chiyu's shadow clone rushed over and reported the information, and then Maitreya ordered a few words from the guards around him to immediately start the Maiko mode. The red light all over his body was shining, and Tsunade next to him was surprised. To be honest, the country of ghosts is too remote, almost few people arrive here, and this small country in the northwest is continuous, the country of ghosts, the country of swamps, the country of snow, the country of bears, the country of stone, etc. It is difficult to cross. The ninja world rarely knows about this, and he didn't expect the Maiko to have such a strong power. Think about the super witch mode in Chiyu's memory that Shin will grow up and transform into. If you get the correct guidance and practice since childhood, how will you be a dazzling existence in the future? Tsunade decided at this moment. In any case, Maitreya had made a deal, and Shin had made a deal with her. Boom! When Maitreya and Tsunade rushed to the underground palace, there was a violent roar, and Chiyu was flying upside down. Chiyu, are you okay? Tsunade asked. It's okay. Although the sprites are extremely powerful, their combat skills and reaction capabilities are average, Chiyu replied. Just after Shadow Clone reported the information to Maitreya and Tsunade, Chiyu came over slowly. It happened that the body and soul of Sprite were combining, and Chiyu attacked towards Huangquan. In the theater version, the 4 subordinates of Huangquan broke out, all of whom have the strength of authentic Jonin, and they are not weak when they want to come to Huangquan. But he didn't expect the sprites to merge so quickly. His black energy raging like tentacles quickly attacked Chiyu. Sprite's attack speed is still very fast. After all, even Naruto is in Shin's vision of the future, he has said. However, after being madly trained by Tsunade for 2 months, and using Ultimate's focus carefully, Chiyu still escaped easily. But unfortunately, in addition to not tempting the close attack, Chiyu's several ninjutsus have no choice but to use sprites. People don't hide at all. His own attacks are like tickling others, and they are very aggrieved. However, the full body of the sprite floats in the air, forming a blue glowing energy person, and floating with a pair of blue energy wings. But seeing the arrival of Maitreya in the witch mode, he obviously paused, and was sealed by the witches of the past for thousands of years. His inner fear was more than hatred. But the maiden is worthy of the incarnation of kindness, and she calmly persuades the sprites, seeing Chiyu and Tsunade speechless for a while. Why don't you understand? Combining my energy with you, you can become a divine body and easily rule the world. As a villain, if you don't say this, wouldn't it be out of gregariousness? Spirits, why can't we believe in humans? From the perspective of the witches are actually a collection of separate parts of the witches of the past dynasties. They are also another evil self. I'm afraid I don't have to talk about this kind of thing? Tsunade muttered softly, bursting into full momentum with a boom. Tsunade's whole body was golden, with blonde hair and clothes fluttering, the prismatic mark on his forehead glowed purple, and black lines spread all over his body. Seeing Tsunade erupting with golden light all over, Maitreya secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Tsunade is rumored to be very powerful, she has no bottom. Now that Tsunade has erupted, knowing that Tsunade is at least self-preserving, she is naturally much more relaxed. Yes, it is the power of self-preservation. Although Tsunade's burst of energy was almost lost to her at this moment, only the power of the maiden was effective against sprites, otherwise the maidens of the past would have asked the powerful villagers to eliminate the sprites. And the outbreak of Tsunade also frightened sprites. Although the golden light on Tsunade's body is not as dazzling as Maitreya's, Sprite is worried about another witch. After taking a closer look, he breathed a sigh of relief. What he was afraid of was the power of the witch. Regardless of the amount of chakra, he threw a few blocks away from these people. Maiko. Due to the overpowering power, in order not to let myself use the wrong way, I separated into 2 hearts and thoughts, guarded each other, but missed each other, paying attention to each other and coexisting. Unconsciously, the name changed to Sprite and Maiko. Words such as light, dark, good, and evil cannot be used to describe us. The union between us is inevitable, and what determines the outcome is the amount of chakra between you and me. Now that I have been born again, your struggles are meaningless. Spirit, since you choose this way, I am not without the means to deal with you. Don't underestimate the power of the witch, Maitreya said decisively. These words also made Sprite a little frightened, and then an angry and helpless emotion bloomed. As a helpless creature formed by the separation of mind and thought, although it can gradually become stronger over time. However, the witches of the previous generations either sealed him with their lives, or used the power of the witches to continue to seal him before leaving. Now even if his soul is combined with his body, the minds of the witches in his body are still very restrictive to him, and he is not sure, if the witch lay down her life to seal him, he could hide. My soldiers, get up. Now, Sprite will naturally not shrink back. Not only will it not shrink back, but also the power of the Maiko. Now the union of his soul and body is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Boom, rumbling in an instant, countless small stone bags burst, and countless stone figurines with bright eyes came out one after another. Summoning technique. Tsunade bit his finger, and slapped it on the ground quickly with blood. Boom, and a huge white mist, a white Katsuyu more than 10 meters thick and more than 40 meters long appeared. Master Tsunade. Katsuyu's sweet voice came. Katsuyu, please do your clone to stop these stone figurines from letting them out. Yes, Master Tsunade. Immediately, Katsuyu split into Katsuyu hundreds of meters in size, lined up at the entrance of the underground palace, preparing to stop these stone figurines. In Chiyu's memory, Tsunade knew that these stone figurines moved slowly and attacked not strong, but infinite regeneration was a bit tricky. Mile, I didn't expect your sealed monster to be so dangerous. Let's destroy him here today. Chiyu, deal with that Huangquan. No problem. Chiyu replied. I'm really sorry to involve you, Tsunade-sama. I have a way to deal with sprites. If I have any accidents, please ask Tsunade-sama to help care for my shin. Maithreya said softly with a complex expression. Tsunade was taken aback for a moment, then took Maithreya's hand with one hand, gave her a Katsuyu, and said seriously, what nonsense will not let you die, Tsunade said. I am the strongest woman in the ninja world. Looking at the very manly Tsunade encouraging herself, Maithreya was very moved. Kinkinyu held Tsunade's hand tightly, and a sense of security spread throughout her body. Some admiringly looked at Tsunade, who encouraged her. Maithreya suddenly felt that her confidence had increased infinitely. The huge power gushes. Ugh! Chiyu originally looked forward to fighting, and immediately noticed something was wrong, and looked back at the scene that made him extremely dangerous. Ha ha ha, that's right, it's really the woman I like. Tsunade, believe in your own strength. Today I will kill the sprites with you, I'm on it. Weird punch drink. Boom, Tsunade said very boldly. Then he bowed his body and instantly bounced out like a cannonball. A shockwave flew in place, leaving a crater several meters in size on the slate floor with a crack spreading dozens of meters. Boom, Tsunade slammed into the sprite in the mid-air in front of him very quickly. The sprite was also taken aback by Tsunade's aura, and a few huge black and purple energy tentacles counterattacked hastily. With a roar, Tsunade retreated, and in the smoke, the sprite's powerful tentacles collapsed, and the body was blasted off the palace wall. Before she could watch out for the gray-haired and red-haired beauty who saw her daughter-in-law's eyes were wrong, Chiyu stared at Huangquan, who was standing behind the ghost. At the moment when Tsunade's sprites fought against each other, Huangquan was expecting to see the result of the battle, but was shocked by a huge shock wave. Boom, Chiyu approached Huangquan vigorously like a cheetah, and amidst countless gunpowder smoke, he blasted Huangquan's head with a punch. In a hurry, Huangquan's hands could be resisted. However, the huge force directly bombarded Huangquan's hands and head directly and twisted it directly into the stone figurines below the side. Chiyu immediately followed, thinking that he had succeeded in a blow, but he didn't expect Huangquan to be so powerful that he didn't break his body, which was really rare. Puff, while Huangquan was rolling before he could stand up. At a huge critical moment, he was stunned by stuffing a few disgusting black-handed bugs into his mouth, and then chewed. Here, Maithreya saw the shocking scene of Tsunade's first blow, and his eyes sparkled, and he immediately rushed to Tsunade's side. Tian Xiao Xiao Shi. Tsunade drank violently and slammed it down with a high leg. Boom, suddenly, it was as if the sky was breaking and the earth was cracking, and the entire underground palace shook violently. Just exploded with huge energy, countless black and purple energy tentacles spreading hundreds of meters. The spooky, who became angry and furious, had yet to counterattack successfully, and there was another collapsing attack on the face. Maithreya, who had just arrived next to Tsunade, was taken aback. The shock caused her to fall over, and Tsunade immediately picked her up. I'm very sorry for Maithreya. Sprites are very strong, but he doesn't have much combat experience and skills. I crushed the underground palace, which blocked his vision and affected his actions. It would be more advantageous for us to fight him. I know, I listened to you. Maithreya hugged Tsunade and said while being held in the collapsed palace by Tsunade. After all, she didn't have any combat experience and skills, she only learned a seal technique. Chiyu stared blankly in the distance, and suddenly felt nameless and sour. Ahahaha, Master Sprite is the strongest, you all have to die. Ahahaha, I will also be invincible after receiving the gift of Master Sprite. Invincible There happened to be sandbags on this anger. Boom, after avoiding countless huge collapsed rocks on the top, Chiyu slammed into Huangquan with a swift punch. He didn't know the buff of those bugs. This person was more rough and thicker and more suitable for boxing practice. Go to death. Fire style fire. Flying upside down and crashing into the Huangquan, which had destroyed dozens of stone figurines, immediately resented Jian, and several fierce fire beams rolled around. Playing fire style in front of Sherinan? Feel offended. Chiyu dispelled his idea of continuing to practice boxing. After all, someone was playing with fire in front of Sherinan. Can this be tolerated? Fire style holding out the arrow. Chi-Yu and sprayed a blazing fire toward Huangquan in the air. The violent flames destroyed the fire style of Huangquan all the way, and exploded in Huangquan, with countless flames spreading around hundreds of meters. A figure full of flames struggling in the sea of flames, Huangquan wrapped himself in a water-style water polo at a critical moment, but it was still shocked by Chi-Yu's fire style. Although he was not dead, his whole body was burnt and distorted. Fire style can't kill people? I don't believe Chi-Yu today. Then I saw Huangquan's madness in Jian, and a huge water dragon rushed towards him. Chi-Yu was disdainful, making marks on his hands and using the fire Dragon Ball technique. Boom! 2 ninjutsu exploded, and the surrounding stone figurines 100 meters away were affected. Fire style fire dragon flare. Chi-Yu quickly settled, and a manic fire dragon danced from his mouth, rushing towards Huangquan violently. Your youth is over, I bring salt for fire style. Looking at the yellow spring of coke, Chi-Yu threw 2 stone figurines over and smashed him. He had to learn from Kakashi, and he had to do a good job of making up the knife. Then he would give these infinitely regenerated stone figurines a great fireball explosion to delay them. Progress. Chi-Yu quickly approached Tsunade and the others on the battlefield. His own ninjutsu and physical skills had almost no effect on sprites, but there were some other abilities that might help. As the palace continued to collapse, the sprite was severely affected here, losing sight of Tsunade and Maitreya, and trying to maintain his figure. Go to hell! However, a golden figure appeared next to him, so scared that sprite stretched out 2 huge tentacles to resist, but unfortunately it was smashed by Tsunade with a punch, and the huge force used it to blast the sprite into the ground. Tsunade didn't succeed in attacking the enemy's joy, but frowned. The sprite's energy tentacle manipulation made people a headache. He didn't expect his pure energy body to be too strong. After attacking his body twice, he hardly suffered any damage. Wow! Boom! What? A golden energy ball exploded after the sprite was attacked by Tsunade, and exploded on the sprite's body. Although the destructive power is not as good as Tsunade's strange power, it makes the sprite scream. Good job, Maitreya, let's continue to work together. Tsunade saw this, his brows stretched out, and he said happily, and then he drew near Maitreya, leading her to dodge the collapse of the palace while rushing towards the sprites. Please, Tsunade-sama, said Maitreya, who was held in Tsunade's arms. If you don't have to die, who wants to die? Coupled with the fact that he has not received any pictures of people dying around him in the future, Maitreya's confidence has increased even more. Boom! Rumble! As Chi-Yu approached, the sprite suffered several joint attacks from Tsunade and Maitreya, and had begun to lose his mind and run wild. The underground palace, which had collapsed, shattered more violently. Chi-Yu! After several more rounds of attacks, Tsunade shouted to Chi-Yu, who was close to watching the battle. Clear! Immediately Chi-Yu opened the realm of ultimate concentration and rushed towards the sprite, avoiding countless collapsed rocks and sprite's tentacles, and approached him directly. At present, Chi-Yu cannot use ninjutsu and physique to cause damage to sprites, but illusion is not necessarily. Tsunade made preparations early, that is, in the theater version, when the sprites finally broke out in Shin, he was actually terrified. In other words, this creature that has lived for thousands of years is actually not strong in will, so you can start from this aspect. In fact, think about it, it has been sealed by the witches of the past, and a person has been alone in the sealed land for thousands of years. Now he still has normal thinking, which is not bad. Seeing Chi-Yu flying in, the ghostly face screamed and attacked Chi-Yu, and Chi-Yu, who was facing the ghostly gaze, opened his eyes in vain, and the Scarlet Evil 3 Tomo Sharinan opened. Magic Songhang Technique. In the illusion space, the sprite saw a girl with purple light all over, with a golden halo on her head, mysterious red lines on her face, purple energy wings and a long silk scarf. Just like a goddess came to the world, this is Shin in the anime. The appearance of the sprite's body when it broke out. In the spooky panic, he was attacked by powerful energy while being swallowed by energy, roaring in fear. It turns out that he can't use such a huge energy because the souls of the witches of the past have restricted him. I have seen countless young souls and stars. Chi-Yu said after the line that had been prepared long ago, after Tsunade Maitreya arrived. Maitreya froze for a moment, then his face was sad, and tears could not be restrained. This, Maitreya, do you want to see them? If you kill the ghost, I am afraid it will be difficult for you to see the souls of the witches of the past. Tsunade hesitated and asked Maitreya. Maitreya naturally wanted to see him very much, so under the leadership of Tsunade, he rushed all the way into the spirit of the sprite attacked by Chi-Yu's illusion. As soon as Maitreya appeared in the sprites, countless shining stars immediately cheered and encircled Maitreya. Maitreya lightly held the stars in both hands and closed her eyes and wept. After a while, Maitreya woke up with deep resentment and happiness in her eyes. There, she met her long-dead mother and many witches of the past. You all deserve to die. Sprite woke up, watched in anger at these people breaking into his body, and then launched a fierce attack. Although Chi-Yu's illusion technique was suppressed, after he broke free for the first time, the follow-up effect was much less. Nowadays, even in the spiritual space in his body, it is difficult for a few people to cause effective damage to him. After all, accumulating the power of the witches of the past, and surviving for thousands of years, is really not something ordinary people can deal with. Master Tsunade, I am glad I met you. Thank you for your help. I am going to seal the sprites. This is the fate of our maiden. Shin will ask you in the future. What stupid thing to say, I said, I won't let you die. Tsunade pulled Maithreya out of the sprite. You. Continue illusion to suppress sprites. Maithreya, pass the power to me, I don't believe that my fist can't kill him. Tsunade is not convinced. Naruto can use the power of Raise Non and Shin's witch to kill sprites, why can't she? Maithreya, who was held in Tsunade's arms, looked at Tsunade closely, and then transferred the power of the witch to Tsunade's hands. Super strange power fist. At the moment when Chiyu tried his best to interfere with the sprite, Tsunade twisted the red light of the strange force fist and slammed into the sprite. Boom! The huge sprite body shattered immediately, and then roared and struggled. Tsunade looked a little embarrassed. Naruto, that boy, his Raise Non at the time was definitely not as strong as his current strange power. She was in full state, even the power of the pinnacle rakeage was not enough to see, but she did not kill the sprites. That must be the power of Maithreya's maiden, not as good as the power of her daughter's maiden. Compete with sprites for his chakra, and reduce his power. But it is not ineffective, a huge attack. Sprites may not have the mind to compete with Maithreya for chakra. Maithreya was stunned for a moment and hesitated. As a witch, she always thought that sprites were evil, and they all disliked him. Except that the witches of the past could not have the advantage to absorb the chakra of sprites and fuse with him, they were very disgusted with him. Never thought of fusing him. Please Maithreya. Tsunade looked at Maithreya and begged. Okay. Maithreya met Tsunade's eyes and immediately stopped hesitating. So Maithreya sent more chakra to Tsunade, and the spooky energy began to come. Sprite felt that he was about to be absorbed by Maithreya, and was very furious, but he was disturbed by Chiyu's illusion, and Tsunade continued to attack with strange power fists that merged with the power of the witch. His energy was quickly absorbed by Maithreya, but there was no resistance. After a while, the shattered and messy underground palace, you can already see the starry sky above your head. The sprites have long since disappeared, and what is left is Maithreya, the light man whose body is full of blue light after absorbing the sprite's energy. Just after Maithreya absorbed more energy than the sprites, he easily extinguished the disturbed and involved sprites. After fully integrating the sprite energy, Maithreya sat quietly, watching her closed eyes and tears streaming down. Chiyu and Tsunade were stunned. Here in Maithreya, when the sprites are completely killed and the sprite's energy is absorbed, the energy of the two becomes one, exploding with a powerful aura. She was also saying goodbye to the witches of the previous generations who had transferred to her body. The sprites were wiped out, and the souls of the witches of each generation went to the Pure Land happily. Sprites were eliminated, and the country of ghosts was celebrated here for 3 days. Although many people find it inexplicable, the insiders of the Maiko family are particularly excited. The things that have been worrying for generations disappear, and they feel that their restraints are gone. I'm very sorry for involving you in Maithreya, but now the ninja world is weak, and that day will really come, and you really need your strength to stop it. Tsunade said to Maithreya sincerely and solemnly from the Maiko Palace. Arrive. Master Tsunade, I believe in you. I will take good control of the current powerful power and practice hard. If that day comes, Maithreya will be at your disposal at any time. Maithreya agreed without hesitation. He didn't even give himself a way out, and didn't need time to distinguish between true and false. After eliminating sprites and Maithreya merged with sprites, Tsunade still told Maithreya some information. Maithreya is very strong after incorporating the energy of sprites, but it is only as strong as first Hokage and Uchiha Madara back then. In addition, Maithreya's combat experience and skills are pitiful, and if he really has to face those two people, it is estimated that he will lose in 2 or 3 rounds. For Maithreya, a friend who is likely to face the strength of the enemy in the future, Tsunade not only revealed the truth and dangers of the shinobi world, but also prepared to change their concept of witches. People are not born as gods, and even the Sage of 6 Paths that created the world of ninja has left many major mistakes. Both people and gods need to grow up. People are complicated, with joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. 7 emotions and 6 desires. We can choose to suppress and correct them, but we can't help but look straight, you understand? Master Tsunade, I will listen to you. From now on, I believe in myself and every maiden in the future. We will no longer escape from our shortcomings, separate our hearts and consciousness, and will not allow monsters like sprites to be born. You are right. Power can indeed change people's desires, but what is above power is always wisdom. Master Tsunade, I will no longer seal Shin's power. I also ask Master Tsunade to accept Shin as a student, please. In the past few days, Tsunade and Maithreya had a heart-to-heart conversation, and learned about the relationship between the witch sprites, and also learned a lot of inside information from Chiyu. As a result, he slowly convinced Maitreya with many viewpoints and theories from Chiyu's previous life. Regardless of Maitreya or the entire shinobi world, what is missing is only a breakthrough in vision and thinking. There are so many heroes in the ninja world, and they are limited by thoughts and the world pattern. It is so sad that Tsunade decided to overthrow the world. Ha ha ha, that's great, Maitreya. To tell the truth, we were weak before in carrying these secrets on our backs. It was really fortunate. Now that you join, I suddenly feel a lot easier. Thank you so much. Tsunade took a bold sip of wine, and took Maitreya next to him and patted his shoulder affectionately. Then Tsunade-sama, what are you going to do next? How to do it? Actually, I am also very hesitant. My grandfather can't do it. I really don't have the confidence. What this world lacks is not only the strong, but also civilization. Thousands of wars, deformed wills, tattered politics, hostile and scattered all parts of the world. How can we work together to deal with the real danger? If it were not for partners with the same dreams, in such a desperate world, it would really not be able to survive. But Maitreya, I think the sages in the past have gone in the wrong direction. Although love and peace are noble, you let those who are illiterate and rushing for the next meal to understand and identify with these things. How can it be possible? The prosperity of the world is for profit, and the hustle and bustle of the world is for profit. Kanglin knows the etiquette for the real, and knows the honor and disgrace for the food and clothing. Many people can't see through the fact that Tenten fights and kills to snatch resources. In fact, development is the last word. If you go to the mountains to pick fruits, dig wild vegetables and hunt, how can it be better to grow crops and raise poultry? Therefore, today's ninja world needs to develop and tell them how to make money, how to improve the quality of life, how to develop education, and how to promote civilization. Not only have to worry about this, but also have to guard against wars between various forces, guard against certain careerists from dominating the world or destroying the world, and also help them guard against people outside the world. It's so difficult, Maitreya, so difficult. While talking, Tsunade continued to sell miserably in the eyes of Maitreya's enlightenment and worship. Maitreya was indeed shocked. Everyone shouted for the sake of the world and the people of the history she knew and read. But like Tsunade, thinking about promoting the economic development and life improvement of the ninja world, starting from the most basic level of people, the most basic level of food and clothing, she heard it for the first time, and felt that this was the most practical way. Ordinary people don't have enough to wear well. Who will consciously understand what is right and wrong? Ordinary people do not know how to read and write, how to develop and promote civilization. Then Tsunade-sama, what should we do now? Maitreya, who spoke speculatively, was burning with fire in his heart, preparing to abandon the rules of the maidens for thousands of years, and follow Tsunade to work hard, because Tsunade is special. I have spent decades participating in wars and traveling the world. I feel that countries, and even regions, are too far apart from each other, not only do not understand each other, but also limit their horizons. If I want to build roads before getting rich, I am going to give it a try. I will use transportation to connect various countries and increase communication with each other, thereby increasing human activities and business progress, thereby stimulating production and planting industries. Do you know why I came to the northwest side of Ninja World this time? I just heard that Snow State is a large and advanced means of transportation, so I came here. Tsunade immediately showed Maitreya's thoughts enthusiastically, hearing Maitreya's 3 views sublimated, looking forward to it. Ahem, of course, these are ideal states. There is no shortage of people with brain problems in the shinobi world. The traffic is not as easy to promote as imagined. It may even be possible to get in. Chiyu saw Maitreya see his wife. His eyes are getting more and more wrong, and he has to call out twice to increase his sense of presence. So in Maitreya's solemn and regretful look, Tsunade and Chiyu explained to her the current predicament. First of all, the first point is that the snow country is now the ninja village rebellion, and the wind and flowers are usurping the throne. They cannot cooperate with a usurper, and it is easy to be destroyed by countless Kunsi morals in the ninja world. Second, the second point is the problem of technological progress and branch distribution. Then it is how to promote and find partners. After all, it not only needs a lot of money to start, but also needs to maintain the safety of the industry chain. In the end, that is your own strength. If you don't have the strength and play such a big game, you will be swallowed by whales sooner or later. The railway is a huge project, but a few people in the ninja world can destroy the railway, making the railway nameless. Therefore, not only must we increase our own strength to deter Xiao Xiao, but we must also prevent all forces from moving the railway. Ideal is beautiful, reality may be cruel, but my heart is as hot as a volcanic eruption when planning, Maitreya. I don't want to regret it, so I need to find a lot of friends. Master Tsunade, Maitreya is looking forward to seeing those friends. Tsunade was very happy, and he poured a cup of Maitreya abruptly. Maitreya, who had never been drunk before, grabbed Tsunade and fell asleep with a blushing blush. Jealous? Tsunade laughed and teased when Chiyu came over and pulled Maitreya's hands away from him. Jealous? Do not. This is already war. In this Shura field, Lao Zi must not lose to a woman. Mill, you work hard to practice, and when I find Fenghua Xiaoxu, we will go to Lulin and then to the Kingdom of Snow, and then let our dreams bloom. Leaving the next day, looking at the Maitreya mother and daughter who came to see off, Tsunade said boldly. Finally, he waved goodbye in reluctance between Maitreya and Ziwan. At this point, Shiyu was slightly relieved. Oh, poor Maitreya, after being sold, he helped a certain number of people who have no morals. Shiyu sighed. Now Maitreya, who has integrated the energy of sprites, turns on the witch god mode. Its strength and energy are not weaker than Senju Hashirama. What it lacks is only the means of fighting, skills, and experience. When Maitreya used her own strength well, she would have a place in the age when six paths did not make it. Such a strong, Tsunade made a lot of money. In any case, there is such a master as Maitreya, at least in the northwestern part of Ninja, the country of snow, the country of ghosts, the country of marshes, and the country of bears. There is no problem connecting to a transportation alliance. Are you deliberately opposing me, and then letting me alienate Maitreya because of guilt? I'm not so scheming, daughter-in-law. Yo, Orochimaru, why are you here now? Do you know how long I have been looking for you? Let me wait until now. Somewhere in the Kingdom of Wind, when I saw Jiraiya of Orochimaru, he immediately yelled in discomfort. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Jiraiya that you would contact me on the initiative. Why, did you catch me back to the village, or did you want me to return which forbidden technique? Orochimaru arrived, keeping a complete distance and said. Although he is confident in his ability to escape, Jiraiya is not a fuel-efficient lamp, and Orochimaru dares not try the danger behind his sealing technique in Sage mode. Hee, what can happen? Tsunade sent me a letter to see us and threatened me to find you. Jiraiya said discouragedly, his face very melancholy. Jiraiya is very uncomfortable now, because he knows that Tsunade has a husband, and his heartbreak has been relieved for a long time. Looking at Tsunade's letter over and over again, the couple wanted to see themselves and Orochimaru to discuss something. Jiraiya watched it again and felt heartache again, and then slowly relieved. I didn't expect Tsunade to find someone she likes. It seems that she has changed a lot, Orochimaru said with emotion. No wonder that Tsunade felt different when she was hammered before. Ugh, Jiraiya sighed. Regret it? Ha ha ha. You had a lot of opportunities at the beginning, and you didn't know what you were thinking. Jiraiya smiled bitterly when he heard Orochimaru's sarcasm, then glanced at Orochimaru suspiciously. I didn't expect Orochimaru to talk about this, which is really strange. Boom, go to hell, you two bastards. Somewhere in the desert, Orochimaru and Jiraiya had just appeared on a sand dune. Tsunade rushed over with a black face, twisting his fists and giving a hammer. Boom boom boom, don't you know that the desert is hot? Don't you know if you are in a bad mood after staying in this place for a long time? Tsunade roared while beating. Tut, the picture is too cruel. Chiyu behind hastily blindfolded. How do you call it when you first meet? A strange figure quietly appeared beside Chiyu, and then asked softly. Looking back at Orochimaru with long black hair, pale skin, and golden vertical snake pupils, Chiyu replied after seeing him, "Hello Uncle Snake, just call me Chiyu." Orochimaru was taken aback. What the hell is Uncle Snake? At the same time, some gloomy eyes flashed with surprise. This friend from childhood can play and found a young man. Tsunade, what kind of temper is this? Orochimaru asked suspiciously. In the past, he didn't care about these things, but he was a little backed recently. The fancy talent was intercepted by Tsunade and beaten by her. After returning to the organization, Loquat Juzo died. He took the initiative to team up with Itaki and wanted to move Mangekyo, but he killed him in seconds. Recently, the fortunes have been bad. Even when he meets old friends, he is very cautious. Tsunade wants to do something, he naturally runs off immediately, regardless of whether Tsunade is true or not. I think you are slow to come, and you have taken away the second-generation Lord Forbidden technique, and some personal enmity with Jiraiya. Shiyu answered vaguely. It was true that Tsunade was in a bad mood waiting in the desert. The second is to know about the original future Orochimaru and Pure World Reincarnation first generation second generation, as well as Jiraiya, the guy who gave a chance not to go to Rain Shinobi Village to die. They are all inconspicuous, and Orochimaru and Jiraiya are now very innocent. After learning the plot of Hokage from Chiyu's memory, Tsunade also knew that Jiraiya really liked her, but he never made up his mind, or he had a choice from the beginning. From the time Toad Sage prophesied him, he knew that his mission was very heavy. Your disciple will become a ninja who will bring about great changes in the ninja world in the future, bringing peace or destruction to the world that has never been seen before. One day, you will usher in a day of major choices. These words, as long as you are not a fool, you know what your ending will be. Jiraiya likes Tsunade very much, but he knows that he may not be able to bear the responsibility. Otherwise, he only needs to be a little bit restrained and less promiscuous. It is really not difficult to win Tsunade, and he has the right time and place. It's crazy Tsunade, but what benefit do you give me? The four chatted briefly in a sandhole, and Orochimaru licked his mouth excitedly. He is not interested in this aspect of science and technology, but it will affect his own research progress. He is excited that he feels that the ninja world is about to be a storm, and the source of this wind is the firm in front of him, who has grown up since childhood. Great partner. Orochimaru, anyway, you have to help Tsunade. If you have anything you admire here, just speak up. Tsunade, I support you unconditionally, but, can you tell the teacher about them? Jiraiya rubbed medicine. With a puffy face, he frowned and said, forget it Jiraiya, don't be emotional, those old age things either stay at home well, or crush and nourish the earth. Tsunade said firmly. She wanted to change the world of ninja, but she didn't follow Chiyu's suggestion, such as spring rain moisturizing things, and warm water boiled frogs. What she wants from Tsunade is subversion. Even if this era collapses, she must ensure that the next era will not be affected by the old solidified thinking. The vision of the ninja world should be the sea of stars. If it doesn't break her stand, if Tsunade can't achieve her ideal result, she will plow the ninja garden fiercely, and dig out all the original vegetables and weeds on it, and then bury them to become new seeds. Nourishment. The lunatics of the Atsutsuki branch house may be too extreme, but some theories still make sense. It's just that Tsunade doesn't agree. When the moon falls, not to mention a lot of innocent people, but you don't have a large number of people, how can civilization be promoted? In the ninja world, civilization is destroyed. How many years will you build your civilization base? Why don't you trust everyone Tsunade? Is it too arbitrary? Everyone's power in this broken world, there is always more ignorance than truth. Instead of expecting to persuade the frog at the bottom of the well to come out and look at the wonderful starry sky, you might as well help it smash the well and they will come out to touch the world. Tsunade decisively interrupted Jiraiya. Let's talk about this later, let's talk more about it now, Uncle Snake, let's study the cell viability and how to better transplant first-generation cells. After his wife's passionate speech, Chiyu quickly changed the topic. It's okay to deal with Jiraiya, who values Tsunade. No matter how beautiful these empty words are, you can't get Uncle Snake. These are just the determination that Tsunade trusted the two of them, and Chiyu's words were one of the main points to find them this time. This can't be said by Tsunade, who called her Tsundere so long before, otherwise it would make Orochimaru feel very abrupt. Tsunade patted Chiyu's head in annoyance. She still wanted to escape Orochimaru to see if she could subdue him. By doing this, Chiyu didn't think that her goal could not be achieved. Why in the future Suzuki's second stunner can accept Orochimaru, she can't? Hearing the words, Jiraiya froze for a moment, and looked at Tsunade and Orochimaru. On the other hand, Orochimaru happily stuck out his long tongue and licked his mouth. What is my reward? Orochimaru asked with interest. Long-winded. Boom! Tsunade punched Orochimaru unhappily, and his head broke. But when he didn't see it, Uncle Snake's neck squirmed a few times, and a new head grew out again. Ha ha ha, Tsunade, trading can't do this, Orochimaru said with a smile. Now that Tsunade found them, he would never empty the white wolf. Tsunade is not that kind of person, he is looking forward to it. Not killing you is reward. Tsunade roared angrily. You have not thoroughly studied the cells of the first-generation adults? Otherwise, you would have transplanted them earlier, but we know that some of the good products of the first-generation adult cells are obtained. Not only can the transplanted organs perfectly fit the body, but also can give you research make progress. Chiyu still gave Orochimaru the conditions. Although there are some empty checks, Orochimaru likes it, and he doesn't lack the time. As for what it is naturally white Zetsu. This Uchiha Madara is a product created with the energy of the sacred tree and Hashirama cells. If it can capture the biological weapons produced by the two sacred trees of white Zetsu or Uzumaki Ifei. Needless to say, Orochimaru agreed. He studied the arm of Danzo, the survivor of the experiment, with style Yamato, who also took some cells from Danzo to study, but unfortunately he didn't get any results. Now that Tsunade and Chiyu said so, he agreed. He has been greedy for Hashirama cells for too long, but he hasn't studied it perfectly. If it is for Danzo's level, he disdains transplantation. I think we should talk about the issue of money. Train manufacturing requires money, and road construction requires money. Even if it is the name of the country of fire, I can't afford it. Jiraiya doesn't like to talk about forbidden techniques. He is more opposed to cells. Research. We don't need to talk about the money issue, it's just the lack of technological advancement in time, as well as strength. Otherwise, it will be no problem to spread the train to various countries within a year. Tsunade waved his face and said proudly. With a lot of knowledge about business and economics of Chiyu Langzing, in this backward economy and underdeveloped business model, Tsunade can make a profit even before building a train. You don't even need to repair roads, others will rush to spend money to repair them, and you only need to give ideas and instructions. Of course, all of this must be based on the situation where others dare not mess with you. Orochimaru and Jiraiya stared blankly at Tsunade. The changes in Tsunade caught them off guard. With this self-confidence, is it possible to steal the treasury of the 5 major countries? Still dug to Jinshin? Jiraiya doesn't believe it. If Tsunade can pay back the hundreds of millions of gambling debts he helped to pay, he can try to believe it. Orochimaru is also very expensive. After all, his experiments are very expensive. He has a lot of gray industries and knows a lot of big businessmen. If so, his expenses are also withheld. Even if his own ideal laboratory construction cost is not a fraction of the Tsunade Railway's envisaged construction cost, what confidence does Tsunade use? Boom oh? Master Sasori, are you sure Orochimaru is here? We have been chasing for so long. The desert of your country of wind is really uncomfortable. There is no artistic atmosphere. Looking at the sand dune in front of it being blown and collapsed, I like it the most. Deodara of explosive art is also unhappy. This desert is more uncomfortable than the rock forest of their land. Don't be long-winded, I've seen Orochimaru upset for a long time, please stay away, don't interfere with me and him. Before they finished speaking, Deodara and Sasori looked straight ahead blankly. The four of Tsunade, who were still in the Ranzhong confrontation, jumped out of the explosion ruins, and when the dust cleared, they looked at a big white clay bird in front of them, two people in Akatsuki's big cloak costumes, one Fei Liuhu and one Rejoice. Yellow hair. Sasori, Master Sasori, are they fake? Shadow clone transformation technique? Deodara stared at the four people in front of him in a daze. A little transparent boy in black can ignore it, but, didn't you come to chase Orochimaru? Why did Konoha Sunin appear here? Isn't Orochimaru Konoha Rebellion? How could Senju Tsunade and Jiraiya be with him? Tang Konoha Sunin and Deodara still have this knowledge, no matter how young they are. What's more, when they came to chase Orochimaru with Sasori, they also made some knowledge supplements. Deodara, who is underage, has grievances written on her little face. This is obviously a trap, waiting for them to come up. Have pity for him. Deodara just wanted to be famous in the ninja world, so is it going to be severely beaten by the society? God is unfair to him. Xiao Di. Be careful, it shouldn't be fake, Sasori said solemnly. Even if there is no real body, Sasori feels a chill in his back. Let him fight Orochimaru. Heads up, he is not afraid, but facing Sunin. Why? I turn around? Deodara asked quietly. Sasori, who seemed unmoved, also felt that this was the first time he heard what Deodara said. Here, Chiyu was a little confused at first, but Tsunade jumped out of the collapsed sand hole as soon as he realized it. Now seeing the duo of art on the opposite side, I suddenly feel a little funny. Are you surprised or surprised? Swish, then Chiyu flew up on his own in the stun circle. Don't say Deodara and Sasori are dumbfounded, Jiraiya and Orochimaru are dumbfounded. Chiyu was kicked up by Tsunade and threw it towards the fleeing duo. She just wanted to laugh at the art duo, and now she suffers. While in the air, Chiyu immediately entered ultimate state of concentration, adjusted his body shape, quickly formed a seal, and a huge fire dragon spurted out of Chiyu's mouth. Swish swish, immediately, thunder and lightning broke out in his hand, and Senbon, who was holding the lightning-style chakra, flew towards Deodara. The puppet master Sasori and Deodara's explosion style in this big desert are quite unfavorable for Chiyu. Had to start fire style to limit Sasori's shots, and use lightning style to restrain Deodara. Chang when passing them in the air, Chiyu's Teitu attacked them. Fortunately, the series happened too quickly. Although Sasori's defense blocked Chiyu's attack, it also restricted Deodara's counterattack. Regardless of how young Deodara is now, he still has the talent he should have. Lightning-style Thunderball. The passing Chiyu turned around with one-handed Jian, and blasted their clay birds with a Thunderbolt ninjutsu. Lightning-style restrained Deodara's technique. Without air superiority, he could still try it out. Swish Sasori's eyesight is quick, and a scapegoat puppet is quickly thrown. The Fei Liuhu on his body has a lot of iron, which is inconvenient to resist. While using a puppet to resist the Thunderball, Chiyu's attack was unsuccessful, and when the two were about to counterattack, they quickly turned their heads back. Both of them knew what to watch out for, so even if the boy in black flew over, most of their attention was still on Sunin's side. Hearing the sound behind, he immediately turned his head to be vigilant. Tear and pull, then he saw a shining thunder sword hit the clay bird at their feet. After Chi Yui was in a state of ultimate concentration, he was asked by his wife to practice double swordsmanship. I just mentioned a knife to the past, in addition to the need for the other hand to make the seal, that is to prepare the sword in the blind zone of Sasori and Deodara to follow. Are you sure it's okay? Jiraiya was here, staring at Tsunade in a daze. This throws his man out without hesitation. It's really cruel. What if you become a widow? But Orochimaru came interested. Tsunade is proud, it is impossible to find a little white face at will. He also wants to see what is special about Chiyu. He just isn't resolute enough, his character needs to be tempered. Tsunade looked at the dazzling sun, took out a bottle of ice wine and took a sip. Jiraiya curled his lips and watched a certain Sundra woman summoning Katsuyu with one hand, and he didn't bother to talk. If you don't know Katsuyu's space transformation, and you don't know Katsuyu Tsunaragi, would you really dare to mess around? Swish swish, when the clay Asuka was pierced by the lightning-style sword and Sasori and Deidara fell, Sasori's scarlet amber shot countless needles. As soon as Chiyu hit the ground, he turned around and quickly backed away. Sasori had been immersed in puppets for countless years. He was also a super genius. These needles were all poisonous and extremely fast. Fire-style Phoenix fire technique. Following Chiyu's rapid leaping, countless fireballs spewed out and attacked Sasori and Deidara, who had just landed. Boom bang bang, Baha's dash with a few slight explosions, countless white mists of water vapor quickly emerged. Sasori has already manipulated the puppet to use the water style to meet Chiyu's fire style, and his proud work third Kazekage has also been sacrificed, very stable. Swish swish, Chiyu issued lightning style several times. Kimoto continued to press Deidara and couldn't let him use explosion style. Although he is less than 13 now, the explosion in this place is really uncomfortable. Immediately the seal was closed, and a more violent flame spurted out of his mouth. Chiyu used the fire style Hauhuo to extinguish this more powerful fire style to put pressure on the two of them. He immediately picked up the sword and rushed away. On the way, he picked up the sword that pierced Deidara's clay Asuka, and the two swords rushed towards the two of them. Swish swish, from the explosion of gunpowder and war, countless dense rain like thousands of thousands hit the sky. See, Chiyu didn't move, and instantly turned on 3 Tomo Sharingan, without any reduction in his own speed. As Li Kaipeo said, the brave wins when he meets on the narrow road, and now he is rushing at him first with the knife. Relying on the dynamic views and insights of 3 Tomo Sharingan, Chiyu made a lightning leap all the way, clanging to block some thousand books, rushing into the smoke and fire, and killing the chakra reaction point in Sharingan's insight. Chang whhhhhhh. Chiyu rushed in. Sasori's reaction was not slow. The Fei Luhu puppet spell summoned a huge 1,000 arms. Chiyu quickly rotated like a small top. Before his 1,000 arms released the poisonous mist, the 2 knives in his hand were rotated and all cut open. Chiyu's right hand is 2 sword, which is reversed. The commander told us that the double sword flow or something, of course, should be a small whirlwind top. Chiyu is barely 20 centimeters taller than the commander, so it is better to make a whirlwind top. At this moment, rejoiced little yellow-haired Deidara saw the scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan in his eyes, took a step back subconsciously, and immediately opened his left eye. After being ruthlessly crushed by Sharingan of Uchiha attack some time ago, he specially trained his left eye to fight Sharingan. Although the progress is not good now, he can't hesitate. Master Sasori stepped back. After Deidara shouted, he immediately leaped back and threw a dozen clay birds over with both hands. Shoo, hoo, drink. When Deidara saw the clay Asuka approaching the 3 Tomo Sharingan Black Ninja, she immediately detonated. But embarrassingly, these clay birds stopped falling and did not detonate. Observing the faint electric light on the clay bird, Deidara's face went black. No! I am a fledgling kid, how do you know to use lightning style to restrain my explosion style? Still so confident not to look back? What if it bursts? Sasori has a puppet to block the explosion, how about you? Deidara doubts seriously at this moment, is this person someone who has been a spy with him in the land of the earth in the past few years? When Chiyu's 2 knives turned and quickly turned towards Sasori, he did not move, even the puppets in front of him did not move. Chiyu is very vigilant, it is impossible that Sasori can't react, he is a genius. In an instant, a huge black blunt object blocked Sasori's body, and Chiyu immediately slowed down his sword in his own speed. Your own sword is not a treasure, and it may break in front of the sand and iron of 3rd Kazekage. Swish swish, Chiyu's light body was weirdly avoiding the 3-meter black sand iron bricks, and countless black gravels leaned toward Chiyu like bullets. Jingle bell. Rain Shinobi burst out with all his strength, and his body burst into thunder. Its speed seems to be very irregular, but the speed is very ultimate. Sasori has already appeared Fei Liuhu, revealing his young face, although he is still a puppet. Although the young Sharingan on the opposite side hadn't reached the level of threatening him, Sharingan and ultimate speed exploded, and it was already difficult for Fei Liuhilai to observe him. Whoosh! In an instant, Sasori opened his chest, countless chakra threads came out, and immediately opened dozens of puppets from the scroll. He also manipulates the Sasori tail and dozens of red-cloaked puppets who are often used by the Scarlet Husband to surround the Sharingan boy in black. Most of his attention is still on the side of guarding Sunin. Most of the puppets in 3rd Kazekage are arranged in positions. Defend there. And here in Sunin, Jiraiya turned his head mechanically and glanced at Tsunade, and saw Tsunade drinking ice wine calmly. For a while, he didn't know where to say it, so he turned his head in confusion. Orochimaru's eyes flashed brightly, and his tongue licked his mouth unconsciously. Things became more and more interesting. Uchiha has just been annihilated. If his brain is normal, he knows what the village is playing, but here Tsunade is with a Sharingan. Of course they would not think that Tsunade was controlled by this Sharingan. This young man was not worthy of his strength, even Mangekyo could not control Tsunade. Detonate the clay biplane. Deodara watched the black-clothed boy quickly fight with the dozen puppets operated by Sasori, and threw a few clay birds over. Shu, who, not surprisingly, Chiyu, who was rushing to the battle, took off the knife with his left hand for a second, and countless lightning-style senbons blocked Deodara's attack. Relying on Sharingan's insight and ultimate state of concentration, he solved the puppet that Sasori exquisitely manipulated with a few breaths, and rushed towards him. Suddenly, as soon as Sasori's main arm lifted, a violent flame was immediately ejected from the machine's mouth. The flame temperature was extremely high, and Chiyu quickly retreated. Shu, Sasori, who has many puppets, is too difficult to release this kind of densely packed thousands of books. It's a pity that I didn't learn Earth style, and I don't have any good defensive ninjutsu. I can only rely on agility to dodge. It seems that I have to practice some Earth style ninjutsu. Surgery. Lightning style go. Chiyu dodged and jumped close to Deodara, and immediately attacked the sand layer under his feet with the lightning style seemingly comical. Then a body flicker technique killed Deodara. At this moment, Deodara's mouth turned upturned, and his eyes exuded a strong horror. Because several of his attacks were quickly resolved by the black-clothed Sharingan boy lightning style, he quietly infiltrated clay mines and clay centipedes underground, waiting for the black-clothed boy who frequently jumped left and right to detonate when he passed by. Unexpectedly, he was eliminated by a lightning-style walk before he was ready to detonate. The world was really bad for his Zayadai. Chang Chiyu's blue thunderous figure passed Deodara like lightning and took his head away. Fire-style fighting out the arrow. Chiyu, who had just passed Deodara, did not pretend to put the knife in a posture, but quickly keyed and turned back and spouted a terrifying fire. In the sea of flames, a black shadow flew away, and the third Kaze cage puppet used Magnet-style's flying ability to take away Sasori and Deodara. And Deodara, not far from Chiyu's feet, has become a clay clone. Even if you're less than 13 years old, you're not a friendly person. Chiyu sighed with emotion. He has confidence in dealing with Deodara Chiyu, but I am afraid it is not Sasori's opponent. Currently, there is Sunin next to him, so he can't use it. Orochimaru, did you put us together? Tsunade asked, grabbing Orochimaru viciously by the collar. In Chiyu's memory, she naturally knew that after Orochimaru was seconded by Itaki, Sasori and Deodara were chased by Sasori and Deodara, an impure world reincarnation was played against Third Kaze Cage against Sasori's puppet, Third Kaze Cage. Third Kaze Cage was also pitiful. Sasori and Deodara came here by coincidence. It was definitely Orochimaru's weird, otherwise, with his concealment ability, almost no one would be able to find him. Unexpectedly boom without reasoning, Orochimaru lost his head again. The fact is, as Tsunade guessed, Orochimaru naturally knows Akatsuki's tracking these days, and deliberately lured the art duo over. It's just that it lacks some effects. He doesn't have the opportunity to show some things. He doesn't care about the eyes of others, let alone his own methods. He has only his own pure purpose, and tells everyone to mess with him Orochimaru, to weigh himself. It's a pity that they were all confused by Tsunade's violent temper. Although Akatsuki's effect has been achieved, how about Tsunade and Jiraiya? Orochimaru never thinks that the so-called transaction can be measured by friendship, and the gains and losses are always based on the benefits, unless your strength eats the other party. These are the things I will do next, Jiraiya. I will give you 2 years to go to Konoha, obediently put a good Konoha management rules and wait for the old lady to come to the top. One day my mother is in a bad mood and returns to Konoha, but if there is anyone who is not pleasing to the eye, Jiraiya, believe me, besides the teacher, there is one who is over 30 years old, I will kill one for you. The weak, poor, and helpless Jiraiya sat cross-legged and shivered. He looked up at Tsunade, who was holding her hair. Her huge chest almost covered her haki's leaky and fierce face. Standing condescendingly, with a condescending posture, the golden bangs on both sides made the fierce and gloomy eyes set off in the shadows. Jiraiya swallowed unconsciously, and for a while, his back became cold. As for Orochimaru, Tsunade snorted after seeing Jiraiya's performance, and walked up to Orochimaru indifferently. Faced with a pair of cold golden vertical snake pupil Orochimaru, who still kept his skin smiling, Tsunade picked up the collar of his white robe and said, as for you, Orochimaru, I hate smart people the most, especially men who are smarter than me men. Orochimaru heard this, with a non-smiling face, showing a real smile. The gloomy golden snake eyes looked at Haki's Tsunade, showing strong interest. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru for a short breath. Although Haki looked domineering, his eyes changed countless expressions: disgust, indifference, joy, expectation, disdain, worship, sigh, pity, etc. Orochimaru, it's unlucky for you to be stared at by me, perhaps for your horrified wisdom and talent. Now when I am still human, I will trade or cooperate with you, but one day you make me unhappy, you will be miserable. It is not the great men and gods that can change this absurd world, but the devil. You, the unqualified demon, look sad, pathetic, and ridiculous. In this sad world, many people fear death, poverty, strength, and failure. None of these threats can restrain you, who has no humanity. Even if you die, it will only make you start a life in another world with joy. After a pause, Tsunade continued, unfortunately, my old lady has several ways to make you so unqualified forever, sadly, ridiculously. Of course Orochimaru, the old lady is not an unreasonable person. If you want a horse to run, you have to give grass. Quietly tell you that even the power of an immortal may not be able to fulfill your long-cherished wish for eternal life. Immerse yourself in the narrow worldview, and bear with it for a few years, follow my old lady. My old lady will let you see what the sea stars are. You are a smart person, and I don't want to talk empty words to you. However, you, me, and people of this era are very poor and very lucky, Orochimaru, for the next 10 years, you must never die, otherwise, it will shock the world. Inside and outside the world of ninja you can't see the countless scenes of the city. Try to improve your strength, the lowest point is my grandfather's, otherwise even if you see the scenery outside the world, I am afraid it will only use the time of burning up your life to see the beginning. After Tsunade finished speaking, he looked at Orochimaru with a weird smile, took a sip of ice wine, and then looked back at the sun that was about to set. Don't get me wrong at this party, I didn't mean to disturb you. I am threatening you. You should be thankful that you have the value of being threatened. After a few more words, Tsunade left in a cool manner. Jiraiya was stunned and his eyes lost the light, and Uncle Snake was chuckling. The power of the immortal is too far away. Uncle Snake, let's be pragmatic. Uchiha believes you will find it first. That person has turned on Mangekyo. Pupil is the pupil technique of spacetime pupil technique and the ability of manipulating objects. Look for pupil technique first. Let us comprehend the power of time and space together, which will be of great use in the future. The wife's aura is too strong, and the three poor, weak, and helpless men waited for Tsunade to leave before Chiyu confessed. Then, see you now. Looking at the broken Jiraiya and the broken Uncle Snake, Chiyu touched his head embarrassedly, tilted his head slightly, barely showing a smiling face, and said goodbye to the two in embarrassment without losing a smile. The daughter-in-law's performance on the spot is a bit scary, which is different from what was discussed. Seeing that Chiyu was about to trot to chase Tsunade, the godless Jiraiya suddenly woke up. Senior Jiraiya, please speak. Chiyu turned around and said to Jiraiya, senpai or something, just, no need. Thinking about the appearance of Tsunade's haki just now, Jiraiya persuaded. Chiyu-kun, may I ask the future, what do you know? Jiraiya spoke, but intermittently, he didn't even know what he wanted to ask, but he felt a little anxious and confused. The great toad sage of the Holy Land is not willing to tell you, we won't tell you. Chiyu refused Jiraiya. What Tsunade worries most is Jiraiya, a person who has too much burden and hardly lives for himself, very pitiful. Ha ha ha, even if we are not collaborators, we are also businessmen, right? There is no product display, should I give some information? The stick was given to me, and it should be time to give sweet dates, rules, or compliance, right? Chiyu-kun. Orochimaru's eyes became brighter. The future is not Uncle Snake the wind blowing the windmill you want to see, but the raging storm disaster. The one you see in that organization is not even a chess piece, but just a puppet of someone else. I know that you are studying them, but I hope you are cautious, otherwise, you will not see the wonderful new life or destruction of the future world. Since his wife is forced to be so high, Chiyu naturally can't embarrass her daughter-in-law. After leaving, Chiyu looked back at Jiraiya and Jiraiya standing slightly in the distance, wondering if they recalled the fear of being dominated by Tsunade more than 20 years ago? I think Uncle Snake reluctantly helped Jiraiya bubble Tsunade, pretending to be a gangster intercepting Tsunade, but was vented by Tsunade, who lost money in gambling. Uncle Snake was so embarrassed and very experienced. Today's Uncle Snake looks as steady as an old dog, but he who doesn't do anything from start to finish may be as scared as he did in the past. Daughter-in-law, will you play off? It's a good thing to have a pattern, but if you go too far, you will be out. Chiyu ran to Tsunade and looked at Tsunade speechlessly. Oh, where is it possible? Jiraiya's stubborn criticism needs to shatter the senses he used to treat me, or he will stand opposite me sooner or later. Quality, wife, quality. My old lady has been holding back for decades, what's wrong with venting? This batch of stuff like worlds, you make me damn good. Tsunade muttered helplessly, taking the wine bottle in his hand and giving Chiyu a sip. Mount Mayaboku still needs Jiraiya to sit around. As for Orochimaru, the snake likes the truth the most. If you tell it now, don't worry about him now. When things come in the future, he will come together. Tsunade is rare. People who know Orochimaru well. With Chiyu's memory here, she also knows more about Orochimaru, and understands Orochimaru more. Girl, the old lady sees that your bones are unique, and you are an unparalleled waste of martial arts, so come and learn to be a queen with your old lady. As long as you sign this IOU, you will become the most handsome eldest sister in the ninja world. Save the task of the world depends on you, help me. In a hotel in the country of fire, a 14-year-old girl who has just stepped into the entertainment industry looked at the broad-minded golden-haired gentleman shiveringly, trying to stay calm, hesitating whether to squeeze the anti-wolf eye spray and the earrings come out. The black-clothed boy next to him covered his face in shame, showing no self-confidence. Since she took off her fat CI, her ethics has moved closer to Gensokyo, and she has been mumbling to Chiyu about who doesn't matter, the world is invincible. Until he hurried to the side, but respectfully called Mr. Tsunade, the director of the crew. The frightened Fuji KZE was stunned for a moment, and then carefully, looking forward to the holy golden angel in front of him. So, look, what a deceitful kawaii queen. In the luxurious private room of the hotel, Tsunade hugged the somewhat helpless Fuji Kazeki, or Fenghua Zyaksu, hooking his shoulders and back while pinching Fenghua Zyaksu's collagen face. Master Tsunade, call me Zyaksu, I'm not the queen yet. Fenghua Zyaksu replied somewhat cautiously. At the same time, she looked at Tsunade with fiery eyes. The IOU, or the contract, she signed without hesitation. Rewarded by the trains, snowmobiles and airship technology of the Snow Country, Tsunade helped her eliminate the usurpers of the Snow Country. She did not hesitate at all. From now on, you will be the queen. You must have the cultivation, temperament and decision-making that the queen should have. Also, don't limit yourself to the small closed country in the northwestern corner of the ninja world. Sister, I am ready to take you in the shinobi world to do something big. Tsunade gently stroked Fenghua Koyuki's head and said. Then they cried directly. Fenghua Zyaksu witnessed her favorite father being killed by her uncle who overwhelmed the country 6 years ago. After being rescued by Kakashi, she wandered for these years. She of Tsundere lived by herself and did not hide in the mighty Konoha village. The country's daimyo lives there as a guest. I have tasted all the flavors of life since I was a child, and now I saw Tsunade who had seen through all her disguise. She let go of the final stalemate, and, believing it, she cried with Tsunade in her arms. Tsunade hugged her lightly, stroking her hair comforting, and looked at Chiyu who was also surprised. He didn't expect it to be so easy to capture this little queen. Sister Tsunade, what you just said about us is more than 3 of us, right? After a while, the two happily sisters chatted while eating. As for Chiyu, when his wife teases his sister, does he dare to be verbose? Of course it's us. Do you know the witch of the country of ghosts? The king of the country of ghosts. I have contacted her before, and we are going to wait for her to come. We will see a queen again. Then we will be here. Everyone thinks that the northwestern part of the impoverished ninja world is blooming with its brilliance and brilliance. Maiko? Queen? Subsequently, Tsunade ate and drank boldly while planning some blueprints for Fenghua Zyaksu in recent years. Fenghua Zyaksu, who had just been abducted into the organization, his eyes became brighter and brighter. At that time, my old lady no, sister, I will take over Hokage, and then hook up with Mizukage and Kirigakure, the country of water. At that time, we women will teach the whole world of ninja, let everyone help us translate. What damn name is surprise? Fenghua Zyaksu heard the blood spurting, longing for it. Xiao Claw couldn't help shaking twice. G the table. Well, I think we will first study how to improve the technical issues most efficiently. Do you need to be abducted again? Oh no, we will cooperate with a few scientists to make the product good, and then we will be able to make a beautiful battle. Chiyu felt that it was better to give Fenghua Zyaksu some difficulties and problems. Don't keep telling her about her dreams. What if you get rid of it or you have some setbacks? Lulan Sala is okay. As for Terumi Mei, Summer Star or something, let alone cooperation, you are unknown if you ignore it. Long-winded, we are the leaders. In this regard, we will open up the policy and give it some benefits. Most of them are not people to study? Most of them are not workers doing things? Now Tsunade's loyal little girl, Fenghua Zyaksu nodded without hesitation. Chiyu, over there in Snow Country, you have a trip. After eating, the 3 people in the hotel and living room were chatting and discussing. Tsunade finally said to Chiyu, if the king wants to return, there must be a ceremony, even if it is now a country that has been usurped. The Snow Country must have a representative to welcome Fenghua Zyaksu back to kick the usurper down, and this is what the people's popularity will be. No problem, daughter-in-law, I invite you to my room before leaving to talk about some details. I just recognized Kawai's sister today, so I can't bear to leave Zyaksu-jian. It's okay, this silly Badian was tricked into the thief ship and can't run away. Chiyu came over to hold his wife and returned to the room, leaving Fenghua Zyaksu with a dazed look. The Snow Country is the most remote small country in the ninja world. Located in the northwest corner of the ninja world, it is in the snow and ice all year round, and only in this era when it is very backward, the Fenghua family has been thinking about giving spring to the Snow Country for generations. If this is placed on the blue star, the tourists from my great celestial dynasty can step on the snow in their country. However, their geographic location is indeed terrible. The north is an uninhabited area and the sea with ice and snow, and the west is a colder glacier. The eastern part is the land, which seems to be very close to the big country, but in fact separated by a thick, high, and insurmountable mountain range. It belongs to the kind of ghost place that the ninja can't get out even if it enters. And the only south that is connected is the same poor ghost country. Snow Country uses geographical location to explain what is called autism. Of course, this is Chiyu's view. For this world, because of the geographical environment, the snow country can stay there safely, without the chaos like the rain country and other small countries, and it doesn't need to be like the forest country mountain. The country of the vortex has the disaster of annihilation like the country of the vortex. As for the usurper's throne, royal family affairs, is it a matter of civilians? I haven't heard of any tyranny in Fenghua and Rage. If it wasn't that Fenghua and Rage's location was not correct and not suitable for business partners, in fact, Qiyu would be more inclined to him, not because he was worried that Fenghua Xiaoxiu's eldest sister would take love with a knife, but Fenghua Rage was more obsessed with technology and value. Larger. But since his wife wanted to sacrifice him to heaven, Qiyu had no plans to imprison him for research. Instead, he rushed all the way quickly and quietly found the San Teifu. This guy is Fenghua Xiaoxiu's loyal father Fenghua Xiaoxiu, and secretly accumulating forces against Fenghua and Raging Waves. Qiyu found him and took out Fenghua Xiaoxiu's token, indicating that he would deal with this matter, and then come out to be with Fenghua Xiaoxiu for a period of time, so that he could just assault the snow country. It's a crying cry for Santa Fu. It's not easy to raise money these years. I thought I would wait a few years to raise enough money for Konoha to release the commission. I didn't expect that my queen was tied to her thigh outside. There are thousands of exquisite towers in Lulin, and in the exquisite tower of Yamato in the center, Shinji, the courtier of Queen Sarah, is busy, directing the attendants to serve drinks and dishes. The brows that have not been stretched for a long time are very overflowing today. Over the years, Lulin's magnificent building has made them very worried. After all, they often go around to satisfy the people of Lulin, and naturally they know how chaotic the neighborhood is. Even as desolate as here, the gorgeous buildings in Lulin have been discovered recently. How can a nation without much power protect all this? But now there is no need to worry about all of this. The Maiko from the Kingdom of Ghosts and the Princess Tsunade from Konoha Village have arrived, and all of this can be solved. Come here, and celebrate our team's first gathering. Tsunade shouted boldly at the huge table. At the seats, Tsunade, Maithreya, Sarah, Fenghua Koyuki, Uzumaki Maiko, Chiyu, Shizun, Nanoyu and Yakushi Kabuto were seated. Shinji also came over and helped bring 3 children, Xiao Xianlin and Xiao Shiwen, and Sarah's daughter Xiao Qinyu, and the Santa Fu also stood behind Fenghua Xiaoxiu with a look of joy. Since Tsunade hooked up with Fenghua Xiaoxiu, he notified Maithreya, and then they went to Lulin together. After having a good chat with each other, Tsunade asked Shizun in the short book street to come over. One day after Chiyu came back from the snow country, the 3 wives also arrived. Everyone sighed with emotion of Lulin's thousands of exquisite towers, and looked forward to the next development. After eating and drinking, Shinji led the attendants to clean up, put melons and fruits, and then went out to play with Santa Fu and the 3 children. Now that everyone knows everything, Lulin will serve as our important base from now on. From the perspective of location, the east can be connected to the country of fire, the west is the area we are about to develop, and the north is connected to the bird. The geographical position is also very advantageous. When we succeed, it will be convenient to develop from here to the entire ninja world. In terms of technology, there are not only ready-made ones, but also continue to improve. Since we are going to do something big, we have to show our force, so by the way, we will solve the crisis that Sarah is facing this time. Tsunade stroked through what to do next. To gain a reputation, a few nearby scum forces are not enough. It just so happens that there is Tsunagakure's shadow in this incident. Otherwise, in the animation, a place as big as Lulin would not be so completely broken. Now that they know that there is Tsunagakure's dark hand, Tsunade and the others will step on Tsunagakure. The details here and how to seduce more Sand Shinobi over will be what Chiyu and Kabuto will do. The direction is planned, and the next step is the welfare time. Kabuto, a genius, after being exposed to the energy of Greer, he began to practice according to the immortality cultivation method that Tsunade told him, and he was able to absorb natural energy very quickly. He immediately used Katsuyu as a liaison, accepted Kabuto as a student, and gave the summoning contract from the Wetbone Forest. After a few months, with Katsuyu's help, Kabuto not only completed Sage Mode, but also used medical knowledge with Yaneayu and Shizun, developed a variety of usages of Greer energy, healing, diluting cultivation. Now Tsunade has even taught him regenerative ninjutsu, hoping that they can study the physical activity, so that it can not only strengthen themselves, but also better practice immortality and transplant cells. Under Tsunade's persuasion, Sarah began to practice frantically. Neither she nor Fenghua Xiaoxiu had the qualifications to become ninjas, but they could become strong with the Greer energy. As long as you control them well, don't let them become weird forms. Several people also visited the place where Namikaze Minato sealed the dragon veins and felt the power of the vast dragon veins below. Tsunade decided to work hard to promote Sarah's growth. When she could absorb the dragon vein energy one day, it would be at least not worse than the perfect Jinchuriki. With a big wave of Tsunade's hand, Kabuto and Shizun distributed the Greer energy that Kabuto and Shizun had studied to everyone. Not only did they work hard on their own practice and study, but Sarah and Methraya's subordinates also began to practice with the Greer energy. Tsunade Chiyu took Kabuto and Nanoyo to the country of rain. Kabuto, who has Sage Mode, can already perceive White Zetsu. Several people want to capture White Zetsu. After all, this is a very good experimental subject. Well, how can I get the White Zetsu body and the cells of the Gadu statue? After Kabuto and Nuyu went to work, Tsunade murmured. This is probably difficult. The White Zetsu body seems to be integrated with Black Zetsu most of the time. It is difficult to deal with. After all, it has existed for thousands of years. The Gadu statue, let alone winning or not winning Nagato, it is also possible to win. It's not necessarily that he will come out summoning. Well, don't worry about it. If you understand the basics, you won't be able to run anyway, Tsunade said, but she had some plans in her mind. One day later, the four of them still couldn't find White Zetsu, but Rain Shinobi Village was enveloped by Nagato's Rain Tiger Free technique, and they did not dare to sneak in. Afterwards, there was only Chi Rain with a mask, revealing that 3 Tomo Sharinan had injured the Rain Shinobi Village ninja who went out. Sure enough, several White Zetsu quickly dived, and Itaki and Kisame followed White Zetsu from a distance. According to Kabuto's perception of Sage Mode, several people easily captured 2 White Zetsu who were confident in their concealment ability. Looking at the Itaki in the distance, Tsunade snorted softly, and then the 4 quickly left. For Itaki, Tsunade is very complicated. The grievances of the ancestors have accumulated to this generation. Not only that, there are multiple black hands behind. Tsunade could only sigh. If she were Itaki, maybe her attitude towards Konoha would be more extreme. For Konoha, who can enjoy peace now, at least thank Itake for his righteousness. However, after he arrived at the Akatsuki organization, he really didn't do anything, otherwise Asuma would not die in the original book. Facing the Akatsuki organization, the ninja world would not pay such a high price. When things were done here, Tsunade and Nanoya took White Zetsu to Tenokuni to find Orochimaru. After Chiyu and Kabuto came back, they went to Tsunagakur. Before Kabuto spent some time, he has roughly fiddled with several scum forces near Lulin. This time Chiyu and Kabuto came to Tsunagakur, not simply to provoke Tsunagakur to come to Lulin to deliver food, to start the Tsunade team's name, and to help 4th Kazekage Luosha. Yes, it was to help him. Now that the name of the country of the wind has cut off Tsunagakur's military expenses, he can only live on the meager commissioned gold and Luosha's magnet-style dust. Don't always complain about how Luosha died in the original novel. Except for Orochimaru's sneak attack, people have already turned their strength into money. What do you want from him? Moreover, Tsunagakur not only has many rebels, but also has many internal parties. This time, looking at Lulin, Luosha's acquiescent subordinates quietly proceeded. How does this work? The task of Chiyu and Kabuto was to let Fuyi of the attacker know and let him come over and make trouble. Lulin's magnificent buildings and the mysterious and powerful dragon vein energy must be made clear to Fuyi. It is only for him to go over and kill him to establish his power. The rest depends on whether Luosha can be a human being. The lack of such a Fuyi is enough for him to gather Tsunagakur. Tsunade hadn't planned to attack Tsunagakur from the beginning, but had to help them develop. Amidst the doubts of a few wage earners, Tsunade said that the richer these people are, the more they can make more money for these people. In this way, mutual benefit can allow many forces in the ninja world to join and maintain this alliance together, so as to do more things. Tsunagakur is located in the eastern part of the Kingdom of Wind, but due to the huge size of the country, it is actually far away from the other places. Therefore, when 3rd Kazekage disappeared, the reckless man of 3rd Reikage traveled all the way from the northeastern peninsula, across the country of frost, the country of Unokuni, the country of fire, the country of grass, the country of rain, and the country of Kaze, and so on came to fight the most southwestern Tsunagakur. This what Sao operation, it is impossible to say that there is no purpose, such a thing as distant and close attack. It is so difficult that the ninja world that has been chaotic for thousands of years does not understand. In fact, as I said before, they were all deliberately provoking war, because Cloud Shinobi Village barely participated in the Second Ninja War, so their stored combat power was relatively strong. If you don't fight, the country's name will not give you military spending. After all, it's peaceful, so why waste military spending? The current Tsunagakur has a difficult time, the name is economic sanctions, and there are few tasks. It's no wonder that Luosha will agree to Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan in 4 years, and take a gamble. Tsunagakur is surrounded by a circle of high natural dams. Except for a slit in the main entrance, Tsunagakur is almost impossible to enter. Of course, the air raid in Xiao Di's original works is an exception. This is what ninja is like now. There is no air force and natural air defense is inferior. I don't know why Konoha learned how to create science and technology and develop the air force after he destroyed the Kingdom of the Sky during World War II. As an experienced spy, Kabuto travels across the ninja villages of various countries. If it weren't for Danzo's troubles, he would never fail. so Chiyu honestly followed him and easily entered Tsunade. Because the current Tsunade really needs businessmen, tourists and clients so much, it is almost eager to make investigations and let people go in. Kabuto waved his hand even more and asked a guard ninja to be a guide, buying experimental equipment everywhere. Tsunade puppet technique is very developed, so there are a lot of experimental equipment, high quality, and affordable. On the other hand, Chiyu commissioned some powerful puppetry and sculptors, and used valuable materials to help him build a lot of hands. Lao Zi couldn't afford it in his previous life. He was all paper people. Now let's talk about addiction. Nine tails beasts in Hokage, Shinsu Senju, Susanoo, and summoning beasts in the three Holy Lands. There are pesticide heroes, canyon heroes, Gundam, Ultraman, monsters, saints, giants, heroes, angel succubus, Pokemon, etc. It took a long time to draw Chiyu. When Chiyu is over here, Kabuto has come back speechlessly, and he has already done everything. Fuyi took people to Luasha for a while, and the village exuded a lot of vitality. He quietly left the village with a lot of people, and Kabuto is still waiting for Chiyu with speechless hope. The guide who led Chiyu and Kabuto felt that the local tyrants were so real, and they took good care of the two money-spreading tyrants. When reading this document on Luasha's desk, he moved left and right with the unimportant document. Nothing was arranged for these two tourists, but Luosha thought of a way to make money. Look at how beautiful these custom-made figures are made by this customer. If Tsunade expands the business and sells them to the world, will they suffer less of their own gold sand? Then Kabuto looked at the Q-version tsunade that Chiyu loved so much. He thought for a while and asked the same engraver to help him make the Q-version Yakushi. Brother Dai, your filial piety has deteriorated. Chiyu patted Kabuto's shoulder and said with some emotion. In the original book, you are not close to female S*X to the bloggers. It's not because of this, right? No way? No way? Chiyu rubbed his chin, thinking that Yanaya was also a first-class stunning beauty. Could it be really bad? Kabuto looked at Chiyu suspiciously, feeling inexplicable, thinking about not paying attention to Chiyu. I heard that Uchiha is sick, just in case. Brothers are interested, although you are only 15 years old, but your brother supports you, come on, Chiyu said. There is a high probability that Yanaya will not be able to cultivate his wife's 100 healings mark to maintain his youth, but Greer can be studied energy. Besides, with Kabuto's wisdom, you can transplant white Zetsu cells sooner or later, let alone worry about it. If you can get Chakra Dan from the Itsutsuki clan in the future, it will be even more fun. Ha! What's the oil? It's nothing, I wish you an early soak in Yanaya. Oh, pow. Dean? What is this? Well, I'm a wife's figure, to give her a gift to make her happy, and you also did Yanaya's figure, doesn't that mean? Boy, be brave, try to pursue happiness. Chiyu also through Kabuto's expression, he knew that he had misunderstood him. But young people, help, in case it succeeds. Pattern Kabuto was horrified for 10,000 years. The item in his hand fell to the ground with a look of horror. He didn't mean that. When Chiyu went out, looking at the scorching sun above his head, he felt that the world was so beautiful. The original novel Yanaya was lonely all his life and gave all his tenderness to the orphanage. Kabuto's lifelong obsession is only Nooyu, and his fate allows him to spend eternity in memory. He is doing good deeds now. Boom! On the next night, Chiyu and Kabuto, who were on their way to Lulin, watched in horror at the sky that looked like a blazing sun. A huge blue mushroom cloud exploded, and countless air currents swept through, and then shook in the dragon. There was a groaning roar. Chiyu and Kabuto looked at each other in a circle, and rushed forward immediately. After a while, a violent hurricane hit the two people dozens of miles away, and they hid on the back slope for a while. When the storm subsided, the two people continued on their way. Don't you just wait for a day to do things slowly? How come Liwei's business started so early? When Chiyu and Kabuto hurried to Lulin, most of the people in Lulin were cleaning. Tsunade Mathreya and others were watching shockingly with telescopes on the very edge of the tower. A few kilometers away, a huge crater nearly 1 kilometer long appeared there, and countless dust around it had not yet dispersed, and under the clear moonlight of the sky, clouds of clouds were lifted in all directions. In the nearby Lulin, although the high tower is of good quality and has not been affected by the disaster, many windows and greenery have been swept by the shockwave, and countless dust and sand fell, and there were no dormant Lulin people who were all cleaning. Although it was a sleepless night and although busy, the hundreds of Lulin people cheered and were very happy. This shocking roar declared that now Lulin would no longer dare to provoke him. Super Sorcerer God Jade. After Chiyu and Kabuto arrived at Tsunade and the others, they whispered Mathreya's powerful technique. Fu Yi is a very direct and efficient person. I heard that Lulin are almost ordinary people, and hundreds of tribesmen have thousands of exquisite towers, dragon veins stronger than the power of the tail beast. He started from Luasha, who was covering up, and wanted to do it in an upright manner, and went straight to Lulin. Being bet by Sarah Mathreya and Tsunade a few kilometers away, he doesn't care about the maiden, and Tsunade is a little scared. But he was not only with the Fei monk who could control the tail beast, but also knew that Tsunade had a panic attack. After some trials, he decided to come hard. Sure enough, Tsunade was terrified of blood and moved back to Lulin. Since the two sides had smashed their faces and the Maiko Tsunade was there, Fuyi was even more convinced that there was a treasure. As for whether it will cause a war, to put it ugly, Tsunade is almost time to start a war. If they can get the benefits and go back, even if the war is started, the ninjas in the village will support it. But suddenly changed into the witch god mode, Maitreya, who was dazzling with blue light all over, flew up, and Fuyi paused for a while. Although he didn't retreat, he didn't make a move. In the end, he fought for a while. Fei attacked and used Xian Chu Lizi in an attempt to seal Maitreya. After Maitreya evaded easily, he flew to Lulin, and when he looked back, he threw the super sorcerer Jade and completely responded to Tsunade's policy, which was to use the strongest attack to stand up. Then, the power exceeded everyone's expectations. In fact, Maitreya used his full strength for the first time. However, the effect has been achieved, and now it is not only Tsunade in the 4 weeks. The news that Lulin even Tsunade intervened in the secret treasure was accurately distributed by Yanaya to several forces. There were many spies nearby. After tomorrow, it will be known to the world. Well, this power is comparable to a normal-tailed beast bomb, Chiyu murmured, and then attracted a crowd of people. What? Such a shocking scene is just the power of the ordinary tailed beast bomb? This has spread to a radius of 10 miles. Indeed, Tsunade nodded slightly, too. The general tailed beast bomb is definitely not as powerful as this, unless it is a huge tailed beast bomb that is 100 meters in size by the tail beasts. Husband and wife connect their hearts. Tsunade naturally knows what Chiyu means, nothing more than reminding a few people that this is a small scene. Back then, my grandfather and Uchiha Madara. So Tsunade briefly described what Chiyu remembered about the battle between the grandfather and Uchiha Madara and the scenes of the Fourth World War. Directly let a group of people shut down, Maitreya secretly squeezed his fists, and decided to work harder to become stronger. Then everyone didn't care about the number of night owls nearby, as long as they didn't enter Lulin. Chiyu gave a few beautiful tailed beast dolls and magical girl figures to Xionlin and the 3 little girls to play. Tsunade looked at the hundreds of figures in Chiyu's hands, most of them were nerds and goddesses, and immediately became angry. Finally, looking at a few of her own Q version of the figure, she did not smoke Chiyu on the spot. Several hundred figures were confiscated by her, some were given to 3 children, and only some of them were not beautiful girls like Ultraman. Hand to do. Hey, Kabuto, don't you give the gift to Nanoya yet, Kabuto said in horror. What can I do if I suffer? Under Chiyu's reminder, everyone looked at Kabuto curiously, which made Kabuto's face changed, his body trembling slightly, and he tremblingly took out Yanaya's figure. Kabuto breathed a sigh of relief when everyone gathered around Yanaya's hand to make comments, and Chiyu didn't say anything nonsense. Chiyu looked at Kabuto's hopeless appearance and snorted, naive. Women are the most emotional. In this group of women, which ghost hasn't seen Kabuto's appearance different from usual? It's just that Kabuto is too embarrassed, and Nooyu is a senior, so it's not easy to tease. Now Tsunade has decided to use Lulin's gorgeous thousands of towers as an important base for the next transportation alliance. At that time, Shizun, Kabuto, Nanu and Uzumaki Maiko will be stationed here all year round, and they will not worry about what will happen. Moreover, Maitreya, the maiden, is very idle and can communicate frequently. Littleshin has just found a friend and will always be here. Now that Tsunade gives enough Greer energy, take some time, Lulin's guards can quickly gain Genin level strength, and those with good talents may reach Genin level. As for the level of Hyde and his subordinates such as the animation, it may take some time and talented talents. Of course, with Greer's energy blending with chakra practice, it is not difficult to want a group of basic military forces. Especially the few people with good strength, except for the little help of Maitreya's level, everyone relied on Greer's energy, and they all had a lot of improvement. Today, Kabuto is very busy. He wants to start learning all kinds of knowledge from Orochimaru, what cell transplantation, cloning technology, etc. He wants to transplant while studying White Zetsu. On the morning of the 3rd day, Luosha brought 2 guards to Lulin in a very official manner, and very sincerely apologized to Sarah, Maitreya and Tsunade, and declared that this was something that the internal hawks were hiding from him. Tsunade didn't mean to bully him either. After a few words, he asked them to issue an official announcement, and Tsunade was free for Sarah to entrust a few times. I didn't expect it to happen now. Routine summoning about Katsuyu to learn about what happened in other places. This time Tsunade received the news that it was from the island of summoning, Kaneaka, that the ultimate summoning beast was still running away. Oh? There is no loss, right? Chiyu asked while driving the Sherinan to make the figure. Katsuyu's avatar saw Tsunade's Q version of the figure and liked the kawaii slug on it, so Tsunade bought some white jade, and now the two are busy getting Katsuyu's portrait figure. Don't worry, Kaneaka is still sensitive. Summoning Katsuyu's clone. Although he can't defeat the monster, it's not a problem to protect them from escape. Katsuyu doesn't have many methods of attack, just spitting acid. But the healing ability and defense ability are very strong. The group of people, are you going to let them stay on Summoning Island, or call here to study technology first? Let's see what they choose. Tsunade looked pretty open. She only cared about the incense of the fire. Without being taught, she had awakened the chic adamantine sealing chains early, and she was so talented. Katsuyu, do you think it's okay? Do you need to improve it? Chiyu handed the delicate Katsuyu figure completed in his hand to the Katsuyu separation, asking for its opinion. Why? Well, watching Katsuyu's split body holding self joyfully, Chiyu obediently shut up. Afterwards, Chiyu still miscalculated, carrying his daughter-in-law on a load of several hundred kilograms, and hurried along the border of this bare country. Chakra could not be used for help, and he could not shake too much, which would affect the daughter-in-law to sleep on his back. Looking at Chiyu, who was almost fainted in the bathtub, Tsunade was very satisfied to help him massage and soothe his body. Seeing his daughter-in-law saw that her eyes were getting more and more wrong, Chiyu also gave her a blank look. The flesh and blood blended together, it really blended flesh and blood. When sending the energy of White Zetsu and Greer to Orochimaru, Tsunade asked Orochimaru to extract her cells and prepare them, and when he came back, he gave Chiyu a shot. Hashirama cells and White Zetsu cells are too advanced. Before Orochimaru can study them thoroughly, Tsunade naturally did not dare to give it to Chiyu. Although her blood is not as good as that of her grandfather Senju Hashirama, she is relatively prominent among the Senju clan, so she gave Chiyu a shot first. In a few days, Chiyu practiced frantically, frequently creating cell destruction and regeneration, allowing Greer's energy and Tsunade's cell genes to quickly fuse themselves. The body that had been strengthened by Greer's energy for a few months has now gone further. The survival of the fittest in the body is obvious. Under Chiyu's frantic destruction and regeneration, metabolism has been rapidly accelerated, and the genes of Tsunade Yang attribute have begun to take root in his body. During this period of time, the transplanted Tsunade cells have been digested, and the newborn cells have begun to divide her genetic cells, so Sherinan has also been gifted and has been significantly enhanced. Tsunade noticed that the effect was good, and he was ready to finish the work in the country of bears, and then he would take a look after returning. The fusion of yin and yang, the power of all phenomena, the stone monument left by the sage of 6 paths of the Uchiha family. I am afraid that the original intention was to combine the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan to not only gain stronger strength, but also to resolve the contradictions between the two parties. Pity. Tsunade murmured, the situation in the ninja world for thousands of years is sad and ridiculous. The inexplicable education of the Otsutsuki family has affected thousands of years. Now that Senju has fallen, Uchiha has fallen, and now the two are still combined, together with Chiyu's memory of Blue Star's 3 views and thinking horizons. Tsunade is confident to change the fate of ninja for thousands of years. Remember to send the soul of Indra Ashura to the Pure Land in the future. Forward. Thinking of this, Tsunade became angry again. My high-speed rail plane, my internet, my spaceship, daughter-in-law, I'm tired. 1 second while looking at Tsunade, he was drooling while looking at him, and the next second he shook himself like a dead person. Chiyu felt that it was time to rest and was too sleepy. Tired? Don't move you. Every husband is not guilty, and he is guilty of his crime. After crossing a huge yellow poisonous fog canyon, Tsunade and Chiyu stood far away and looked at Zingren village. After all, they rely too much on the achievements of their predecessors, instead of trying to develop and improve the practice system. Chiyu said, 200 years ago, a star fell here. A few decades ago, the first-generation star shadow created the peacock magic method through the star, which allowed it to occupy a place in the entire ninja world. He even called himself a shadow, a title that only the heads of the 5 ninja villages could have. It's a pity that no one bird them, and even wanted to grab them. To be honest, if they perfect the cultivation of the stars, remove the side effects, and rely on the magic of the peacock, they might really become the 6th largest forbearance village. Among other things, the energy of the magical beast of the peacock's magic method can not only attack and defend, but also fly with wings. With the performance of the summer star, not to mention that it can resist the tail beast, at least it has no problem with the large summoning beast. The bear country is located in many small countries in the northwestern part of the ninja world, between the snow country and the ghost country and Lulin. This time Chiyu Tsunade came to find a worker. Now Star Ninja Village has stopped using stars to practice cultivation for nearly 6 years. Almost all ninjas of the older generation have passed away due to illness. In addition, there have been many other forces trying to grab stars, so their strength has dropped to a trough, and 4 years later, it has been reduced to a low point. Go to Kanaha village to issue guard orders. It's a pity that Kabuto didn't come. Even if we knew that Xia Xing was in the Valley of Poisonous Mist, it would be difficult to find her. Chiyu said that the collaborator that Tsunade was looking for this time was not the undead 3rd-generation star, nor was it ambition. The thriving red star is the summer star that is suspended for 10 years. You became like her son Subaru, and then I was beaten all the way in the canyon. I don't believe she can't come out. Daughter-in-law, do you see what you are talking about? Long-winded. Is it okay to use shadow clone? You try. Bang Chiyu, who succumbed to his wife's lustful prestige, turned from heart to a black-haired, brown-eyed boy. That kid is only 11 or 12 years old now. What have you become? Tsunade called out. When a mysterious man with a gas mask attacked Tsunade, Chiyu was dying. His wife said it was to exercise his fighting ability. It turned out that Jiraiya said it was true that he was almost killed. Chiyu changed back to his body and gratefully glanced at Xia Xing here. I said he was not your Pleiades, he just tricked you out of it. This, Xia Xing was dumbfounded. She usually moves a little bit at night and hears the noise. She saw a woman in green and blonde clothes beating a teenager until she saw the 11 or 12-year-old black-haired and green-eyed teenager. Xia Xing suddenly went crazy. Isn't this his son who often peeped from afar? Putting on the mask directly, Ji Yin rushed out. Tsunade looked at the purple energy nearly 10 meters in Xia Xing's body here, and looked at it with interest. I don't know what Tsunade-sama is looking for. Xia Xing took off the gas mask, revealing her black hair and green eyes. She was still young and looked at Tsunade with some respect. She was just a few years old, Tsunade, who was closely connected to the Ninja World War II and 3 World Wars, and she was a person who grew up listening to the story of Tsunade since she was a child. Immediately Chiyu took out the tables, chairs, and fruits from the seal scroll, and Tsunade chatted with Xia Xing. For Tsunade's desire to build a railway in the northwest region of Ninja and create cross-border transportation, Xia Xing was very shocked. Can Tsunade-sama really solve the disadvantages caused by the stars? Xia Xing looked at Tsunade hopefully. Regarding transportation, she agreed with 100 and didn't want her to spend any money. Just put in a little effort. She didn't dare to guarantee safety in other places, but to protect the railways in the Bear Country, she felt that Xingren village could still do it. Xia Xing was even more surprised when she heard Tsunade felt that third-generation star shadow was old, and Qi Xing was displeased with her eyes. Look at your situation first. Tsunade didn't care. In the original book, she could heal the disease of the body being corroded by the stars. In fact, before coming, Chiyu Tsunade and the two had guessed that Xingren can use the special energy of the stars to strengthen his chakra, so that his body would be eroded by the stars. The high probability is that the control force is not good, and the body's ability to bear it is not good. Xia Xing is a rare genius with strong control ability, so he is not only strong, but also lasts for so long. In the next few days, Tsunade used Greer energy to slowly resolve the erosion of Xia Xing's dying body. The source of life energy is not a joke. But this is a symptom, not a cure. Tsunade is also reluctant to use Greer energy for her all the time. Although she uses it a few more times to strengthen her body, she might be able to withstand this energy. But it's not in Tsunade's interests, and she is not here to do good deeds entirely. If it's okay to just help Xia Xing, she can't help everyone who relies on Xing Xing for cultivation, right? So Tsunade suggested that she create a physical activation technique to increase physical strength and counteract the damage caused by stars. He also taught her part of regenerative ninjutsu, as well as some of the Greer energy modulated by Kabuto. I hope she will go back, restart Xing's practice, and work hard to create vitality techniques. Tsunade didn't give her much time. If the railroad connects to the Bear Country and she hasn't met Tsunade's requirements, then Tsunade will come to take away the stars and the peacock magic. No one can stop it. The sweet jujube is given, and a stick is indispensable. How can you be motivated without pressure? The peacock technique of Xingnan village, the talent of the fairy clan and the temple of fire, the magical use of this energy is really magical. Sooner or later, I have to study it for an early flight. On the way back, Tsunade muttered, Xia Xing's flying wings are too dazzling, too convenient. Slowly develop, deepen the relationship between summer stars, study it sooner or later, and get a litter of wage earners. If Star Ninja Village is on the right track, then the entire northwest of Ninja World, Tsunade can do whatever it wants. The cooperation of several not weak forces will make it easier to attract investment in various places here in the future. When the matter was settled, the two returned to Lulin, and Fenghua Xiaoxiu should also return to China. Although there are ninjas in this world, there are countless cheap labors, and railways are built quickly. But it can't be turned on immediately at the beginning, it has to be done step by step. First, Fenghua Xiaoxiu took the position and changed the snow country policy, and then built short-distance railways in the Ghost Country and Lulin, and at the same time actively invited senior officials from various countries to visit the railway in the Snow Country, and then talk about the benefits. Only after getting more partners and investors can we start building, otherwise there is really no money to repair now. Moreover, there is no official government policy, it is really difficult to work, but as long as the word official is used, it is much more convenient to find investment in business. When the two returned to Lulin, they took away Ziluo who had been looking for a long time. The 9-year-old child was very easy to deceive. They were also poor in the northern part of the Wind Country. Knowing the name of Tsunade, Ziluo's parents were also very happy. Let Tsunade take Zi Luo away. Ha! Restart Seeing's cultivation. Senju Tsunade helped us solve the problem of body erosion. Third generation Star Shadow looked at Xia Xing in shock. Happiness came too fast. As for the cooperation and the threats of Tsunade, third generation Star Shadow didn't care about it, and everyone gave a solution. If we can't finish it, we don't need her to grab it. Let's give it a hand. Anyway, the Star Ninja Village is getting weaker and weaker, and keeping the star is hot. And third generation Star Shadow has confidence in the Peacock magic method, but only solves the side effects. If the negative situation caused by Seeing is really resolved, then the shadow of Xingrenken, maybe there will be a day when it will become more normal. Third generation Xingying rejected the medicine Xia Xing gave him to repair his body. He is old and will not live for a few years. Leave it to young people. It's just a pity that it was a few years late and Summer Star's husband, Firefly, couldn't catch up. So the third generation Star Shadow immediately held a meeting to celebrate the return of Summer Star, saying that it was arranged to go out in Summer Star to find solutions to the negative effects of star cultivation. Now it succeeded after encountering Tsunade. At this time, Xia Xing, who was holding her son Subaru, was so happy that she knew that Tsunade had risen to fame recently, and she was friends with the maiden, and even saved Lulin together. Mathreya, the maiden, shocked the entire ninja world with her nuclear explosion. Xia Xing, like everyone in the ninja world, was shocked by the humanoid-tailed beast Mathreya. Mathreya, how powerful is the maiden? But I also believe more about what Tsunade plans to do next. If the kind of transnational fast transportation can be really established, then Star Ninja Village will develop better. After all, the budget given by the Bear Country daimyo is pitifully small, let alone commission tasks. Chang a blue slash passed by, and the three Swaren wearing grey chakra armors in front of him immediately avoided. Nearly 100 meters away, the crescent slashed. Chiyu nodded secretly, not in vain of these days of hard cultivation. However, he rushed to the back and got cold, and Chiyu took the knife in a shameless manner. Since transplanting his daughter-in-law's cells, the daughter-in-law has begun to strongly demand that he play strange powers, and Chiyu is not allowed to start Sharinon unless he has to. In the snow car behind, through the window, Fenghua Xiaoxiu, Tsunade, Mathreya, Sarah, Huo Naoxiang and more than a dozen people, even Xia Xing Sang, were invited to come. They didn't bother to do it, and arrived at the rainbow crystal wall of Fenghua's secret treasure. Before, they deliberately disclosed the information to Fenghua Radao, seduce him, and then the thug Chiyu took the place. There are a few people here, and their faces are very bad. It was hard to hear that little snow princess, who had fled for many years, came back, and they hurried over. Just following Master Fenghua and Rage's instructions, he came down to capture the enemy, and before he could speak, he slashed in front of him. Winter Bear. Kill him, Lanja Swabeo said gloomily. Hearing this, Hail Dongxiang rushed out on the skateboard. Halfway through, a claw shot at Chiyu from the device on his right wrist. Then in their surprise, Chiyu directly slapped the claw with his left hand, and rushed towards Dongxiang swiftly. Weird power punch. Dongxiang was surprised, and then his heavy right arm faced the boy in front of him. He is known for his brute force, and with the increase of chakra armor, he is not afraid of a ninja. Boom! A burst of air exploded. Hail and Winter Bear's savage face, in the horrified eyes, his right arm was directly folded, and he flew back with his armor. His Chiyu shook his hand and took a deep breath, his hand still aching. Even if she was urged by his wife Tenten to practice her strange powers, but the time was too short, and the body had not fully transformed into Senju's physique. Therefore, the current strange force fist is in its form but not in its quality, let alone its god. However, this is the case. Hail Dongxiang directly played GG. No matter how bad it is not what Hail Winter Bear can withstand. Their chakra armor can absorb ninjutsu and chakra, but it can't stop physical skills. Besides, after the increase of Greer's energy in transplanting his wife Senju's cells, Chiyu's chakra is now comparable to cage level, several times that of Kakashi. The strength is also higher than Kakashi. Of course, it is hard to say whether he can beat Kakashi. His own ninjutsu is not as much as his, nor is he as advanced. But his chakra and physique are stronger than him, and his ultimate concentration state will beat him in terms of speed, strength, and reaction. However, the combat experience, combat skills, and combat wisdom, Kakashi, a man who has experienced many battles, is above himself. Kakashi, who doesn't know Kamui yet, Chiyu thinks that he will be like him. Hail Dongxiang was killed with a punch. Chiyu didn't keep her hand. Fenghua Xiaoxiu said before that she didn't want to see alive. Under the guidance of the daughter-in-law, this baby girl already possesses the queen's heart. Fang Shuebang and Figzu Chuian looked at Dongxiang, who had been deformed and died not far under their feet, with a cold back in vain. As they rely on chakra armor, they naturally know their own weaknesses, that is, those with strong physical skills are not easy to deal with. Seeing this, the wind and raging waves on the airship couldn't sit still. He himself was not sure to kill the Winter Bear with a punch, so he looked at the black-haired boy below extremely solemnly. Is this the confidence of Xiaoxiu's return? Bing Dun Yin Chug Zhu, Bing Dun Dragon and Tiger. After the reaction, Lanja Swabeo and Figzu Chuyan immediately attacked Qiyu. Countless sharp ice flakes came, and an ice tiger rushed violently. Boom! Qiyu's body twisted slightly to the right, and the condensed right fist instantly collapsed to the ground. The huge force caused the entire land to be shattered by 100 meters of ice, and all of them flew up. The bursting ice block resisted countless ice flakes and blocked the power of many ice tigers. In the sun, countless icy debris emits a charming light. Swish! Even if Qiyu didn't open Sharinan, he could easily shuttle through the numerous ups and downs of ice, assaulting them like a cheetah. Ice Dun Ice Prison Technique. The horrified Figzu Chuyan reacted first, and Jian launched an attack, so from under her feet, Bingfeng came up and down towards Qiyu one by one. Boom! Qiyu's speed was incomprehensible, and he smashed the ninjutsu that wanted to freeze him with a punch, and rushed towards them all the way. Fang Swabeo immediately retreated from his heart. Seeing that the attack had no effect, Figzu Bloyan immediately spread the wings of chakra armor and immediately spread his wings into the air. Swish swish, then, Qiyu used brute force with a large chunk of ice around him, blowing the swallows one by one towards the flying snow in the sky. Ice escape of Beluga. The retreating Wolfang avalanche immediately issued a big move to Qiyu Jian. In an instant, the ice on the lake next to it broke, and a narwhal with a length of tens of meters jumped out and smashed towards Qiyu. Swish Tian Shao feet. Qiyu Tengkong jumped to the head of the ice whale, kicked the upper part, and stepped on the head of the ice whale. Boom! Click! The huge ice whale broke directly. Among the countless debris, Qiyu directly and swiftly raided the location of Spike Avalanche. The speed was so fast that he couldn't keep up with the attack of the flying snow and blowing swallows in the air. Seeing Qiyu leaping up and lifting his foot to press down, Lanja Swabeo immediately avoided him. Boom! Qiyu did his best with one kick, even if the opponent had avoided it. The immense power caused the place to vibrate violently, and the Wolfang Avalanche, who wanted to Jian to fight back, lost his body shape due to the shock. Stop! Boom! The anger of the wind and flowers in the airship did not stop Qiyu. The Wolf-Tooth Avalanche, which was affected by the shaking and cracking of the terrain, was directly knocked down by Qiyu's instantaneous punch, which was worse than the hail and winter bear. Looking for death. Black Dragon Blizzard. The angry wind and raging waves jumped down, forming a seal in the air, and a black dragon like thunder and lightning rushed towards Qiyu. Boom! The iron-headed Qiyu greeted him with a punch, and he didn't care that he was a mortal corpse. These days, he exercised his body and practiced strange powers, and had done brutal and inhuman training. Although Qiyu fisted and resisted the opponent's attack, his hand broke the defense, dripping with blood for a while. Qiyu took a deep breath, ignoring the injury of his fist, and kicked against the wind and raging waves coming from his anger. Boom! A black chakra heavy armor of wind and raging waves was directly knocked out by Qiyu. His strength is good under the chakra armor blessing, but he spent a lot of time researching, and his fighting skills are average. Qiyu cleverly avoided his offensive and kicked him quickly and viciously. With the increase of strange power, his armor was shattered with one kick, and Qiyu was also surprised that his armor was good at defense. Ah, drink. Seeing Qiyu chasing and attacking with victory, Fenghua angered and greeted him with a ferocious fist. Boom! Qiyu was dumbfounded. Was that punching performance not shocking enough? Why is he still think it is a skill? This is a general attack? Groan UPS. Swish swish. Figzu Chuyan immediately flew to the tumbling Fenghua and raging waves, and threw countless kunao with white balls at Qiyu. Click, click, wherever these sufferings fell, they immediately exploded, and countless ice thorn clusters emerged. Qiyu, who insisted on using physical skills, was too lazy to fight back and dodge lightly. Sanjiong Blizzard. The wind, flowers, and raging waves supported by the flying snow and swallows, saw Qiyu approaching indifferently, and under the pressure of death, he forgot the pain of his body. He abruptly propped up the almost deformed right hand, and made a seal with the left hand, and his face made a terrifying move. Two huge black dragon-shaped energies bent right and left and swiftly attacked Qiyu. As early as when the wind and flowers were raging, Qiyu knew his purpose, and immediately shook up an ice block of more than 10 meters and threw it forward. Boom! The attack of the wind and the raging waves directly blasted through the ice block, and countless ice chips flew all over the sky. Just as the two of Fenghua and Nudao were retreating and checking the battle situation, a figure on their heads fell with countless icy debris. Qiyu jumped into the air with the help of the broken ice, and stepped down from above. Tian Shao feet. Boom! The wounded Fenghua and raging waves couldn't dodge, and she was directly trampled to death. Figzu Bloyan retreated horribly, but was overwhelmed by the aftermath and shocks. Qiyu immediately fisted her to death. Swish swish, the icy debris fell, and watching the leaders all die, Shui Ren on the airship was horrified. While turning around, he shot a dense group of Kumu with the kunao launcher. Call out a dazzling blue light passed by, and all these karma was shaken down, and within a few breaths of screams came from the airship. Maitreya surrendered all those people, and the airship was reluctant to destroy it and kept it for research. After the airship fell, Santa Fu immediately led people to clear the battlefield with excitement, and took the enemies on the airship into custody. It's a pity, what a beautiful place, it's a mess, Tsunade murmured. Her idea was to rush to Fenghua and rage, and directly press them on the ground and rub them. But Fenghua Xiaoxiu felt that her uncle had always been obsessed with the Fenghua family's secret treasures. It would be good to come here to wait for the rabbits, and to fight in the capital. It would be bad if there was a loss. Immediately Tsunade urged Fenghua Xiaoxiu to activate their Fenghua family's secret treasure, and the key was the hexagonal crystal that Fenghua Xiaoxiu had been carrying around her neck. In fact, Fenghua Xiaoxiu has never known what the secret treasure is, and Fenghua Rage even thinks it is something that can enhance her strength. These years, she has been searching for Fenghua Xiaoxiu. However, this is just a large-scale geothermal generator built with the help of geographical advantages. It is Father Fenghua Xiaoxiu. Fenghua Xiaoxiu wants to create spring for the snow country. Following Fenghua Xiaoxiu's dull gaze, countless hot springs slowly flowed out of the secret treasure after activation, behind the crystal wall near the huge ice lake. Here is a volcano covered with ice and snow, and with the help of a geothermal generator, the nearby ice and snow began to slowly melt. Following the deaths of Fenghua, Anantao and others, their remnants were tied up one by the three Teifu and Chiyu. The geothermal generator gave the nearby capital of the snow country a short spring, and the people of the royal capital greeted their queen ascended the throne lively. Afterwards, the Sand Typhoon took the officials around and rushed around, sending a lot of the wealth of the wind and raging waves to the people as welfare, and went around to announce the construction of the railway. Everyone is looking forward to the future. After all, the publicity is very powerful. The country of snow, the country of ghosts, the country of marsh, the country of bear, the country of stone, etc., is about to build a railway in the northwest of Ninja, and it will be able to drive economic development. So the elders of Summoning Island Huanica are invited over, and they are currently refitting the train with the technicians of Snow Country. The current train is still steam-powered, and everyone is busy for a moment. Chiyu, Tsunade Kabuto and others, while studying the existing technology and developing technology, at least the train must be made to use electricity as a power source. At present, road traffic in the ninja world is basically impossible to achieve, so use the power system of the snowmobile to get a motorcycle as soon as possible. This thing is better to attract money. Fenghua Xiaoxiu asked a group of officials to start a large number of train transportation while propagating, and at the same time invited them to the nearby countries to visit the country of snow. Daughter-in-law, are you serious? One day after a while, Chiyu looked at Tsunade pitifully and pleaded. What are you counseling? There will be no accidents. This is also to train you to face it bravely. Tsunade waved his hand with confidence. Chiyu took a deep breath and lifted his breath, still preparing to do the same. During this period of time, the Snow Country was doing high-profile work, and the alliance that Tsunade pulled attracted a lot of attention from the ninja world, especially in the northwest. At the invitation of Fenghua Xiaoxiu and Maithreya, many dignitaries from northwestern countries have come to the country of snow to meet. Naturally, many forces also came to explore the situation. Then Akatsuki also came, and it was from Kisame and Itaki. So Tsunade asked Chiyu to trouble Itaki. This time he could use swordsmanship and ninjutsu except for strange power punches. Chiyu refused at the beginning. After all, he came through. On the night of the extermination, his cautious shadow clone was easily found by Itaki and disappeared in seconds. Not to mention resisting, there was no reaction. Think of the impure world reincarnation Nagato that was completely complete during the Fourth World War. That way, it was seconded by Itaki. If you haven't reached the 6 paths level, you are embarrassed to challenge Itake? Do you think you are Suzuki? Of course, I am afraid that even Mangekyo Sherinan of Itaki might not be forced out if I want to come. Naturally, I will not be afraid to see the 10-punch sword and the 8-foot mirror. What do the daughter-in-law think? The two people who are often hilarious in the spiritual space know each other very well, and Chiyu is willing to give it a try. Mr. Itake, do you think this is a coincidence, or is it a bureau organized by Kanaha Village? After attending the lively gathering in the capital city, he stayed for another day to collect information. Now the two who completed the collection task returned to Xiao Xiao to organize. Kisame told Itaki asked, what does it matter to us? We only need to observe whether the maiden is the tail beast Jinchuriki or not. Obviously she is not, Itaki said lightly. For this mission, everyone knows exactly who Jinchuriki is at present. The information is still clear. It's just that Maithreya, the maiden, made attacks like tailed beast bomb without a tailed beast. Many people wanted to gather intelligence. This time I said that I came to investigate Maithreya. In fact, I also collected a little bit of information. After all, the small countries in the northwest suddenly united. Then everyone saw the scene where the big local tyrants smashed money. Things have not been done yet. With a verbal plan, the alliance of Tsunade Maithreya Fenghua Xiaoxiu and others has collected countless investments. If you say that these small countries nearby have invested in it, the Moon King Sun Yueman ran over and made a $1 billion investment. He also bought 2 airships at a high price. The level of the local tyrants was shocking to the world. Kisame stopped suddenly, and the frightening shark's face smiled slightly. How a giant great fireball on their left suddenly flooded. Chang at the same time, a figure on the left quickly flew in front of him, and the swift sword pressed towards Kisame. Kisame leaned slightly and blocked it with Samehada. The sword passed by the visitor seemed to be pressing against him, but it was staggered from Samehada, and the sword passed by Samehada swiftly swept toward Uchiha Itaki. Itaki, who didn't move from the beginning to the end, suddenly held Kiwa with his left hand to block the left assault, and the right one hand sprayed a water ball to block the attacking fire style. Ding dong bang. After only 2 moves, the clone holding the sword was relieved by Itaki, one of which was because he was defending. Shu, who, in an instant, dozens of fire and water collided in countless water mists, and dozens of them started to explode without attack. Boom rumble, a continuous loud noise suddenly flooded the snow-covered jungle in the blizzard. Oh, it seems that your enemy, Mr. Itaki, has spread to me. If Mr. Itaki doesn't need help, I will retreat first. Kisame laughed twice before retreating to the big tree in the distance. With a whistle, a fireball of more than 10 meters in size came from behind Itaki. Itaki turned his head and vomited a giant great fireball. Boom! The 2 fireballs exploded in an instant, the shockwave swept all around, and the fire spread 100 meters. Chang! There was a soft sound of a sword chant. It was a pair of scarlet 3 Tomo Sherinan that split the flames. The figure of the visitor passed the ferret, stopped for a few meters, and froze for a moment when he raised the sword in his hand. Chiyu saw that the sword in his hand was missing, but Itaka's suffering was intact. It is not that the quality of his sword is poor, but that his use of weapons and chakra control are not comparable to him. As for why I was driving the ultimate state of concentration, I was stunned here because I just saw Itaka's stunned eyes. So, it's you, Itaki whispered softly. It was not that he found out who this masked 3 Tomo Sherinan was, but that he perceives that dealing with the slightly familiar chakra is similar to the chakra that exposed his existence on the night of the extermination. It's a showdown, don't play anymore. Chiyu slowly turned around and pulled down his mask. Uchiha, Shina. Itaki turned around and called out softly, his eyes still so indifferent. In the Uchiha clan, there were not many 3-Goat Jade, and these people would be under constant surveillance at the beginning. Shina, a tribe who almost blew himself up because of the creation of ninjutsu, and turned on the 3-Goat Jade because of a blessing in disguise. Itaki has some impressions. What surprised him was that Shiene, who came to him at this moment, had no hatred, no anger, no disgust in his eyes. Some are solemn and pure war spirits. That night, I thought I could prevent something from happening, but I didn't expect it to be like that. Chiyu held up his sword and sighed helplessly. Kisame next to him couldn't figure it out. The appearance of a Sherinan ninja was shocked, but this vengeful 3-God Jade seemed. So, how did you know in advance? Itaki asked softly. He was very curious. Shinai wanted to stop himself that night, so how did he know what he was going to do? A group of clansmen who are almost mad and stupid, can't distinguish the form and cry out sadly. What's more sad is that the leader of the clan is turned out to be a cowardly person who is trapped by the form. You know, I've been lonely since I was a child, and I've known since I was a child that people can only rely on themselves, so that I am fortunate enough to get a trace of chilling conjecture in the muddy torrent. However, I didn't expect things to be far more complicated than I thought, and far more cruel than I thought. If I had the courage to express my thoughts earlier, or spread out more, Shadow Clone would find you earlier that will only get worse results than now. Itaki interrupted Chiyu. Yes, if the one who survived was not Suzuki, but a child from another race, I might be convinced. Chang, after a psychological attack, Chiyu's unhappy eyes, with 2 swords in his hand, his left hand held horizontally in front of him, his right hand held back, and a whirlwind top rushed over. Ding ding dong dang, Chiyu, like a madman, launched an attack on Itaki, without giving him a chance to breathe. Itaki is a genius, and his fighting wisdom, experience, skills, etc. are all top-notch, but whenever he catches his breath, he will give him heavy pressures that make him powerless. As the saying goes, if you beat your master to death with random punches, as long as you are violent, his wisdom, experience, and skills will have less room for display. Chiyu didn't hesitate to turn around 3 sword lights to cut off the 2 people who had missed each other, using the oil away a whirlwind small top to kill in circles. Chiyu did not save effort and chakra. Every hit was ultimate. The ground around him was fragmented, and the trees and branches of the jungle flew horizontally. The more chaotic the environment, the more distracting the ferret would be. On the other hand, Kisame stared at the battle between the 2 Sherinan with relish, not only to feast his eyes, but also to facilitate him to gather some information. But at some point, on the tree trunk next to Kisame, the head of a white weird person appeared astonished. Sawdust was flying around the battlefield, the dust was flying, Chiyu's mouth grinned slightly, it was time for him to be reckless. Ultimate state of concentration, with the 2 swords in his hands clenched tightly, and the Scarlet 3 Tomo Sherinan squinted slightly. To deal with top players such as Itaki in various fields, conventional methods are nothing more than selfish humiliation. Breathe slowly and frequently. Chiyu immersed all his thoughts on the sword, and the sword was my heart with the howling of the sword. All observations and calculations will affect the ability to judge, will produce hesitation in choice, will affect speed and power. Only when all thoughts are one, or there is no distracting thoughts in the heart, are they qualified to face the so-called god of Ferret. The earth vibrated frequently, woods and rocks flew everywhere, and the extremely high-frequency clanging sound was shocking. In the complex environment, one person is as fierce as a wolf, with great moves, but it is swift and fierce. The sword is like a silver snake, the body is like a floating leaf, and the two's exquisite moves have reached the point of shocking the world. It's just that from the perspective of Kisame and White Zetsu, they looked very surprised. A few breaths ago, Itake had disappeared, leaving alone this fierce man waving his double swords in his hands frantically, bringing disaster to the innocent jungle. Is Itake's illusion so strong? Even if the other party is also Sherinan, Kisame murmured, very vigilant in his heart. Itake looked at Shiene who was dancing underneath. Just as he was about to turn away from Gao Leng, Chiyu's two swords burst into blue thunder and lightning. In an instant, Shiene, who was immersed in the illusion, continued to squint the empty Sherinan, and revolved assaulting him. Dang, this time, what was broken was the suffering of Itake. Without giving it time to breathe, Chiyu, which spins rapidly, carries the thunder, without any reduction in speed and strength. On the contrary, the more he charges, the smoother it goes. Although Itake still dodges indifferently, he counterattacks with an understatement. But the Scarlet 3 Gold Jade eyes began to become solemn. Chang Hachiyu, who vaguely increased his attack frequency again, cut a sword on Itake, but after passing through, what he saw was a crow flying away. The instantly focused eyes swept to the surroundings for the first time, and the body that landed was gathering momentum like a cheetah. With the help of the sound and smell, the eyes that looked like a beast looking for prey, instantly looked in one direction. Gu after searching for and beheading shadow clones several times, Chiyu once again started a close fight with the body of Itake. In the interlacing, bright red blood blossoms bloomed on both of them. After the dazzling attack and defense, and the clanging of sharp weapons, the two of them had blood spattered on their bodies. I saw Chiyu look like a robot, his eyes still bloodthirsty. He was panting in front of him, his hands dripping blood like threads. Chiyu's two swords entwining Laihua merged and swept out, and a cross-slash shot out and attacked the giant tree next to Itake. The world suddenly shattered like glass, although most of the scene remained the same. But Chiyu himself was not injured, and the dying Itake was also gone. Chiyu kicked suddenly and rushed forward like a cannonball. This time, it seems that he can crack the illusion faster, so how can he easily get the illusion several times in a row? Kisame murmured. Maybe he is trying to crack illusion skills, White Zetsu exclaimed wisely next to him. Kisame looked back at him helplessly, then twitched his head. There may be that kind of lunatic, but it is definitely not this battle. Casting illusion or middle illusion is extremely mental. Obviously, a certain lunatic below, with bloodthirsty eyes, obviously did not consume mental energy, or whether he was conscious at this moment is another matter. As a shark face, Kisame, who has some animal instincts, obviously noticed that things are not simple. At this moment, it seems that there is obviously no Mangekyo, so where is his confidence to challenge Itake? Maybe it's the animal instinct that is natural and completely hunter-like. What Kisame found out, as a head-on challenger Itake, naturally found out. Not only that, the power of this tribe who seems to have gone astray is amazing. Itake tried a few tricks before and was almost in a state of dodge afterwards. After all, his hands hurt too much. It seems superhuman strength, lasting resilience, great energy, and huge chakra. A pair of Sherinan was using insight completely, and didn't use illusion at all. I don't need illusion, let alone ninjutsu. Itake can only sigh hell with emotion. However, the opponent's speed is astonishing, and its powerful insight and reaction can even evade the ninjutsu used by Itake to sell flaws in close seconds. The opponent's ability to break illusions is getting faster and faster, and the continuous offensive like has also made Itake lose a lot of calculations. Swish Itake immediately began to develop his own retreat technique, not to escape, but to deal with. Because he was horrified to discover that not only did he not use his fighting wisdom and fighting skills at the beginning, but he also fell into the opponent's reckless realm. At the beginning, it was okay. You could analyze while playing wisely, but after a long time, the brain will overwork, and under the extremely fast-paced offensive and defensive, you will get tired physically and mentally, and you will fall into the opponent's reckless field. As soon as the other party came, he didn't plan to compare wisdom with himself, but gradually carried out the method of reducing wisdom. If, without a sensible self, can I really deal with Ishina, who is as pure as a beast at this moment? Itake found another weakness of his own. That being the case, let's take care of the environment. At first, Ishina attacked like a, complicating the surrounding environment, and had some influence on him, but he had almost no restrictions on him like a beast. Wind-style continuous wind-cutting technique. While evading the attack, Itachi continuously used the wind-cutting technique towards the jungle. Boom rumble in an instant, countless giant trees in the jungle fell, and a bright field appeared. Chiyu just rushed at him more recklessly, and even threw many fallen trees at him. Water-style great waterfall technique. The attack seals quickly, and a huge water curtain appears in an instant, and the river-like current spreads 100 meters immediately. After a few water styles came down, the water swept across the area 100 meters away, and Itachi stood in the center. Open and close moves, the most fearful of soft restrictions, now large areas of water, tall trees have been cut down. This battlefield, there is almost no place for the rain to kick. His own speed and explosive power are quite limited. Wind-style wind-cut technique. At this moment, when he arrived at Itachi's home court, he began to use ninjutsu. Chiyu went to hold the sword and cut. Not only the speed on the surface of the water slowed down, but also the resistance to wind-style made him stop. Then Kisame and a few white zetsu saw a strange scene. Itachi lives in the middle of the water and releases wind-style water-style over and over again, while the three-goat Jade is really a reckless man. Without the advantage, he continues to attack left and right without thinking. Suddenly, the situation master was in Itachi. In addition to worrying that fire-style would destroy the waters, wind-style water-style was used frequently. On the other hand, Chiyu gradually gained popularity amid frequent attacks. The limitations of water style and wind style's curling and cutting were released by a skilled person like Itachi. For a time, Chiyu could only rely on a strong body and good speed and reaction to dodge. Of course, life is endless, and there is more than recklessness. At this moment, Chiyu turned into a flat-headed brother, while dodging, while circling the ferret left and right, trying to attack again and again. Whenever he collects his sword, even if he is empty of one hand, the fire style can be printed. Isn't he stupid? White Zetsu muttered. By then, there will be heavy fog, and his situation will not be much better than it is now. Kisame said lightly. The fog is very restrictive to the general Sharingan, but it is general, and Itachi is not among them. Itachi also took a moment to relax and watched as he attacked the opponent. Until a few minutes later, the opponent still had bloodthirsty eyes and charged like a reckless man. Itachi felt very uncomfortable. How long did Uchiha's ninja become like this? In vain, he just admired Shinai's state just now, and now it feels silly to change his perspective. If it wasn't easy to live a Sharingan, he would have wanted to stabbing it would be too embarrassing. However, he also sighed that the other party didn't know what irritation he had received. In his three-hook Jade state, he didn't have a chance to kill him. Before, the use of illusion skills failed, he couldn't compare to power, and he couldn't hurt the opponent in terms of speed and reaction. If you don't turn on Mangekyo, maybe he can't win Shina, but Mangekyo, what is the difference between it and losing? In this way, in Itachi's continuous ninjutsu attacks, occasionally the two of them fought in close quarters. Chiyu's explosive advantage was no longer there, and he barely managed to resist Itachi's close attacks. Did something happen? The 10-minute straight-headed brother behavior made White Zetsu yawn. The ninjas have been fighting for more lengthy battles, but most of them will not fight for more than 3 minutes. The offensive and defensive non-stop for more than 10 minutes is really hell. But by chance, White Zetsu discovered the situation. Naturally, Kisame had also discovered early. At this moment, the person who attacked Itachi was still agile and reacted quickly, but his eyes started to cry, his nose cleared and his saliva flowed. The exposed skin began to turn red, and the neck and hands showed obvious blue veins. It's really good. The body is at its limit, but it doesn't affect his state. Unfortunately, I can't hold on. This is the limit. Kisame murmured with a little regret. Such a crazy person is really rare. Sure enough, as Kisame said, Itachi here, looking at Shiene who once again broke the illusion, sighed with his willow no, that kind of brainless toughness, and then his hands clung to it. Although Shinai's power was still huge enough to repel him, he stabilized when his feet were kicked, and then kicked Shinai sideways in an instant, kicking Shiene directly. Ahem, at this moment, Shiene was as if awakened from a beating, spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, his hideous face and unwilling eyes finally filled the bloodthirsty in his eyes, holding the only sword, and stubbornly propped up. Swish, the long sword in his hand hurried to the ferret without his hands. Although the speed was still astonishing, Itachi, who stretched out his hand to resist, knew that its speed had dropped, especially its strength. Seeing staggering, Shiene and Itachi, who continued to take out both swords and squeeze tightly, rushed forward with a fearless look, and gently touched kunao in their hands. Drink ah! Chiyu, who charged fearlessly, roared loudly with his ferocious face, and swiveled forward, and the double sword swept away to the right. Itachi, leaning forward indifferently, prepared to hold the hands that Kumo had swept from Shina's right in advance with his left hand, and pierce his neck with his right hand while holding Kumo. Not good. Itachi's pupils suddenly shrank. Because of the extreme distance, he found that Shinai's neck, forehead and shoulders were suddenly exaggerated and slightly swelled. For a moment, I felt that Shiene, who was originally like a desperate leaf, was as fierce as a crocodile with his teeth. I've been reckless for so long, just waiting for this moment to succeed in declining wisdom. Chiyu leaned forward as expected, and his feet were firmly anchored in an instant. His body leaned back to the left, and his right hand suddenly exploded to lift the sword with all his strength. Sorry, I'm in the midst of madness, maintaining the most fundamental reason. My heart is the same, from the beginning there is no chaos. After 20 minutes, Mang went out of the realm, went out of the realm, went out of the system, and then it got used to it. Without his fighting wisdom, after all, he has been numb for 20 minutes, isn't it? Boom, there was a roar. After a few breaths, Kisame and White Zetsu saw Chiyu kneeling and leaning on the sword, and Itaka slowly cancelling the energy of the red skeleton. Feeling the cold wound on his chest and looking at Mangekyo sharing on the three windmills of Itaka, Chiyu was a little unwilling, but also a little relieved. Perhaps, from the very beginning, my subconscious mind was trying to force Mangekyo of Itaka, right? However, this is not enough. Chiang Itaka looked at Chiyu indifferently. Abruptly, two sharp sword moans behind him. Suddenly, Chiyu, regardless of his injuries, rose like a tiger, with both swords stretched flat, and stabbed towards the ferret. When I was kicked down by Itake for the first time, the first sword that fell and the second sword that was thrown at him were actually changed by the shadow clone transformation technique, which was the proud work of Prince Naruto. Itake, who had been cast down, was successfully blinded. Now 3 figures and 4 sharp swords have pierced the ferret, and the sharp sword has pierced into his great cloak. In Chiyu's helpless eyes, the world in his eyes suddenly changed, and the green mountains and waters had disappeared, but a scarlet world. The weird scarlet sky, the scarlet moon, and the endless silence of the black and red blood sea, and he was tied to the cross, and the opposite Itake, holding a long sword, walked indifferently. Chiyu didn't have too much expression, and his body that couldn't move did not struggle, but took a deep breath and closed his eyes slowly and peacefully. Puff! The cold sharp sword pierced Chiyu's chest, and the sudden sharp pain caused Chiyu to frown and open his eyes. Although there was no pain, his eyes were slightly convex, and he clenched his teeth subconsciously. The whole body was unnaturally stiff and tense. Chiyu knew that he had broken his gong after all. In the past few months of desperate practice, although he achieved the ultimate concentration, he still couldn't achieve the mind-free mind that the wife said, let alone enjoy the realm of pain, as Tsunade said. Puffitaki also showed no mercy, lifted the sword again and stabbed it again, and there was another severe pain in his abdomen. Hisitaka turned the sword he had plunged, and Chiyu gritted his teeth, feeling that the roots of his teeth were cracked. The eyes were so painful that they felt helpless. After all, they became resolute, and then slowly calmed down, adjusting their slightly trembling breathing. After all, he is someone who has never experienced the challenge of big winds and waves. At present, he can't keep his firm will. Chiyu feels that it is normal, but he can't give up. The nagging words of his wife on weekdays rang in his ears. Although he had left Blue Star, he had brought a lot of ills. In such a world, not only can you not be completely who you are, but you have to gradually adapt to this world and change the world and people who fit into this world. Therefore, the daughter-in-law requires that she must cultivate her heart. She said that she does not hope that one day, her path forward is not driven by sadness, but should be driven by her own thoughts and will be the wheel. The muscles of the body slowly loosened, the fast heartbeat gradually eased, and the pain that was not suppressed spread throughout the body, and the pain multiplied. The sweat on his forehead was slightly cool, which made Chiyu more sober. Calmly glanced at the Itake who was stabbing with the sword in front of him, and the sword in the abdomen was tightened. Chiyu was a little lost, and he still couldn't reach that level. Puff! There was a sharp pain coming. Looking down at the night of his own blood flowing down the sharp edge, Chiyu took a deep trembling breath. This time, I didn't grit my teeth. Itake was taken aback for a moment. Perhaps he didn't care about the pain. It was because his heart was already dead. Except for that person, nothing could affect him. But Chiyu's eyes were so agile and bright at this moment, different from the bloodthirsty that was just like a beast's instinct. After the battle just now, coupled with close observation at this moment, he found that the person in front of him was more complicated than he thought. The space here is under my control, including time and matter. For 3 days here, only 1 second has passed in the real world. Puff! As the indifferent Itaka said, there was an extra Itake, and he stabbed it with a sword. Next, there will be 2 days, 23 hours, and 59 seconds. In other words, only 1 second has passed since you entered the space here. Puff! After speaking, Chiyu was stabbed for the 10th time by Weasel. How I saw it through and how I escaped, is it important? I am a victim, and I don't care about that anymore. I didn't expect that you, a sword bearer, would still care. Chiyu said something very unacceptable. However, a hint of shock flashed through Itaka's indifferent eyes. And Chiyu, this sentence is not an answer to what Itaka said in the Tsukuyomi space before him, but a question of Itake in the real world. That's right, the cast of illusion is that the caster blinds the mind of the caster and vacates the body like a walking corpse. During the 4 wars in the original book, Itake used Izanami's reincarnation illusion space on Kabuto. Kabuto has been hacking Itake 10,000 times, But in the real world, Kabuto was killed by touching his head, and Itachi easily asked him how to release impure world reincarnation, and controlled Kabuto to release impure world reincarnation. But these, Kabuto didn't know at all. He was still hacking the ferret endlessly in his Inami's reincarnation illusion space. Sivitaka stared at Chiyu's 3 windmills, Mangekyo, spinning, and a stronger mental force suppressed it, and Tsukuyomi's illusion was even stronger. Puff Chiyu of Zongjian's body pain also increased several times, and he grinned again. However, his eyes always kept clear. His eyes looked at the swords that the 2 ferrets were connected to and penetrated, and his body was stirred and blood flowed out. Chiyu still stayed sensible, kept clear, and used breathing to relieve the muscles that were tight due to pain. Itachi understands that when people suffer from great pain, even if they don't shout or scream, they will clench their teeth and tighten the body to relieve the pain. The body will instinctively shed tears and drool. These are normal physiological phenomena. But at this moment, Shinai used breathing to relieve the tension of his muscles. Every time a sharp sword pierced, he didn't start to tighten his body in advance, letting the sharp sword pierce in, allowing the pain to spread throughout his body and mind. In your eyes, I don't see any resentment, guilt, or madness. Obviously you don't hate me, and you don't have any thoughts of revenge for the people, then why are you here? After a few hundred swords, it was also seen that Chiyu was slowly accepting the pain. Itachi couldn't help but ask, where are there so many and why? If you use Mangekyo from the beginning, or leave directly, I will not have the strength to entangle with you. There will be no such superfluous intersection. Why don't you do that? Chiyu was out of breath, came down with a few hundred knives, collapsed all over, covered with sweat on his forehead, but his eyes became calmer, and his body became more natural. Even if Itachi continued to poke and agitate, he seldom pulled his muscles. Tighten your abdomen. Your mental strength can't hold on, and the lengthy pain will make you fade away slowly. A person who was dead at the age of 13, just waiting for someone to come and hold a funeral for him, is he qualified to talk about me? Puff. Although Itachi was still indifferent, the 2 swords pierced Chiyu's abdomen and began to lift it inch by inch. As the body was cut apart, a sensation different from pain came, like the feeling of extreme sleepiness, the feeling of entering one's own consciousness gradually drifting away from the body. The memory is like a revolving lantern passing by, and it seems to be broken inch by inch, as if leaving eternity away, gradually dissipating in Chiyu's inexplicable pain. Chiyu had no anger, no panic. Sober will always firmly believe in the words of his daughter-in-law, keeping his heart in nothing. As the world revolved, landscapes, flowers, birds and chaos intertwined, Chiyu began to slowly abandon the pain in his body, and turned to perceive the feelings of his soul with interest, and perceive what his soul was thinking. How a gust of breeze blows, and what catches your eyes are your sword-holding hands. One left and one right blocked the shadow clone that attacked Itachi. This is very embarrassing. What is meant by me stabbing myself? I stop myself. After being hit by Tsukuyomi's self, it was ordered by Itachi to block the shadow clone from attacking Itachi. Looking at the ferret in front of him, Chiyu knew that he was the real body, but did not move his hands, slowly retracted the 2 swords. Some tangled at Itachi, and finally touched his eyes, and sighed with a wry smile. Although this was not taught or bestowed by him, it was opened because of him. This is cause and effect. Turning around, Chiyu slowly left. After walking for a certain distance, Chiyu stopped and asked, Mangekyo, there is a difference between superior and inferior, do you agree? It's only about people. Itachi replied indifferently, pulling the cloak, and then turned his head and left. I like this sentence very much. If there was no Mangekyo just now, you lost. However, the world of the strong needs enemies. Itachi, you become the ladder under my feet. Let me see, the higher part of this world, the scenery. How can I not find a place? Zuzi is ode, isn't this Rejoice Man ode anymore? Maybe this guy doesn't want to die if he fights and fights? Is there any gain? Let me see. After the battle between Chiyu and Itachi, a Luffy rushed to a mountain range in the east. When Kabuto driving Sage Mode regretfully confirmed that White Zetsu was not coming, Chiyu returned to his wife. So Tsunade looked curiously at the Mangekyo in Chiyu's eyes. The very simple pattern was a black cross, similar to the pupil of the Naruto fairy fox pattern. Tsunade looked at it with surprise, but felt a little regretful. As a traversing person, Chiyu merged with the soul of the original body, and his huge spiritual power increased, which promoted the evolution of Sharingan. Moreover, the huge mental power also provides his Sharingan with great potential, and has the transplantation of Greer energy and Tsunade cells. As long as Chiyu broke out a little emotional stimulation, he could manually turn on Mangekyo within a controllable range. It's just that both Tsunade and Chiyu understand that it's almost the same as getting into a demon. You don't have enough willpower and mood. Forcibly stimulating the burst of mental energy to open Mangekyo, it is easy to be backlashed by that emotion. Regarding Mangekyo, Chiyu and Tsunade have not made too much demands. There are a lot of babies on hand. When waiting for the transplantation of White Zetsu cells, the blood of the Fairy Iron Sage body will naturally promote evolution very well. Waiting for Zyonsha to practice, as time increases, it is not impossible to turn on Rinnegan. Unexpectedly, he was hit by Itaki in the Tsukuyomi space a few times, but in the stubborn adaptation and escape from the illusion, he actually broke through Mangekyo. What is pupil technique? While observing Chiyu Mangekyo, Tsunade checked whether there was any abnormality in his body, and then asked, "Well, a magical power, a golden power." A magical power is a space pupil technique, similar to the space teleportation of Flying Thunder God, but the distance is limited. Jinwei, it seems to be a chakra mode, which enhances combat power. Chiyu said that he was still very satisfied with his Mangekyo pupil technique. This is too low, right? We two Tenten are in the spiritual space. Tenten analyzes Obito's Kamui, Uchiha's white space, Atsutsuki style space, and Kagaya's several spaces, and so on. You haven't made a room for this? My paradise plan fell through? Can you evolve in this magical deed? Can you perceive and invade their kind of space? Tsunade was not satisfied. From Chiyu's memory, she analyzed all kinds of weird things in the world. She was especially interested in the ability to communicate in space. To be honest, she doesn't like Kamui very much, because the Kamui space is too small. She likes the huge space connected by Uchiha's pupil technique. It is very wide, and the spaces in Kagaya are not small. For a long time, the two of them had been fantasizing that Chiyu started Mangekyo's pupil technique. One was to connect a huge space or world, and the other was a resurrection technique or something. Sherinan calls it the Eye of Soul Portrayal, and most of the Mangekyo openers, the abilities acquired are related to the thoughts they desire in their souls. Therefore, Tsunade and Chiyu have been discussing, and they are going to open Mangekyo at that time. Chiyu talks about these aspects a lot, and there is a high probability that these abilities will be obtained. It's all right now, it's all in vain. Chiyu had no choice but to spread his hands and drew out the sword dance twice to ease the embarrassment. Are you still practicing swords? Didn't you make your fists? It's not fragrant with strange power. Tsunade was upset again. Since Chiyu merged with her cells, she felt that Chiyu should practice his fists. What about swords? It's not good to rely too much on foreign objects. If you don't have a sword, wouldn't it be a waste of time to practice? Force? One specializes in many abilities. It's always good to be familiar with it. I feel a bit of gain in a battle with Itaki, and it feels familiar and familiar. Heck, can't my existence affect your speed of drawing your sword? Ahem, if you don't practice, you won't practice. Chiyu couldn't bear to look at Yingmu's daughter-in-law giving herself a faint look. Uchiha. Shina. Mask Obito murmured somewhere in the rain country. Someone escaped that night. Obito was dumbfounded. Not to mention that he and Itaki were engaged in a surprise attack, but the senior Kanaha had already watched the entire Uchiha clan up and down so hard that even the children could not miss it, not to mention the three-go Jade. The black-white Zetsu next to him did not move, and even half of the white Zetsu wanted to yawn. Black Zetsu has always maintained a constant face, a Mangekyo, he doesn't care, and it's not the reincarnation of Indra. However, Obito was very concerned. Don't think he is Mangekyo now, or he is the spatio-temporal pupil technique, and don't think Itaki was brought into Akatsuki's organization by him, and seemed to belong to his group. Itaki poses a very big threat to him. If nothing else, White Zetsu, who has been quietly arranged on Itaki, is quickly discovered, so he dare not try to commit certain agreements with Itaki again. A person who is clearly at odds with Itaki and seems to want to compete with Itaki. He wants to try to win him over. Now Akatsuki is secretly divided into two factions. One Itaki is letting himself go, and the other Kisame can't hold up the scene. On the other side, Nagato Konan got the news and quickly discussed it. There were two Mangekyo on the side who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, and they frowned. Although the 10 members of Akatsuki's organization are now full, if the newly emerged Mangekyo is strong enough and reliable, Nagato doesn't mind that an old member accidentally sacrifices heroically and puts Uchiha Ishina on top. Nagato, we disclose the information. Konoha will definitely not ignore it. We will find him when he is forced by many parties, so we can take advantage of him to take him over. Konan said. They didn't care how this person was before or what his character was. Anyway, in front of Nagato Rinnegan, they would be honest. They needed a Mangekyo to tell someone to pay attention. In Akatsuki's organization, almost none of them has anyone to trust, and the one standing with them is just the ambiguous Kakuzu. Haiden is a braindead, and the art duo is completely neutral. Itaki and Kisame are not on their side, especially the humble White Zetsu, which leaves them behind the masked Madara with a lot of information. Just do as you said. Although Nagato didn't say anything, he really didn't like the strength of some people in Akatsuki's organization. However, although he is strong, the masked Madara feels very gloomy, and he has to guard against it. It's good to get a Mangekyo to disgust him. Chiyu and Chiyu, who were in the snow country and their daughter-in-law discussing whether her shadow would affect their speed of pulling the sword, would have been very happy if they knew about the Xiao organization. In the beginning, Tsunade's plan was to deliberately let Chiyu jump out, casually find an excuse to show up, show his qualified strength, and intend to reveal the identity of Uchiha Shina. Then it is convenient to follow up certain plans. After all, Tsunade is looking forward. He has been eating the bowl and looking at the pot and staring at the Gadu statue, but actually staring at the sacred tree. To say that the sacred tree cell can be worse than Senju Hashirama? Even Tsunade, the master, also subconsciously thinks that the sacred tree is more advanced. Also, even though Tsunade is full of boldness, it is a set of threats to scared snakes and white-haired ghosts. But she still relented and wanted to try to catch some people who had been miserable all their lives. Now Chiyu looked at her daughter-in-law, always feeling that her back shoulders were faintly golden. I don't know if she succeeds, whether the world will give her merit or not. Everyone who has grand ideals and practices is often the heart of Our Lady of Charity, unless his humanity is wiped out by repeated failures. Daughter-in-law, would this be too much to Jiraiya? Chiyu said unbearably. For the situation in the snow country, Konoha naturally also came. Although Asuma appeared to be here, Jiraiya also came secretly and had dinner with Tsunade Chiyu. It didn't take long for Chiyu to find Itake to come back, and Jiraiya also went back. But before he went back, he quietly looked for Shizun, and he inquired about Chiyu's identity. Master Tsunade said, if you don't come to ask, it's okay to tell you in a few years, but now that you've come to ask this question, it proves that you are an untrustworthy person. Shizun's answer directly made Jiraiya completely dumbfounded. Then I am embarrassed to see Tsunade and Chiyu bye, and left Dingy. Jiraiya, I also said before that people like him have long been constrained by the times. He either changes his ability to adapt, or disappears in his own fate like the original plot. Otherwise, he will stand opposite me sooner or later. I don't want this to happen, and I don't want someone stabbing a knife behind my back when I concentrate on the outside world. Don't worry, my daughter-in-law, my sword is very sharp. I promise that no one will dare to violate you in the future. Looking at Tsunade with emotion, Chiyu drew the sword around his waist and said, Ha! Are you still practicing swords? Teacher, that's how things are. Now I don't understand Tsunade at all, but she can't be controlled by Sharingan. Here, Jiraiya said to the teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen bitterly. Before the Sunin party, Tsunade's personality changed drastically, and the threats to him and Orochimaru were vivid. At the time, he was not sure, and preferred Tsunade to be ill. So I secretly investigated a lot, but unfortunately nothing was found. When the Lulin incident and the Snow Country incident happened, he has only now told his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen about his inner worries. Oh? What are you worried about? Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen asked the old man, smoking a cigarette comfortably. Teacher, Tsunade, she's a bit too extreme, Konoha. What's wrong with this? Don't worry, this village was founded by her grandfather. She loves this village more than any of us. Don't doubt and deny her. Besides, no one is perfect, and a lofty position under the sun cannot be comprehensive. Jiraiya, let's not talk about her problem first. Even if there is, you should think about how you should bear it for her. One side is the leaves in the sun, and the other is the roots buried in the ground. Jiraiya, you should learn how to be her roots. Old teacher. Jiraiya was completely stunned. It's not that he doesn't understand, it's just that he didn't expect the teacher to let him do it. After all, he hates Danzo. Pop, do you think this person? Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored Jiraiya and gave an information. Jiraiya froze for a moment, and immediately took it to look at it. This, teacher, what do you mean? Isn't Tsunade very dangerous? Jiraiya stood up and exclaimed that Uchiha Ishina, a Uchiha survivor, actually went to intercept Uchiha attack, and suspected that Mangekyo Sharingan had opened on the scene. This makes Jiraiya not calm, seeing Chiyu's strength before, and the three-go jade can't affect Tsunade. But now, this is suspected to be the Chiyu of Uchiha Shina. In case he has already turned on Mangekyo, it is impossible to say that Tsunade is really possible. After all, the remaining prestige of distinguished heavenly gods is still vivid. Sure enough, it's not suitable for roots, but Jiraiya, I don't worry about letting that, Chiyu. Don't worry about him being the root of Tsunade, no matter how true or false they were before. We don't know what that person thinks, or what he thinks of Konoha and the previous genocide. Besides, after opening Mangekyo, has he been affected? Jiraiya, this is your first mission. There are not many people I can trust. If you can't be the root of Tsunade, then I really don't know Konoha's future direction. Here on Summoning Island, beside the high volcano, Chiyu woke up in meditation. Feeling the surging Xianshu chakra, Chiyu breathed a sigh of relief, and became excited inside. For a year, Ishain and Mathreya and the other team developed their careers in the Northwest. The first bicycles and motorcycles to be promoted have gained a huge market. Tsunade uses Blue Star's commercial methods to open chain stores all over the world of ninja while cooperating with leading merchants from all over the world, especially also sharing technology, so that all parties are rushing. At first, Mathreya and the others were worried that they would not make much money in this way, and that there would be no monopoly on technology sharing, because there were too many imitations. But the fact is just the opposite. Cooperating and sharing with leaders everywhere does not lose interest. In addition to vigorously in Tsunagakure's research and technological advancement, in terms of raw materials and manufacturing, it has saved a lot of costs, and the technology has passed the customs and the quality is high. As a result, sales are all at affordable prices. In this case, how can others imitate? Your technology is no one better, the cost is more than others, and it is not a high-priced product, it will only become more and more imitation. With this move, the leaders from all over the world can bow their heads and cooperate directly. Nowadays, in terms of railways, a dozen small countries from the Snow Country and Ghost Country to Lulin, the inner capitals and important cities, have begun to trial light rail. Because of the investment of the rich and powerful from various countries and the joining of the land and the country of the wind, I began to build roads happily and prepare for cross-border transportation. Here, Chiyu has been practicing madly this year. More than half a year ago, after many successful experiments, Tsunade finally got the latest white Zetsu cells from Orochimaru, and began to transplant himself and Chiyu little by little. After transplanting Tsunade's cells, Chiyu strengthened, and Uncle Snake's countless experiments, together with his wife, transplanted white Zetsu cells smoothly, and obtained great gains. Therefore, in the past 6 months, Chiyu not only exercised more frantically, but was also asked by his wife to practice immortality. The environment of the wet bone forest is not good, and the immortals of Katsuya don't want to be disturbed by outsiders, so after going there once or twice, Chiyu almost stayed in Summoning Island, a place with more natural energy, to practice. Then, under the instruction of Katsuya clone for several months, Chiyu was able to practice fairy skills, and was ridiculed by his wife a lot. After all, Kabuto explored himself in less than a month, and in the original book, Naruto became a perfect sage mode in a week under the huge blow of Jiraiya's death. Until now, looking at the light blue eyeshadow of the handsome young man in the mirror, Chiyu laughed happily and got the perfect sage mode, although the process was a little tired. Boom, Master Chiyu, Master Tsunade said that you have cultivated to the perfect sage mode, then go back quickly. Clear. After hearing the sweet words of Katsuya's clone, Chiyu returned. So he unfolded the chakra armor, spread his wings and flew west. Although chakra armor's wingspan flying speed is average, it's better than running all the way by yourself. It is quite far from the Hongzhou Islands in the east to Lulin in the west. Today's Lulin, thousands of towers are still exquisitely beautiful. It's just that compared to the former loneliness and quietness, it is now full of voices. As the headquarters of the Northwest Transportation Alliance, it is no longer the hundreds of Lulin people in the past. The first is the factory buildings in the nearby desert. Now most of the traffic is manufactured here. Railway extensions in 4 directions go to all sides. And there are ninjas from Tsunagakur, Uegakur, and Kanaha village. With the highest priority for cross-border transportation, it is now connected to the country of the mountains to the northwest, the country of bears, the country of birds to the north, and Tsunagakur to the south. The ninja of Uegakur is used to build roads and bridges. It is called a fast, an earth-style earth dynamic core to open the way, an earth-style lime condensation technique, a properly firm foundation. Nowadays, there is no shortage of money and construction speed. What is lacking is the train. Because the manufacturing is too slow, thousands of workers in Lulin are too busy. Now many railways are repaired and they are waiting for the train. When Chiyu arrives at his wife, Zyobi wins the newlyweds. Now Chiyu started to nag and scold Tsunade, why not practice, laziness, and all crowns. Nowadays, Tsunade, a self-proclaimed leader, has time to study, learning from Chiyu's memory, and then personally supervising the development of all aspects of her career. Especially in the improvement of trains and the manufacturing of motorcycles, she is even more personally involved. Tsunade didn't pay attention to Chiyu's nagging words. It was rare that Chiyu started to learn to talk about her. Ever since I wanted to be a leader, at the helm, Tsunade gave Chiyu the matter of strength, and his hind devoted herself to her career. So the white Zetsu cells in her body fuse slowly, and she hasn't practiced Zainshu. This time, Chiyu hugged Tsunade and nagged a lot, from cultivation to ideals, from career to identity, not even her daily words and deeds. Tsunade just lay on his chest and listened quietly. Chiyu couldn't bear to end the last warmth. Boom, in the desert of the country of wind and river, there was a roar everywhere. The densely packed summoning snakes spread hundreds of meters, and several giant summoning beasts wreaked havoc. Among them, a purple giant snake, tens of meters high, 100 or 200 meters long, is very fierce. And a man in beige linen stood on the snake's head, with long straight black hair and pale skin. Orochimaru manipulated the group of snakes to chase the person ahead, only to see the person running away quickly. Chiyu's face was dusty at the moment, his clothes were disheveled, and he was panting, running away in embarrassment. Such a scene had already happened a few days ago, and even some ignorant wandering ninjas intercepted them halfway through, and Chiyu was so angry that they cremated them. Actors who haven't been invited, why join in the fun? That's right, it's an actor. After Chiyu learned Sage Mode, he followed the arrangement of his wife and prepared how to enter the Xiao organization, pulled Uncle Snake, a member of the original Akatsuki organization, from the laboratory, and made a good plan. In Uncle Snake's words, even if Xiao's organization is full now, as long as Chiyu goes out for 2 laps, the other party will definitely come back to find someone, and it depends on which party Chiyu wants to join. Uncle Snake is a human spirit, and in a short period of time in the Akatsuki organization, he still knew some of the factions of the Akatsuki organization, but he didn't know who one of them was. So I studied White Zetsu's Uncle Snake with Kabuto in the Lulin underground laboratory, and Tsunade was blasted out with his fist and was forced to act. Chiyu also complained about Uncle Snake. This guy played the role and played it for real, but unfortunately, there is no good reason yet, otherwise he will take revenge on him. Would you like to induce Jiraiya someday when he becomes Anti-Snake? Thinking of Chiyu, he shook his head. Now that Living Corpse reincarnation has White Zetsu, Uncle Snake doesn't seem to want to change his body. At the junction of the southern part of the country of the river and the country of fire, it finally escaped from Orochimaru's pursuit. Chiyu, who stayed in a small town here, yelled vigilantly at the room. Haha, good vigilance. A person suddenly walked out of the empty room. Xianshu? That's it. The masked man who appeared saw Chiyu's light blue eyeshadow that was guarding him, and murmured in surprise. With a solemn expression on Chiyu's expression, 3 Tomo Sharinan turned on, and immediately slashed away. But the masked man didn't avoid it, and Chiyu's sword passed him as if it hadn't touched any matter. Whhhhhhh. In an instant, looking back at the dancing of the double swords, the dense sword shadows cleaved out. Swish. Chiyu immediately jumped back, solemnly guarding the enemy, and then said, "This is Hollow Sharinan? Who are you?" The masked man turned around and revealed 3 Tomo Sharinan with his right eye. Chiyu asked. "My name, Uchiha Madara," said the masked man coldly. F***K death. Chiyu was taken aback when he heard the words, and his anger instantly increased. After shouting a loud curse, his whole body exploded and rushed towards the masked man. Whhhhhhh. Chiang boom rumble. A series of explosive attacks directly destroyed this lodging. Who is it? Help! Ninja fights, run, run! There was noisy everywhere in an instant. In the smoke, Chiyu opened the cross-pattern Mangekyo, looking for enemies everywhere on the roof. A space Uzumaki appeared. On the roof opposite Chiyu, the figure of the masked man appeared. Chang without saying a word, Chiyu raised his sword angrily and rushed over. Uchiha Obito was completely stunned at the moment, even the right eye that was exposed could not help but wonder. What happened to this tribe? Sick? How can you hack it when you lift the sword? If it hadn't been for the fact that this person's strength was on the verge of exploding, and it was Mangekyo, Obito would have guessed that he could not win, otherwise he would have been taught him a lesson. You'd better give me an explanation, otherwise this is the last letter. Seeing the other party still slashing his hollow figure frantically left and right, Obito couldn't help but twitch his mouth in a deep warning. Explanation? Go to hell and explain to Madara. Even you are worthy of pretending to be an ancestor? How can the pride of ninja Shura be defiled by people like you? Chiyu continued hacking angrily, fire style lightning style stormed. Puffy in the distance, there was a yin and yang Jew that quietly peeked halfway through the tall buildings, and the white side couldn't help but sneer. White Zetsu's body can imagine what Obito's face looks like today. Compared to Uchiha Madara, Obito is so much different. He even pretends to be someone else. Now he has been cracked down? To be honest, Obito was very angry at this moment and even wanted to incense Uchiha Ishina on the spot. However, after investigating clearly, he didn't dare to make a sudden move. He learned from White Zetsu and Kisame that the other party was a pervert, very reckless, but rather fierce. In addition, he didn't dare to easily test Mangekyo's pupil technique. What if it was a dangerous pupil technique? What if he was stunned without information? Swish. After another swift and violent combo to no avail, Chiyu immediately retreated and quickly escaped. You waited for Lao Zi, and you dared to pretend to be our ancestors. If the ancestors were lucky enough to have space-time pupils, they would have hanged Senju Hashirama a long time ago. You are just a lucky weak. When I find a way to decipher your space-time pupil technique, I will pay homage to your ancestors. Like a big villain, Chiyu slipped away after he let out his harsh words, and Obito was even more embarrassed at this moment. Ha! Black Zetsu, this guy admires Madara so much, it's a pity that he was born too late. Do you want this person? Black White Zetsu here, White Zetsu on the left said. Black Zetsu was still expressionless, saying nothing, as if he hadn't seen this person. Ha, I didn't expect the fake Madara to fail. A blue-haired Konan said amusedly in the distance. After hearing that Orochimaru was hunting down Mangekyo, they also set off, but they didn't expect the masked Madara to be one step ahead. But when he heard about the scene he observed, Konan almost laughed to death. They always thought that the masked Madara was not Uchiha Madara, but it was not easy to tear down the stage. It seems that this person is suitable for us. At least I don't worry that he will be drawn by the masked man. Let's go, Tiandeo Pain said, chasing in the direction where Uchiha Shina fled. The next morning, on a high tower in Rain Shinobi village, Chiyu was dressed in a large black cloak of red clouds, curiously looking at the boundless rain shinobi village. Although the village is drizzling, the dark buildings are slightly dark and gloomy. However, the villagers who come and go are very peaceful, and they are really a paradise. After Nagato relied on his tyrannical strength to push Hanzo of the Salamander a few years ago, he began to shut down the country. Under the suppression of the powerful strength, Rain Shinobi Village and the Rain Country achieved a rare peace. No wonder he would think about using nuclear peace to make the world peaceful. After all, there are examples here. It is pitiful to say that in the future Rain Shinobi Village will immediately decline after Nagato's death. According to Blogger's biography, it is dilapidated and deserted, completely reduced to ruins. I don't know if Naruto told the dying Nagato that he would bring peace to the country of rain. Did he forget? Before acting with Uncle Snake a few times, I met Obito the Mask last night and cut him with a knife. After escaping, he met Konan and Heavenly Pen, and it was another big battle. Konan lost to Chiyu in a fair duel that gave up air superiority. But in the face of Heavenly Deo Pain, no matter how Chiyu fiercely attacked, he couldn't get into Heavenly Deo Pain, even if he was stuck between the Shenluo Tianzheng. Rinnegan's insight and power were beyond Chiyu's imagination. He turned on the pupil technique Jinwei Chakra mode to strengthen, and he was not the opponent of Heavenly Wei Pen. Chiyu was still a little discouraged. I can tell, I don't bother to pay attention to your ridiculous tasks. I think this place is good and suitable for living, Chiyu said to Konan next to him. He has his purpose, but he can lie down and enjoy the welfare. Why should he go to work? Therefore, Chiyu behaved quite negatively, not even the typical forehead protector. Konan didn't care about his attitude either. Anyway, he entered the door, and there was more time to knock in the future. Besides, after hearing that Itaki and the masked man were both in the Xiao organization, Chiyu showed a very high fighting spirit. This is what Konan and Nagato want. As for whether Uchiha Shina wants to do the task, she doesn't care. I even wanted to give Uchiha Ishina to the mission of hunting down Orochimaru. I didn't even bother to say. After all, the Ring of Emptiness is in Orochimaru. If you can get it back, Uchiha Ishina is a regular employee. Chiyu discovered at this time that the Xiao organization was not full, because at this time Obito was still behind the scenes, and neither the art duo nor the undead duo knew his existence. Orochimaru left, made up for himself, and added the number of black-white Zetsu, exactly 10. However, there is no ring, and now he is just an intern, a non-staff. And the treatment is very unfriendly, and you have to pay for it yourself. In fact, the organization has a distribution base, which is very large, but Chiyu wants to live on the street, and the woman Konan is just money. Chiyu was helpless. He didn't have a lot of money and couldn't afford the place he liked, so he could only temporarily live in the place arranged by the organization. Because he was not a full-time employee, Konan became his boss, and he did not even join the meeting. Chiyu was a little sad. Yo, I hate Sherinan, I can't bear it. As soon as Chiyu went to the base assigned to him by the organization, two figures appeared before his base before he had time to get familiar with it. Deidara and Sasori are here. A few days ago, I heard that Orochimaru was chasing Mangekyo named Uchiha Ishina. They both went to intercept Orochimaru, but they were always empty. When Uchiha Ishina intercepted Uchiha Itaki and started Mangekyo in a fierce battle, some storms were set off in the ninja world. At that time, Sasori and Deidara, holding a picture of Uchiha Ishina, looked a bit like the one who was thrown by Tsunade when they met Sunin. It's just that the younger man is weak, not as fierce as Uchiha Ishina who is fighting against Itaki, and has patterns on his face. Uncertain, Sasori and Deidara came to inquire after they learned that Uchiha Shina had just entered Akatsuki's organization. Chang, without saying a word, Chiyu slashed at Deidara with the knife. Boom rumble, so the three immediately fought and formed a group, roaring everywhere. Stop! With a cold drink, Konan flew down from a high altitude, his face gloomy. Sasori drank Deidara and stopped when he heard the words, looked at the surrounding fragments, took a solemn look at the newcomer, and then left together. Brother Sasori, is that person? Deidara asked, who was walking away uncertainly. This new intern was too strong. Sasori's puppets were all strangled by brute force. Only third Kaze Cage was the only puppet to resist. He was protected by Sasori all the way, and the explosion style couldn't blow up the extremely fast Ishina. When the two of them chased Orochimaru and met Sunin, when they came back, they only said that Sunin was together. Their mission failed, but they didn't say that they were entangled by a three-hook jade for a long time. Because the three-hook jade is not strong, they entangled for a few rounds because they both watched out for Sunin next to them. They left because they were worried about Sunin's shot. They didn't talk about the matter of saving face. The face is a bit similar, but the breath and chakra don't seem to be the same person, Sasori said indifferently. If it wasn't for Deidara's interest in pulling him over, he wasn't interested in coming over, no matter who he is. What's up with him, Sasori? What's more, he has confidence in his own recognition of chakra. The breath that this person exudes is completely different from that of chakra. A ninja can use transformation technique to change at will, but the nature of the individual chakra is almost unchanged. Chiyu watched the art duo and was not worried that they would recognize themselves. When they first met Orochimaru and Jiraiya, in order to avoid the conflict between Tsunade and Jiraiya, Chiyu did a little facial tattoo to prevent Jiraiya from recognizing it. After all, who knows if Konoha will have a picture of himself? I didn't know that later the daughter-in-law threw herself at Sasori and Deidara, exposing Sharingan. In addition, for so long, Chiyu used Greer energy and transplanted Tsunade cells, White Zetsu cells, and then turned on Mangekyo. His breath and chakra have long changed. In fact, Chiyu is not worried about Konan, Nagato and Obito discovering that they don't care what you have. Obito knows that Itachi has a problem, and he hasn't left it yet. Even in the next time, Chiyu still finds a chance to deliberately irritate Obito. His wife is staring at him, and he can't run away. As for Nagato and Konan, they all know that there is a problem with the masked man, Kisame and Itachi, and they are still living. As long as he doesn't make plans to threaten their lives and hinder them in the future, nothing will happen. So there is so much time in the middle, which is enough to do what you should do, although it may not be successful. After Chiyu entered Rain Shinobi Village, he visited Itachi and had a fight that ended without a problem. Itachi was uninterested and deliberately dodged between the buildings. Chiyu's super destructive power naturally made Konan very annoyed. After all, in her opinion, Rain Shinobi Village is their painstaking effort and should not be lost. So don't wonder why Konan has 600 billion detonating charms. In addition to her paper escape secret technique that can be produced quickly, that is the huge economy of the entire Rain Shinobi Village. A village that has been developing well in peace for more than 10 years is very rich. After all, how much money can Kakuzu make? Surely all the money he earns will go to the Xiao organization? The benefits that Rain Shinobi Village creates for Konan are king. Itachi didn't wait to see Chiyu, and Chiyu couldn't keep moving up, and he didn't take the initiative to find the masked man to make trouble. Instead, I am honestly preparing to rent a shop. As long as I start a business myself, I shouldn't force myself to do tasks, right? At this stage, I don't know what Nagato thinks. The purpose of accepting the task is to accept the task at an affordable price, with the intention to snatch the commission from the 5 major villages at a low price. Chiyu could only lick his lips, let alone the Xiao organization. Even if he took all the Rain Shinobi Village ninjas together, I am afraid that he would not even be able to grab one of the missions in Shinobi Village. People have a big business and rely on big countries. If you fight this price difference with others, you will only play Rain Shinobi Village and Akatsuki to death. Relying on the low price to grab the task, there is not much income. If you open a shop and do some business, you can get more funds. You have a reason not to do the task. While walking in the lively street, Chiyu sighed. It was difficult for him to take a breath for as long as 1 year or as long as 2 years. However, for the sake of the daughter-in-law's plan, we still have to stick to it. After a day of strolling in Rain Shinobi Village, I found that it is still very lively. There are tall buildings and a large population. The place is much larger than Konoha and there are many people. It is not a pure military village, but it is naturally more prosperous. However, Chiyu wandered around for a while, and didn't realize what he should be doing. It seemed that he didn't have any craftsmanship, which was very embarrassing. Then Chiyu wandered into the bookstore to see how the environment for writing books was. Unfortunately, Chiyu did not find Jiraiya's intimacy paradise here. It may be the reason for the seclusion in the country, the books on the raging fire in the world of Shinobu. There is no misfortune here. When Chiyu was about to become a copywriter, he found that there were a lot of gentlemen here, and many of the pool and beach photos were very popular. After visiting a few more places to investigate the market, Chiyu realized, you just do this when you rent a store? Why don't you do the task? A few days later, watching Chiyu rent a small shop near Jusai Street, Konan came over to take a look. Then he pointed at the things on the table with a dark face, seeming a little embarrassed and a little angry. Doing a task? Are you sure it's called a task? I'm not a lunatic. Why do I do that kind of thankless things? Konan didn't bother to argue. She didn't tell this person who had just joined Akatsuki's ideals of herself and Nagato, so there was no need to argue. The purpose of inviting Uchiha Shino to come is to discuss the mask Madara. Uchiha Shino seems to be very nerdy, and she doesn't mind the other party staying in Rain Shinobi Village like this. The rent is 10,002 for a month. Well, it doesn't seem to be expensive. After all, the ninja's ordinary D-level missions are between 5,000 and 50,000, but the shop I rented is really not big. Chiyu finally knows why this is the biggest rich woman in Shinobi. Think about it, Rain Shinobi Village is so big, the place is still rich. Gee, this is a good rent collection. However, the money still needs to be given. With permission from the boss, Mr. Behu, and the messenger of the god of Rain Shinobi Village, Chiyu is the regular store in the regular. After sending away his boss, Chiyuji and a few shadow clones, and then began to get busy. Chiyu opened his shop in the afternoon to midnight. After all, there were very few gentlemen during the day. In the evening, on the corner of the lively Jukang Street, Chiyu's shop opened. There are also many people coming and going, and occasionally a few thick-skinned artists come to watch, and then take away their paper daughter-in-law, but most of them took a quick glance and left. However, on the first day of the opening, when the door closed at midnight, several batches of guests came one after another. Obito, White Zetsu, who arranged to monitor him in the past, didn't come back. Somewhere in the underground base, Black White Zetsu emerged and spoke to a certain yellow-masked man. Obito frowned when he heard it. Uchiha Itachi could detect the White Zetsu spores placed on him, Uchiha Ishina could detect it, and he could understand it. But White Zetsu, who was watching Uchiha Ishina, didn't come back. Is it because of his special pupil skills? Can he perceive White Zetsu's ability to hide and escape? Obito murmured. Perhaps he has some special perception ability. Black White Zetsu's body on White Zetsu responds. It could also be his sage mode, Obito analyzed. He doesn't know much about Zayanshu, even if Uchiha Madara's opponent Senju Hashirama is a perfect sage mode owner, but he inherited from Uchiha Madara. He doesn't know much about Zayanshu. When Uchiha Shina fought with Itachi a few days ago, he would cover his entire body or part of his body with a golden chakra coat, and the insight that White Zetsu could not escape. He didn't know if it was Uchiha Ishina's Mangekyo pupil technique. Now Uchiha Ishina is standing on Nagato's side, and he is very upset. And thinking of the contradiction between the two when they first met, Obito was even more upset. He was acting under the name Uchiha Madara, but he had no deterrent effect at all. Uchiha Itachi is not afraid of him, and Nagato is not like him. Now Uchiha Ishina still scolds him. Obito is uncomfortable. One day, he wants to prove that Uchiha Madara is just a younger brother. However, thinking of Uchiha Ishina, Obito continued to frown, and finally thought about it or endured it. In the first defeat by 4th Hokage, Obito was not only defeated by Flying Thunder God, but also by Namikaze Minato's super reaction ability and speed, which made his Kamui failed. Hearing the battle between Shina and Itachi about White Zetsu and Kisame, Obito couldn't say that he could succeed in a sneak attack. Moreover, he did not dare to act rashly when he was not completely sure what Uchiha Shina Mangekyo's pupil technique was. Whizzing in the middle of the night, Shiyu happily leaped between the tall buildings, holding a few White Zetsu in his hands and entering his base. These White Zetsu were not afraid of death. After being caught, almost all of them resisted desperately. Shiyu was stunned that he could not get a life. But considering that these guys are not very intelligent, they don't care. Rarely, White Zetsu brought it to the door, and Shiyu accepted it unceremoniously. At this moment, at a high place in Rain Shinobi Village, with his lower body in a wooden cart, the skinny red-haired Nagato sneered slightly at the corner of his mouth. In the night rain, he knew Chiyu's actions through the Yahoo Zaize technique. He didn't expect this Uchiha Shina to clearly perceive White Zetsu and capture it. Even he could only rely on Rinnegan to be on guard at close range. If those guys escaped or merged into the building, his Rain Tiger Free technique would not be able to detect it. The purpose of recruiting Uchiha Ishina at the moment seems to exceed expectations. Although White Zetsu is an important source of spying intelligence for Akatsuki, the problem is beyond his control. Now that they are deflated, Nagato sighs. Master Behu, what is this thing? The next day, facing Konan who came to his base, Shiyu called. Although her name is Konan, she obviously cannot be called by her own outsider and her subordinates. She can only use the title of her organization in Xiao Xiao. As for calling her an envoy or something, it is still avoided. How did you kill it? Although Konan asked coldly, he already knew the whole story from Nagato. Like Nagato, she knew that Uchiha Ishina could easily kill White Zetsu, and she suddenly sighed. White Zetsu's Mayfly technique and bartering changes are simply unreasonable. If it weren't for Nagato Rinnegan's greatness, she would really not dare to cooperate with him. I picked it up nearby last night. The vitality is huge. It's a strange creature. Is it something that we organized? Can you divide a few lives for me to study and study? Shiyu asked. This is our Akatsuki organization that specializes in lurking and scouting intelligence. You are not allowed to hunt and kill in the future. Konan replied coldly. Although it was nasty, what should be said was that White Zetsu still needed the ability to spy on intelligence. I remember that our organization has no organizational will to organize laws, doctrines, or something? Does it need to keep these guys around me and watch me? Chiyu spread his hands and said helplessly. If they don't affect you, you can't hunt and kill. Chiyu understood the subtext by himself. After Konan told him, he left. Boss, let's fight for life or death with 2 sets. 200 tails, Sheng Hui. I want a set of watch pools to suck. I want a set of machine 2B. Boss, has Mrs. Gui Wu Mian updated? After the hustle and bustle of the wine shop, there were countless gentlemen in Chiyu's shop. Everyone is no longer being behaved like a few days ago. At this moment, many gentlemen have begun to discuss spiritual food with each other. No more. Do you want the newly painted anthropomorphic department? Chiyu pointed to the new product just released on the wall next to it. Wow, what the hell is it, boss? I don't want to sell if the boss and her zoo girls fall in love and kill each other. Boss, this mermaid is good. Brother, although the mermaid is good, the cat girl can compete high. The fox and the rabbit are true love. Boss. Ming Feng is simple and keeps the wind going down. In the noisy little shop, Chiyu's shadow clone is busy, and the days are very fulfilling. In a dimly lit bedroom, a space Uzumaki appeared. Swipe Lala. As soon as the man with the yellow mask appeared, the chain on his hand was immediately tied to the sleeping person on the bed. In front of time and space ninjutsu, is it not easy to attack you? Obito hummed inwardly. Although he is not so stingy enough to take a clan member to give up his anger, he also wants to respond to Nagito. I understand what you mean, but it's useless. Don't think he can catch White Zetsu and do whatever he wants. This time I'm warning, and I want to catch White Zetsu in the future, so it's not a warning. Chiyu, who was tied up, woke up and found that he could not move, so he subconsciously drank it. Chang. Just as Obito was preparing to make a speech, a golden light swept up. Jianying directly cut Shiane, who was bound and lifted by him, in half, and the golden sword light swept over him. Behind Jianmang, a man in a golden chakra coat holding a sword rushed from Uchiha Ishina, who had been chopped in half. The masked man was indifferent. The sword light passed through his body, and his right eye looked coldly at the golden figure that came from the assault and the shadow clone that had just melted the white mist. Hollow's figure, ignoring Uchiha Ishina's next few consecutive cuts, Obito also understood that the other party had always been guarded. The bed was shadow clone, and the body was under the bed. Obito was very depressed, knowing that Uchiha Ishina could perceive it, so after using Kamui space-time pupil technique to appear in his room, he attacked as soon as possible. After all, he was worried about being quickly detected by the opponent, so he did not perceive whether the opponent was shadow clone. I felt helpless for this person's prudence. I didn't expect that I would not sleep at this time, otherwise I would not be able to maintain shadow clone. Of course, having been slapped in the face several times, Obito didn't want to persuade him even if he knew that the other party was not good at each other. Through the gap between Shinai's attack, he immediately backed away, his hands were sealed, and a huge great fireball spouted out of his mouth. Chiyu didn't persuade him. On the power of fire style, he was worthy of anyone, unless Madara was born again, and he shot the same great fireball. Boom! The base bedroom, which was not big, in an instant, exploded directly. Chiyu, who retreated due to the explosion shock wave, immediately turned on Sage mode. Light blue eyeshadow appeared, his hands were sealed. Facing the heroic fire dragon technique attacked by the masked man, he also sealed the spell. Sage Art Howard Fire Dragon Technique. Boom! The same technique, but the result was different. The huge fire dragon spewed by Chiyu directly destroyed and shattered the opponent's fire style during the collision and moved towards the opponent. Chang. Chiyu, wearing a golden chakra coat, ignored the flames of the explosion and slashed directly at the figure in the raging fire with his sword. However, I still found that it was a phantom who had cut it. I don't know if the opponent reacted so quickly, or he has been cautiously driving hollow all the time. Obito turned around and looked at Chiyu in surprise. Seeing Uchiha Ishina in the raging fire, because of a golden chakra coat, he blocked the raging fire, and Obito became solemn. Fake Madara, come and attack me frontally. I really can't attack you under your hollow, but you can't use the attack, right? Chiyu said provocatively. Obito was not affected by Uchiha Ishina's provocation. After all, Ishina had also fought him twice. These days are enough for him to think about something. Compared to his former teacher, after only 2 cramped battles, he had insight into the nature of his technique and defeated him with one move. Shinai's performance was far inferior. Boom! When Chiyu saw the masked male Jin, he kicked the ground abruptly, rushing towards the masked male like a cannonball, and slashed forward with a very fast speed. In an instant, several wood thorns of wood-style cutting technique struck Chiyu, slashing past, and Chiyu's sword wrapped around the golden chakra suddenly pierced into the opponent's body. However, only the phantom was cut, and the opponent evaded too quickly. Papa click, but there were 2 wooden thorns that Chiyu didn't cut off. They were tightly set on Chiyu's legs, and then the wooden thorns exploded. Chang. As soon as the masked man turned his head, he slashed in front of him. Dumbly, he dodged, and then saw a scene that made his brows constricted. There were a few wooden thorns, and 2 of them were indeed hung on the opponent's feet, but the wooden thorns that exploded did not pierce the opponent's chakra coat. Your pupil technique is very special. The masked man's emotionless voice praised Shen. Do you want to show off your space-time pupil technique in front of me? Chiyu said ironically. Obito did not speak when he heard the words. His time-space pupil technique was indeed his proud capital. Even if it is better than Uchiha Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods, Obito thinks his Kamui is more valuable. Wood-style Hell Rebellion. The masked male Jin drank gloomily. In an instant, a huge winding giant wood was twisted, with numerous sharp wooden thorns hanging on it. Seeing this, Chiyu made a point with his right foot, and his body quickly leaped back, facing the approaching huge winding giant wood. He already used a 2-handed sword to dance in front of him tightly. In an instant, the golden sword glow bloomed like electric light swirling around. WHHHHHH. But obviously the wood-style hit was too fast and Yamato was quick, and Chiyu's movements could no longer stop it. But how can people persuade you? Immediately put down the two-handed sword, and blasted his fist at wood-style with all his strength. Boom boom, the shock wave of the explosion swept across the square in an instant. Wood-style stopped, and a golden Chiyu was hit several hundred meters away, connecting and destroying several walls. Swish swish. At this time, the huge movement also attracted a lot of onlookers. Art Duo, Undead Duo, Kisame and Itaki, as well as Konan with a gloomy face in the air, and a black and white head in the distance. Chiyu, who was dressed in golden light, was so dazzling that everyone was looking at him. Of course, the Art Duo and the Undead Duo also looked at the masked man curiously. They had never seen each other. They glanced at Konan in surprise when they saw the same Akatsuki costume. Obito looked at the huge wound in Chiyu's abdomen and smiled at the corner of his mouth under the mask. Such a heavy weight is enough to stand up for himself. Then, the look under his mask immediately became as horrified as the onlookers on the side. Rao, at their level now, is also shocked looking at Uchiha Ishina in a golden chakra coat. I saw the scary wound of a few tens of centimeters in the abdomen, just under the eyes of everyone. A green light shone, and then quickly recovered. Then Uchiha Shina's strong 8-pack abdominal muscles returned to their original shape. If it were not for the broken clothes, they would not believe that the other party had just been seriously injured. Is this your pupil technique? Interesting. The masked man's voice. A chakra mode that strengthens combat power, one that strengthens physical fitness and vitality, and as long as it is not fatal, it can quickly recover. Chiyu replied. Of course, with a concealed hand, I didn't intend to expose the spatial pupil technique magical action, so I just used the body effect strengthened by Greer's energy to tell the matter. Now Chiyu, who is well integrated with Greer's energy, contains a large amount of Greer's majestic vitality in his body, and he recovers from injuries and fatigue very quickly. Moreover, it is immune to most viruses and strengthens the body's metabolic cells at all times. When everyone heard this, they were also surprised by Uchiha Ishina's ability. Sure enough, he is a reckless man. The abilities given by these two pupil techniques seem to tell this person to go to his heart's content. The already strong fighting will and good physique have now been enhanced to the pinnacle of the ninja world, with chakra mode with enhanced combat power and exaggerated recovery capabilities. Even Obito at the moment is a little tired, and it's the most annoying to meet this kind of lunatic. Among them, Obito and Itachi both understand certain truths, and are secretly wary of Uchiha Ishina. Because Sharingan is the portrayal eye of the soul, the opening of Mangekyo's pupil ability is almost in accordance with host's will. Uchiha Shina has this ability, which almost confirms that he is a brash man who is constantly pursuing stronger power, so this kind of thing is the most annoying. Wood style? It's amazing. Your Sharingan can switch freely, so you are not of the Senju clan. Your wood style secret, I will definitely get it. At this moment, Chiyu stared at the masked man with hot eyes and laughed wildly. Speaking of it, without waiting for the masked man to answer, Chiyu's hands were sealed. Sage Art extinguished the fire. A violent beam of fire spurted out of his mouth for an instant, and when it reached the front of the masked man, it spread for more than 100 meters. Using Sage Mode's perception, Chiyu locked the opponent's position, and threw the sword that he had just drawn out one after the other into the flames. Then his hands were sealed. The flame passed over Hollow's Obito, and the swords came one after another. Obito was indifferent. The moment the two swords passed through him, he ignored Uchiha Ishina, who had already been sealed, and quickly became sealed. Boomkang, however, at this moment, Yukio, who had just passed through the mask of the male shadow with a long sword bang, turned into a golden chakra coat, almost saw the invisible sword shadow passing by. Puff, the masked man who had just reacted, was cut in the waist. This is a classic move that Naruto has used against Brother Tuesday. Let's teach Brother 2 first. Swish swish. However, behind the masked man who fell on the ground, there was a sudden squirming, launching a few wooden thorns, and Chiyu's defense paused. And the seal of his knot did not stop. Instead, he released the fire style towards Chiyu's shadow clone, and then collided with the fire style released by Chiyu's shadow clone. The dual purpose of his Hein also made the audience sigh. Of course, no one knew that the wooden thorn was the help of White Zetsu Uzumaki Afii and the masked man. And just at this moment, in the horrified eyes of everyone, the masked man who was cut in half, his body was squirming with countless white colloids, and he immediately connected. That's the white weird I caught these days? Are you their boss, or a weird like them? Looking at the masked man who reappeared in front of him using Earth style Tulong Yin technique, Chiyu pretended to ask without knowing it. The masked man did not answer Chiyu's question. Sharingan in the right eye gave Chiyu a faint look, and reached out to touch his abdomen. I have studied that these white monsters have a life energy that is not weaker than mine. It is a pity that they are a bit tyrannical. I can't resolve it. For the sake of the same people, share it with you. I owe you a favor. Chiyu continued, staring at him with hot eyes. How the masked man snorted, the space Uzumaki appeared in his right eye, and then disappeared. Hello? F***K, I'll see you beaten once again in the future. Lao Zi will catch all the white weirdos nearby. Chiyu shouted angrily when he saw the people running away. Swishitake looked at the gaze cast by Uchiha Shina, and immediately ran away. He doesn't have spacetime pupil skills, and it would be very annoying to be entangled. Uchiha are all monsters, Kisame with a shark face said with a smile, and left instantly. Then the audience left immediately, paying attention only to Konan, who was still gloomy, flying in the air. Although everyone looked indifferent, many stormy waves arose in their hearts. A reckless man showed the ability of a more reckless man, not only the time-space pupil technique, but also with style and strong recovery ability. Remember to lose money. Konan looked at Chiyu gloomily. Oh, why? It's impossible, he did it first. Chiyu finished speaking and immediately turned around and left. It is impossible to lose money, it is impossible in this life. Konan didn't say anything, turned and flew away. Walking into the place where Nagato was staying, and seeing Nagato's slightly smiling face, Konan also showed her smile. Although the incident happened suddenly, we not only saw the masked man deflated, but also observed the abilities and weaknesses of more masked men. It can be said that the purpose of pulling Uchiha Ishina Jiniki's organization, the effect is perfect and exceeding the standard. In the next period of time, everyone in Akatsuki's organization was horrified again. After that battle, Uchiha Shina asked Konan several times about the masked man. Unfortunately, he didn't see him, saying that the other party was out. Then he asked Konan to help him study White Zetsu, but where is Konan free? Then Uchiha Shina found Sasori, Kakuzu and others one after another, but no one helped him research. Of course, although Uchiha Ishina's research was ignored on the surface, they still paid attention secretly. After all, they were also curious that the masked man was cut in half and could recover immediately. Is it related to this white monster? Wood style. Is it also related to the white monster? Then they were horrified to find that Uchiha Shina had eaten White Zetsu. That's right, it's just eaten, even in various ways of eating, boiled, roasted, mixed with medicine, and juiced. Anyway, everyone once again alienated Uchiha Ishina, and even Konan hardly appeared in front of Ishina. Every time I met, the eyes of Ishina looked strange. The organization here orders you. You will not be allowed to hunt White Zetsu in the future, nor can you catch it secretly. They are important members of the organization to collect information. Konan exhorted, and then left in a hurry. Recently, I have obviously felt that the intelligence given by Black White Zetsu has declined. Knowing that they are annoyed by Uchiha Ishina's killing of White Zetsu, Konan will stop Uchiha Ishina before the two sides tear their faces. Chiyu didn't actually eat much here, nor was it pervert. After Uncle Snake studied the White Zetsu cells, he transplanted it himself. If one comes into contact with Nagato up close, he might be aware of it. You should know that in the original book, Second Generation of Impure World Reincarnation, you can easily perceive that Orochimaru is full of Hashirama cells under the reminder of First Generation. It is hard to guarantee that Obito, Black Zetsu, Itake and Nagato will not find out in the future, so Chiyu used this method to pave the way for future exposure. And White Zetsu is not a human being, it is produced by Hashirama cells and Gadu statue energy, and there is a fragrance of trees. Although the taste was not accustomed to it at first, it was like tea. After the initial stage, it was too far away. Now that the White Zetsu cells transplanted in the body are almost fused, let's take a look at the original White Zetsu, add more White Zetsu cells, and let yourself fuse more White Zetsu cells. White Zetsu is actually similar to pure energy. Look at Lord Madara and Obito, use it anytime, anywhere. Boom perceived by Sage Mode. After discovering that no one was staring at him, Chiyu summoning Katsuyu clone, and then handed it a scroll, which was White Zetsu. I caught a few of them these days, and I didn't eat much, so I sent them all to my daughter-in-law for Orochimaru to do more research. Absolutely, does that guy really eat? Obito was dumbfounded at the moment. After being shown off by Uchiha Ishina that time, he went out of range Shinobi village to let the wind go, and when he came back, he heard such a tragic incident. It seems to be so, eat after frantic exercise. Black Zetsu from the Black White Zetsu replied, is he okay? Is that effective? I don't know, it seems that he hasn't looked for White Zetsu recently. Although I can get closer to him than White Zetsu, I can't find out much. Black Zetsu replied that after he approached, he would still be aware of Sage Mode's perception. Black Zetsu was a little discouraged and thought of the fear of being dominated by Uzumaki Mido. That woman has a sense of good and evil. As long as he gets closer, he will be discovered. So absolutely, can we still win over this person? I don't know, he doesn't seem to know other interests besides being warlike. But if you draw him in, it is estimated that Nagato Konan will quickly arouse conflicts between you and him. Obito nodded after listening, and thought it would be the case. The other party drew Uchiha Shina to organize, obviously to involve himself and Itaki. However, as long as he doesn't affect us catching the tail beast, then just ignore him for the time being. How is Nagato's progress? The Gadu statue hasn't fully awakened yet, and it can't be activated. It may take a few years before the Gadu statue uses the magic dragon 9 seals. Is that so? Let's investigate the situation of the tail beasts and recover the empty ring taken by Orochimaru. Obito left after speaking. The guy Orochimaru failed to attack Itachi and took away the empty ring. With one ring missing, the Gadu statue's speed at absorbing the tail beast would be much slower. Somewhere in Rain Shinobi Village, under the tall tower, Chiyu stepped into this place for the first time, feeling a little excited. I begged Konan for a long time, and he also got a chance to participate in Akatsuki's organization meeting. In a gloomy hall, Chiyu followed Konan in, and currently there were only two of them. Chiyu looked left and right curiously, and then was a little disappointed, because Chiyu did not see the Gadu statue at the place of this meeting. After all, that was also one of the purposes of entering the Akatsuki organization. Chiyu is still thinking about how to cut a piece of the Gadu statue's body and get some energy from the Gadu statue. After a while, I saw Kakuzu and Haiden coming in, and Haiden kept complaining to Kakuzu, the honest person. Yo, can the non-staff members come to the meeting, too? Kakuzu said strangely. Chiyu didn't pay attention to him, so the brains were fighting for life and death in one breath. Instead, his eyes gleamed and he walked to Haiden. Hey, Duan-sang, I heard that you are immortal. It's amazing, can you teach me? Huh? Seeing Chiyu approaching, Haiden took a step back subconsciously. Duan-sang, can you get me some blood and some flesh? Give you some papers. Go, don't even think about it. Haiden was immediately shocked. He doesn't understand paper people or something, but this ruthless man who ate white Zetsu now knows his immortality. Seeing Uchiha Shina, who was drooling and licking his mouth and leaning up with a smile, looked like the second Orochimaru alive, Haiden retreated again and again in fright. Oh, Duan-sang, how about you accept me as a little brother? Abandon Kakuzu in the future, team up with me, I want to believe in Thulhu sauce. Chiyu said sincerely to Haiden that he wanted to study what the evil spirit was. Then he stared at Kakuzu with murderous intent, as if thinking about stab him, and then it was like being with Haiden. Try it, Kakuzu said coldly, facing Chiyu's gaze. Go away, stay away from me, Thulhu doesn't want you, and, it's Thulhu, not Thulhu sauce. Haiden looked at Chiyu vigilantly, retreated behind Kakuzu, and yelled at Chiyu. Yo, that idiot Haiden still has someone who wants to join his Thulhu? That's too far from the art of explosion, huh? At this moment a ridiculous word came, and Deidara and Sasori came in. Ha, little Huan Mao, what are you talking about? Do you want to be sacrificed by me to Lord Thulhu? Two people with brain problems immediately began to talk to each other. At this time Itaki and Kisame also came in. Chiyu sighed completely, thinking that the members of the organization were doing tasks outside. When using the magic lantern technique in a meeting, Tandeo Pain would definitely stand on the finger of the Gadu statue, and he would have the opportunity to spy on the Gadu statue. What a pity! How after everyone arrived, a man with short yellow hair, a cold expression, and short black nails in his nose and ears appeared. Chiyu looked at him and sighed secretly. After Yahiko died that year, Nagato made him the Heavenly Deo Pain, allowing him to continue to be the leader of the Akatsuki organization and execute all plans. But the things made by Yin and Yang escape are very annihilating. During the Fourth World War, even the infinitely restored Impure World reincarnation body could be destroyed by Yin and Yang. Looking at Yahiko, who is full of Yin and Yang escape short nails, this may have affected Nagato's use of the wheel revolving heaven technique to revive him. Otherwise, Rinnegan's Obito alone can resurrect Uchiha Madara, who has been dead for decades, but not Nagato double Rinnegan, and Yahiko can't be resurrected. As Tandeo Pain appeared, a cluster of Nepenthes on the ground nearby emerged from the ground, and the black-white Zetsu appeared. Huh, Chiyu said when he saw this, he thought that after Pain appeared, no one else came. You came out later than Pain, isn't this obviously not giving the boss face? The boss can bear it, I can't bear it. Chang unexpectedly, Chiyu picked up his sword and slashed at the black-white Zetsu. Puff-Ka Sala in an instant the figure passed, a white arm flew down, and several giant trees suddenly emerged from the ground to attack Chiyu. Stop! Things happened like lightning, and at the same time Konan's gloomy rebuke came, and the vast power of Heavenly Path Pen immediately exploded. Black-white Zetsu concealed into the ground, Chiyu quickly retracted the broken arm and stopped after evading the wood-style attack. This, a member of his organization dared to be a step slower than the leader. Doesn't he look down on the leader? You must teach it a lesson, with the majesty of the leader. Seeing everyone staring at them, Heavenly Way Pain and Konan were dangerous. Waiting for explanation. Chiyu immediately opened his mouth and came, very sincere. Of course everyone ignored his nonsense, seeing his eyes shining towards the black-white Zetsu, they knew what he was thinking. But everyone hangs up high because it doesn't matter. Nagato Konan hears this explanation, and it's hard to continue. And at this moment, it's not good for the black-white Zetsu who is on the ground to be wary of Chiyu. White Zetsu looked at the severed arm. Although he could recover, he deceived people too much. And Black Zetsu is even more speechless, because it seems that Uchiha Ishina looks at his gaze more hotly than White Zetsu. Think of white Zetsu eaten by Uchiha Ishina, and black Zetsu. Imagine Uchiha Ishina's drooling at herself, and it is also a chill. Fortunately, both of them are veteran actors who have been lingering for thousands of years. At this moment, Chiyu looked at black Zetsu's scorching eyes without half-acting. After all, he was the independent will of Itsutsuki Kagaya to separate. With super concealment ability and vitality, even Sage of Six Paths can't detect his existence. If you can get some of his physique, maybe you can study Itsutsuki Kagaya in disguise. Of course, Chiyu was still very happy after receiving an arm of the white Zetsu body. This is also one of the goals of the Lake Xiao organization. Nowadays, most of white Zetsu are made by Uchiha Madara and Obito, using the energy of Hashirama cells and Gadu statue. Only white Zetsu and Uzumaki Ifei are the biological weapons that Itsutsuki Kagaya used thousands of years ago to display infinite Tsukuyomi. Their essence is much higher than that of ordinary white Zetsu, and the research value is naturally much better than the previous white Zetsu. The members of the Zhongxiao organization also stared at the black-white Zetsu in surprise. They did not expect that this member of unknown strength, who often appeared in the image of scouting, actually possessed wood-style ninjutsu. Reminiscing about the wood style used by the masked man and the colloid on the body like white Zetsu, I also think about it. Although most of them here are special existences, except for the heart, Sasori is now a puppet, Kakuzu 5 hearts and 5 lives, hide an immortal body, Kisame is as vast as a tailed beast chakra, etc. But it does not mean that everyone is not looking forward to wood style. After all, it is a legend. If you can have the opportunity of wood style, few people can resist this temptation. After the incident, Pain began a meeting. This meeting was not a task, but to change some of the rules of Akatsuki's organization, because the situation in the ninja world had faintly changed. The Akatsuki organization seems to have been targeted, and now it is likely to encounter a lot of danger. Therefore, when going out in the future, try to be as low-key as possible, and don't expose the base of Akatsuki and the damage of some members. The reason was that the incident of having 3 Mangekyo Sharinan in Akatsuki's organization spread out and caused some commotion. Moreover, Kirigakure has shaken out the things that have been manipulated by Mangekyo Sharinan over the years, which really made Nagato and Obito unexpected. Unexpectedly, the village, which has always been conservative, would ignore their own face. Although I don't know if more information of Akatsuki's organization has been leaked, there are indeed many shinobu villages who are investigating Akatsuki's organization. Nagato used to want to make Akatsuki's name, and then grab more missions. But now that the scandal has been raised, and may face the situation of being besieged by all parties in the ninja world, Nagato feels that he still bears it. The masked man has been misfortune. Kirigakure has been involved in the Nine Tails chaos in Konoha over the past few years. It would be really not a good situation if he was besieged before he was ready. The tail beast capture plan has not yet started. At the end of the meeting, only Deidara expressed displeasure. He also wants to be famous in the ninja world and let his explosion-style art bloom everywhere. Then he blamed everything on Orochimaru and asked Sasori to take him to fight snakes. Most people in Akatsuki's organization also believe that Orochimaru first played Rinnegan's idea, and applied to join after he failed to win. Then he stared at Itaka's Mangekyo Sharinan, was killed and left Akatsuki's organization. Then he stared at Uchiha Shina's Mangekyo without success. It is estimated that he knew that his strength could not deal with the Fuxiao organization, so he revealed the information of Xiao organization. At this moment, Nagato and the masked man have already begun to discuss the establishment of a branch base, just in case Rain Shinobi Village is found to face the result of a siege. After going back to open the shop, Chiyu also knew why. My daughter-in-law is not slow, and it seems that Terumi Mei has been persuaded. Chiyu was also curious. What kind of confidence did the daughter-in-law give Terumi Mei so that she dared to speak out about Kirigakure's embarrassment? You know, in the original work, it was not until the Five Shadows Conference 1989 that Kirigakure was suspected by Reikage to be the Akatsuki base before Terumi Mei had to tell the truth. Indeed, one of the 5 great ninja villages has been manipulated by others for more than 10 years. Tang Mizukage has even become a puppet, initiating the brutal annihilation of the ninja and stepping into a chaotic blood fog policy, resulting in a large number of power losses. Great shame. In fact, Tsunade also spent a lot of saliva here to convince Terumi Mei. In Chiyu's memory, he saw everything clearly. He also guessed Kirigakure's thoughts, and saw their plight. Tsunade took Maitreya to talk to Terumi Mei several times. Finally, through the analysis of God's perspective and the explanation of interests, he was successful. First, I told Terumi Mei that there was an organization with 3 Mangekyo, who might have been the murderer of Kirigakure. Don't tell me, Terumi Mei just throw the pot over. In addition, 4th Mizukage was once controlled by Mangekyo Sharinan, and Kirigakure's terrifying history in the blood mist was thrown to the dead Yagura and Akatsuki, in order to divert the water country's suspicion and fear of Kirigakure. Then Terumi Mei quickly took the position. Tsunade urged very quickly, making Terumi Mei and Maitreya confused. In fact, Tsunade knew that Terumi Mei's ability was very strong. Shiyu knew in his memory that as soon as Terumi Mei took office in the future, he would encounter the Fourth World War of Ninja World. After the war, Kirigakure, which was in decline, developed into the most beautiful and prosperous place in just over 10 years under her reform and opening up. Look at Konoha and Tsunade. During the blog post, Kirigakure was really not as good as Kirigakure. So Tsunade hopes that this capable woman will explode her light in advance. Chiyu also knows that her daughter-in-law's obsession is more than that. She seems to be deliberately creating a woman's idea of changing the world. Therefore, the current partners, Maithreya, Queen Lulin, Queen of Snow Country, and Terumi Mei, are even going to take over Konoha's existence. And she also summarized Luasha's daughter and Oniki's granddaughter as training targets. Oniki's granddaughter, Black Soil, was originally about to take over Tsuchikage. As for Luasha's daughter, although she was not a Fengying in the original book, she was given to Gaara, but Tsunade believes that the location of Fengying is more suitable for Temeri than Gaara. F***K, when the time comes to the 5 major villages of the ninja world, the 4 shadows will be women. Wrong, Chiyu woke up immediately. In the future, Terumi Mei and Black Earth have no targets, can they really not be found? Now I go to the Xiao organization to think about the bunch of soft girls around my daughter-in-law. Although the daughter-in-law is very mature physically and mentally, she can only cry with tears and believe that she will not mess around. But the daughter-in-law is so manly, under the attack of those soft girls, can she really be able to withstand the temptation? Look at the previous Maithreya, and Sarah, and others' worship of their daughter-in-law. I'm too careless, and the solidified thinking thinks that Hokage are all strange brothers and younger brothers, male and female. But it does not mean that the young ladies are conservative in their thinking. Itake mistaken me, Suzuki Naruto mistaken me, Indra Ashura mistaken me. A group of 7 ninja swords who are accustomed to bringing little boys, Brother Gon, and Brother Chien, a brother and noble group, the Konoha triangle bond system that promotes the will of fire, isn't this taking oneself into the ditch? Chiyu has a sad face, maybe this is the first time he has been away from his wife. Is there a mental problem? Maybe I think too much. I guess so. Is that this? The source body of all white Zetsu. Lulin was in a secret basement. Orochimaru looked at the scroll handed by Tsunade, opened a white arm inside, licked his mouth with his long tongue, and stared with hot eyes. Kabuto next to him also looked expectantly, and learned Orochimaru's tongue and licked his mouth. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and then stared at Orochimaru with stern eyes, and smashed his head with a punch. Put out your tongue again in disgust, my old lady will pull your tongue out. Tsunade threatened, and left with an angrily grunt. Kabuto wiped the sweat from his forehead until the teacher was away. Although he respects Orochimaru a lot these days, after all, he is knowledgeable and capable, but he dare not listen to what Tsunade said. Master Tsunade, I want to ask you a favor. After visiting the cross-border railways that are being tried out in the northwestern countries, and then visiting the huge factory area near Lulin, Terumi Mei seemed to have made up some determination and found Tsunade. What's the matter? Tell me, please. Master Tsunade, I would like to invite you and Her Majesty, Queen Koyuki, and Queen Sarah to accompany me to meet the name of the country of water. Terumi Mei took a deep breath and said, Kirigakure has been in chaos for many years. Daimyo in the water country has long distrusted ninjas and cut contact with Kirigakure. To restore the relationship with Daimyo in the water country and gain his trust and support, Terumi Mei had to ask these people to come forward. That's okay, stop by to talk about aviation cooperation with Daimyo in the country of water. Tsunade nodded and agreed. Although Chiyu once told her, it is difficult to have peace with the 2 jade wonderful system of 1 country and 1 village. A mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers. For the continuation of the village, it needs war. And every daimyo has a unified heart. The state is dignified and the military and government are separated. The daimyo can't interfere with the country's armed forces. What is this? Although Tsunade knows all the truth, besides Shinobu village was created by her grandfather, there is also this era. She still has no way to change. Now she can only take advantage of the trend and plan things slowly for the future. As for the promotion of aviation, she was disappointed, and Tsunade once again complained about her husband. Because even the helicopter can't be studied now, we can only improve the airship technology of Snow Country, and then start the initial development of aviation. However, she also began to inquire about Shenning's materials, and was ready to learn about their aircraft technology in the empty country. And Terumi Mei's request was supported by Maithreya Sarah and Fenghua Xiaoxiu, and even invited Xia Xing, the village head of Xingren village. For more than a year, dozens of small countries in the northwest of Ninja World have begun to develop rapidly under the convenient transportation of railways. At this time, the people in the Ninja World realized what traffic is. Traffic has brought convenience to communication, and the increase in the flow of people has brought about the development of commerce, which has led to the development of a series of manufacturing and production industries. The commercial market with huge potential has attracted countless merchants, and the small countries in the northwest that were originally deserted for a time are immediately rejuvenated. The tourism and film and television entertainment industries created by Snow Country are even more eye-catching changes. I have to feel that I have been the queen of stars, and my brain is really extraordinary. Following Tsunade's proposal and the practice of the Snow Country and Ghost Country, with the help of railway transportation, a development zone with a convenient location will be established in the country to gather population and carry out the development trend of large-scale urbanization of population gathering. More importantly, as the traffic boosted the economy and production, the few bandits and gangsters, etc., began to behave well. On the one hand, I can't afford to provoke big bosses, and on the other hand, there are more decent positions, right? Isn't it just to make ends meet? Those who can see it clearly and analyze it well will immediately respond to their own policies and begin to throw an olive branch on the transportation industry. Nowadays, ministers of many countries have begun to come to Lulin to look for Tsunade and the others. Naturally, all ninja villages have begun to move. Ugh, faced with this situation, Tsunade also sighed. When daimyo and shinobu were separated, one could see the contradiction. If one day, ninja village develops diversifiedly and gets rid of the economic constraints of the daimyo, what will be the consequences? It looks like it's almost back to Konoha, Tsunade whispered. Although she has indeed begun to change the world now, she has also seen more problems in this world. In this way, Chi-Yuen stayed steadily in Rain Shinobi village for several months, begging Konan many times to take him to a meeting, and finally saw the Gadu statue twice. Although it looked like a stone statue now, it was a little horrified to see the 10 eyes of the crippled man, even if they were closed. Chi-Rain Shinobi had the urge to raise a knife for slicing research. During the period, Chiyu cautiously guarded against Obito's sneak attack. That guy not only had the bug of Kamui, but also had the Earth Style and Earth Dragon hidden technique like White Zetsu Mayfly technique. It was just out of Chiyu's expectation. It seemed that Brother 2 was quite big and didn't come to trouble him anymore. If the guess is good, Brother 2 should be very busy during this period, and there is nothing to do anyway. And when I was young, my predecessor didn't have any intersection with Obito. I don't understand. Now that Chiyu is in Rain Shinobi village, he no longer opens a store. During this time, his Uchiha Shina's reputation is very popular. Several bosses in Rain Shinobi village come to him for cooperation. Chiyu took advantage of the situation and refused to give Konan a chance to squeeze the wool. He withdrew from the store and cooperated with the owners of these merchants. Give them the painted books and cooperate with them. It even caused a wave of trends. Secretly, many art creators appeared, with a lot of flowers blooming posture. Chiyu is also involved in more paintings. Anyway, in his previous life, he was informed and well informed, and he still leads the way. I was warned by the girl Konan only once, because Chiyu drew a lot of troubles. Chiyu secretly pouted, "You are a real paper man, are you not a fake angel?" It's just that Chiyu shut up very wisely and stopped. If you don't paint an angel, don't paint it. Thinking about her status as an angel, it is estimated that Nagato arranged for her. After all, in Nagato's eyes, Konan is an angel. In order not to suffer from Shenluo Tianzheng and planetary devastation, Chiyu felt that he should be more careful, and it would be good to draw more and more simple styles. "Master Behu, what can I do?" Chiyu asked when he came to Konan. After receiving a message from Konan's Fihi, he was called by his boss for the first time, and Chiyu was also curious about what was going on. A group of interesting people came in the village, and they seemed to be inquiring about Mangekyo. "You should come here," Konan said. Chiyu was speechless at once. "Who? Are you so courageous?" Even if you don't know Nagato's Rain Tiger Free technique that covers the entire Rain Shinobi village, think about it carefully. Do you dare to provoke Mangekyo? But thinking about the fact that the other party can find Rain Shinobi village, it's amazing. Who has this ability? You know, in the original book, Akatsuki caught all the tail beasts except 8 tails 9 tails. Jiraiya found the nest here. Before that, the Rain Country and Rain Shinobi village in the center of the dignified ninja world, no one noticed that they had changed for more than 10 years, thinking that Hanzo of the Salamander was still there. Alive or dead? Chiyu was also interested and asked. "We need to know their real purpose, and the forces behind him, or the reason that pushed him to find here." "Understand. Isn't this just for living?" Then Chiyu used it as a bait and wandered around in the outskirts of Rain Shinobi village. Konan, a woman, values Rain Shinobi village's property very much and is worried about spreading to the village, even the construction. Baileyahu. Seeing the 4 people who suddenly surrounded him, Chiyu easily avoided their attack, stepped back and froze for a while. Because the one in the lead is a short stature and a very beautiful looking white skin hair that humbles, of course, if he doesn't untie the bandage around his mouth. "Do you know me?" The sneak attack failed. Baileyahu was very solemn, and then took the call. "Nonsense, Konoha village's betrayal. The Konoha guards back then are naturally indispensable for your information. Tisk tisk, studying forbidden technique, you can escape under Sunen's roundup. Are you a related party? I heard that you and Sunen has been a friend since childhood." With a playful tone, Chiyu revealed a trace of envy. This is the wage earner that the daughter-in-law is looking at. In terms of words and actions, they must be promoted intentionally or unintentionally. Baliahu was annoyed at first when he heard the words, "Am I the kind of person who relies on relationships?" Then flashed a little bit of nostalgic remembrance. Think about the scene where he fled at the beginning. Although he made a good escape, if Sunan really hunts down, can he run? Could it be that they Sanzan released the water? In fact, Chiyu didn't know whether his daughter-in-law had released the water back then. In her daughter-in-law's memory, when third generation gave them this task, they didn't believe it until the laboratory of Baliahu. Chiyu felt that Uncle Snake might not try their best. Jiraiya and Tsunade might really not be able to catch up with Baliahu, but Uncle Snake can definitely catch up with Baliahu. At that time, Baliahu's strength was mediocre, so I thought about studying biology to deprive the bloodline boundary to increase his strength. Uncle Snake is an escape expert, so he doesn't know how to hunt down the defecting ninja, Baliahu. Your eyes, I'll take it. Baliahu didn't talk much, and coldly stated his purpose directly. Although he has been living in Mount Samuro in the Jinlun Mountains on the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Land for many years, he occasionally inquires about external information. After all, he studies the Ghost Bud Luo technique to deprive others of the bloodline boundary, so he has to explore those rare ones. Bloodline boundaries. When I went to the Land of the Earth to inquire about Steel Dun, I heard the information circulating in the ninja world that Akatsuki has 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Where can I bear it for a while? Others don't know Akatsuki's organization, but he knows some by accident. He lives on the border of the country of Rain, and the 3 modified summoning beast men often move around nearby, and go to the country of Rain and Grass to buy some needed items. I found members of Akatsuki wearing red clouds and black robes a few times, and probably analyzed their routes of entry and exit several times, and the directions were all budding Rain Shinobi Village, so he quietly ran in to inquire. Unexpectedly, it was so easy to find. In the triple-double Mangekyo, Uchiha Itake and Uchiha Ishina are both named and surnamed. No one knows about it in Rain Shinobi Village, but after asking about Uchiha Ishina a few times, I got something. The person who was inquired also stuffed a few pieces of art paper with him with a weird smile, and Baliahu was dumbfounded. After inquiring all the way, it was easy to find that someone saw Uchiha Ishina and pointed in the direction. As soon as I chased it, I also found Uchiha Shina in the suburbs, and Baliahu felt that God had helped me. Mangekyo Sharingan, Baliahu is very greedy. His generation lives under the legend of Sharingan. Although at that time, the Uchiha clan did not have Mangekyo Sharingan, but he still occupies the name of the number 1 ninja in the ninja world, and he has experienced the Second World War and the early days of the Third World War, but he has seen the power of Sharingan, so he even covets Kakashi's Sharingan. He didn't dare to offend the Uchiha clan, so he had to bully Kakashi, who had just received Sharingan's gift from his companion before his death. But Kakashi is only one-eyed, not Mangekyo, so he naturally has to venture over to find it. As his most valued and favored Sharingan, even if the Akatsuki organization has 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, he has to risk it. After more than 10 breaths, 3 humanoid summoning beasts that died tragically lay on the ground, all in a mess. Baliahu, who was lying in a pit of several tens of meters, was slowly submerged by the current, showing horror. Chiyu on the side shook his head. In the animation, when Bailia called out, the protagonist group slammed and beat, and Konoha Elite Umbu said that every second is just a second. But that was the one who used the Ghost Ye Luo technique to combine Dark Style, Gang Dun, Lan Dun, and Swift Style. At that time, Chiyu might take it seriously. But as soon as he fought, he discovered that he hadn't merged anything, even his 3 transformed humanoid summoning beasts. This is an elite Jonin. What courage do you have to catch Mangekyo? You have been living for too long and you have lost your judgment? Or is the modified body giving him confidence? Master Behu, this is a researcher, I'm going to accept him, Chiyu said to Konan next to him. From Baliahu, after knowing his identity and how to find Rain Shinobi Village, Konan thought about it and agreed to Chiyu's request. Chiyu cruelly killed several modified summoning beasts in this deep house in Baliahu, and also left him behind to beat him up. This is not a good master. After the training is completed, it will be sent to the wife. And he was not as cautious as he was originally. He in the animation, anyway, did not get into trouble until he was about to succeed in the end. However, this person is also a pitted person. Since I've been watching Sunen's back and couldn't catch up since I was young, Ishain wanted to become stronger and get other people's approval. Later, when it was about to succeed, there was a big scene in which 5 phantom projections of several hundred meters in size declared war in each village. And obviously you can use the flying summoning beast to pick up the controlled Kakashi. You have to let the family come by yourself, delaying so much time, and then the final step is destroyed by Naruto at the critical moment. As long as his mind was a little normal at the time, he would have succeeded long ago. Now that you are so weak, you are still here to deliver food, you have to catch Mangekyo. It's okay to merge the boundaries of bloodline first. Baliahu, who was detained at the base by himself, was frustrated and unwilling. Looking at his hateful eyes, Chiyu smiled. Sure enough, it's a person who can survive through relationships. Even with this strength, I want to hit Mangekyo Sharingan's idea. Chiyu mocked him mercilessly. Let Bei Lu Hu listen with anger. However, if you do me a favor, I can consider spare your life. Chiyu continued. But Bailiaho actually didn't take this set, but Chiyu didn't care. There were more ways to deal with scientific madmen. Push with that, Chiyu threw a white humanoid monster on the test bench in front of him. This is an organism made by first Hokage Senju Hashirama cells, but it can use with style. Are you interested in studying it? If you can find useful things, such as transplanting first-generation cells without side effects, your life will be good. N.S. After Chiyu finished speaking, Beiliohu was immediately shocked. His eyes revealed 3-point expectation and 7-point suspicion. After all, it is a Hashirama cell, how could it be here? As a research madman who coveted Sharingan, how could he forget the Hashirama cell? It's just powerless. Seeing his expression, Chiyu knew it, without restricting him, and then left his base. Orochimaru engaged in research and turned himself into White Snake Sage. Beiliohu can transform the biological body and integrate and deprive the bloodline boundary. In some respects, he is no worse than Orochimaru, but Chiyu is looking forward to him. Ghost Ye Luo technique? Deprive the bloodline boundary? Cut, but there are some thoughts. Jinlun Mountain, Sumi Mountain, Mask Obito, and Ju arrived here, scouting the ancient castle here. Hyayuha sneaked into Rain Shinobi village and wanted to capture Mangekyo. He also knew about it, and smiled disdainfully. Of course, it is better to come over and check the situation with extreme caution, to avoid being humbled by other people or forces behind it. Then I found the old castle where Beiliohu had been staying, and also found a lot of research on Beiliohu. Uchiha Obito is quite disdainful of the forbidden technique that deprives the bloodline boundary. After all, he is planning to become 10 Tails Jinchuriki, so naturally he doesn't like this kind of thing. Obito, what do you think of building this place as a base? Black Zetsu said. This is a good idea, and we have a new companion here too? It's a coincidence that he is also engaged in research. If you want to come to the research, maybe he will be interested. Obito smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and said, he was also quite surprised when he thought of the new companion. Yes, but Obito, he is too weak. Remember to avoid the madman Uchiha Ishina from staring at him. Black Zetsu responded calmly and reminded Obito. At the same time, he muttered inwardly, feeling that many things are getting more and more fun. Today we welcome a new companion to join Akatsuki, Mangekyo Sharingan's Uchiha letter. Akatsuki organized a meeting and looked at a Mangekyo Sharingan bald black-robed man with gray skin and a combination of triangle and round eyes. The group of people meeting to greet the new members was stunned. Konan introduced, his expression was very cold. After all, it was the person who was stuffed in by the mask Madara, or the person who was obviously on the side of the mask Madara. Konan naturally did not like it. Then the other members looked at Uchiha letter in surprise, then looked at Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Ishina. Chiyu always looked at Uchiha's letter in surprise. The man who turned on Mangekyo Sharingan was still an extremely rare spatio-temporal pupil technique and successfully escaped from Orochimaru. Now he still looks normal, without multiple Sharingan transplanted on his body. It's just, this ultimate Voldemort didn't come out to make trouble until the blogger passed it on. Why should I join the Xiao organization now? Although he knows that he is a person who admires Akatsuki extremely, there is still also, watching Uchiha Shinsuke staring at Uchiha Itaki was very hot, and there was an unabashed admiration, and everyone was even more confused in an instant. Itaki glanced in surprise at this person who had Mangekyo, but had never seen him before, looked at Uchiha Ishina, and found that Ishina was also surprised, which made him even more puzzled. Uchiha Xin looked at the people of Akatsuki and the cold Uchiha Itaki in front of him, and instantly felt a feeling of rebirth, and happiness grew in his heart. He used to be Orochimaru's experimental body, and was toyed with by Orochimaru in various ways. Sharingan transplanted his arm and was cut off entirely. During those terrible days, it was all tears. Later, it was learned that Orochimaru had entered the Akatsuki organization, and it was instantly seconded by Uchiha Itaki. Since then, Akatsuki and Uchiha Itaki have left a sacred place in their faith. Good things are in pairs. Just saw Orochimaru, who hated and feared, was hung and beaten. He immediately activated Mangekyo, a spacetime pupil technique that connects new spaces, and the ability to manipulate any rune items he carved. Without even thinking about it, he immediately ran to the world without Orochimaru. He didn't even dare to seek revenge on Orochimaru, and took his clone to prepare for a new life. These days, in order to develop a new world, he will often quietly come to the ninja world. Daily necessities need to be purchased, and experimental equipment also needs to be purchased. Then I came out some time ago and heard that the Xiao organization had 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Suddenly, Uchiha believed that he had found a relative, and he was very longing for the Xiao organization. so he has been inquiring about Akatsuki's information in various black markets. After being spotted by White Zetsu, Obito Kazu approached him. Seeing Madara, the mask of the same time-space pupil technique, and hearing the noble ideals of the mask Madara, Uchiha Xin felt that his dream had been sublimated, and immediately said that he would take me to fly. After a brief exchange at the meeting, Shin Uchiha became an absolute partner. As for why they were not assigned to Chi-Yu's group, Obito and Ju were afraid that such a loyal letter would be miserable by Uchiha Ishina. For Main-jikyo, in Chi-Yu's base, he was studying White Zetsu's humble status and turned his head back to make sure that he heard him wrong. Hasn't Uchiha been annihilated? Where are so many Main-jikyo Sharinan? In the past few days, he tried several sneak attacks on Uchiha Shina and escaped from Rain Shinobi Village. After in vain, he had to obediently and carefully study this Hashirama cell product. I heard that he is also a researcher, but it is a pity that the organization does not assign him to me, otherwise you will be accompanied. Bei-Liu has stopped his hand movements and looked at Chi-Yu's expression. It seemed to be true. He also sluggish for a while. Chi-Yu also thought about it, feeling that things are getting more and more fun, and then find a time, summoning Katsuyu avatars, give the news to the daughter-in-law, see what the daughter-in-law and Uncle Snake think about. Interesting. For Main-jikyo Orochimaru smiled yinly, and couldn't help licking his mouth again. Tsunade squeezed his fists beside him, and Kabuto honestly continued the experiment in his hands. Didn't you say that you got Uchiha's letter? Why did you get to the Akatsuki organization? Tsunade yelled fiercely. Like Chi-Yu, she always thought Uchiha letter was a bullshit, and she just waited for Orochimaru to figure it out. Without knowing that such a thing would happen, the other party unexpectedly ran to Akatsuki's organization. Not only that, Bei-Liu called this guy for Main-jikyo, and he actually got into the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade covered his head. Why didn't he find that Bei-Liu had the ability to detect this? Seeing Chi-Yu's complaints, the guy entered Rain Shinobi Village without using the Ghost Bud Luo technique to fuse the bloodline boundaries. Who gave him the courage? Liang. Could it be that he hadn't seen Main-jikyo before, so he didn't know how good Main-jikyo was? Fortunately, Chi-Yu stabilized Bei-Liu, and Xiao organization didn't care about his intentions. I heard that he was considered a taller Bei-Liu back then. Now he has transformed his body and became a beautiful little boy. Tsunade remembered Chi-Yu's memory. When Bei-Liu breathed out, he was indeed a little boy with perfect appearance. Of course, if the bandage on his mouth was not removed. Tsunade, like Chi-Yu, has always believed that Bei-Liu has good knowledge in the study of human body modification, so he is scheduled to train workers. And here, Orochimaru doesn't care about Tsunade's words. Isn't Orochimaru not greedy for Uchiha's Main-jikyo? Chi-Yu also gave him information before. Uchiha believes that Main-jikyo pupil technique has time-space pupil technique. What can he do with Orochimaru? Of course, for Orochimaru, as long as Uchiha Shin appears, whether he is in Akatsuki or not, his chance of coveting Uchiha Shin Main-jikyo is even greater. What ki is Main-jikyo, what attack is Main-jikyo? Orochimaru still thinks Uchiha's Main-jikyo is the most fragrant. The pupil technique of time and space plus the pupil technique of manipulating objects at will, it is simply a match for him, Voldemort and scientific madman. It's just that during the next communication, Orochimaru was stunned by Tsunade's plan. She didn't expect her to be so crazy. Yo, brother Xin, I'm Shina, I'm here as a guest. At Uchiha Xin's base, Chi-Yu took the little boy next to him and went to his door. After Uchiha Xin came to Akatsuki to make his debut, it was like Chi-Yu. Because there was no ring, he could only be an intern and a non-staff. So there are few appearances, and often not at the base of Rain Shinobi Village. During this period of time, Bei-Liu was very upset when he learned that the organization had given all his property in Mount Samura to Uchiha, but as a prisoner, he didn't dare to say anything, so he had to beg for a few times here. So Chi-Yu took him to visit and prepared to retrieve some important experimental equipment from Uchiha letter. It's a pity that I haven't been home for several visits, and it's only blocked now. What are you doing here? Unexpectedly, Uchiha believed his gaze at Chi-Yu, a little colder. Before coming to the Akatsuki organization, he yearned for Akatsuki, worshipped Itaki, and looked forward to meeting them with Main-jikyo. But after coming in, facing some of the situations mentioned by the boss of Madara, his attitude towards Uchiha Shina was a little worse. As Main-jikyo Sharinan, this guy didn't follow Madara's boss, but he shot Madara's old Yamato Itaki. He was a brash man. He also eats white zetsu raw, which is too low for him as a researcher. Uchiha Shina's image is disillusioned in his mind. Black Zetsu-san, this guy didn't come to Uchiha Shin to fight, right? Shall we call Kisame and Itaki? Black White Zetsu here, looking at Uchiha Ishina from a distance, asked White Zetsu on the left. Black Zetsu still didn't speak, and was quite cold. Uchiha Shina was warned several times, and he would not mess around. What Black Zetsu worries about is that Shina knows that Uchiha is a master of personal research, he will entangle others. However, the development of the situation was beyond expectation. When Bei-Ryu and Uchiha Shingang met, they reprimanded each other and they were enemies. The two looked at each other with disdain, but after a while, they met each other. Uchiha believed that the masked Madara had told him, so there was no trouble. After all, Uchiha Ishina was someone who even dared to kill Itachi and Madara. Uchiha believed that he was not so arrogant to ignore Ishina. So after a few words with Bei-Ryu, he gave Bei-Ryu some of his original equipment. But after seeing part of Uchiha Letter's experiment by chance, Bei-Ryu appointed and despised it, clamoring, and the two got together. Bei-Ryu studies the transformation of the human body. Uchiha Xin inherited part of the cloning technology from Orochimaru. That's why the B*************** D looked at mung beans and looked at each other. Uchiha Shin is now joining the coveted Akatsuki organization and working with idol Uchiha Itachi. He is appreciated by Madara, and he is much more cheerful and confident. Bei-Ryu has now accepted the fate of being a prisoner, and he has seen quite a bit of it. Under these evil conditions, the two unexpectedly speculated, except that Bei-Ryu occasionally observed Chiyu's expression. Uchiha Xin was completely immersed in the exchange. Chiyu yawned, a little confused, but it didn't prevent him from happily accepting his opinion. Bei-Ryu should learn more about each other's knowledge. Anyway, it was his wife's. Uchiha believes that it is not simple. After leaving Orochimaru, he is unique in cloning technology and is a man who can clone Mangekyo Sharingan. Is that so? A few days later, Obito went home again and heard the report from Ju. Now Uchiha Shin and Bei-Ryu, the two researchers, are deeply attracted to each other, and they want Tenten to work together. Uchiha Shina was watching them communicate and research, and even gave them light zetsu for research. Obito, do you need to take the opportunity to bypass Nagato and win over Uchiha Ishina? Asked White Zetsu, the left half of Ju. Both Black Zetsu and White Zetsu know that Uchiha Shina, who can limit the existence of White Zetsu, may influence their plans at a critical moment in the future. It's impossible for this person to keep him on Nagato's side, either to win over or get rid of it. Although he is not in a hurry, he can't do it without countermeasures. Leave it as it is, he can turn the sky upside down, Obito said lightly and left. Although Obito is idle, he has a deep thought. Nagato can use Uchiha Ishina to restrict Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. Doesn't Obito want to use Ishina to restrict Black Zetsu and them? As for the grievances with Shina, Obito didn't pay much attention to it. Ishin wanted to be the person who created the new world at 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Who cares about these little grudges? Didn't Shina say that he is not worthy of Madara's name? When Lao Zi becomes 10 Tails Jinchuriki, let him see what Madara is, and then send him a shot of infinite Tsukuyomi in his shocking eyes. Wouldn't it be more relief? Aha, just grab 3 tails and let us Mangekyo go there? Is the 3 tails row that big? Would you give Mangekyo some dignity? I won't go. A few days later, Xiao organized a meeting and saw the task arranged by Tiandeo Pain. Chiyu was immediately confused. No, Yagura was burned by Itachi Amaterasu. It has only been more than 2 years since 3 Tails was resurrected so quickly? Could it be that Yagura released 3 Tails before he died? Think about him as the perfect Jinchuriki. He should have a good relationship with Isoji, but it is possible. It's just that, arrange for Itachi and Shin to catch 3 Tails together. If you want to come, Obito will follow it secretly, right? Nowadays, there is a rumor that Akatsuki has organized 3 Mangekyos in the ninja world. With Uchiha's letter exposed, there are 4. What does Nagato arrange like this? What does it mean? Itachi was still expressionless when he heard the words. Uchiha was faintly excited. After all, he was able to work with Itachi. Moreover, Itachi and Shina have some reputations in the ninja world, and he also wants to be popular with Uchiha letter. Chiyu retorted speechlessly, while the others hung up on their own. This task is very difficult, not only to capture the tail beast, but also to guard against other forces. According to White Zetsu's information, Sararan, Kirigakure, Konoha village have all secretly participated, and we may be the last to participate. Ha! Chiyu was stunned when he heard the words. What's this? In the original work, 3 Tails, which was cleaned up only 6 years later, ended the short-lived freedom so early? About 3 Tails, the first thing to know should be Uncle Snake. Then Uncle Snake is thinking of this. Chiyu paused, and immediately guessed who was behind this. It must be the woman who opened up the perspective of God, but which one of his own daughter-in-law was acting? Are there so many forces? Then the 3 of us, no, 4 of us are not enough to see? Is it possible that one will deal with 3 Tails, one will deal with Kirigakure, one will deal with Kornin, and the other will deal with Konoha? Aside from other things, is Konoha underestimated? Although we are strong and reckless, we should also be self-aware. Chiyu continued to wind up. It's just that everyone secretly glanced at him. Everyone in Akatsuki's organization is strong, but there seems to be only one, right? Kirigakure and Soranin don't need to worry. Konoha is only a small part of the team. Before Akatsuki had leaked some information, they all knew Mangekyo and Akatsuki. There are many forces to face this time, and some information will be exposed, so you have to be executed by Mangekyo who have been exposed to prevent other members of the organization from being exposed. Tsunade Pain continued to say indifferently. Of course, his purpose is more than that, fighting against the mask Madara. Since you now have 3 Mangekyo on the Madara side of your mask, arrange for you to go there and let the ninja world focus on these Mangekyo. Moreover, Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique is too weird. Uchiha Shin's pupil technique Nagato doesn't know, and he has no information about Itaka's pupil technique. Although the Masked Man and Uchiha Shin has showed some, they may not be complete. Arranging to catch 3 tails in this way not only exposes the masked Madara and the gang to the ninja world, but also collects their Mangekyo pupil skills behind them, which will kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Seeing Tsunade Pain's determination to make such an arrangement, Chiyu muttered a few words, and shut up with interest. Then I thought about it. Was it Uncle Snake's work or his wife's work? However, Chiyu guessed that the probability is a daughter-in-law. So what is the purpose of the daughter-in-law? Does she know Akatsuki has intervened? F***K. Lulin, Tsunade is bathing in hot springs with Maitreya, Terumi Mei, Hawanika, Sarah and other big and small beauties, and summoning Katsuyu often looks at various information. Then when Chiyu saw the secret letter of Chinese characters that Chiyu gave her through Katsuyu's avatar, he directly exploded, making a group of beauties, big and small, startled. Tsunade no longer enjoyed this beautiful blessing, and immediately said something was going on, got off the shore and got dressed and left. Akatsuki is involved? Orikimura responded to Tsunade's words while continuing to observe through the microscope. Oh, I'm afraid Terumi Mei and I won't be able to finish it now. Tsunade sighed. A few days ago, Orikimura blackmailed the location of 3 tails, and Tsunade planned a series of actions. Let Danzo know the location of 3 tails, and then let Shening, who has been longing for the power of the tail beast to activate the flying fortress, know that Danzo wants to capture the wild 3 tails. Even to give Shening courage, Tsunade even calculated with Ma, and let Shening know that he would cooperate with Ma, who also wanted to destroy Konoha. Of course, Tsunade also had the intention of pinching them together. In this way, when Danzo competed with Shening and Ma, Tsunade and Terumi Mei came to the end and solved 3 hidden dangers at once. And Tsunade also coveted Shening's family, all chakra flying machines, flying fortresses, and physical activity techniques she needs. The distinguished heavenly gods in Danzo's right eye. Tsunade felt that Danzo in the original book was a brain-dead, so he would use Admiral, the country of iron, only to elect him as the commander of the coalition army. That distinguished heavenly gods, Tsunade will be of great use. Then 3 tails gave Terumi Mei and the others Kirigakure a big favor, and Terumi Mei can also be more confident to inherit Mizukage. And with the power of 3 tails, Kirigakure will be much more stable, and the chaos will be resolved as soon as possible, and Tsunade will have one more powerful ally. However, all of this has become confusing because of Akatsuki's intervention. Tsunade is very fortunate at this moment, very fortunate to arrange Chiyu to join the Xiao organization. Otherwise, if he really does according to the plan, and then faces the Xiao organization to kill, what kind of difficult situation will it be? Now Danzo should discover the authenticity of the existence of 3 tails. If he wants to come to teacher Sarutobi to stop him, he will also go. Shening will definitely want to ambush Danzo. You can't stop it anymore. Either just let the incident develop, or, efforts to encircle the Xiao organization GGG. Orikimura grinned grimly. Akatsuki's Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan were very coveted. Roll. Tsunade responded without thinking about it. Amazing video. Tsunagakure has been restless, using Sasori's rebelliousness as an excuse. They will definitely send troops. From Terumi Mei, you can tell her to add more troops, as is the teacher. No matter how stable Oyemu is, he will follow. Not only is his apprentice organized in Xiao, he will not fall behind to join in the fun of this kind of thing. As for the reckless Raikage, he probably loves to join in the fun more than anyone else. He is indispensable. Orikimura smiled, still did not remove his eyes from the microscope, but said something thrilling. Tsunade frowned and walked left and right in the laboratory, biting his thumb. She just wants to get rid of a few bugs that have an impact on Konoha. How can this involve the 5 Ninja Village and Akatsuki organization? If you don't interfere, the previous plan will be useless, and you may know that the organization is profitable, and Shening and Ma and Danzo are intact. But if you intervene, the strength in your hand is not enough to deter the Xiao organization. Maitreya is the right card, but if you can't destroy the Xiao organization and the opponent plays the yin, the alliance that you pull up by yourself will be dangerous. Once, as Orikimura said, all forces in the ninja world are involved, it will inevitably lead to a big battle. War requires no reason, just an excuse. Now Tsunade, who has been baptized, knows too well, not to mention that the shinobi world has been at peace for a long time. Even if the parties are not gunpowder kegs, they are all masters who are not too serious. Now is not the time to collide with Akatsuki, let alone cause a war in the ninja world. From the information Tsunade saw in Chiyu's memory, she knew very well that almost no one could stop Nagato nowadays, unless Uchiha Take was persuaded to use a killer weapon to target Nagato's body. Otherwise, if the 5 shadows add up, they are not necessarily Nagato's opponents, and people don't care about the base, and the 5 ninja villages can't care less. If others are not tough and attack one by one, the 5 villages will definitely be over. Why did Nagato decide to capture the 9 tails after Yahiko died? But it happened more than 10 years later when Konoha was 64 years later that he immediately broke out and caught 1 tail to 7 tails in one breath. Obviously they had a lot of opportunities. Tsunade guessed that it might be the cause of the Gadu statue, so Nagato waited until the end before breaking out in one breath to avoid being beaten by the ninja world after the initial exposure. I moved my whole body by pulling it, and Tsunade said with emotion, the ninja world has been peaceful for almost 10 years. It is estimated that the villages are replenishing their energy, right? This carelessness will inevitably fall to the point of fighting in the ninja world. Then the Northwest Transportation Alliance that she had just established with great difficulty was soaked up. In the troubled times, these things were like flowers in the mirror, and they broke with the touch. Thinking about the pros and cons, Tsunade felt more helpless. Once the torrent of world events rolled, it would be difficult to stop. Are you afraid that your fuse will be discovered? Orochimaru said, watching Tsunade get up and leave. F***K. My mother has a way. Tsunade's eyebrows narrowed, but his eyes were determined. Wars originate from excuses and mutual dumping of pots, but if you find a good, just for justice, pot for yourself. The southeast of the country of Tien, the east of the country of fire, and the coastal area at the junction of the country of fire and the country of Yuno. Chiyu took a leisurely stroll to pass the time in nearby towns. At this moment, Chiyu sighed with White Zetsu's detective ability. White Zetsu's mayfly technique not only moves very fast underground, but also has a high concealment on trees. If the White Zetsus are attached to flowers, plants and trees, even Chiyu's sage mode can't perceive them, just don't know if Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can perceive them. And Chiyu also knows that White Zetsu's ability to barter is so strong that he can transform into Kisame and fool the 2 top players, Raikage and Killer Bee. During the Fourth World War, the original work was even more misfortune for the entire coalition force overnight, and no one could break it. Until the morning, many 9 Tails Gold avatars supported Naruto, distinguishing between good and evil. Now Chiyu and the 4 are spending their time in the town, and at the huge lake near the town, the roots of Danzo and Shening and Ma and others are hidden deeper. Chiyu and the others knew all of them one by one. From time to time, a White Zetsu appeared next to Obito to report information. Chiyu sighed secretly, sighing that Obito was pretending to be forced. This guy was absolutely deliberate. In fact, Chiyu guessed right. Obito did not refute Nagato's rude mission request and agreed to lead 3 Mangekyo to do the mission. Even if Black Zetsu didn't remind him, he knew some of Nagato's small nines, but he didn't care. Taking this opportunity, let these 3 people see his way of masking Madara. Besides the root of Konoha Danzo, he is very interested in that Shening and Wuma who is alias to Jiantu. White Zetsu has been inquiring about these days, and already knows the details of Shening and Wuma, one who wants to revive the empty country and revenge Konoha. The sharp blade of a great name in the land of fire had cut Konoha. Obito suddenly found the world so interesting. And according to White Zetsu's investigation, it was found that Shening and their Kongren had a lot of background, but they didn't know whether the monument was a magical thing like the legend. The vast land, the gloomy sky, and the high cliffs of the huge lake. Danzo, with his right eye and right hand wrapped in a bandage, is leaning on a cane to face the breeze. Even closed eyes can't conceal his gloomy temperament. In the lake, under the protection of a group of people, a luminous semicircular enchantment controlled by 4 people moves on the surface of the lake. According to my order, the target has been found, and the enchantment square has turned from detection to bondage. Yes. Enchantment 4 square ceiling formation binding. ×4 immediately, at the top of the semicircle of the mysterious light-emitting enchantment controlled by the 4 people, the shining character explore on it became the character binding. With the massive input of chakra by 4 people, the enchantment on the surface of the water remained unchanged, but the enchantment under the surface of the water quickly extended. Master Danzo, the target has been found, and the barrier is now encircling it. Yeah, let's go there together. Danzo opened his eyes and finally smiled. Swish swish, then a group of people ran towards the enchantment 4. The enchantment below has surrounded the target, ready to change. Enchantment quadruple seal blockade. ×4 hold head high dash. As the 4 people cast a square seal to surround 3 tails, they immediately used a blockade, spreading the enchantment around 3 tails and immediately surrounded the giant 3 tails. Moreover, the attacked 3 tails immediately roared. Tianzo. Danzo whispered to an Umbu member next to him. This is what he sent to Umbu's wood style Tenzo a few years ago with the help of Temptation Kakashi. Although his wood style did not meet Danzo's expectations, it is still possible to limit the weaker tail beast of 3 tails. Nowadays, he still has long hair and fluttering, with a soft face, and his common name is Yamato. Hearing Elder Danzo's words, he entered the enchantment of the group of four. With the shackles of the barrier, Three Tails struggled madly, and the four barrier ninjas were already shaking and sweating profusely. And Three Tails found that the culprit who restrained itself was at the top, and as soon as his natural temper came up, he rushed up. Would style the Sea of Trees has a birthday. The angrily Three Tails Ishigami ignored the enchantment energy chains wrapped around him, and his red eyes stared angrily at the person on the surface of the water. When they were about to reach the surface of the water, huge trees appeared and surrounded it instantly. Three Tails Ishida shivered, his red eyes widened, panicked, thinking of the fear of being dominated by that man. The seemingly huge and awkward giant tortoise Jiji, subconsciously, was a retreat and fell down, struggling desperately, wanting to quickly return to the bottom of the lake where he feels safe, but the wood style and enchantment chain that raided it have been dead. Pester it. Trying to flop, the three tails and limbs danced violently, and I haven't tried my best for decades? After struggling for a few times, he looked at the bushes that couldn't stop him at all, and the chains of enchantment energy that almost broke free. Isao came back to his senses at this moment, glanced up, and then heaved a sigh of relief. I'll just say that the D died a long time ago. Hold head high dash. I glanced at it and found that there was no man above him, and no one staring at Mangekyo Sharinan. Iso immediately got up bravely, turned his head and roared and rushed up again. He also saw the girl who uses with style, an underage girl. Where can you be strong? By the way, the girl who descended from the dammit man seems to have a very flat chest. Would style tree bound forever burial. It seemed that Yamato felt the offended, seeing the giant beast that continued to rush up, and the seal was once again, a huge tree spread out, and the spreading roots of the beast were bound to the restricted beast. His awkward body was restrained. Three Tails Ishio frantically tossed and struggled, and the three huge tails also attacked everywhere. The wood style boy of damn it still gives him a lot of pressure. He heard the voice of the other party using wood style just now, but he didn't expect it to be a belt. Enchantment quadruple seal blockade. Times foreseeing that Three Tails is about to break free from the barrier and wood style, how can everyone be indifferent? The set meal has been prepared long ago. Another fresh enchantment was set towards Three Tails. While under the dual suppression of enchantment and wood style, Three Tails began to be overwhelmed. Come on again, and then drag it to the shore. Danzo looked at the three tails of the Three Tails turtle like three tails that emerged from the water, gray and red Madara, covered with thorns and three tails. In the end, Danzo's roots maintained the blockade of the three enchantments and trapped Three Tails, and Yamato tried his best to use wood style suppression and absorption of chakra energy, so that Three Tails couldn't even condense tail beast bomb. Then he could only struggle all the way and was dragged to the shore. Buzz, at this moment, an abnormal change occurred suddenly, and the buzzing sound like a swarm of bees rang. What sound? A swift approach, different from the sound of birds and bees, made Danzo immediately alert. Shoo, bang, 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 bang. Three flares were fired in the distant jungle. Enemy attack. Protect Elder Danzo and prepare for battle. One of Danzo's guards drank. In an instant, countless figures flickered, dozens of ninjas surrounded Danzo, the surrounding jungle figures jumped, dozens of people scattered all over the jungle, and the battlefield immediately opened. Breaking through the gloomy sky, everyone below looked at the source of the hum and horror, and saw three groups in the sky, with nearly 100 flying air forces flying in rows. Shoo, hoo, swish swish. After these air forces approached, they launched from an altitude of more than 100 meters with the kunao launcher in their hands, and kunao poured down like a torrential rain. Boom rumble, and among the countless kunao, there are still many detonating kunao, which immediately exploded on the shore. Haha, the ninjas below are not indifferent. Although these enemies are in the air, several powerful ninjas still use the high tree tips in the jungle to use the fire style wind style with a long attack distance. Boom bang bang, some careless flying air forces were shot down, and many air forces immediately rose. Kingdom of the Sky, Shinobu. Danzo spit out viciously. In the green energy pyramid barrier, Yamato opened his wood style wood ingot wall, revealing Danzo and others. Then Danzo showed disdain on his face, relying purely on the attack of objects. The connection world could not be broken. Where did this Kongren have the courage? However, Danzo still flashed vigilance in his eyes. How did the other party know that he and others were capturing Three Tails and setting up an attack? However, things are not over yet. Danzo's formation of ninjas around Danzo did not bring good results. Even if Danzo not only guarded against the air force over their heads, they also guarded against land attacks in advance. But, boom rumble, in an instant, the earth was like a violent earthquake. The place where Danzo and the root tissues were, suddenly changed in two directions. The earth swelled up and down, and suddenly rushed like waves. In an instant, the gentle jungle was immediately flooded by two earth currents that were more than 10 meters high. Nearly 100 ninjas, like a flock of birds falling apart like a tree, are all fleeing in the area of 1,000 meters. Jian used earth flow walls, some retreated to the lake, and some jumped up forcibly, trying to overcome the submerged earth flow. Click boom, and before Danzo and others have the next step to prepare, the already spectacular scene broke out again. With a cracking sound resounding through the sky, a huge crack in the earth suddenly appeared. From the invisible enemy, a continuously expanding gorge with a width of several tens of meters was directly cracked. Boom boom boom, there were 3 loud noises again, and 3 huge gorges came from the 2 places where the earth flow originally struck. The ninjas who had been forced to move by the dirt stream before concentrated a little, and were swallowed by the huge canyon that suddenly split. What? Help! Most of the ninjas who were too late to react almost all fell into the deep canyon, and the sound of panic calling for help continued. Through the echo of the sound, Danzo and others guessed that the canyon was at least 100 meters deep. Suddenly attacked by a mysterious Earth-style master, Danzo was also very furious. He could only order the nearby ninjas to gather where he was, and try not to have the chance to destroy them one by one. The more important thing is to gather together to better protect the remaining people and the seal 3 tails. Seeing that there is almost no dust, it has long been completely unrecognizable, fragmented hundreds of meters of jungle. Several huge deep valleys, like the sky and the earth, were also deeply imprinted on the hearts of all the ninjas present, which was frightening. Faced with Iwagakur in the 3 wars, the fear of being dominated by Earth-style spread again, but now there is no Namikaze Minato to save the field. Master Danzo found 4 enemies, 2 each in the southeast, southwest, and hidden underground. Of course, Danzo is not without capable people. A ninja of the Yamanaka clan with yellow ponytails immediately reported their Yamanaka clan's secret skills and their ability to perceive. Boom rumble, not waiting for Danzo to arrange a battle plan, the ground immediately trembled, and the 4 huge canyons several hundred meters in length that had just split up suddenly merged in a roar. Damn it! Danzo's eyes were about to split, and with the sudden earth-style attack, most of the ninjas from the 2 earth currents could hide, and most of the ninjas who fell into the depths of the huge gorge were able to survive. But as soon as the gorge merged, the ninjas who fell into the gorge were probably not lucky enough. Buzz, at this time, the flying unit that had just conducted a round of bombing rushed over after going around a semicircle. Wind style, fire style ninja, come to me, summoning technique. Danzo shouted immediately. Boom, as Danzo Jian used the summoning technique, a huge dream taper appeared. The orange dream taper was several tens of meters high, with a gray proboscis like an elephant trunk, and its yellow 4-legged claws. Roar dash, as Danzo took a few ninjas to jump on top of Menmo's head, Menmo roared and immediately inhaled. When Danzo and others finished printing, Menmo immediately blew out a blow at the high-altitude flying troops. Hurricane. Wind-style vacuum continuous waves. Fire-style great fireball technique. Fire-style dragon ball technique. Wind-style continuous wind cutting technique. Call. With the help of the hurricane of the Menmo, Danzo's ninjutsu gained speed and distance, and directly attacked the flying troops. After dozens of air ninja troops had just been attacked remotely by ninjas, the carbine was raised this time. But the empty ninjas in the front row still looked desperately at the increased ninjutsu, and they came directly at an altitude of 200 to 300 meters. They have good air superiority, but they are not flexible enough. Being trapped in the attack range of these elite ninjas is simply a target. There were several pairs in front of him, and more than 20 people were killed. After that, Kong Ren hurriedly turned around. Damn it! Somewhere in a few miles, Shenning's telescope with white hair and beard saw the scene, and growled unwillingly. If the flying unit flies too high, the bombardment accuracy will drop, but with the quality of a ninja, it can be avoided in advance. Flying low is the result. Boom rumble. Fortunately, the sudden change in the next moment made Shenning's complexion a lot better, and at the same time, a strong vigilance flashed in his eyes. After all, the strength of Imajiran exceeded his expectations. Most of the flying units were resolved, but Danzo's situation did not improve. The earth changed again, countless canyons and huge earth walls appeared, and large areas of terrain suddenly appeared, as if being manipulated by people, undulating in an orderly manner, and the feeling of being played with a chessboard by chess pieces spontaneously emerged in the hearts of all the ninjas. Immediately, the people of Danzo collapsed several hundred meters, and countless terrains around them surrounded them like organs. For purple flame formations. Danzo, who cancelled the summoning beast, drank it. Lord Landing, the trap has been laid. Somewhere, a beautiful lady in fashionable dress said to the gray-haired man holding a tin stick next to her. The woman's black shiny waist-length straight hair is very supple, and the top is shaped. The slender willow eyebrows, black eyeliner, medium-length eyelashes, pink eyeshadow and dark gray eyes make the entire eye area very charming, and the purple lip gloss reveals maturity. The shiny earrings are made of deep pink pearls, and they wear a very fashionable pure black neck ring around the neck. Wearing a brightly colored loose robe, the fragrant shoulders at the neckline are half exposed, and the lower sides are bifurcated. This is rare in the ninja world, a very fashionable and beautiful beauty who is unfavorable, and is still a top trap master. Baiwan was talking while gently drawing with a pen on a scroll on the ground. There were complicated patterns on the scroll. No matter every stroke he painted, the earth in the distance would undergo earth-shaking changes. Be cautious, Konoha's ninja is very difficult to deal with, Hema said solemnly. Even if he glanced at the huge fleet quickly approaching at the other end of the giant lake, he did not relax. Just now, they suddenly attacked by air, but near Danzo, Earth-style ninjas and enchantments still made them invincible. Moreover, some ninjas have avoided the Earth-style attack just now and touched where they were. Fortunately, the trap was activated in time and sent them to the underground maze. Divide them, try to attack where they gather, and then wait for the opportunity to separate three tails. Yes, Lord Jiangtu. Boon rumbled. Danzo and the others, who were trapped in the maze at the moment, had nowhere to go, and they were extremely solemn. Looking at the fickle land that moves around, all kinds of rocks, ground thorns, traps, holes, etc., the ninjas who go out have almost no contact. Fortunately, these attacks did have a lot of scope, but the intensity was average. Relying on the 4 purple flame formations to prop up a space, the opponent couldn't break it at all. Is this the only level? Yamato. Yes, Lord Danzo. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Yamato immediately closed the seal. Wood style. The sea of trees has a birthday. Several giant trees grew and broke straight toward the soil above their heads. Following the lift of wood style, everyone also left the maze. Tisk Tusk, it's more exciting than expected, Chiyu Tusk said to the 4 Mangekyo who were peering at the side. It is true that the other 3 are more compelling than one, and they are panicked. Of course, the Hema 4 are worthy of the scene, worthy of the only team in the original book that attacked Konoha from the Konoha Gate, and even Konoha almost finished playing. But now the battlefield situation is more fun. Although the 4 men in Ma are all on the scene, there is no way to get the 4 purple flame formations. Danzo and the others are not easy to go out easily, lest they are suppressed by the unscientific Earth style. In the wide lake, several huge odd-shaped warships approached, and half of the flying troops left in the air began to circle again. Madara-sama, the fog of shinobi in the east has appeared, and Konoha shinobi from the west has also come. Tulman White Zetsu appeared again. Barely lively. Obito, who wears an orange one-eyed mask, snorted very forcefully. Swish swish, shoo, hoo, the fleet and flying units approaching Sora shinobi intensively fired at the Konoha shinobi's 4 purple flame formations. Boom rumble, suddenly the artillery roared, and gunpowder was everywhere. But the sad thing is that the lavender 4-walled enchantment in the gunpowder is still as solid as a rock. Even if the air force is bombarded from above, these shells and detonating talismans still can't break even Yamato's with style. Then Ma became melancholy, and Shenning was unwilling to do so. The fleet sailing towards Danzo and others in the lake also stopped immediately, not daring to go any further. Damn it, it's a pity that the technique hasn't been perfected yet. Hema groaned unwillingly. The Earth-style reincarnation technique and Earth-style creation and the soil of the dead that he is studying are not yet perfect. Master Jiantu, do you want to use this? Fuyuan next to the horse asked if he took out a scroll. No. After thinking about it with Ma Ningmei for a while, he denied the use of enchantment gate sealing technique. 8 gate closed. This time, I felt that Shenning's air force could help him better destroy Konoha, and secondly, someone wanted to win Shenning. With the help of Koronorai's technology, it may be possible to open up a direction against the ninja and the ninja village. The 3 tragic wars in the ninja world that have spread to the world over the past few decades are due to the pattern of the ninja world and the existence of the ninja village system. A mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers. Only by clarifying who is the only jade in a country can the country be more cohesive. A person whose status is equal to that of a daimyo, only has the same position as the daimyo, and then only knows to ask for money, and also controls the direction of a country's war, which is very absurd. Ninja Village keeps talking about protecting the country and protecting the civilians. In the end, the whole country of fire is still rampant with bandits and wandering ninjas everywhere? Where is their so-called peace? But every war is made by a ninja. Looking at the current situation, Hema is once again very solemn, removing the malignant tumor of the country of fire, and a long way to go. When will Deming be the real master of the entire country? He and Ma waited quietly to see if Shenning still has a backup. As for the use of the unfavorable forbidden technique enchantment gate shielding technique, the closure of the 8 gate, it may be possible to trap these Konoha shinobi, but they did not kill them. Method. And Shenning is even more embarrassed here. He currently has the air force and fleet. If these don't work, he can't help it. After all, he can't activate the big killer of Wangdo. Is that enough? Then what are you waiting for? Danzo looked at the disappeared enemy and laughed. Immediately Danzo let the 4 subordinates maintaining the 4 purple flame array open a small mouth, and immediately arranged for the subordinates to attack. Obviously, the fleet on the lake can only rely on props, and the strength is not strong. Arrange the ninja of the Abarame clan to pass. Danzo, on the other hand, personally led the team, preparing to meet these 4 Earth-style ninjas who will raid them. After just a series of offense and defense, Danzo and others also roughly analyzed the opponent. The opponent's earth style is still very arrogant, but the killing ability is average, and it seems that the strength of the four is not high. Earth style proactive change. Earth style clay mage. Seeing that Danzo and others were about to counterattack, they approached Koma's motionlessness and calmness, and immediately set up an earth style attack. Suddenly, the two combined ninjutsu formed a mud rock flow several hundred meters long and more than 10 meters high to the Konoha shinobi. Earth style wall. As the so-called soldiers came to cover the water and earth, several Konoha shinobi immediately slapped the ground, and several huge earth walls appeared, blocking the opponent's attack. Although they were restricted from moving forward, Danzo was not in a hurry. He was worried that the other party would flee. "I'm waiting for reinforcements, what are you waiting for?" Danzo is secretly happy. He knew that Sarutobi had arranged for Umbu ninjas to follow their routes. Now they have not shown up, only that they have just moved to the nearby Konoha shinobi residence. "Master Terumi Mei, I have observed that Konoha's ninjas have restrained 3 tails. They are facing off with the enemy, but, not far from here in the jungle to the east, a large group of people are coming," said the one-eyed Ching in green suit beside Terumi Mei. Of course, in his concealed right eye, Byakugan was transplanted, which was their Kirigakure trophy during the Ninja World War III. "What's the matter?" Terumi Mei, who was leaping through the deep forest, asked at the front of the team, very calm. "But, adults, please think about it. There are 4 Sherinan ninjas nearby. I am afraid that the 3 Mangekyo Sherinan of Akatsuki are among them. I don't think we should get close now." After confirming the information with Byakugan again, Ching immediately broke into cold sweat. The Mizuna who followed Terumi Mei were shocked when they heard that. They secretly swallowed their saliva and all looked at Terumi Mei. "Aren't we here to find them?" Humph. Terumi Mei snorted sullenly. "Although the plan with Tsunade was not the case at the beginning, I didn't know that the situation changed later." After discussing with Tsunade, Terumi Mei decided to show up for herself. She wanted to regain Kirigakure's reputation. Of course, she also knew that Mangekyo Sherinan was very tricky. But, there is also room for manipulation, isn't it? Let's see if I can become a god in my first acting. This battle is irreversible, even if there is a great risk, but after success, she will be able to reshape Kirigakure's prestige and throw Kirigakure's past mistakes on Akatsuki's organization, and she will reconsolidate Kirigakure's new life. Madara-sama. The Kirigakure ninja arrives. Konoha's support ninja needs a while. Toulmin White Zetsu appeared again. "Let's go, it's up to us to do it," Obito said in a low voice after hearing the words, his sullen aura spreading. "Hey, don't we wait for them to end the trouble? Now they will be set on fire." Looking at the masked Madara leading the way to take action, Chiyu asked in surprise, "What does this mean? Is this the Voldemort Obito I know?" Obito ignored Uchiha Ishina's words. He understood the truth, but he was thinking about more things. Nagato wants him to take a few Mangekyo out to endure the firepower of the ninja world, doesn't he understand? It just counts. Shiene is not on his side now. Itaki and him are just checks and balances with each other. He wants a Uchiha letter to be enough. It seems that Mangekyo Sherinan is under firepower, but what is his business? He was a man behind the scenes, and continued to act in secret behind him. Sooner or later, the firepower would be transferred to Nagato. Obito only cared about 2 things from the beginning to the end, the intelligence of the 9-tails beast, and keeping the peace of Nagato from jumping out of the board. "Then I'll find my opponent first, and I'll be mine." Seeing the masked Madara didn't reply, Itaki and Xin followed him, Chiyu said. The daughter-in-law has been focusing on Shenning's background for a long time, taking advantage of Shenning's not strong now, collect all his information with illusion, and then give him a cremation. The background of Kora no Kuni belongs to the daughter-in-law. "No, Itaki is going to deal with Shenning's team. Shina, you go to Vyunin," Mask Madara said. Shinai didn't do anything light or heavy. He was worried that Shenning and Hema would be beaten to death, so that 2 interesting people would be lost. "Let Itaki, a water professional, go over." "Ha, are you serious? That's a Shinobu village, you are avenging private revenge," Chiyu retorted on the spot. "Itaki, Shina, you act now. When you distract all parties, I and Shin raid Konoha Shinobi and take away 3 tails." After the masked Madara said, he opened the space Uzumaki and disappeared with Shin. The swish-cold ferret jumped directly out of the jungle and ran towards the place where the horse was. Seeing this stall, Chiyu glanced at the silly white Zetsu next to him. He hasn't left yet. After reporting the information and preparing to leave, White Zetsu felt his whole body horrified. Looking back, he saw Chiyu's gaze, and he shivered instantly, remembering the serious warning of the seniors, "Just take this as a reward," Chiyu murmured as he put the body of White Zetsu into the scroll. Then White Zetsu from the other marginal OBS instantly escaped from all sides. No one wants to be a cook, even a tool person. Like a gust of wind flying swallows, the ferret ran directly to the place where the horse and the horse were in full view. The large black cloak of the spacious red cloud picture is rippling, and the long black hair that is soft after taking off the cloak flutters in the wind, indifferent eyes, cold face, just like this, under the guard of Hema, on the tall trees near them, the breath is deadlocked. Up them. At the same time, a chi rain with the same red cloud image and black cloak, several jumps and ups and downs across the kilometer, also swept to the eastern jungle. 2 Sherinan appeared, and the scene was suddenly stagnated, and the 4 people approaching Itaki and Ma looked like enemies. The Danzo by the lake did not dare to come forward without the confrontation with the 4 of Ma, but they were equally vigilant and guarded the ferret, and watched the surroundings so as not to be attacked. After all, Uchiha Itaki and another Sherinan appeared a little abruptly. Boom Chiyu jumped from a distance and fell from the air on the way Terumi Mei and others must pass, throwing up a cloud of dust. Hey! Nowhere! Chiyu, with his sword on his shoulders in both hands, drank it, and looked at Terumi Mei curiously. At the age of 24, Terumi Mei, dressed in a blue dress, turquoise eyes, long brown curly hair, and her right eye covered by hair, has begun to reveal the mature beauty of women. I hope that my wife is to capture her talents, not. Countless thoughts flashed in an instant. Chiyu was considering how to make a right for this woman who hates to marry, not worrying about the fall of her own wife, but seeing that the loneliness in her original works is pitiful for life. Looking for death. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Terumi Mei condensed her eyebrows and gave a squeaky voice, unabated. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a huge water dragon rushed straight to Chiyu to churn. Although it has been said that the strongest water style is second Hokage and Kisame, but Terumi Mei swallowed the existence of Lord Madara Susanoo with water dragon bomb in the Fourth World War, and it is also known to use water dragon bomb the largest. Facing the nearly 10-meter long and 100-meter long water dragon, Chiyu swung his swords to greet him. Boom! There was not even a wave of waves. The huge water dragon directly engulfed Chiyu and rushed forward, and the water dragon rushed out of a 500 to 600-meter ravine all the way. However, Chiyu continued to fly upside down for several hundred meters under the entrapment and impact of the water dragon, and directly landed not far from Itaki. Terumi Mei was silly immediately. No. Tsunade said that he is a strong man, which means that the other party was not really knocked off just now, but was acting. But your acting skills, Tsunade is afraid that he is a fool, right? Although he is handsome, but, Itaki, help. Chiyu, who rolled all the way on the ground, looked up at the dumbfounded Enma, and then called to Itaki. But Itaki withdrew his gaze, still ignoring Chiyu coldly, which made Chiyu a little embarrassed. That's Mizunin. And Danzo at the lake, seeing the Kirigakure ninja who followed, suddenly became gloomy. First, it was attacked inexplicably, and now Akatsuki and Kirigakure emerged. Danzo felt deeply wrong. What? Enemy attack. Before Danzo finished thinking, he heard a call from behind. As soon as he turned his head, Danzo was horrified to see that in the 4 purple flames formation, he did not know when there was a masked man wearing a red cloud and black robe. Concentrating on his eyebrows, Danzo felt like he was enveloped by conspiracy. Today's situation is too wrong. He smelled the aura of being calculated. It seems that all of this is definitely not accidental now. Who is it? Fire style. Wind style. In an instant, the battle in the 4 Zeon array was on the verge of triggering, and the well-trained root ninjas immediately returned the attacker with the fastest response. Swish, then they saw a stun scene. The masked man ignored their attacks and did not evade, but all kinds of props and ninjutsu attacking him, without exception, penetrated the past. It seemed that the person was just a phantom. Dozens of people at the root immediately opened up, the attack continued to increase, and the perception of a few people tried to dispel the illusion, thinking that they were in the illusion. Space-time pupil technique? Quickly, surround that person. Danzo guessed for the first time when he saw Sherinan in the other's right eye. Based on the coveting of Sheringan's instinct, Danzo's breathing suddenly stopped. Spatiotemporal pupil skills, what a good ability. May I ask anyone who has experienced the 3 wars of ninja, who does not envy Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique? It's a pity that that technique requires too high a person's aptitude. Since the second-generation teacher created Flying Thunder God, Danzo has learned it now, but he hasn't gained a little bit. The entire Konoha is only cultivated by the late second Hokage in 4th generation. Then there is Namikaze Minato's revised version of the simple Flying Thunder formation technique. Although the difficulty of learning has been reduced, the requirements are still not low. Now Konoha has only the 3 of Shiranui Genma to learn. To this end, the 3 geniuses who were once awe-inspiring have spent a lot of energy, but now, there are only 2 special Jonin and 1 Shinin. Seeing the masked man who had not entered the 4 purple flame array now, Danzo felt that the distinguished heavenly gods under the bandage on his right eye was not smelling. And there are some crazy plans in my heart. Distinguished heavenly gods exchange time and space Mangekyo, enough to earn. Obito frowned when he saw Danzo rushing back without hesitation, and then opened the Kamui space. Why didn't he dare to shoot at Itaki at the beginning, and even rarely showed up in front of Itake? That is, he knew there was a distinguished heavenly gods in Itaki. Of course, he also knew about the distinguished heavenly gods in Danzo, so he didn't dare to get close to the range of Danzo's distinguished heavenly gods. Seeing Danzo's actions, Obito did not dare to be big, and he was naturally more afraid of becoming a puppet after manipulating Yagura over the years. The name of distinguished heavenly gods resounded throughout the ninja world. At that time, many people were scared. After Uchiha Shisui's death, it was not only Konoha's high level fortunately. Shu, who when the masked Madara evaded the attack and opened the space Uzumaki, the two figures spun out with countless blades and attacked towards the ninja. Although Uchiha believes that there is also an air pupil technique, Obito does not intend to expose it in front of everyone. It is enough to reveal a pupil technique that manipulates an object. Go to Three Tails, let's go immediately. Uchiha Letter and Kisame immediately rushed to the bound Three Tails when they heard the words. Kisame killed the ninja Konoha root in front of Kisame. Uchiha Letter to Three Tails and immediately printed a mysterious rune. In the masked Madara, the disappeared figure appeared near Yamato. Shu, who, although Yamato was too late to react, the root ninja near him immediately took action. Obito had to toss a wood-style cutting technique, and then hollow again. Boom! Yamato reacted with a short sword to intercept the wood thorn. Before he was astonished that it was wood-style, he saw wood-style suddenly explode. Seeing that the masked man who evaded the dense attack disappeared again, Yamato and the root ninjas immediately watched the surroundings. Water-style blasting water rushing wave. With Kisame's seal, the big mouth of the shark's face shot out a huge stream of water instantly, spreading around it in a few breaths to form a small lake of 200 meters. Shu, who, at the same time, the masked Madara also launched the wood-style cutting technique towards the surroundings, forcing the four ninjas who maintained the four purple flame formations to disperse. Before Three Tails broke free, Kisame opened Same Hata and immediately sucked on his chakra. The mask Obito came, a wood-style Hell's Rebellion. The huge winding and thorny giant would directly entangle Three Tails, leaving the hysterical roar of Three Tails. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, they saw the Three Tails, which was nearly 100 meters in size, flying directly. Water-style 5 eating shark. Seeing Danzo and a few ninjas want to jump on Three Tails, Kisame immediately sealed, and instantly 5 sharks rushed towards each other. Send the signal flare, retreat. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, Shenin watched the flying Three Tails wake up from horror. Boom, boom, boom! With the launch of the flares, the fleet in the lake turned around, and the circling 30 Kongrinen also left. Let's go. Seeing Shenin's signal flare, he and Ma spoke very heartily, and then the 4 quickly left. Itake did not stop them either, but looked at Three Tails as they lifted off. The Vunin who came to the edge OB also looked at all this in horror. He didn't expect that the Akatsuki organization was not 3 Mangekyo, but 4. For that matter, Terumi Mei gritted his teeth and looked at Uchiha Itaki and Chiyu. Killed Uchiha Itaki of 4th Mizukage, take it to death. Water Dragon Bomb Triple Technique. Terumi Mei yelled, her hands were sealed, and 3 water dragons rushed out immediately. Seeing this, Chiyu instantly hid behind Itaki. Where could he see someone who had just been swept a few hundred meters away by the water dragon bomb? Although he received some tips from his daughter-in-law, Chiyu felt that even if Terumi Mei had trouble with Itaki, Itaki would not take it seriously. At most, he would show what is called 5/5 Kai. I still try to be a little lazy, paddling a little bit, not too diligent and obedient, lest Nagato and Obito pushed their noses on their faces. Bang Itaki was expressionless, motionless, and then shattered by the impact of the water dragon bomb. If ****K Chiyu cursed secretly, facing the 3 water dragons surrounding him, he had no choice but to follow. Didn't pay attention, Itaki is actually a shadow clone? When? What is a stroke expert? Compared with Itaki, he is still too tender. Boom! Where the 3 water dragons impacted, water splashed in all directions, and a golden Susanoo with a 20-meter-high upper body appeared in the wind and clouds. Suddenly, on this complex battlefield, it attracted countless eyes. Since it can't be avoided, Chiyu doesn't mind trying Terumi Mei's level. After releasing Susanoo who had resisted the water dragon bomb, Chiyu turned on the pupil technique Jinwei Chakra mode. In an instant, Chiyu was wrapped in a golden chakra coat. Hey, woman, do you also think of dancing? Chiyu carried the golden chakra's double swords and said a salute. Terumi Mei's mouth twitched, and the person in front of him has a strong Uchiha style. What is Tsunade's fancy? I'll deal with this person, you guys beware of Uchiha attack it, Terumi Mei ordered, and then rushed directly to Chiyu. The youth around Terumi Mei saw this, too late to stop. There is a ghost Uchiha attack nearby, and Terumi Mei wants to single out a Mangekyo. Didn't Susanoo see him just now? Ching died in desperation. If Terumi Mei had a case, what would they do with Kirigakure? Master Ching. Captain Umbu Jian saw Ching paying attention to Master Terumi Mei, and asked immediately, set up the formation and sweep the formation for Master Terumi Mei. There are no other enemies nearby. Ching replied immediately. Upon hearing this, Jian and others immediately relied on the semicircle of the terrain to surround the battlefield. Fire style extinguish the fire. Water style water dragon bomb technique. Fire style Howard fire dragon technique. Water style water absolute cut. How can you enjoy yourself when you are not very plump? After a few breaths, the two people were overwhelmed with ninjutsu clashes. The collision of fire style water style raged for 100 meters, and the water vapor from the collision of water and fire instantly spread hundreds of meters around. Qian in the thick smoke, several golden crescents slashed ragingly, and wherever they passed, giant trees fell down, and the ground raised a series of ravines. Chia didn't show any mercy, and tried his best to show the level in this state, but he didn't turn on the ultimate focus mode. Terumi Mei is not a weak person. It is itself the boundary between boil style and lava style double bloodline. It survives the bloody fog. Even with the protection of the elders, its combat experience, combat skills, and combat wisdom are all as top-notch. Qian Chiyu avoided the water-severing wave sprayed by Terumi Mei Jian, swept away with 2 slashes, the speed broke out in an instant, and the sword rushed away. Terumi Mei's delicate figure does not affect her agility, while avoiding slashes elegantly, Jian counterattacks at the same time. Lava-style solving monster technique. Facing Chiyu who burst into a surprise attack, Terumi Mei did not evade, but Jian spit out a magma-like slime. Chiyu was not arrogant to use the Jinwei Chakra coat to test. This is a liquid that even Susanoo can melt, and it can't be offended. In the original book, if it weren't for Obito to save, Suzuki wouldn't even be able to pass the level of Terumi Mei. Chiyu's right foot was a little bit, and the lightning-fast figure immediately jumped high, and the 2 swords in his hand swept down with a cross-slash. Terumi Mei evaded instantly, and the place where she was originally was immediately slashed into a mess. At this time, the Mist Shinobi ninja collectively used the water-style Mist Shinobi technique. Originally, due to Kia fire style and Terumi Mei water style, water vapor in the range of nearly several hundred meters was generated, and a thick white mist was applied again. I can't see my fingers when I reach out. This is Kirigakure ninja's best ninjutsu. Naturally, in such an environment, they are also most familiar with it. However, this is not a problem for a reckless man. Chiyu held the sword in his right hand, and chakra burst out a few more points all over the body. The vast chakra all poured into the golden double swords, and then the whole person immediately spun to the left frantically. In the center of the thick white mist, a golden light like a top blooms, and it continuously releases countless golden sword lights around. Suddenly, in the thick white fog, there were countless cutting sounds and the sound of trees collapsing. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. In a tricky location, a huge water dragon flooded Chiyu. Chiyu didn't think too much, a hard cross slash greeted him, and confidently rushed behind the slash. Just as Chiyu thought, the golden cross slash easily defeated the water dragon. However, looking at Oni-san Terumi Mei close at hand, Chiyu, who was about to rush forward, felt a chill in vain. A burst of golden light bloomed, and the golden Susanoo appeared again. Susanoo, who looked at the second form of musculoskeletal bones, immediately melted and evaporated in the thick fog. Mixed in the thick fog is Terumi Mei's white misty boil style, a bloodline ninjutsu that is more aggressive than her lava style. Fire style great fireball technique. The Chiyu Jiin and Susanoo, a huge group of fire style sprayed out, and Terumi Mei's boil style burst out of a gap. Canceling the clumsy Susanoo, Chiyu Jiin, a fire style phoenix fire technique erupted in all directions, forcing the Kirigakure ninjas who were close to him back. 2 more golden slashes swept towards Terumi Mei who avoided fire style. They retreated and chased for a while. Finally, Terumi Mei was forced to retreat to the shore with Chiyu's slash and jumped onto the lake. Call-out Chiyu naturally knew that Terumi Mei was here intentionally, but he didn't care, so he chased him with his sword. Dual bloodline boundary owners are really rare. Chiyu, who was chasing from behind, fell on the water and spoke to Terumi Mei in front. Manjikyo Sharinan is really extraordinary. Pay the price for Kirigakure. After a wave of business exchanges, Terumi Mei immediately screamed. Hey, look for them then, why are you looking for me? Chiyu said helplessly. I will fight them one by one, let's use you as a win. Oh, even on the water, you don't necessarily have the advantage. Terumi Mei ignored Chiyu's words and quickly formed seals with both hands. The lake was surging like a giant beast, and a huge wave appeared on the left and right to surge towards Chiyu. At this time, a big yellow and white toad jumped over the mountains to the west. What is surprising is that the toad, which is more than 10 meters in size, jumped hundreds of meters in the air like a flight. Swish when the toad jumped up and soared again, a huge black iron rod on its back instantly soared, reaching a height of 100 meters in the air, directly facing the 3 tails, which is a few hundred meters away, at a height of 3 to 400 meters. Retreat. Seeing this, Obito immediately drank Kisame who wanted to resist and prepared to retreat. This move is undoubtedly a move to abandon 3 tails, but there is no way. Obito, who personally caused the Nine Tails chaos, saw third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and an iron rod directly pushed Nine Tails more than a kilometer. Directly let the Nine Tails raging in Konoha village be pushed out of the village. Obito doesn't think that Kisame is as powerful as Nine Tails, and the summoning beast of third Hokage is a top-notch existence. I come. At this moment, Uchiha Shinhide let out a low voice, schemed in front of Itaki and Kisame, and faced the huge iron rod that hit him. It was his time for Uchiha Shinhide. Following Uchiha's letter to Mangekyo Sharinan, a space Uzumaki gradually increased by 3 meters in front of him, and the white world behind Uzumaki could be seen. The huge iron rod that came from the lasing happened to rush into this space Uzumaki. Boom! With Uchiha's letter closing the space Uzumaki, the unreasonable force of the space almost cut the huge iron rod. At the moment, the iron rod that was a summoning beast changed immediately and disappeared, otherwise it was indispensable. Space pupil technique. On Toad's back, the old Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured solemnly. Another spacetime pupil technique. Danzo directly stared at the bottom in a daze, hating the opponent for being too far away. His distinguished heavenly gods were useless. Why, you are quite calm at this time, don't you worry about the situation that you have caused you to lose control? In the laboratory underground in Lolan, Orochimaru asked Tsunade, who was watching the experimental data while doing the experiment. Compared to that, I am more worried about you running over to the muddy water. Tsunade said lightly. Orochimaru was speechless when he heard this. He did have the idea of wandering in the muddy water before. After all, the 4 pairs of Mangekyo were there. The Mangekyo of Uchiha letter he had coveted for a long time also wanted to verify it. But he was warned by Tsunade and stared at him for a few days. No way. I want to go now, but it's too late. When you decide to become the new wind of this era, don't hesitate. If you can't let this era where the windmill has stopped moving, any wind is meaningless. Tsunade, you are still afraid. I have my plan. No, Tsunade, you are afraid that you can't afford the expectations of others, afraid that the changes you bring will cause casualties. But Tsunade, people who worry about everything, can't do anything. When you choose this path, if you don't abandon your humanity, you will fail. It's like doing business, like studying. You always pay first before you get more. Compared with the beauty that you bring after success, some necessary sacrifices are worth it. Between the choices, you haven't escaped the eyes of ordinary people. You don't need to teach me. We can only move forward on the road we have chosen, no matter whether it is right or wrong. Tsunade said a few words softly, then frowned and left here. Here is the battlefield where all forces revolve around 3 tails. With the powerful Toad of Jiraiya summoning, the situation is once again blurred. Here, Chiyu, facing Terumi Mei's just gorgeous water-style attack, did not choose to resist, but dodged and retreated to the shore to watch the battle. On the huge 3 tails 3 to 400 meters above, following Uchiha letter jumped out, using his Mangekyo sharing and spacetime pupil technique to avoid Sarutobi Hiruzen's iron rod extension attack. I also used the space channel to close and almost cut the summoning beast and ape demon. Fortunately, the ape demon reacted quickly and immediately released the summoning technique and slipped away. Uchiha said a pity in the secret, and then continued to concentrate on using the pupil technique to manipulate the floating 3 tails that had been swaying a few times. But it does not mean that Jiraiya and the others have no means. They saw the strong toad that had just landed, and the body of more than 10 meters jumped. When it reached the height of more than 100 meters, the toad burst into an air current, and the huge toad was hit like a heavy blow, and then it fell straight down. But at the same time, a figure rushed from the toad to 3 tails like a cannonball. 8 inner gate 6th gate, king gate, open. The figure yelled loudly on the way, and instantly exploded with a majestic momentum. A burst of white light exploded, the air current swept all around, and the dazzling green arrogance hovered the whole body. It was more beautiful than Chiyu's golden body chakra mode at the moment, and the person here was Might Guy. Above 3 tails, seeing Kisame, who was already powerless by 3 tails, stopped using Samehada to bully it. Seeing the green shadow attack, he blocked the front. Accept the trick. To the peacock, Guy rushed to shout with his wings spread out. When approaching 3 tails, ignoring the Samehada that Kisame greeted, swept towards Kisame. Boom! At the moment when Kisame waved Samehada vigorously, a flame ignited on Might Guy's feet, not only ignoring Samehada, who was stabbed by countless swords, but also made Kisame, who was also using strange power, knocked back and hit the 3-tail shell. After a successful blow, Guy took advantage of the momentum to chase, and immediately shot directly with both fists. Da-da-da. In an instant, Might Guy's fists were like machine guns, and he shot countless flame fists. Even Uchiha Xian and Itake, who reacted with attack support, Xian's blade manipulation, and Itake's fire-style Phoenix fire technique did not break Guy's peacock. High-speed punches hit the shock waves and flames of the air, firmly suppressing Kisame, and dispelling the attacks of Xian and Itake. Boom! It wasn't until Might Guy finished exporting one set to the peacock before he retreated under the attack of the other 3 Sharinan. At this moment, Kisame appeared. He was rough and thick-skinned. He was still in ragged clothes and scarred all over his body while relying on tsunade to resist most of the attacks. The super-strong air shock wave and high temperature caused Kisame to be bruised all over his body, and at this moment tsunade was quickly transporting him chakra to recover. The repulsed Might Guy fell into the air. However, the seventh gate of 8 inner gates surprised the door open. Another dazzling white light flashed, and a more powerful aura bloomed with the scattered shock waves. Boom boom boom, then everyone was stunned. The full-bodied Might Guy, full of blue arrogance, directly tapped his feet in the air quickly, and then jumped from below 3 tails to above 3 tails. Come on, Kanaha's proud blue beast. Guy didn't forget to report his title. Under the gaze of the 4 people on 3 tails back, he held his right hands in the air, ready to attack. Kisame, who was recovering now, gritted his teeth and tried his best to jump out of his hands to form a seal. He wanted to show shame. Day Tiger, water style big shark bomb technique. A Might Guy with a blue arrogance, a giant white energy tiger rushed out from above with both hands. Kisame Jian, a huge shark bullet greeted him. Boom, the 2 huge energy clusters collided, bursting out violent shock waves and punching each other. Not good. Seeing that Kisame's huge water shark bomb could not consume the opponent's energy group, Obito snorted. In an instant, the white giant tiger shattered the water shark and came straight through. Boom, the white day tiger rushed down, directly bursting into an extremely brilliant white light. Even here in the daytime, it was completely enveloped by the white light in an instant. Kisame's unique skill, the great shark ball technique, is very strong, and it can also absorb the opponent's ninjutsu to increase the intensity. However, what he faces is not ninjutsu and chakra, but the air cannon fired by physique. With a violent roar resounding through the sky, after the white light of bright blind eyes flashed, super shock waves and hurricanes rolled in, so that everyone nearby could not look at the top for several breaths. When everyone reacted and looked shocked, 3 tails was no longer visible, and only a figure in a green costume fell. And the huge 3 tails was kicked directly to the lake nearly a kilometer away. On the 3 tails, a red Susanoo of more than 20 meters with a shield in his left hand is slowly dissipating. Behind Susanoo, Kisame and Xin came back to his senses, looking at the obvious cracks on the red Susanoo and Itaka's slightly pale face. Feeling the pain of the internal organs caused by the violent vibration, Kisame and Xin looked at the green figure lying on the lake in the distance in horror, and swallowed their saliva unconsciously. Rao knows the powerful Chi-Yu of Emperor Guy. Rao has seen it in the animation in the previous life. At this moment, he is also looking at Guy in a trance. But Chi-Yu returned to his senses in an instant, immediately swallowed his saliva and turned around and ran away, because Guy fell not far from him, his eyes still staring. However, just as Chi-Yu thought, Guy, who was out of breath after landing, ignored his state and saw a man in a black robe with a red cloud picture next to him, and immediately reopened the 6th gate of the 8 inner gates. Swish swish, the green figure was like a flash of lightning, and a few leaps rushed to Chi-Yu's side. Chi-Yu, who was trying his best to escape, was helpless. Chang Chi-Yu, who was staring at Mangekyo Sharinan, turned around and swept away with a slash, but only saw Might Guy's left hand bursting with flames, and Chi-Yu's slash was dissipated with a single wave. Power prelude. Then the extremely fast speed surged again, surpassing Chi-Yu Mangekyo Sharingan's insight speed and kicked forward. Chi-Yu entangled the golden chakra's double swords at the same time trying to slash from the right. Boom, a burst of air exploded. Chi-Yu was kicked directly by brute force, but the double sword attack failed to break the energy on Might Guy's feet. Shu Chi-Yu, who flew upside down and paddled 100 meters on the lake, stabilized his figure, and faced Guy, who was rushing again, hurried to his double swords. Guy didn't avoid it, and the speed remained unabated, raising his leg a leaf hurricane and flying Chi-Yu's double swords. At this time, Chi-Yu, who had already turned on Sage mode, suddenly flooded his right foot with his golden chakra coat and kicked it against the sudden Guy. G. Kanaha Diamond Force Whirlwind. Might Guy burst out suddenly, and the blue chakra attached to his feet and kicked suddenly. Boom, in an instant, the gentle surface of the lake exploded a vacuum of tens of meters, and a huge wave of 10 meters high suddenly appeared and surged in all directions. The green figure of Might Guy was still in place, and there was still a little golden chakra rain on his body, and he flew directly below 3 tails a few hundred meters away. Another jump, the rope was thrown in the air, 3 tails caught Kisame and lifted it hard, lifting Chi-Yu up. Uchiha Shin, who seemed to be guilty, tried his best to use pupil technique and quickly manipulated 3 tails to fly away. In this way, Akatsuki coaxed 5 people out of the game, and then was kicked by Might Guy and left. Hey, Itaki, when you were in Umbu, did you learn 8 inner gates? Teach me 2 hands. Chi-Yu sat down on the back of 3 tails, who was piloted by Uchiha Xin flying high in the sky, and rubbed his right foot after taking off his shoes. No. Worthy of it is Itaki, concise and concise. Be quiet and be a beautiful man, as if it wasn't him who had resisted Shura just now, oh no, as if nothing happened just now. Chi-Yu was so shameless that even Obito was surprised, turned his head and glanced at him. The qualification requirements of 8 inner gates, can anyone learn it? otherwise Konoha would have developed early. 8 inner gates is not that Konoha village does not teach, but is too perverted. In order to save his son Might Guy's father and Shiranui Genma and Ebisu trio, 4 of the 7 ninja swords that fit together were kicked to death by him on the spot, and 3 escaped. It was a shocking record that year. Such a good thing, if anyone can learn it. The ninja world has long been called Konoha. Would Konoha want to promote it? My letter and 3 tails leave, you disband first. Mask Madara said suddenly. Swish Chiyu hadn't had time to say a word about it. Itaka seemed to be attacking the cafeteria after school and disappeared in an instant, and he was not afraid that he would be thrown to death at a height of several hundred meters. Swish honestly, Kisame also jumped down. Chiyu spread his hands and had to jump down. Are you okay? Obito asked Uchiha Shin after seeing the 3 people go. I'm afraid it won't last long. Uchiha's letter, who didn't need to hold back at this moment, immediately showed exhaustion. He has a special physique. Although Mangekyo Sharingan is turned on, it is not Uchiha's bloodline after all. Let alone playing with Susanoo, it is not easy to use Mangekyo pupil technique in ordinary times. He has been controlling the 3 tails with the pupil technique that controls the substance until now. He is on the edge of the limit. I saw a white Zetsu emerge, covering Uchiha Shin's body, and then liquefying and fusing into Uchiha Shin's body. As white Zetsu's energy was transferred to Uchiha letter, the letter that was still crumbling just now became alive again. Although Uchiha Shin joined at the latest, his pure will and ideals made Obito trust him, so he revealed some of white Zetsu's abilities to him. The effect is so impressive that Uchiha believes that now the masked Madara is desperate and obeyed. Terumi Mei met Hokage-sama. At the huge lake, Terumi Mei went to Sarutobi Hiruzen to meet after the war. Terumi Mei? We met for the first time. Thank you very much for the information you provided Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled when she saw Terumi Mei coming. Master Hokage laughed. Terumi Mei has no strength to face them, so she can only ask Konoha for help. After all, there is no one who knows how to deal with Sharingan better than you. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the words, he smiled immediately, and when he saw the sincere expression of Terumi Mei, he accepted the emotions complicatedly and exchanged greetings with Terumi Mei. At this moment, Danzo next to him watched Sarutobi Hiruzen and Terumi Mei chat in harmony. He looked very uncomfortable. How many things are you hiding from me, Danzo? For a second, Danzo's brain was rushing, and it was clear that 3 Daleses was discovered by accident by the Root Ninja, and he also explored and implemented the capture plan at the fastest speed. Why are there so many changes in the capture of 3 Tails? The attack by Sora Shinobu, Akatsuki, and even Kirigakure and Sarutobi came. As a patient with severe suspicion, Danzo made up the annual show of 10 chess pieces and chess players. As a victim, he glanced at his friends who grew up in childhood, and blocked his chest in one breath. He's changed. Sarutobi, are you hiding something from me? On the way back to Konoha, Danzo, who returned without success, turned his back to Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked in a deep voice. His back view was rather sad. Sarutobi Hiruzen? Sarutobi Hiruzen took the old smoking gun from his mouth and looked suspiciously at Danzo. Why did you hide it from him? Did you hide anything from him? I hurried to rescue him with kindness and kindness. What is this virtue? Wrong payment? All warned him, don't worry about everything, look at the bleak ending now. Uchiha Shin's spacetime pupil technique, the ability to manipulate matter. Uchiha Itaki is suspected to be the shield of the sacred 8-foot mirror. Konan, it seems that Uchiha Shin and Uchiha Itaki are more dangerous than we thought, Nagato said. Although White Zetsu belongs to the masked Madara, this kind of information will not be hidden from Nagato. After all, many people have seen it. It's just that Nagato is more wary of the masked Madara, and fortunately he asked them to intercept 3 Tails this time, so that now he can get more information about Mangekyo. But Uchiha letter, I haven't found his past. Even Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Shina didn't know his past existence. It's really strange. Konan frowned and said solemnly, maybe the masked Madara cultivated it secretly. If you want to come to a gloomy person like him, naturally you will not only have one hand to prepare. Spacetime pupil technique, hollow ability, it seems that I have to prepare a few sets of backhands. Konan said solemnly, will you be too risky if you do this? Don't underestimate them, be careful to be discovered by them. Now your alliance has started and cannot withstand their revenge. A black market in the country of fire. Orochimaru listened to the divergent opinions of people nearby, said to Tsunade. The 2 used the transformation technique and arrived here. Tsunade wanted to spread the rumors, and Orochimaru was forced by Tsunade to do something. At this moment, many people in the vicinity are talking about the 3 Tails battle that took place in the eastern part of the country of fire 2 days ago. For Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, and 2 of them were spacetime pupils. They used to be Kirigakure. Their purpose was the tail beast. Even the siege of Konoha village elder Shinura Danzo had completely failed. Each piece is shocking information, but it does not seem to be a rumor. Danzo did all of this. What's up with me, Tsunade? Tsunade spread his hands and gave Danzo the pot completely. Tsunade didn't care at all. Danzo was the king of pots who broke through the dimension, no one would doubt him. Anyway, his fate was there. Ninja casually picked out an annoying thing, that Konoha's roots would always stick some roots. If such a person does not die, then it is best to take the blame. After knowing Akatsuki's participation in the chess game that could not be recovered, Tsunade did not let it go, but took advantage of the trend. Borrowing Danzo's name, Sora Shinobu and Kato are exposed, and then some information about Akatsuki's organization is revealed. In this way, under the pressure of the four Mangekyo sharing on, the villages will start to watch out and increase the protection of Jinchuriki. This will not only cause trouble for Akatsuki, but also make it easier for her to follow up Tsunade's follow-up with the villages to conduct joint exchanges. When will you close the net? What are you anxious? My man is in there. I'm not anxious. Just do your thing and remember to get the physical activity technique back, Tsunade said impatiently. Why didn't she find Orochimaru's mother-in-law before? To be honest, Orochimaru is very anxious now, but Tsunade said that when she closes the net, there is a high probability that there will be something better than her grandfather's cell. After seeing the arm of Light Zetsu's body, Orochimaru reluctantly believed it. He was so willing to work for Tsunade, and witnessed that Tsunade's new wind was only 1% of the reasons. All the others are greedy Mangekyo. Your husbands I can do without, so there are 3 Mangekyo. When the net is closed, he will not be able to get Orochimaru even the spacetime pupil technique Mangekyo, right? Boom! Somewhere inside Konoha village Hokage Rock, Danzo smashed the table with anger. Looking at some of the information he just got, although Danzo's reputation has become bigger and his fans have more fans, he is not happy. Shen Nong is the leader of the Empty Kingdom. These years, he has been walking around the villages to steal secret arts and coveted beasts, with the intention of restoring some kind of weapon that can destroy the world. Gianta's original name was Hema, and the 12 guards of the coup d'etat a few years ago have been aiming to destroy Konoha. Akasaka's masked male spatiotemporal pupil technique Mangekyo once set off the Nine Tails chaos, and secretly controlled 4th Mizukage Yagura to cause the culprit in the blood fog for many years. The Akatsuki organization intends to capture the nine-tailed beasts, and the leader of Akatsuki organization has the supreme pupil technique Rinnegan. Elder Konoha, Shimura Danzo uses himself and 3 tails as bait, and wants to lay out 3 thief and return 3 tails to Kirigakure. However, he has the intention to kill the thief and is powerless. That's right, the above information is spread throughout the shinobi world these days. Danzo, who feels that something is not right, is unable to refute it, and is extravagant to stay silent. Except for the last one of his Shimura Danzo's feat, other information was collected from their roots within 2 days after that battle, and even Rinnegan, who many people didn't believe, knew about it. How does Danzo argue against this situation? Even dare to argue? After all, it's for Konoha. Danzo had a splitting headache when he learned this information, let alone Akatsuki, Sora Shinobu and the former 12 famous guards caused him a lot of brain pain. Isn't this irritating to Shinobu? In case they jumped the wall in a hurry. Also, he and Sarutobi Hiruzen both knew about the matter with Ma. It was difficult to solve it back then. Why did it cause trouble again? The daimyo really didn't worry. Danzo's face was a little gloomy. However, he wants to know who is setting him up. This information was revealed, and Danzo became a target of public criticism. Especially the last one, I just want to get rid of him Danzo and hurry up. This means, Danzo subconsciously thinks that it is the friend, but think about the relationship between the two. Hiruzen would not treat him like this. But who is it then? Danzo-sama. The people in Kirigakure found out that the missed shinobi ninja was led by Terumi Mei that day. Their purpose was not 3 tails, but Akatsuki. The blue one transplanted a Byakugan perception ninja, and found the trace of Akatsuki and chased it over. However, the Kirigakure executives believe that it may have been the Akatsuki organization deliberately revealing whereabouts to them. After all, they secretly tracked the Xiao organization for many years, but they have not found any information about the Xiao organization. What happened this time was too weird, and they were also very cautious. Did Danzo listen to the report from his subordinates and tapped the desk lightly? After thinking about it carefully, I was grateful in vain. If Akatsuki had deliberately revealed his whereabouts to Kirigakure, it would have deliberately lured Kirigakure ninjas over. At that time, Danzo was catching 3 tails. As everyone knows, 3 tails has always been a tail beast belonging to Kirigakure. If the Kirigakure ninja arrives a while early, I'm afraid it will turn out to be a different situation. At that time, it doesn't matter whether it is right or wrong, but the face of the village. At that time, either Danzo will fight Kirigakure on behalf of Konoha, or he will return 3 tails to Kirigakure. But I'm afraid Akatsuki didn't expect that Danzo caught 3 tails so quickly, and they had to stop the Kirigakure ninja before they arrived. Now it seems that Shening and Hema are also connected to the Xiao organization behind them, right? Itaka's behavior seemed to confront him with Ma and the others, but he didn't do anything. How would it look like intercepting him? Danzo went after him and Ma and the others. Compared with Hiruzen's confidence in Itake's position, Danzo has always been worried about Itake. How does his behavior seem to be an undercover agent for Hiruzen to organize? It's been 2 or 3 years, no information is sent, no contact. Is this called undercover? In a village on the southeast coast of the Fire Country, Shening, who had been practicing medicine for a day, just returned to the temporary residence arranged for him in this village. However, when he entered the room and saw the person in front of him, Shening was so frightened that his entire body stood tall. The huge strait on the southeast coast of the Fire Country, close to the deserted place of the Tea Country, is where Shening leads the airspace to hide. In other words, after they lost to Konoha a few decades ago, the king who had lost his energy was hiding here. A few days ago, the competition for 3 tails failed, but it did not affect Shening too much. He was very lucky to be back alive. After Orochimaru and Tsunade separated, they went to Tenokuni with Kimimaro, Shigo and Guren, and went all the way to find Shening. In Lulin Tsunade, researching light zetsu over the years has yielded good results. Kimimaro, Shigago, and Guren also transplanted white zetsu cells. They have grown well and can be bodyguards. Click wow. In the house of Shening, after Orochimaru finished speaking, the blue-haired and green-clothed girl Han Lian had her hands printed on her hands. The living room was a bit simple, and a red crystal table was molded with 2 red crystal chairs. After Guren set up a chair for Orochimaru, he set a chair for Shening, who had a cold sweat on his forehead. He, sit down, Shening. Shening paused, then sat down honestly. Shening has some strength, but it is not enough to face a strong man like Orochimaru, even though he has gone to various places to steal secret arts in the name of practicing medicine over the years. But he himself did not have the qualifications to practice ninjutsu, so after Konoha stole the regeneration ninja, he merged his medical knowledge to create a physical activity technique, tapped his physical potential, and prepared to take the path of physical ninja. Now that Orochimaru appeared here in grandeur, he didn't think he had a chance to escape. He who is also obsessed with forbidden techniques still knows a lot about Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru's image is very fragile, pale skin, grimace, and hairy piercing eyes. But at this moment, he was very kindly communicating with Shening, such as medical skills, such as vitality skills. A variety of research equipment and experimental benches were set up in Orochimaru on the spot with the crystal secret room created by the Red Lotus crystal style in the room. Looking at Orochimaru, who was looking at the physical activity technique scroll, Shening told Orochimaru the principal very meeting and hating the night. They also happily lying down on Orochimaru's experimental platform and devoting their lives to science is the unshirkable responsibility of each of them as scientific researchers. As soon as Orochimaru's skillful movements opened his abdomen to observe his lungs, Shening knew that he had encountered a confidant. With Kimimaro watching and acting as assistants, Orochimaru operated on key parts of Shening, and then observed his regeneration ninjutsu and physical activity techniques. Just like an audit project, various evaluation requirements are put forward to Shening, and then scored according to his performance, as well as to understand more principles and find some flaws. One night later, although Shening's eyes were slightly off gloss, Orochimaru was very satisfied with Shening's project and highly rated it. As for what Tsunade still needs to know about chakra aircraft, what battleships, etc., Orochimaru put aside. Let's study medicine first, and Japan will be Longshu in the wee hours of the morning. An abnormal change occurred in this peaceful little crystal laboratory. In a vain space, Uzumaki appeared behind Orochimaru and suddenly pulled Orochimaru in. Kimimaro reacted instantly and threw the scalpel and pliers at the opponent. Puff. Unfortunately it was too late. Orochimaru's unresisting body was cut in half by the closed space Uzumaki. Master Orochimaru, Kimimaro, Shigago, and Guren exclaimed immediately. Then only half of Orochimaru was left. The flesh squirmed a few times, and a white snake that gradually grew larger came out of the remains, spitting out fresh Orochimaru from his mouth. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru was not angry, but his eyes glowed with hot light. Unexpectedly, the space-time pupil technique was connected to a space. It is amazing. That's right, Orochimaru saw the inside of Kamui space. He reacted quickly just now, and the half of his body dragged in by the enemy immediately transformed several snake clones into it. Although the enemy was quickly wiped out inside, the memories brought by the clones also made Orochimaru peek into it. Shu, who the space Uzumaki opened again, and a dozen wooden thorns shot out from the four Orochimaru. Crystal-style crystal prison technique. Gillian, who had been prepared for a long time, was quick, and Jian used the crystal to protect the four of them. Boom bang bang, these wooden thorns exploded as soon as they touched the real object, bursting out a few swollen sharp branches. Then on the experimental platform, suddenly an orange masked head emerged unscientifically, revealing the right eye. Sharing on for a while, Uzumaki spinning, and Shening above was absorbed like a stream of water. Shu, who when Kimimaro, who was swift and quick-eyed, fired the 10-finger combo, the opponent was already a ghost, and then disappeared and left. Orochimaru, who was watching from the side, was not irritated. His smile grew thicker, and his long tongue licked his mouth. I'm very sorry, Lord Orochimaru, Kimimaro said to Orochimaru blamelessly for failing to stop the enemy. Let's go to Lulin. Orochimaru didn't care, and asked Gurren to cancel Crystal Style. Now that the cooperation between Orochimaru and Tsunade has achieved some results, he does not want to leave the laboratory below Lulin for the time being. Moreover, Tsunade's ideas are wild and unconstrained, and with a talented Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru feels that his ideal progress will be faster there. Now that Kimimaro, Shigago, and Gurren have been transplanted with white Zetsu cells, they have gradually undergone a qualitative change. It is better to bring such an important subject with you, especially Kimimaro. He has a special physique and integrates white Zetsu cells. Although he is not as fast and perfect as Tsunade, Shiyu, and Uzumaki Maiko, he surpasses him in Yakushi Kabuto and others. However, Kongyu and the Libra clan are born with a physique of immortal power. After transplanting the mysterious green energy given by white Zetsu cells in Tsunade, they have been greatly improved. Kimimaro and Shigego, both talented in cultivating celestial arts, have now initially practiced. As for Gurren, although her cell compatibility with white Zetsu is the same as that of ordinary people, and she does not have the qualifications to practice fairy skills, there is still a lot of room for growth in Crystal Style. I said, Lord Beihu. I pay a lot of money every month, why do I have to come out to do the task? After leaving Rain Shinobi Village, Chiyu complained to Konan on the way to the next door to the Country of Wind. It has been a month since the Three Tails battle, and the corpse is lying peacefully in Rain Shinobi Village. Chiyu, even the spiritual food of the gentleman is too lazy to explode. After all, the income is considerable and I don't want to work hard. He is now in Rain Shinobi Village, and his biggest move is to often bring Hiryu to find Uchiha letter. I don't know why, after the Three Tails battle, Uchiha letter rarely appeared in Rain Shinobi Village, and they began to distance themselves from Baileahu, and their short-term relationship began to dissipate. For the humble Lovegood, Chiyu had to look for him often. After all, he was waiting for Baileahu to learn his skills. A talent who can be better than the Blue and Uncle Snake is rare, although only in terms of cloning technology. However, Chiyu probably guessed some reasons. The reason why Obito told Uchiha Shin to avoid Hiryu and stop discussing research matters should be because of Nagato. Although Chiyu said at the beginning that he would study White Zetsu, no one helped him and there was no response. But after the two researchers, Baileahu and Uchiha Xin, communicated with each other, Konan began to pay attention to Baileahu and Uchiha Xin. It is not himself and Hiryu who want to come to Obito to watch out for, but Nagato. You know, with Rinnegan and Gadu's statue, as well as the white Zetsu of Akatsuki, Nagato's body is still squeezed out by Rinnegan, and he has not recovered even the foot that was injured and unable to move many years ago. Obito treats partners badly. White Zetsu, who can rebirth from a broken arm, doesn't Nagato know? The old Uchiha Madara used Gadu's statue to supply energy to extend his life. Why didn't Nagato try? Anyway, add a thin body. Could it be that he has a tendency to masochistic? If you want the world to feel pain, just experience it yourself first? Chiyu thinks it must be Brother 2, who has jammed a lot of information. Konan still cares about him, and now he is dragging Chiyu to the Kingdom of Wind for him. Use your sage mode to help perceive. The goddess Konan was very cold. What is the reward? If it strikes my heart, maybe I will be a little motivated. You can live in Rain Shinobi Village. Hey, it sounds like I can't survive after the Akatsuki organization, Uegakur and Cloud Shinobi Village. I just joined one of them, I can get the highest treatment, maybe I will be given 10 or 8 beauties to continue sharing on. Chiyu said confidently. I'm not talking nonsense, what I said in the past is really this kind of treatment. If Byakugan passed by, I am afraid it would not be 10 or 8 beauties, I am afraid it would be 180. Then what do you want? Yes, organizations that pay back are people like. Well, I think the circle of the boss is very unique, let me look back. I think it's better than my Mangekyo WH. A paper shuriken hit Chiyu's neck. I have something to say. Chiyu immediately raised his hands. Next time, I will kill you. At this moment Konan was murderous, which seriously affected her temperament. What I want to say is that the circled eyes are worse than my Mangekyo. It just feels that the nine-eyed golem is quite unique when we are in a meeting. Go back and give me some energy to study and study. Chiyu said with his hands up, this was one of his own goals. Konan didn't say anything, and withdrew the paper shuriken against Chiyu's neck, and continued on his way. Why did you come to the Country of Wind this time? Because Konan wanted to find someone, Tsunagakur's fugitive ninja, that's right, the one who traveled to Lulin in the past through the Dragon Vein in the future. As for why I'm looking for him, because I heard that he has caught a good thing recently. In the past few days, Beiju has been wanted by Konoha Shinobi and San Shinobi Village ninjas. Luosha even respectfully arranged Maitreya and Tsunade who came to find faults in the Tsunagakur VIP room. The entire Tsunagakur dispatched many umbu to search for hundreds of feet. A few days ago, Beiju touched Lulin. Originally, he was peeping at the dragon veins. he went to Tsunade's laboratory by mistake and discovered the cell technology prosthesis that Tsunade was researching. Not only can the disabled person be reborn with a broken arm, but also because of the use of first Hokage Senju Hashirama cells, it can also increase the chakra effect. Beiju naturally stole the prosthesis for Hashirama cell research and injured the researcher Uzumaki Maiko who discovered him. Fleeing all the way, he was stunned to avoid the Lolan guards and the ninjas stationed here in the ninja village. When Tsunade Mathreya and others, who were a guest in the snow country, heard this, after they knew it was 100 feet, they rushed all the way to Tsunagakur. So scared 4th Kaze Kage Luasha went to the village 10 miles to greet him. After all, the huge pit that the nuclear witch bombed 2 years ago was still a reminder to the world in Lolan. Luosha exhausted his tongue to explain that Beiju and Tsunagakur had nothing to do with Tsunagakur, and the matter had nothing to do with Tsunagakur, and then ordered Umbu Ninja to search Beiju. After Konan got this information, he immediately rushed to join in the fun. Recently, she has been paying attention to the research of Bailiahu and Uchiha Shin, and hopes to find a cure for Nagato's disabled feet from them, but it is a pity that Madara is secretly obstructing them. Now that I heard about the secret technique of the 100-foot thief Tsunade and the developed prosthesis, Konan also wanted to come to try his luck. Compared with Bailiahu and Uchiha Shin, Konan believes in the research results of the first medical ninja in the ninja world. Chiyu didn't care too much about this. Can Beiju really get something in the wife's laboratory? Think too much. In fact, some time ago, Chiyu heard a letter complaining that Obito prevented Bailiahu and Uchiha Xian from promoting each other, and said that he might be on guard against Nagato Konan. Then the daughter-in-law quickly had this plan and implemented it, and she also took out real things as bait. After the Fourth World War in the original book, Tsunade's first-generation cell prosthesis developed to receive Naruto's broken arm is now born ahead of schedule. In fact, in Orochimaru's White Zetsu research over the past 2 years, there is a perfect technology in this area. Tsunade only replaces the White Zetsu cells with pure first-generation cells. Immediately, Tsunade trapped one by one and sent 100 feet to Lulan. Then Chi-Yu and Konan found Beiju easily. Don't ask is that Uncle Snake's little white snake has been staring at Centipede, and then deliberately revealed to White Zetsu. Then he quickly found countless ninjas who hadn't found Centipede for a few days. When Konan and Chi-Yu found 100-foot, the wolf had already chopped off his hands and feet, and connected the prosthetic limbs stolen from the Tsunade laboratory. Chi-Yu looked at him in admiration and suddenly spared his life. Idea. Even if it took only 2 or 3 days, in front of Konan, he showed the power of the prosthesis. Not only did it have no negative influence, but the strength of the 100 feet was great, and there were a lot of chakras. Favored by Chi-Yu, Konan easily attacked Beiju. Chi-Yu used illusion techniques to let him say what Konan wanted to know. Then Konan cut off the prosthetic legs from his legs mercilessly, not even letting go of his hands. You must know that Beiju had just reacted and applied to join the Akatsuki organization. After all, he now has no place to stay. But Konan didn't hesitate, and finally gave Beiju a happy one. Only after returning to Rain Shinobi Village, every time Chiyu mentioned the reward, Konan glared at him. Chiyu didn't care either. In the midst of the storm of my wife's layout, you will either ask me to do something with this condition sooner or later, or it will be taken away for nothing when my daughter-in-law collects the internet. As for the daughter-in-law's game, it was the previous Three Tails battle, which put a lot of pressure on Akatsuki from the outside. This time, Akatsuki's conflicts were triggered from within. You know, Nagato is now so weak that he can dominate the top of the ninja world. Knowing the original Tsunade, it is natural that Obito and Black Zetsu are very wary of Nagato. Uchiha Madara chose Nagato to inherit Rinnegan and let him resurrect himself in the future. Obito, on the other hand, adds insurance to this plan. So, what if Nagato unilaterally jumped out of their game? Tsunade, who had thoroughly eaten the original from Chiyu, think about the original 4 wars, in Pure World reincarnations Nagato absorbed 8 Tails chakra, and he was free from illness. If it wasn't for Itaka's 10-punch sword, how strong would he be? So as long as Nagato Konan gets the bait, then Black Zetsu and Obito will not stand idly by. Otherwise, how does Black Zetsu revive Nagato and Uchiha Madara? How did Obito take Rinnegan from Nagato to accomplish his purpose? Now that Obito has assembled Kisame, Uchiha Shenin, and even those who are still confused with Hema, Tsunade feels that before he takes up the position of Hokage, he should put these dangers to the end. As for Nagato becoming stronger, will it become an uncontrollable pawn? Tsunade didn't care. Although she sympathized with Nagato, it was undeniable that Nagato was a tragedy from beginning to end. To deal with people like him, no strength is needed. Tsunade has a set of the strongest forbidden technique mouth distinguished heavenly gods escape, which is ready for him. He was originally a weak-tempered and uninspiring person, but in the face of reality, strength drove him to this step. Seeing that things were going well, Chiyu secretly reported the information to his wife, so he didn't need to implement the preparatory plan, so let's watch the changes slowly. Yo little Tamari, I'm leaving today. Let's bet on the last one. I want to win back with the profit. At the Tsunade guest house, seeing the 13-year-old blonde girl who came to see off, Tsunade put his arms around and said. Tamari flips over Byakugan and pats the big-breasted girl's salted pig's knuckles, and greets Maithreya the witch Maithreya and Sarah, the queen of Lulin. These two queens have noble identities, and there is no lack of etiquette. Someone with big breasts and unscrupulous people is fine. Little Tamari, I won so much, so you can't just be so ruthless. You have to give me a chance to pay back so that everyone can meet each other in the future, right? Tsunade's salted pig hand continued to rub Tamari's white face. No, my father said that Tsunade is poor and not suitable for gambling. Tamari sighed, and reluctantly moved out of his father to answer. When is it? Why did you get entangled by the other party? Immediately, the girl thought of a few days ago that she, as the daughter of Fengying, took these 3 nuclear-level guests to visit Tsunade. After drinking in the evening, this blonde and big-breasted girl like herself did not find her in the casino for a long time, so she forced the Maiko and Queen Lulin to gamble and took her next to her. Then the 3 of them won all Tsunade's money. Since she won the most, Tsunade entangled her the next day, clamoring to win her money back, and then the two went heads up. In Tamari's dumbfounded, Tsunade lost cleanly. Back to the Fengying building, he carried tens of millions of Tamari in a daze, and then told his father nervously. Luosha rubbed her eyebrows in surprise, but the 1,000-generation elders next to her rolled around with a smile, so scared that Tamari hurried to help. How could she be like a child at this age? Cho still knows a little bit about the title of Tsunade Fat Sheep in the ninja world. After the incident in Lulin 2 years ago, they investigated Tsunade, all of whom were named Fat Sheep, either losing money or losing money. I heard that she owed a lot of money, and the creditors were all big tyrants everywhere. It seems that they have only paid off after earning money from the transportation alliance they established in the past 2 years. Compared to Luosha, who felt that he would return the tens of millions of dollars, the grandmother Kande was not worried, and instead let Tamari continue to gamble with her. Anyway, now Tsunade and their transportation alliance are so profitable, tens of millions are just drizzle. Then on the 3rd day, Tsunade lost all the money borrowed from Maithreya and Sarah to Tamari. Little Fan Kankuro looked at his sister, admiring his eyes and taking gold coins. He recently practiced puppetry and seemed to be missing something. The next day, it was the time when Tamari's 3 views collapsed. After a big-breasted woman lost her clean, she even took her clothes to reach her. The little Tamari was at a loss, but she couldn't be stunned by Tsunade. Until the end, Tamari was fidgeting and saw that someone who had lost anxious eyes was about to take off the last pair of pants to pledge, and Tamari rushed straight away and fled. The big-breasted woman without a hood is really shameless. Hey, little Tamari, can you take a last bet today? If you don't bet money, if you win, I will introduce you to Kanaha's handsome boy. We are famous for being rich and handsome. Tamari rarely shy away from her face, and then ignores Tsunade's demon whispering. Tsunade, didn't you let Tamari earn it for nothing? It feels useless. Sarah said back to Lulin's airship. Yes, she made it, and I was so bad that I wanted to cry. Tsunade didn't know what was thinking, and grinned. As for whether to lose, it is a loss at present, but whether it will make a profit in the future, then only her Tsunade can judge. Tamari is a rare think tank talent in Tsunade, and now she is still young, which gives her a huge success. Easily got more than 100 million from her Senjutsu Tsunade, enough to arouse her inner pride and expand her horizons. Afterwards, he will slowly grind, and this child will be Tsunade's shadow sooner or later. Ha! Tsunade asks you to bet? You persuaded you? Daughter, you have a big loss, why don't you bet with her? Super fat sheep. From the initial worry to being blinded by money now, Luosha has changed. Now Tsunade has no money. It is not money for gambling, but the most expensive. If it's technical ninjutsu, or even a little bit of benefit from their alliance. Hearing Luosha's regret and analysis, Cho next to him gave a white glance. This daydream is really. And here, Tamari ignored his father's regret, tilted his head, thinking of the big-breasted girl who took off her pants in a hurry, and Tamari was helpless with the other party's lack of integrity, and felt a little like to laugh. Obito, a message from White Zetsu. Underground in a remote place in the country of Iron. Obito, who was opening a new base, brought intelligence behind him. Following White Zetsu's statement, Obito's expression gradually became more serious. Unexpectedly, Tsunade has broken through cell technology. Although it is not perfect yet, years of detailed research have actually produced a Hashirama cell prosthesis with good results. I've always carried Uzumaki Afii, Obito of White Zetsu, with me, so I know how powerful it is. He was worried that Baileahu and Uchiha Xin would study White Zetsu together and let Nagato Konan spy on him, so he stopped Uchiha Xin and Baileahu from cooperating and asked Xin to move out of range Shinobi Village. Over the years, he has concealed the more effects of White Zetsu and even prevented Nagato from finding a way to recover his body. After all, this chess piece out of control is a very annoying thing. Uchiha Madara needs to supervise Nagato himself to resurrect him, and he will complete his plan for the Moon Eye. As for myself, I have a few unspeakable thoughts. After all, I can do it myself. Why do you want Uchiha Madara to come? You continue to lie down in the Pure Land, and I will do it according to my ideas. As for Nagato, Nagato does not want to complete the last step, but just wants to use 10 tails to shock the world and let all countries live honestly. The two of them only cooperated based on the previous common purpose. The moment the tail beasts are collected, that is, when the two sides tear their skins, both sides understand this and are both on guard. Are there 5 years left? Obito thought to himself. Today's Gedo statue has not fully awakened, unable to absorb the tail beast. After all, it has been sealed by Sage of Six Paths for thousands of years. If the tail catcher comes, Gedo statue can absorb it at will. How can it wait until now? How can Uchiha Madara give Rinnegan to Nagato and arrange for him to supervise Nagato? No matter how old Uchiha Madara who started Rinnegan back then, it was not difficult for him to collect tail beasts in the age when the strength of the villages was declining. This series of things happened only because Gedo's statue was useless to fully awaken, and his lifespan could not go on. Now Nagato wants to transplant Hashirama cell prosthesis. He was almost drained by Rinnegan, so Obito didn't dare to move at all. If this benign Hashirama cell prosthesis improves Nagato's vitality and chakra, how does Obito control this chess piece? I want to leave Uchiha Madara alone and compare my heart to heart. Will Nagato have no other ideas? What's more, the goals of the two are different. Then Obito slowly turned around and walked out of the underground base. Oh, 5 is coming? Come and sit down. In a bright basement in Lowland, Tsunade in a white coat saw Kakashi, who was brought down by Uzumaki Maiko, and immediately greeted him warmly. Kakashi was stunned at the moment, scratching his head to greet Tsunade. He hadn't seen Master Tsunade for many years, and it was the first time to meet him officially, and it was the first time to talk to each other. Kakashi was a little cautious. Hey, Tsunade, I'm here too. Regarding Tsunade ignoring herself, Jiraiya grumbled bitterly. He was in Konoha yesterday and received news from Tsunade that Tsunade wanted to see Kakashi, so Jiraiya brought Kakashi with him. In the Three Tails battle a month ago, it seemed that all the eyes of ninja were on Akatsuki, even Konoha's new warrior Danzo. However, Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and wondered what Tsunade played in it. Others don't know, but 99% of them confirm that Uchiha Shina is Tsunade's husband Chiyu. The remaining 1% is worried about being beaten by Tsunade, leaving some retreat, so it can be seen that their retreat is narrow. Jiraiya wrote twice and asked Tsunade on the sidelines. Unfortunately, Tsunade ignored him. Jiraiya complained sadly to his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for Tsunade's reaction, Sarutobi Hiruzen was immediately convinced that Tsunade must be the fiddler behind him, which is why he dared not answer Danzo's certain questions. Realizing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. The children have grown up, have their own ideas, and are still playing so much. As a man who has been immersed in tactics all the year round, he did not ask Tsunade as naive as Jiraiya. It's fine if you know each other. Sarutobi Hiruzen is old. He is not afraid of Tsunade's mistake, nor is he afraid of Tsunade being a demon. Tsunade wants to sit in the position of Hokage. He raises his hands and feet in favor. What he was afraid of was that Tsunade would still be as naive as before. In such a world, when sitting in this position, only ruthless people can keep the village safe. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not stop Tsunade asking for Kakashi, and immediately arranged the past. The younger generation of them know each other more, and Konoha's future belongs to them. Have you eaten? After Kakashi sat down, Tsunade asked while clanking his lab equipment. Ate. Kakashi scratched his head and replied. How did you feel that you couldn't adapt to Tsunade-sama's conversation pattern? Come on, Kakashi, lie on it. Tsunade stretched out his hand and patted twice on the bench, motioning Kakashi to lie down. Kabuto, are you ready? Ignoring Kakashi, who stood up a little at a loss, Tsunade turned around and asked the boy next to him. Teacher, you're ready. The delicate Kabuto replied, pushing the big eyes on the bridge of his nose, and looked at Kakashi. The scrutinizing gaze made Kakashi shudder at the way he looked at the intimate heaven. Of course, at the moment Yakushi Kabuto, it is really a bit hot to look at Kakashi. The teacher just told him that I is Mangekyo Sherinan. Master Chiyu no, Master Chiyu dare not have any crooked thoughts, but now he has the opportunity to study Mangekyo, and he is very excited. Hurry up, Kakashi, it's not a piggery. Tsunade hurriedly urged. Go Kakashi, maybe you are going to develop. Jiraiya next to him echoed. Tsunade has even developed a first-generation cell prosthesis, maybe what kind of research this is for Kakashi. Then Kakashi was so ignorant that he was driven off the shelf by the duck and lay on the test bench. Ugh! When he saw Yakushi Kabuto pull out a few large iron handcuffs and immediately buckled his limbs, Kakashi was stunned for an instant. The seal of the 5 elements. Tsunade's 5 fingers on his right hand braved Chakra's arrogance and patted Kakashi's stomach. Ha! Tsunade! Jiraiya, who was drinking the juice next to him, was silly. Kakashi snorted and endured the pain of being sealed by the 5 elements. However, Yakushi Kabuto didn't stop on his hands, and then gave a few more bandages to tie Kakashi to the stage. Hayakushi Kabuto held down Kakashi's head, and then pulled away the blindfold covering his left eye, revealing the bewildered three-tomo Sharingan. Then Tsunade put on the mask, the medical scalpel in his hand, and the pliers were pointed at Kakashi's eyes. "Tsunade, stop! Stop, Master Tsunade!" Both Jiraiya and Kakashi yelled immediately. "Tsunade won't stop, why are you staring at Sharingan?" From Chiyu's Jiraiya hurriedly rushed to stop Tsunade. He was already confused in this scene, and could only subconsciously stop Tsunade. For a while, regardless of what his head thought, he didn't figure out what Tsunade was doing. Roll! Tsunade returned with a punch and hit Jiraiya, who was pulling himself. Boom! Despite Tsunade's tremendous strength, Jiraiya, who was really moving, still caught it steadily. See, just as Jiraiya was about to negotiate with Tsunade, she didn't say anything. She was shocked when she saw Tsunade's light blue eyeshadow. Boom! Boom! The Tsunade that turned on Sage Mode, coupled with the strange force punch, Jiraiya reacted quickly, and was blasted into the wall with a punch. Not waiting for Jiraiya to regain consciousness, only to see Tsunade one-handed seal. Would style silent killing binding technique, how a branch immediately grew under the floor, tying Jiraiya in the wall tightly. This series directly surprised Kakashi and Jiraiya, Zayansha plus would style. On the other hand, the other two, Uzumaki Maiko and Yakushi Kabuto, were not surprised at all. Tsunade sighed secretly. Both of them are immortal arts and wood styles that have only recently been practiced. She is barely proficient in immortal arts, but wood style is a bit superficial and laborious, and it is not as good as the one who engages in greening. She has the water attribute and the earth attribute and the yang attribute chakra, and she is also the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama. Over the past 2 years, in Orochimaru's white Zetsu cell research, Tsunade is the fastest to fuse white Zetsu cells and is the only one that is turned on wood style today. Tsunade-sama, I beg you. Seeing Tsunade's indifferent gaze toward his left eye, Kakashi, who is now a plate of fish, pleaded. Everything else is fine, except this eye, which is more valuable than life. Oh? I'm in front of Jiraiya, regardless of Third Hokage's face, do you think I will stop? Tsunade said coldly. Master Tsunade, 3-tomo Sharingan is insignificant to you, right? This is a gift from a friend, and it is my belief and forbearance entrusted to me. This is something more precious than life. Kakashi took a deep breath, and then resolutely said. Before he died, he was not allowed to lose the things that conveyed his beliefs. He was too sorry for that partner and didn't want to lose even his last things. San Goyu? Oh, Kakashi, what's your purpose? What do you take Konoha for? Tsunade stared at Kakashi coldly and drank coldly. This makes Kakashi and Jiraiya, who are breaking free of wood style, confused again. What is this? Tsunade suspected Kakashi? You have been in Konoha for 10 years, with a Mangekyo Sharingan, what do you intend to do? Tsunade possessed. The cold killing intent in his eyes firmly enveloped Kakashi on the test bench. Boom! With Tsunade's words, Kakashi and Jiraiya were stunned and stunned. Swipe chakra exploded violently, breaking Tsunade's wood style that bound his body, and Jiraiya walked to Kakashi in a daze. I looked at Tsunade suspiciously and saw that her expression was not fake. But, looking at Kakashi's completely confused eyes, it seems that there is nothing to hide. What should I do? Kakashi, your purpose? But it doesn't matter anymore. After removing this eye, this deep basement is enough for us to pry out your secret. Tsunade. There must be some misunderstanding. Jiraiya blocked Tsunade, hoping to make things clearer. Haha, misunderstanding. Tsunade didn't shoot Jiraiya, but smiled disdainfully. Then Tsunade sneered, took off the chair next to him, and sat on Erlang's legs with his right hand on his left leg, and his left hand stretched out of the armrest of the chair. After taking a heavy breath, Tsunade tactically leaned back and looked at the laboratory ceiling with melancholy. This gesture directly renews Jiraiya and Kakashi's confusion. Misunderstanding? Haha, Jiraiya, you are old, but your brain is not long, so the teacher is guarding you. You are almost 50 years old, blinded by a 24-year-old young man. Jiraiya couldn't refute it, but his expression showed his position and did not agree with Tsunade's behavior. Graduated at the age of 5, Chunin at the age of 6, and Jonin at the age of 12, Konoha's unprecedented genius. He was passionate when he was a boy, and then mediocre to the present, with a Mangekyo Sharingan. Are you sure Kakashi has no purpose? Tsunade whispered, as if talking to himself. Kakashi, you are actually very smart. After the death of 4th generation, Danzo lures you into the roots, then reveals the wood style ninja to you, and also reveals the plan to assassinate 3rd Hokage. But it's funny. The one who assassinated teacher 3rd generation was someone who couldn't even catch you, the 10-year-old rooted wood style ninja now Yamato. When the ending comes out, the intention is obvious. This is what Danzo and 3rd generation teachers will test for you. Otherwise, Danzo and teacher 3rd generation are so close, whether it is a forced assassination or a poisonous killing, he has more time, why should he arrange a botched assassination? Let this information be known to you, Kakashi, who has just entered Akatsuki's organization and has not been controlled by the seal of destruction. It seems that you have been in the dark for several years and become a merciless cold machine. In fact, you still maintain a good sense of reason, easily cracked their temptations, and made a perfect choice. Tsunade said, and then waved. Uzumaki Maiko and Yakushi Kabuto understood, and immediately left the laboratory. Tsunade opened a bottle of wine and let out a bold sigh. Looking at the surprised Jiraiya and the slightly confused Kakashi, they continued, your father's death gave you a great impact when you were young. Perhaps you have gained some insight to avoid following your father's footsteps. Then hiding in clumsiness became the current state of being too high or low. Perhaps many people regretted the once amazing genius and reduced it to the ordinary level. But everyone is wrong. This is the golden mean, the best way to protect oneself wisely. It neither threatens the position of those in power, nor falls into the masses of beings. Kakashi, if your father did this, it is understandable. After all, teacher third generation was still young and vigorous and would not let go of power. But now that teacher third generation is very old, you obviously have the opportunity to attack the position of Hokage. Why do you want to hide? Not for the position of Hokage, you carry a hidden Mangekyo Sharingan. What is your purpose? Destroy Konoha who killed your father. Tsunade Jiraiya stopped drinking immediately. Kakashi can be considered as he grew up, and he knew very well that it was definitely not what Tsunade said. After all, those who like to love heaven are not bad guys. Back then, Heitake Sakumo held White Fang in his hand and was famous in the ninja world, but he committed suicide. Is he guilty? I think you will have an answer in your heart. However, I also have my answer. Heitake Sakumo is guilty. There is no doubt that he will die. Tsunade Jiraiya was stupid today. He really didn't know what to say except for calling Tsunade's name. What happened to Heitake Shimao back then, you have to say, that is to add some glory and merit to the deceased, and to buy the hearts of the living. What is your operation? It is a great credit, and the credit is overwhelming. The reputation of an Umbu captain has overshadowed the greatest leader. Heitake Sakumo committed suicide, and we all know that he was not at fault. However, he has the ability to squeeze out Hokage's position. This is his sin, which comes from the eyes of those in power. After listening in a daze, Kakashi slowly closed his eyes, tears streaming down. Jiraiya stayed there completely, looking at Tsunade's gaze, only to realize that Tsunade was so unfamiliar, and even suddenly felt that Konoha was unfamiliar. Kakashi, as smart as you, has seen through everything, but now hides things that shouldn't be hidden. What do you think about these things? How did you plan before? Following Tsunade's questioning, Jiraiya also subconsciously looked at Kakashi and asked himself if his father had encountered such a thing. Tsunade stood up, tactfully turned the scalpel and forceps in his hand, and stared coldly at Kakashi's eyes. Tsunade, stop. These are words without evidence. We Konoha can't do that anymore. And whether Kakashi's Sharingan is Mangekyo, it is open to question. Seeing Tsunade coming, Jiraiya continued to stop him. Now he is in such a mess, but this is his bottom line, what he is. Boom in vain, Tsunade was furious and punched Jiraiya in the face. Jiraiya flew upside down, smashing a row of experimental shelves. Tsunade was reluctant, and came over, squeezing Jiraiya's collar with one hand. His face was full of anger, a pair of angry eyes oozing blood, clenching his teeth, and shortness of breath, that was the extreme of anger. Disputable? Jiraiya, can your brain damage tell the occasion? Do I have to tell everything? Okay. I'll tell you. You listen to me. The masked man of Akatsuki is Uchiha Obito who gave Kakashi his eyes. It was when he took advantage of Kushina to give birth, that caused the Nine Tails chaos. Kushina's information is clearly hidden so well. Who told Uchiha Obito Kushina to give birth? Who exposed the secret location of Kushina's secret childbirth? Have you ever thought about Jiraiya? Tsunade's hysterical roar made the two of them deafening, but inside them, it was even more stormy. Kakashi turned his head to look at him, his face full of disbelief. Jiraiya was completely stupid. How? That's Kakashi's companion, Minato's student. He is not dead, even if, that. Didn't you and the teacher know that Uchiha Shina is my husband Chiyu? I arranged for him to enter the Akatsuki organization. Guess how many secrets he discovered about the Akatsuki organization? Tsunade gritted his teeth and sipped coldly, then squeezed Jiraiya's collar with his hand, stood up and raised his head, taking a deep breath. After taking a cold look at Jiraiya, Tsunade took the knife again and persecuted Kakashi's eyes. But at the moment Jiraiya heard the words, there was no longer any reason or motivation to refute. Kakashi's mood fluctuates a lot, and he wants to ask countless questions. But seeing Tsunade's cold eyes, Kakashi flashed through the tragic Nine Tails chaos in the past, flashed through the roar of the night of the Uchiha clan. He really couldn't believe it. Obito did it. Tsunade, stop it. I believe Kakashi, please believe me. Jiraiya, with a bruised nose and swollen face, stood in front of Tsunade again. Oh, then Jiraiya, what do you think of Kanaha? Tsunade's expression and tone were unpredictable. However, at least she was no longer angry, but looked at Jiraiya somewhat calmly and asked. Of course, this calmness makes Jiraiya feel more pressure. Tsunade, I believe there must be some misunderstanding in this. These things must have nothing to do with Kakashi. Moreover, with the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, you can detect Kakashi's memory at any time. Tsunade, your behavior is excessive. I have to say that Jiraiya is super warm. Of course, someone can see his face clearly, so he performs so unscrupulously. Time is the most frightening thing. Since I discovered it, why is it so troublesome? Waiting for the Yamanaka clan to read the memory? The time gap in this, do you know what is there for people who have spacetime pupil surgery? Significance. But now Kakashi has been sealed by you, even if it is time-space pupil technique, he can't use it. Wait a minute, Tsunade. Jiraiya, I'm not like you, I'm just a weak woman, my heart is not as open-minded as you. Kushina, what a good child, she laughed. How many people did Konoha break that night? I feel uneasy. After peeling off this eye, I will interrogate him carefully. If I am right, then this result should be the result. Even if I am wrong, I just apologize to him. After all, for Konoha, he still can you embarrass me for being a weak girl. Tsunade, Konoha's jade lies in these young people and children, don't you know? We should be tolerant enough. Kakashi is a child who grew up in Konoha after all. What bad thoughts can Konoha have? Leaving aside the inconclusive speculation, even if it is true, Tsunade, it is the village and us who created them, and we cannot escape responsibility. If Uchiha Obito really killed Minato and Kushina, there will be so many victims in the Nine Tails chaos. He is at fault, and we can't avoid the responsibilities in it. If we don't understand the root cause, we can only continue to make mistakes and hate from generation to generation. Tsunade, this is not what you want, right? Please trust this kid Kakashi. You know Minato, that kid is the kindest and most sensible. If he comes back, he will definitely not do what you did. He will definitely redeem Obito and Kakashi, you know he is like this, Tsunade. Jiraiya tried his best to persuade Tsunade. As soon as this statement came out, Kakashi looked at Jiraiya's gaze, which was very complicated. Thank you very much. Tsunade was taken aback when he heard the words, and slowly said, you deserve to be your master and apprentice. Sighing, Tsunade pulled the chair and sat down and leaned back. After knowing the whole Hokage plot in Chiyu's memory, Tsunade did not express feelings about Naruto's innocence, nor did he express feelings about Jiraiya's open-mindedness. What Nagato Obito Uchiha Madara, Tsunade also thinks their concept is ridiculous. Even she felt that her ancestor Sage of Six Paths was a bit absurd, or that his ideas were too naive and too underestimated of human nature. But Minato alone made Tsunade feel very emotional. Once, in her eyes, Minato was just a ninjutsu genius, a fighting genius, sunny and lovely, kind. But from the plot in Chiyu's memory, Minato had the courage of a child born before daring to believe it, and sealed 9 tails in Naruto's body, even though his death seemed like a martyrdom. Especially when Pen destroyed Konoha and Naruto ran away, Minato's remaining chakra consciousness appeared and taught Naruto something. Although he said he didn't know how to find a way to get everyone together in peace, he saw the root of the hatred and the incident very clearly. He taught Naruto to be rational. Pen destroyed Konoha, but it was this system called ninja that created Pen. He said he didn't know the answer, but he believed that Naruto could find it, because no matter when and where, people should believe in the future and the next generation of children who are working hard to grow up. In the Fourth World War, after knowing Obito, Minato's first time was not anger, but self-blame, because he took the responsibility on himself. It was even when Obito was defeated and Kakashi wanted to end Obito, he blocked him, hoping that Kakashi could untie Obito's heart, because Kakashi was supposed to be the one who redeemed Obito. Tsunade did not use terms such as Virgin Mary and Fool to describe Minato. Instead, he felt that Minato was in a higher realm, a realm that was very bright after being sublimated. Even when Impure World Reincarnation came back, Uchiha Itachi, who understood everything at the last moment, was 1 point short of Minato. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya. Although he felt that this partner was not reliable since he was a child, he was indeed the one chosen by Todemaru. For those of his students, he left very important things and continued. If the evil is not eliminated, it will surely cause harm to the world. At this point between the enemy and us, how can we use reason to end the hatred? If it only involves both the enemy and us, it may be possible. But over the years, Akatsuki has not only caused disasters in Konoha village and Kirigakure, but also other countries. Not everyone is as open-minded as you are. If we don't cut all these connections, do you think Kirigakure, etc., how do they think of us? Jiraiya opened his mouth when he heard the words, but couldn't say anything, and then smiled bitterly. If this is true, let alone Kirigakure and other external forces, I am afraid that the people in Konoha will not allow them to do so. Seeing that Jiraiya didn't speak, Tsunade continued, the best way to deal with Sharingan is to use Sharingan, especially for Mangekyo Sharingan who has spacetime pupil technique, then only Mangekyo is the only way to use spacetime pupil technique. Jiraiya, the opponent now not only has a few dangerous S-rank rebels, but also draws in Korra no Kunishenin and Wuma. They should not be too kind to Konoha. You said, should I wait for them to call and then reason with them, or do I have the opportunity to do it directly? So Tsunade, I think Kakashi should continue to keep his eyes. After all, can I find an eye more skilled than him? Hey, he hasn't shown Mangekyo in 10 years, either he has different intentions, or he started Mangekyo because he didn't have the blood of Uchiha clan and the powerful chakra. What's the use of him? Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya amusedly, as if looking at a fool, then turned his head back and took a sip of wine in disgust. Regardless of the truth of the matter, since Kakashi is involved, let him participate in lifting the veil of all this. If it is true, think about it, he is the one who should punish the other party the most. After speaking, Jiraiya immediately looked back at Kakashi on the test bench and said, Kakashi, you must be able to turn on Mangekyo Sharingan? For the truth, to understand this hatred, for salvation. If you lose the bet, we will all die. Jiraiya. Before Kakashi answered, Tsunade looked at Jiraiya solemnly and sighed. Jiraiya was stunned when he heard the words. He didn't expect that such a strong Tsunade would have such a helpless side. Did you oppose her too much and didn't think about it from her standpoint? Maybe she is weak, but she knows too much and needs to beware too much to be so strong? I use my life as a guarantee. I believe in Kakashi, Jiraiya said categorically. What happened to the present, the twists and turns in this short period of time? He looked at Kakashi many times, and Kakashi's reaction did not look like Tsunade said. He believed in his own eyes and intuition. Cut, Jiraiya, you are just gambling. Besides, how much money is your life worth? I have never won the gambling road in my life. I will not bet like you did, I will only implement the action and do what I should do. Although it is not so profitable after winning a bet, although it is very laborious, it is very practical, Tsunade said, snapping his fingers. Then the door of the laboratory was knocked twice, and Yakushi Kabuto pushed the door and walked in. Teacher, Kabuto, use illusion, understood the teacher. Kabuto grinned at the corner of his mouth, looked at Kakashi on the test bench, and pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. When Chiyu is not there, Tsunade doesn't want Orochimaru to come in contact with Mangekyo, the spacetime pupil technique, so Kabuto is the only one with the strongest illusion technique. In fact, Chiyu's illusion skills are very poor, and he relies entirely on Sharingan to improve his rank. Without Sharingan, his understanding of illusion can only be described in ordinary terms, and even the strengths of Mangekyo are not an illusion. Kabuto walked into Kakashi, without hesitation, he directly nodded, and touched Kakashi's head with both hands. Kakashi. Lin, please. Obito, who was smashed in half by a rock to save himself, appeared, his left eye oozing blood, and he said with a smile, Kakashi puff Kakashi West. The scene before Lin's death reappeared. Kakashi knew it was an illusion, but couldn't restrain the collapse, guilt, loss, and wanted to escape, but couldn't do without. Sure enough, Kakashi, who is a good-willed man, smiles in the face of Obito in the lower part of IWA, and Xylan at midnight, he will still sink. Looking at Kakashi, who was struggling madly and shouting sorry because of the illusion, Tsunade secretly said. Seeing this, Jiraiya didn't know if he should block it or let it develop. Kakashi, why did you kill Lin? Why? Suddenly, the scene changed, the right half of his body was bloody, and the bloody Obito pinched Kakashi's neck and asked loudly. With his left eye open without eyeballs, he stared at Kakashi. Why are you killing Lin? Why didn't the teacher save Lin? He is obviously golden glitter. I'm going to kill him. I want to kill the teacher. I'm going to kill Kirigakure who persecuted Lin. I want to kill this world without Lin. You have taken away my only world, I will take away everything from you. Obito, who is like a hell evil spirit, bleeds all the way, came to Konoha, and found the mother who was giving birth. No. Kakashi, who couldn't move at all, watched Obito stretch out his hand to his mother and shouted hysterically. But even though he snarled through his throat, he couldn't move, and he couldn't make Obito hear it. Watch Obito release 9 tails, kill the teacher, and watch Obito take 9 tails to ravage Konoha village. Then he watched Obito growl viciously and head towards Kirigakure. It's all you killed Lin. It's you. Kakashi, who had roared to the horse, watched in despair as Obito brutally killed the Kirigakure ninjas, manipulated Mizukage to let them kill each other, the ninjas were annihilated, and countless families were torn apart. Kakashi finally, Obito walked towards Kakashi step by step, his tone so hateful. Kakashi, why didn't you protect Lin? Why kill Lin? I will let you live in pain forever, just live in pain in such a hell world, you are not qualified to go and see Lin. Hey! After a long time, Tsunade looked at the terrible screams on the test bench in surprise. Yakushi Kabuto sweats faintly on his forehead, and continues to use illusions, which consumes a lot of mental power, especially when the opponent resists. Tsunade was also surprised by Kakashi's willpower, as expected to be able to turn on Mangekyo in the end. After all, Kakashi is not from the Uchiha clan, and there is no special physique. Even the physique of the Heite clan has nothing outstanding. There are not many chakras. Kakashi wants to fill chakra. I am afraid he has to develop his purple thunder. Of course, I'm afraid it doesn't have to be so troublesome now. It seems that this child is no stranger, it's just mediocre. Tsunade murmured. Jiraiya was relieved when he heard the words. It seemed that his instinct was correct and his choice was right. After all, Kakashi likes his intimacy paradise so much, how could he be a bad guy? Then, give him this as compensation. As Tsunade said, he took out a syringe from the reel with the blue liquid in it, and then plunged it into Kakashi's body. This is the latest version of her research with Orochimaru, the product of the fusion of white Zetsu body cells and Greer energy. The quality is high, it is very stable, and it is easier to absorb. Of course, it is also an old problem. Except for those who originally had the blood of Sage of Six Paths, the fusion of white Zetsu cells by others has a relatively low effect. Of course, no matter how low they are, they can double their physique and chakra. Kabuto, he gave it to you. Mangekyo has not been turned on within the specified time. You know what to do. Is teacher. Tsunade ignored Jiraiya, then turned and left. The feeling of bullying is really comfortable. Tsunade stretched out and left with a smile. She is not just a life addiction for the wicked, but Jiraiya is also a partner who has grown up since childhood. Although she disliked him and bullied him, Tsunade still hoped that the other party could change a little and understand herself a little bit. Her relatives and friends are really not many. Kakashi is a very wise man, what a pity to be a ninja. The diversified development of Tsunade in the future requires more talents. A smart and trustworthy person like Kakashi is the most comfortable wage earner. While Tsunade's sister is super handsome. School is abolished. This is the temperament that a queen should have. After getting out of the ground, she arrived in the tower hall next to her. Fanmei Fenghua Xiaoxiu's eyes sparkled in front of Tsunade, admiringly said. Just now, it was just a general laboratory. There was surveillance here, and Maitreya and others could see everything clearly. I think Jiraiya-sama is very gentle. Maitreya said, their maidens are kind in nature, and Jiraiya's style is very good. I think, Kakashi is so pitiful. A voice screaming for the victim appeared. Huanaka, you won't like that guy anymore, are you? But to be honest, Kakashi is quite handsome. He will show you his mask when he is satisfied. If he is satisfied, he will be assigned to you. It's nothing. Kuo Neoxiang froze for a moment, and then retorted shyly, she didn't mean that. You are also 18. It's time to fall in love. Kakashi is a person approved by Mike Tsunade. He has a good character. See at the base of Chiyuan Rain Shinobi Village, a space Uzumaki appeared. Obito slowly came out, looking at Uchiha Shina, whose light blue eyeshadow suddenly turned on with a glimpse, and Hiryu who was stunned next to him. I thought you would attack it. The masked man's low voice came. Beiliuhu glanced at the two of them, and then went to focus on studying the body of White Zetsu on the bench. Seeing Uchiha Shina's hand holding a glass of white juice in the box, Obito was immediately stunned. Why is this still eating? Have you changed the way of eating? Is it true and effective? Seeing Uchiha Shina's movements and the tireless research of White Zetsu these days, Obito doubted it. Cut dare to appear so grandiosely, it means that you are not worried about the attack. Why did I do that extra action? Is it great to have hollow? Chiyu said a little bit sourly. Obito didn't believe it. This time, I would like to ask if you are interested in witnessing the new world together? It is much more interesting than these boring days. Shouldn't it be said from you, or are you going to be restless again? Chiyu gave him a surprised look when he heard the masked man's words. Then he said melancholy, oh, that's true. I finally found a quiet place in the ninja world, what a pity. Is this your aura? This can turn on Mangekyo, which is amazing. Is this Rain Shinobi village quiet? I feel that this is just a glimpse before death. They tried their best to reluctantly create this small place, as false as Kyoka Suijutsu, making them think they were right. As everyone knows, such rules can't be applied to the entire ninja world, because the layout is different, and such naive ideas are about to do things that are enemies of the whole world. Their failure is inevitable. A person is more expensive than contentment. I am just a person who lives in the present, and I have always believed that learning to adapt to the environment is the best way to survive. The world is so chaotic, and there are too many people like you. Chiyu said lightly. Attitude. After a few breaths of silence, the masked man disappeared and left. Obito, is he neutral or towards Nagato? Uzumaki Afii on Obito asked in the Kamui space. Perhaps, he will be on Nagato's side, but as long as we are better than Nagato, he knows what to do. Obito said, he also believed so firmly. However, for the purpose of this trip, he didn't think about what he wanted. He ran down a few places, and he was just doing it for others. Akatsuki's organization is full of old fritters. Obito did not win over a few henchmen, but are these people Nagato's henchmen? As long as the time comes, they will paddle each other. between victory and defeat. In fact, it only depends on him and Nagato. A certain piece is about to leave the game, Obito himself is the shackle of that piece, not to mention that he wants to leave a certain game. He must win that pair of Rinnegan, otherwise, all his ideals will be meaningless. Hey, this TM just came in, Xiaohu, maybe we have no place to wait again. Chiyu pretended to be melancholy. In fact, she felt that the daughter-in-law's bureau had succeeded. To be honest, at first Chiyu thought it was a gambling. After all, Obito and Nagato are both Voldemort's type. If the scale of strength is not tilted a bit, it is really going to be done, right? Unexpectedly, it really started. Think about it now that the wife is training Kakashi, Chiyu feels pity for Brother Tuesday. The daughter-in-law is not Minato and Naruto, Obito falls into her hands, she is absolutely finished. Hearing this, Byliev secretly squeezed the scalpel tightly and stuck it in his neck for a long time. Thinking about it, I still bear it with a black face. Xiaohu just Xiaohu, wait someday. The action has started. Nanoyu, Kabuto. Tsunade said to Nanoyu and Yakushi Kabuto on a tower in Lulin. After receiving the message from Chiyu, Tsunade's smile gradually bloomed. After hearing this, Yaneo and Kabuto left, heading for the country of fire. Regarding Akatsuki's affairs, why did you go to the fire country? Tsunade naturally wants a certain pioneer to go first. How can such a big scene be missing the warrior for Konoha? As for Yaneo and Kabuto, for things like Pit Danzo, they are naturally happy to take action in person. Ha ha ha. Tsunade, don't you need my help? Suddenly, a figure appeared silently next to him. Get out. Let Kimimaro and Shigago snoop and later, I'll kill you. Tsunade looked melancholy at Orochimaru, researching technology or something. Orochimaru had no interest at all, and still missed Sharingan. Kimimaro and Shigego have already practiced celestial skills in Ryokai Cave, and Shigego can communicate with birds and beasts. What a good ability, I have asked Orochimaru several times, but he didn't give it. Because of this, the existence of Kakashi was discovered by Orochimaru, and he came over in 2 days to study Mangekyo. Tsunade was so annoyed to death, the Sly Snake character was not guaranteed. In case he took Kamui with him easily, all his plans would be frustrated. However, Kakashi, after doing desperate training, needed Kabuto's illusion big tonic to start Mangekyo on the verge of collapse. This Mangekyo has once again shown its pattern after 12 years. It's a pity that it is Kakashi, who is really lacking in blue, so he can only continue to work hard to fuse the white Zetsu cells implanted before. In order to improve his chakra faster, Tsunade gave him enough Greer energy and the physical activity technique to him. As for Orochimaru's, when the time comes to capture Uchiha Letter alive, let them speed up the cloning technology, isn't it a lot of Mangekyo? At that time, Tsunade laid a teleportation array for the ninja world. Hey, what are you going to do? Need this battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Danzo borrow Yamato again, and even Might Guy, suddenly feeling uneasy. Routine some training to maintain the quality of the root ninja. Danzo replied. Some things are still uncertain, and there is no need to answer Hiruzen completely. Once you have confirmed the situation, you will notify him according to your needs. Moreover, Danzo was excited about such a piece of information for a long time. He didn't plan to let people know it. After all, if Hiruzen knew it, even if he succeeded, he wouldn't be able to get the best thing. And Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo. Others may not be able to see, but growing up together, Sarutobi Hiruzen is 100% sure Danzo is going to be a demon again, a little sad. It doesn't matter what Danzo is hiding from him. The two have a clear division of labor for many years. There is no need to know everything, Danzo will sort it out. He was worried that Danzo might not go back, even though he was in his 60s, for the ninja, this was too much. But Tsunade is about to take the lead. Konoha has no suitable roots yet, so Danzo still has to hold on. As for Uchiha Ishina, even if he keeps making Jiraiya to be open-minded, he is also very vigilant. Rinnegan is mine. So is Mangekyo. Danzo, who rushed through the night, was very excited. His root ninja suddenly inquired into the internal division of Akatsuki's organization, and he wanted to confirm it. Then set a trap. If you can capture a time and space Mangekyo, can Rinnegan be far away? In the latter part of the 3 World Wars, for the benefit of the Land of Fire, Danzo led the fake rock shinobi to attack the Land of Rain. Then he was fortunate to see Rinnegan, but he never forgot. It's a pity that Hanzo of the Salamander finally flicked over, but he was caught in a flash. The demigod Hanzo of the Salamander flees, and since then he hides in the building and dare not come out. Danzo sent the roots to inquire about information many times, but there was no return, and it has been delayed until now. Unexpectedly, God has eyes, his Danzo eyes are set with Rinnegan, and the day when Mangekyo hangs his arms is coming. That person's recent actions are weird. Nagato. Konan with blue hair and golden eyes said to Nagato in the high tower top secret room somewhere in Rain Shinobi Village. Although the tone of voice is a little worried, Konan, who frequently looks at Nagato, reveals unconcealed joy in his eyes. Since transplanting the Hashirama cell prosthesis cut off from Centipede, Nagato's body has recovered visible to the naked eye. After many years, Nagato's body can finally walk. After that, Nagato also became a ruthless man. He even chopped off his own hands and connected a pair of Hashirama cell arms. For more than half a month, he was once thin, and he has returned to his normal appearance, and his discolored red hair has gradually become ruddy. Nagato, as a descendant of Sage of Six Paths, the Uzumaki family, naturally fits the gradual cell better than ordinary people, and the speed of fusion is amazing. But it's nothing more than the jumping clown who relies on the special pupil technique. When we cooperated with him, we were only for his intelligence. Sooner or later, we will have a victory or defeat with him. His body gradually recovered, and Nagato's confidence became full. With his ability, he could have contacted those people quietly. Why was he discovered by us? Was it deliberately let us discover? Conan frowned and said. Over the years, they have been helpless to mask the man's ability, and even Conan has prepared many sets of targeting plans that are not known to be useful. With the opponent's ability, they will not be able to find out. Perhaps it was deliberately letting us know, creating suspicion, and gradually dividing us and the members of the organization. It seems that he wants to do it, Conan murmured gloomily. These eyes are the key to the Master's initiative. He has been hiding a lot of things from us over the years. Are we not? That's good, so I don't need to collect rings one by one. Now that he has become a god, Nagato has never thought of compromise and can't push everything horizontally, so how can he be a god? Take this fake Madara and become a stepping stone for your god to the world. Hoo quack quack. Mount Sumi, once the base castle of Baileahu. Obito, who had just come out of the laboratory, were immediately stopped by the crow in front of them. A few crows whirled a few times, and then flew out of the very leaky castle hall. And the west window of the hall, facing the afterglow of the setting sun, a long figure slanted down. Swish. Seeing this, Uchiha immediately stopped in front of the masked Obito. The Shenin next to him was stunned for a moment, and then he was always ready to fight, even looking at the person in the afterglow of the setting sun with a vague intent to fight. You seem to have something. When Obito saw Itachi waiting for them here, it seemed that he had come badly. Itachi didn't speak, his expressionless face, and his indifferent eyes. Several people fell silent for a while. Obito sighed inwardly. It seems that he still underestimated Itachi. He didn't expect that he could get rid of Kisame and appear here. It seems that even Kisame and Samehada can't resist Itachi's illusion? Otherwise, Kisame would not be too far away from Itachi, and he would not have received any information. You know, it is tens of kilometers away from Rain Shinobi village. Shenin grinned, headed forward a few steps, but Obito stopped him. Obito looked at Shenin next to him, and then thought about the negotiations with Majiran, and he understood what he had learned. Every one of us can't stop the torrent of this world. I know the agreement between us, but you can rest assured that I will abide by it. Of course, you have to help us kill someone. You should understand how unrealistic his idea is. Since he will eventually become an enemy of the world, and that place cannot avoid the war he brings, this is also what you don't want to see. Are you there? Obito said to Itachi. Itachi made Obito feel ridiculous. He thought it had been 3 years and he had forgotten it. For Konoha? For yourself? Or is it for someone? A person who doesn't know what he is doing is really sad and ridiculous. Shenin and Hema held great hostility towards Konoha, and they recruited Shenin and cooperated with Hema, so Itachi came to inquire. Is it for Konoha? Or for what? To be honest, Obito can't see through Itachi now. Not because he is advanced, but because he seems to be confused by himself. As for Itachi still doesn't care about Konoha, Obito doesn't know, but he will definitely care about someone. Master Madara, who is he? After Itachi left, Letter Uchiha asked. Seeing that I recruited Shenin, he worried that I would help Shenin fight Konoha village. Uchiha Xin and Shenin were completely confused. This is, Master Madara, do you want us to be him now? Shenin said in a deep voice. Even Letter Uchiha, who once worshipped Itachi, was entangled. If I could kill him, I would have done it a long time ago. He is so strong? It's just the tortoise shell, we will kill him. Hiyu Chiba Shisui's Mangekyo distinguished heavenly gods. Shenin drew a sigh of relief when he heard the words, and immediately disappeared from the fiery challenge to Itachi in his heart. This F***K was slapped and beaten, and he didn't know what he had become. As for Itachi, Obito under the mask smiled even more. It seemed that Itachi was threatening him, but he was holding Itachi. As long as Itachi cares about that place and someone there, he now has to accept the conditions he proposed. Shu, who boom 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 on the edge of Rain Shinobi village, on the foggy sky, a series of detonating symbols exploded. A short white figure struggled to escape in front, and a dozen Rain Shinobi frantically chased after him. Damn Uchiha Ishina. You are not human. At this moment, Beiluhu, who was quickly escaping, roared with anger in his heart. Of course, it was only in his heart. Swish swish. After going out of the range of Rain Shinobi village, suddenly a figure flashed by ghostly, and Rain Shinobi who was chasing behind was attacked, and it was completely destroyed in an instant, leaving only 2 living mouths. I am Kanaha's humble humor, you can't shoot me. Seeing 3 men in black masks who had no emotions were killed, Beilaiova quickly dodged and said loudly. Sure enough, the effect was immediate. The 3 ninjas who attacked him were taken aback. Although they still surrounded him tightly, they didn't do anything anymore. Then the battle ended, and 7 or 8 ninjas gathered around Beilaiu. You are, Beilaiu? Oh, why are you so small? A voice came. Beilaiu's face was very ugly, and he stared angrily at him. After seeing the person who took off his mask, Beilaiu was surprised, and then immediately shouted, Elder Danzo, I'm really Beilaiu. Seeing that the other party actually knew him, Danzo hesitated for a moment, but decided not to knock out. He knew it. After all, Kanaha Sunen's friend, when studying the forbidden technique, was able to escape Sunen's roundup. Danzo, who was professionally cleaning this kind of person, naturally had some impression. It's just that if I remember correctly, Beilaiu is about 1.8 meters tall, right? Who is this 4-meter-long baby? Except for the same white hair and white skin, or does it look like? It seems that Beilaiu has also been out of the village for 11 years. Could it be? Finally, Danzo believed the other party's words after a while. He did not rush to learn about the forbidden technique research of Beilaiu, but eagerly asked about the situation of Akatsuki in Rain Shinobi village. Who would have thought that Beilaiu was actually a peripheral member of Akatsuki or a research partner of Uchiha Shinobi? Elder Danzo, can you study the next pair of 3 Tomo Sharinan? Regarding Danzo's problem, Beilaiu started a business. Danzo was not angry when he heard this. After all, no one would be willing to do things for free, nor did he ask how Beilaiu knew he had Sharinan. He stayed a lot in the dark world. These things are not unusual. Yes, the other one depends on your information. Danzo was very real, and took out a bottle from the scroll. Inside the nutrient solution, there was a scarlet 3 Tomo Sharinan. Beilaiu happily took it. Shinsby ********* didn't lie to him. Danzo really has Sharinan. Then he expounded on the intelligence of Chi Xiao organization. Danzo grinned again when he heard the words. Things are more interesting than he thought. The masked men in the group of 3 Mangekyo Sharinan have to fight with the leader who owns Rinnegan, while the other members are ambiguous. Danzo felt that his luck was really good. Not only did he get this information from the roots, but he also confirmed it further, and he happened to bring Might Guy. The masked man and the 3 of them, Mangekyo Sharinan, confronted Rinnegan, and they couldn't avoid it. The masked man's purpose is Rinnegan, they have the time and space pupil technique, and the offensive power is in their hands. Although Rinnegan is strong, but the base is here, he will not leave easily if he wants to. Then it is bound to be a big battle. Danzo is a good fisherman. Elder Danzo, where is my other 3-hook jade? After the information was finished, Beilaiu looked at Danzo hopefully. Let's go. Danzo was yelled back to his senses by Puliu, said softly, then turned and left. It's not the time to be happy, so I have to continue to lurch and wait for Akatsuki to organize an internal battle before he becomes a fisherman. Elder Danzo? I'm finished with the information, look. Hilio followed Danzo eagerly, but was slightly blocked by the 2 rooted ninjas. Please pay attention to your identity, Kanaha's rebellious ninja. Danzo still ignored Hiryu, and a masked ninja warned next to him. Ha! A transaction is a transaction, why do you want to talk about this? Did I do any damage to Kanaha? It's obviously that you don't understand science. See if Orikimura I won't kill you, you should be thankful. The rules are still to be observed. It is already the limit to give you one in advance. Why should you give it to you before the information you give is confirmed? No wonder 3rd generation didn't accept you as a student back then. His vision is correct. You are indeed very unqualified. Danzo was a little impatient, and said coldly, what are you talking about? Obviously he has a bad vision, what's wrong with me? The 1'4" humble, stubborn little boy's face, stared at Danzo to retort. Danzo couldn't bear it because he was said to have bad eyesight in front of him. 3rd generation has a bad vision. Is it because Kanaha's root, which is highly valued by Hiruzen, is also bad? Danzo, do you want to kill the donkey? You are 1,000 swordsmen. Beilaiu who immediately backed away, yelling. Seeing the root ninja who came instantaneously, he immediately drew out a dozen detonation charms prepared earlier with both hands. His eyes looked sourly at Danzo, revealing the sorrow of the injustice of his destiny. Seeing Beilaiu's greatly aggrieved expression, Danzo was stunned for a moment. Is he too much? Although his heart was softened by 1 in 1 second, this guy was not only Kanaha's rebelliousness, but also insulted himself and Hiruzen. He must not stay here, or else his Danzo's stalwart figure would collapse in the heart of these subordinates. At this moment, Beilaiu is full of humiliation. If he can, he would like to lick Danzo, all kinds of flattery, maybe he can join the route promotion and raise salary, contribute secret skills to the elder Danzo's appreciation, and move to the pinnacle of life. But thinking of someone more ferocious, Bei Liu had to do what they said, tearing his hand to the surrounding detonation symbol. Who would have thought that the Lord was Tsunade? Who would have thought of the one who could Flying Thunder God technique? In the blink of an eye, he took himself from the underground base of Rain Shinobi village to 10 miles away in an instant. Thinking that guy might leave the mark of Flying Thunder God on him, what could he do? He was also desperate. Even though 4th Hokage has passed away many years, the legend of Flying Thunder God technique is still there. Uchiha Shina compares with Danzo, he finally chose the former from his heart. Scatter! Hilyahu suddenly threw the detonating talisman, and the surrounding root ninjas immediately retreated. Shu, who, at the same time, they leaped back, and immediately threw countless shurikens at Bai Liahu. Boom boom boom, after a roar, dozens of ninjas surrounded the middle of the gunpowder smoke. Danzo Ki in a wind style blew out, blowing out the gunpowder smoke. Then he was dumbfounded, and there was no humiliating figure in the messy ground all around. What about people? Perceived ninjas. Danzo's small eyes were greatly puzzled. I'm very sorry, Lord Danzo, his subordinate has neglected his duty, please punish it. Sensing ninja honestly goes up and kneels and asks for punishment. Danzo's mouth twitched, but he waved his hand to make him back down. Even if it is a perception ninja, it is impossible to keep perception all the time. What's the escape technique, or the space-time secret technique? Encountered this moment before the storm, Danzo felt a little uneasy in his heart, and once felt a chill in his back. Think about it or hurry to Might Guy's body, where it is more complete. Yo, Xiao Hu, isn't it exciting? Chiyu said teasingly in a jungle 10 kilometers away, looking at the Pu Liohu who had broken free from his hands, and at the same time dispelled the peculiar smell from his body. In order to avoid being aware of his existence by Danzo and others, he used the transformation technique before using a special secret medicine to change his breath. After all, I am afraid I will still work with Danzo in the future to avoid unpleasantness. Hiryu fainted for a while, unable to answer Uchiha Ishina, leaving his angry gaze aside. He couldn't win the fight, escape, and was heartbroken. He is the Jonin who used to be Konoha at any rate, and now he is comparable to the elite Jonin. Why does he live so humble? Afterwards, Chiyu held the Bei Luhu and tried his best to use Mangekyo's pupil technique Shensin, and flashed a few times with all his strength. When I was fainting in Bailiahu, I was more than 30 kilometers away to the west. Yo, Bailiahu, long time no see. A familiar voice came, seeming to have been so long lost. Bailia was taken aback when he heard the words, turned his head and looked around, and saw a beautiful blonde with big breasts coming, still the same as he remembered. And beside her, there were several beautiful women. After Tsunade yelled, he ignored the dumbfounded call and rushed to Chiyu to touch Chiyu's face. Rain Shinobi stayed in the act of kissing her face. His wife is very heroic, but in this respect, she is still very shy. In front of outsiders, she won't break her image of being very manly. Let's talk first, I'll go back first, Chiyu said after rubbing Tsunade's blonde hair. Don't wait a while. No, it's been a long time since I came out. If you can't bear it, cough cough. Anyway, it's almost the end of Xiao's organization tour, and Chiyu still has a clear order. A few more magical jumping spaces returned to the Rain Shinobi village base. Chiyu touched his somewhat sour eyes. Unexpectedly, now that I have transplanted white Zetsu cells and get enough Greer energy for training, I still can't use pupil surgery as frequently as Obito. Chiyu's Mangekyo pupil technique has the effect of jumping through space like Flying Thunder God, but it is not as far away as Flying Thunder God, and can only move within the range of his own perception. After enabling Sage Mode's augmentation perception, Chiyu could only move as far as 5 kilometers. Considering that Namikaze Minato often supports wars across the border, thinking about his operation during the Fourth World War in the original book, Chiyu drools with envy. However, I also have an advantage, that is, within the range of perception, I can move where I want to go at will. You don't need to have a Flying Thunder God mark like Flying Thunder God. Of course, the battery life is not as good as Flying Thunder God. Not only does it consume chakra, but it also consumes power. Frequent short-distance displacement is no problem, pupil power consumption depends on the distance. Like just going back and forth for 30 or 40 kilometers, Chiyu's eyes became sore after many consecutive jumps. Uchiha Shina, come here. Sure enough, after a while, Konan came up. Ha! Can Bailiahu run out of the village? Do you think I will believe it? Even without the seal I gave him, can so many ninjas and white Zetsu in the village not notice? At the meeting organized by Xiao, faced with the question of heaven, Chiyu answered confidently that it was time for Baiao to act. However, he has the confidence to act. Although Tiandeo Pain is questioning himself, he is actually suspecting Madara in the mask. Take a look at the lineup for this meeting. All of them have come to the meeting, including Shening who was in the first meeting. Although everyone pretended to be stupid, they had some guesses in their hearts. As soon as this was going on, Obito discovered at the moment that it seemed to have been targeted. Hiliahu was able to cross-range Shinobi Village's heavy blockade to reach the outside of the village, leaving no traces at all. Didn't this point be directed at him an uchiha letter? Obito has a thick-skinned face. He doesn't care about God Pain's intentional or unintentional targeting, but he frowns. The White Zetsu avatar detected part of Rain Shinobi's hurried return, and learned that Hiryo had escaped. He was still gloating and preparing to watch the show. Let's see how Nagato Konan and Uchiha Shino can solve this problem. Unexpectedly, coming to the meeting excitedly, it turned out to be such a situation. Once I explained it, things became even more bizarre. Although the two sides are still standing here at the moment, everyone knows some of the actions behind them. At this time, when this happened, Obito was not angry about who framed him. Rather, he wondered, what kind of ability is this to completely send away Haoru? Even if it is Nagato's hands, the many white Zetsu nearby will not fail to discover it, right? But, apart from him an Uchiha letter, there is space-time's secret art in it? This can be made by Obito not dignified. After all, he relied on a space-time pupil technique, and he naturally knew the difficulty of space-time pupil technique. While everyone was pretending to be stupid, only Chiyu deliberately muttered a few words, and then nothing came of it. From this moment on, everyone except Haiden knew that this disharmonious organization had broken up. Nagato. Something serious happened. The high tower of Rain Shinobi Village, Konan flew all the way to Nagato. Seeing Konan hurried all the way, his face was very gloomy. Nagato was stunned for a moment. All the information of Akatsuki's organization is revealed? Baileahu is Danzo's? Danzo wanted to shed his grievances and kill the donkey, but Baileahu ran away, and then spread all the news in order to retaliate against Danzo. Rao is Nagato, who has been immersed in pain for many years, and he who has been pretending to be like a rock for many years, is also blinded by this reversal of the plot at this moment. Now Baileahu, who is fleeing, is spreading news around. He used to be the rebel of Konoha's forbidden technique, but was recruited by Danzo in a cooperative way a few years ago. After Danzo's plan to use himself and Three Tails as bait to catch the Xiao organization and Shening and others failed, he continued to replan. Then he arranged for Baileahu to enter Rain Shinobi Village to investigate the situation. He did not expect that he was arrested by mistake, and then used his research ability to survive. Now that Danzo came to the Rain country, he brought the information back to Danzo, but he didn't expect Danzo to clear him. And Baileahu also exposed a lot of Danzo's information, such as that Beiju, who was secretly recruited by Danzo. Using the information he gave, Beiju stole Tsunade's research results. The original plan was to let the 100 feet who have been under siege, relying on their rebellious status and the strength of the first-generation cell prosthetic limb transplantation, to enter the Akatsuki organization and become an undercover agent. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Ishina and Beihu of Akatsuki killed hundreds by accident. But now Danzo, he knew that Mangekyo Sherinan, headed by the masked Madara, of the Akatsuki organization, would attack the leader of the Akatsuki organization with Rinnegan and snatch Rinnegan. He has quietly led the team into the country of rain, wanting to reap the benefits of the fishermen. Such shocking news, how not Nagato surprised, when I heard Konan said, this may have been spread by the humble call after escaping yesterday morning. Maybe many forces now know this news, and it won't be long before it will spread throughout the ninja world. Konan is sweating coldly now. How can she believe in Nagato's strength? But the 5 great Shinobu villages have accumulated prestige for a long time. Let's go, let's find the masked Madara at once. The war is urgent, Nagato said in a deep voice, making up his mind immediately. Nagato didn't want to unite with the masked Madara to fight against foreigners because of the presence of foreign enemies, but immediately implemented the practice of keeping the inside out first. Regardless of whether the masked Madara considered the latest move, the news spread throughout the shinobi world, and Rain Shinobi Village immediately became the target of public criticism. As it faces internal and external troubles, it is better to slash the mess to solve one's shortcomings. But after a while, the two of them and the other 6 paths Pain could no longer find a person from the Madara line of masks, and their faces suddenly became gloomy. This, Obito, who had already left through space-time pupil technique, met face to face at the border of the country of fire. With White Zetsu's ability to detect intelligence, they actually came back shortly after the meeting yesterday. White Zetsu brought the news. Obito was stunned for a long time, only to realize at this moment that he was a bit tenderer than those old fritters. I didn't think that if I had Kamui, I could sit back on Wuyu, come and go freely, and play with the ninja world. Now that I have seen Danzo's methods, I know what a profession is. In the Three Tails battle 2 months ago, although they barely succeeded, they finally realized that all of this was set by Danzo, but they underestimated the strength of Akatsuki. They didn't know the existence of Uchiha's letter, plus their own. Be cautious, it didn't succeed. How long is it now? It's all the same, and Obito suddenly feels tight in his chest. They didn't notice anything unusual about Baileahu's infiltration. After all, they had already investigated the base of Baileahu, and they didn't find any pushers behind Baileahu. They didn't expect that they could not wait for others. If 100 feet were not killed by Uchiha Ishina and Konan, they would definitely take in another spy that Danzo had pushed in. And they knew that although there were rifts in the organization, why did Danzo see that they would inevitably fight? How about getting ready to be a fisherman one step in advance? Obito's back is chilly. If it wasn't for Baileahu to be demolished by the river and escaped, these things were exposed. In case when the time comes, they and Nagato will fight each other, and there will be a day tiger kicking behind the unknown. It will take more than a day for Shenning's flying fortress to open. I will try my best to arrange White Zetsu to search for information and beware of other forces' movements. Seeing Obito stunned, Black Zetsu scorned in secret and then said, "Of course, Black Zetsu also admires Danzo. He is a talent, but unfortunately not from the Uchiha clan. Master Madara, I found Orochimaru in the west. He seems to be coming directly towards us." Suddenly, White Zetsu emerged from the ground to convey a message. For a while, Obito was confused again. What time is this time? I haven't cleaned up that pawn yet. How come one after another? He, I will meet him, said Kisame with the shark face, carrying the huge same hata. Puff, puff. Just when a few people leaped to the high cliff nearby to watch Kisame stop Orochimaru, the situation suddenly changed. In the four shadows leaping from 1 mile away, one by one, sharp white huge bone spurs, densely popped out of the ground, and directly attacked Obito and the others. Uchiha was quick and swift, and immediately used his pupil technique to manipulate a few huge blades, and floated a few of them to a height of 100 meters. The terrifying underground technique stopped. Looking at the white bone forest 1 mile in a radius of 1 mile, a few people became solemn for a while. Shu, who, just as they watched the rear suddenly felt the attack. Ding ding dong dang, Kisame immediately took the huge same hata in his hand and slapped away all the bone bullets that attacked them. I saw a young man with white hair and eyebrows, who had purple eyeshadow, emerged from the tip of a huge bone spur. At this moment, what came from the front was a huge red crystal dragon flying over, with 3 people standing on it. Orochimaru, Obito said in a deep voice. Uchiha Xin, who was next to him, suddenly turned pale. After looking at a few teammates around him, he was a little relieved, but he didn't dare to look at the person in front of him, so he quietly persuaded him for a while. Pop damn it. Danzo, who was hiding somewhere on the border of the country of rain, looked at the intelligence in his hand with a very bad expression. Baileahu, this broken jar is too cruel, isn't it? It is said that blocking the way of wealth is like killing one's parents, but Rinnegan and Mangekyo are more precious than the way of making money, so humble and call the sun hateful. Danzo felt the sensation of heaven and earth collapsing in an instant. Oh my goodness, why made him fall when he was about to succeed? With this trouble, he has nothing left. At this moment, the news quickly spread throughout the ninja world under some kind of dark hand. All the forces in the ninja world that received the news moved instantly. The Konoha forces, and most of the people who received the news, were very sorry, and they all yelled at the base, causing the plan of the warrior Danzo to collapse. The other forces are more or less fortunate. If Baileahu didn't disclose these news, if Danzo succeeded, Konoha, who was the #1 force in the ninja world, would be even more unstoppable. Regarding the authenticity of this incident, the various forces did not cautiously inquire about it, and directly led the team to the Kingdom of Rain. After all, the entire ninja world has been peaceful for about 10 years, and everyone is in a panic. Regardless of whether this matter is true or not, Kwandang has taken a team to travel for a while, even a military exercise. Now that the ninja world is barely peaceful, the daimyos are starting to find excuses to exploit military expenses. Many people hope that in the ninja world, who will be the fuse, after all, without the baptism of war, the generation of ninjas is not as good as the generation. There is no war. In this era, how can the ninjas who were born for war find their reasons for existence? Master Danzo, we have been discovered. What should we do now? If we continue to stay, it doesn't make much sense, and there is even a danger of being anti-siege. Yamato asked when Danzo was still angry here. The ninja at the root is a tool of unreasonable feelings, and will only be very obedient, but Yamato has to consider the consequences. At this moment, he looked at Danzo's eyes with a little more understanding. Why didn't he see it when he was at the root? Unexpectedly, Lord Danzo would have such courage. Of course, when Danzo and others went to see Baileahu, they didn't bring Guy and Yamato. Yamato has some tool man attributes, but it is not suitable for root actions. As for Might Guy, Danzo was very sorry. He still resisted the intention of pulling the opponent into the roots so as not to twist his roots. No, even if they know how we are coming, the war between them cannot be affected by our existence at all. A Mangekyo who possesses the supreme pupil technique of the legendary fairy, and a group of Mangekyo who are also known as the shocking ninja realm and have an extremely dazzling record. As arrogant as they are, they will definitely not shrink back. Moreover, the strong Rinnegan needs to sit here and will not leave the base guards. The Mangekyo on the other side possessed the time and space pupil technique, and were able to advance and retreat freely, and this battle was bound to erupt. Yamato nodded when he heard the words. Shake people to the village. If I guess it's right, I'm afraid there will be many shinobu villages joining this war. Danzo sighed, and screamed at Beilu inside and out. Danzo is 60 or 70 years old, is he easy? Now that the situation is complicated and beyond the scope of his ability, Hiruzen can only help. Konan, our war has begun. This will be a fateful war. Unfortunately, it came too early. If other forces are involved, we are in a dilemma. After making a decision, Nagato still couldn't help but go to the highest tower of Rain Shinobi Village, and looked at the Rain Shinobi Village around it in a very complicated way. The peacefulness, I am afraid it will be broken again. If it's just a war with the masked Madara, Nagato doesn't mind playing with them to the end. Rinnegan is in his own hands. The day when the Gedo statue is fully awakened is the time to practice his ideas. Masked Madara peers at his Rinnegan, he knows naturally, but he is not afraid of him. But with the uproar of Baileahu, now the whole ninja world is raging. With his knowledge of the 5 great ninja villages, they will definitely be moved by smelling the fish, just like the second ninja battle that year, taking the country of rain as the battlefields of several major powers are the same. If the Gedo statue wakes up and can absorb the tail beast, then Nagato doesn't mind meeting the 5 ninja villages now. Some things are often determined by strength. But, now that the chaos has started 6 years earlier, not to mention that it may arouse the ninja union, even if you win them, can you collect the complete tail beast? After collecting it, it can't be absorbed. Isn't it necessary to accept the counterattack of countless ninja forces for 6 years? And Nagato knows that if he really has the ability to push the entire world, he doesn't need to hide it until now, and he doesn't need to plan 10 tails. Wouldn't it be enough to just end this ninja system? Now the situation suddenly becomes chaotic, and the situation has long been unpredictable. What should I do? If Yahiko is still there? Konan frowned when she heard that, and subconsciously, she wanted to take Nagato away, leaving far away, until it was time to start the plan, and then she would come out to make plans. But, just abandoning the country of rain they developed, and abandoning the idea of the 3 of them, Konan can't do it. But where is there a way to do both? Since war is unavoidable, let's pass this level first, and then think about the future. Destruction is often easier than creation. I will take the initiative to prevent the Kingdom of Rain from becoming a battlefield. He took a deep breath and did. Nagato, who was determined, turned around and prepared to leave. Are you going to find them? Konan asked. I will go to the bases in Mount Samuro and the Iron Country to see if I can find them, or if they dare to come out. We have been in the Rain Country for a long time. The turf is at war. Rather than waiting for them to drag the time to figure out a way to deal with us, I might as well take the initiative and see how courage they are. Wait, Konan seemed to have thought of something and said immediately. Is that so? What is my reward? Chiyu looked at Konan and came to find himself. Chiyu asked realistically after hearing the task she had assigned to herself. Those things you picked out belong to you. Konan replied coldly. For this extremely realistic man, she didn't catch a cold very much. Now you have a branch house. As long as I catch White Zetsu, it will be mine. Isn't that supposed to be the case? You have to pay for it. Since you like White Zetsu so much, I don't think I need to take this as a task anymore. Konan left after spreading his wings. Chiyu was silly on the spot, and he sighed for a long time. As expected to be the biggest rich woman in the ninja world, matters involving interests are so logically clear. Then Chiyu shook his head and turned on sage mode. Since Konan said so, then Tu and Nagato have completely turned their backs. Konan wants to clean up White Zetsu near Rain Shinobi Village. It means that Brother Tu and the others should leave, so Chiyu himself is not welcome. Let's see how many White Zetsu is nearby. As Chiyu cleaned up White Zetsu in Rain Shinobi Village, and then got a task from Nagato Konan, and the art duo, the undead duo, the 5 began to secretly transfer more than 100,000 villagers under the perception of Chiyu's sage mode. As for Nagato Konan, in Chiyu's perception, the 2 moved toward the northeast. Can we talk about it? Somewhere in the northwest of the Fire Country between the Rain Country and the Iron Country, Orochimaru asked in a deliberate tone. Do it again. Under attack as Tsukuyomi, he was seconded again. Orochimaru was very unwilling, and his obsession with Mangekyo deepened. He had worked so hard, why couldn't he escape Itaka's illusion? Gurren was sneak attacked by the masked man in seconds, and Kimimaro, who fought back and forth with Uchiha Shin after the masked man joined the battle, faced 2 time-space Mangekyo pupils, and the end of the game can be imagined. As for Shigego, he had obviously transplanted White Zetsu's cells, activated the immortal technique, and even used morphological changes. How could he be unilaterally hammered by the shark's face that replaced him? At this moment, Orochimaru, who has become a fish on the plate, keeps his skin smiling and does not smile, and the Shizuero who still has no feelings, but the tone is a bit bitter. Nayucha coaxed to appear, but he didn't expect it to end like this. After that, when Shenning arrived, he saw 4 more people beside a group of people, and saw the pair of vertical snake pupils, which made Shenning shiver, and subconsciously activated the physical activity technique. Although the misunderstanding was resolved, Shenning still looked at Orochimaru with hatred, and also avoided Orochimaru's letter next to him, and launched a group operation. Rao is the two people whose strength has been turned upside down. When they look at Orochimaru, they still subconsciously take a half step back. Orochimaru, on the contrary, looked at them both with interest. Based on years of experience in contact with thousands of corpses, Orochimaru discovered the vast energy in the two of them. It seems that this masked man has a lot of things that can be planned. Why didn't you come out to find yourself back then? If I knew that Akatsuki had a boss behind the time-space pupil technique like you, would Orochimaru still leave Akatsuki? Master Madara. We found that Nagato and Konan have already been to Mount Samuru, and are now heading to the country of iron. Ha! Why did you find out now? Obito was stunned for a moment. At any rate, it is also a distance of tens of kilometers. Why is there news now? We stayed in White Zetsu near Rain Shinobi village and were all killed by Uchiha Ishina. The White Zetsu replied helplessly. Obito's mouth twitched. Zaiyenshu? Really disgusting. Kimimaro and Shigago, who were next to Orochimaru, slanted their eyes, and secretly lifted their chests. We lost it, but we have Zaiyenshu. When we know the way to deal with Mangekyo, we will continue to be brave. And Orochimaru, when he heard the familiar name Uchiha Ishina, smiled at the corners of his mouth. The masked man actually paid Uchiha Ishina's Mangekyo to let himself participate in this war. Things are getting more and more interesting. Sure enough, life is meaningless, but as long as you live, you can encounter interesting things. Looking at the people around, Orochimaru's smile grew stronger. Occasionally, it's good to go out. I think they are not because they are very sure to deal with us, but because they are worried that the war with us will spread to Rain Shinobi village, so they want to change the battlefield. It is a pitiful existence, and their aura is only as big as Rain Shinobi village. That being the case, we should also show up, and the preparations are ready. Let's go to Rain Shinobi village. The more they want Rain Shinobi village to avoid war, the more they have to grasp this weakness. Shenning brought the flying fortress over, and Obito was more confident. When I first went to Shenning, I just wanted to get sick of Konoha in the future. After Orochimaru rescued Shenning, he didn't expect Shenning to bring him such a big surprise. It was just absorbing some chakra from Three Tails. The guy Shenning had undergone an earth-shaking change in strength, which made Obito a little bit tickled. Then after Shenning experienced the increase brought by the possession of White Zetsu, Obito still got the physical activity technique. What's more, it is this huge flying fortress floating in the air that gives Obito the confidence to attack Nagato. Standing at the top of the huge king's fortress at a height of 1,000 meters, Obito was full of pride for a while, looking at the clouds below. Your Excellency Danzo. I have been admiring the name for a long time. Now we rely on the wisdom and courage of Your Excellency Danzo to discover the cancer of the ninja world of Akatsuki in advance. Tsunade is also obliged to crusade against the evil organization in the ninja world. Your Excellency Danzo has been immersed in the Akatsuki organization for a long time. Can you share the information of Akatsuki? In Danzo's dark face, 4th Kazekage Luosha asked graciously. The news passed by Bailia, who quickly communicated to the various forces in a strange way, and Luosha came directly happily. Also dispatched are Iwagakure's 3rd Tsuchikage Old Man, newcomers Mizukage Terumi Mei, and Reikage AI. Only Hokage did not arrive, but it was Nara Shikasa who led the reinforcements. Luosha not only led the team to join in the fun, but also brought back places that had been scared by Tsunade before. What's the matter? Behind Beiju, it was Danzo. Luosha suddenly thought of Danzo and Tsunade acting together, and he suffered. And Tsuchikage Onoki, it is purely because he knew the danger of Akatsuki's organization, and that Iwagakure had no successor, so he had to drag his old bones to support the scene. His son didn't dare to bring him, and he brought a granddaughter and his apprentice Chi-Tu and other young people. The attitude is obvious. Strategically, he is watching the battle, and he will go if he has the opportunity. These young people come here with long experience. Naturally, Terumi Mei, needless to say, this is a person who embraces the director's thigh and has a half-god perspective. Although Kirigakure had fallen, Terumi Mei came with Jonin, including Blue, Sword, and Rock Flow. As for Reikage AI, originally he didn't come, after all, it was a country of rain. But after hearing the other movie's presence in person, this Wolfme directly sent Technique over. After they found Konoha's support unit, they gathered together and contacted Danzo together. After all, Danzo has a lot of intelligence. In the battle between ninjas, intelligence is the most important. Yeah, I really miss the days when Your Excellency Danzo was with us in the Land of Rain. I didn't expect that Your Excellency Danzo has such a deep obsession with the Land of Rain, and he has been studying it until now. It's not as good as the old man, Oniki said strangely. Arrive. Whether it was once lost to Konoha village, or Danzo faked rock shinobi in the Land of Rain, he remembered it. Your Excellency Danzo is great. To eliminate such dangerous elements, we at Cloud Shinobi village are obliged to do so. Thank you so much for your contribution to the ninja world. Time is running out. Let's research the information quickly and solve them quickly. Although everyone has different positions, but the purpose is the same now, Reikage still flatly praised Danzo. Senior Danzo is really a role model for my generation. Last time the Three Tails battle, this time around the organization, we Kirigakure thank you so much. Without you, we Kirigakure would have no chance of revenge. Danzo looked at these shadows with a flattering look, but couldn't get happy. Danzo knew what their purpose was. I don't want to say that I don't even want to see them now. I am actually very embarrassed. What have I calculated? He is still confused about Three Tails. Didn't he discover Three Tails and steal it happily? Come out with Ma to get him, Shening out to get him, Xiao organizes to get him out. All the actions failed, and he even inexplicably carried the name of a warrior. Is he Danzo so brave? Using yourself and Three Tails as bait to kill 3 birds with 1 stone? This time, too, after finally finding out that there was a problem within Akatsuki's organization, he quietly came over to confirm the situation. How did he become the mastermind behind the arrangement of Heilyou into the Akatsuki organization? Still want to plan Beiju to enter Akatsuki's organization? Danzo is very sure that he is Danzo, it's the real one, but he didn't do this, he just. Elder Danzo. Seeing Danzo in a daze, Nara Deer saw that the other 4 shadows looked bad, so he quickly reminded. Luju always felt that things seemed very confusing, no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't see through it. Especially when he came, the 3rd generation looked melancholy. After the leisurely talk, it was fine to listen to Danzo. Luyu became even more confused. He listened to Elder Danzo. Then why did you ask me to go there? It's too complicated, Heilyou said it indiscriminately, and I didn't confirm any information. To be honest, I don't know as much as Heilyou said. Danzo finally sighed. By now, many of his ideas are gone. Hiruzen, you are not around, how dare I work with these people, but I am not willing to go like this. Haha, Your Excellency, Danzo joked, although there was an accident in the Beiju matter. But you have studied Akatsuki for so long, right, since you have already occupied the position of fisherman. Although Luoshe is only older than Terumi Mei, she is also an old yin and yang person, so the atmosphere here is just right. Beiju's matter has nothing to do with me, and even the humble call has nothing to do with me, Danzo said in a deep, angrily voice. But except for Nara Luyu, everyone else looked at him, it was obvious, are you kidding me? In the end, Danzo told the whole story honestly, from the time he got the information from Akatsuki until now, he said it truthfully. But seeing suspicious look was still what greeted him, and Danzo was so angry that he almost ran away, but his strength did not allow him. Danzo is so sincere once, no one believes it? Seeing that he can't get the ideal answer, Ji Ying's complexion is also ugly, but there is no way. Who said he has no roots in his home? Isn't there a warrior like Danzo? Anyway, this time I came here just to add the position of the fisherman. Akatsuki organized infighting, and they acted on the occasion. If they didn't fight inwardly, then they would go back to their respective houses. Master Madara found that the 5 great shinobi village ninjas gathered in the western part of Rain Shinobi Village. The shadows of other shinobi villages have come, only Hokage has not arrived, but their support troops have joined Danzo. Arriving near the Rain Country, the flying fortress continued to hide above the clouds. Obito took Kisame, Itachi, and Orochimaru and other 8 people from the flying fortress. The Toulon White Zetsu immediately came to report the information. Obito frowned when he heard the words. Maybe he could be invincible, even in the face of Nagato or the 5 ninja villages. But considering that Danzo has suffered a series of combo punches recently, Obito's self-confidence is quite frustrated. This person is obviously not strong, but the tactics shown are frightening. Still a ruthless person, dare to use himself as a bait, and dare to set up such a big game in a short time after failure, it is a real devil. Itachi, how much do you know about Danzo? Finally, Obito couldn't help asking Itachi, hoping to hear some useful information. Itachi was surprised, then shook his head without speaking. Obito didn't care either. If Itachi's position was still there, he would definitely not tell himself. However, Itachi really didn't know. To be honest, Itachi suddenly felt that he didn't know enough about Danzo. Recently, Danzo's series of actions, whether it is strategy or courage, are the best choice. People who are not afraid of being cruel to others are afraid of being cruel to themselves. Using himself and Three Tails to set up Akatsuki, Shinobu and Hema, even after the failure, they did not compromise, but quickly came to the second pounce, and it seemed more fierce. Danzo dared to use Konoha's rebellious forbearance. Danzo dares to use Tsunagakure's fugitive ninja. Some time ago, Danzo's reputation almost surpassed the transportation alliance formed by Tsunade Saramethreya and others on the northwest side of the ninja world. Now after this battle, even if Danzo fails again, his ability has been proven. Now Itachi faintly knew why his family had failed. Not only was he limited, but his vision was limited. encountered Danzo's years of immersion strategy, it would lose too much. Maybe they dragged on the uchiha thing that year. If uchiha weren't given a chance, I'm afraid third Hokage was really kind. Orochimaru, you should know Danzo, Obito asked Orochimaru. Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment, then Yin-chan smiled. I think I understand, but his actions recently really surprised me. Orochimaru's long tongue stuck out and licked his mouth. Is there any chance? Seeing Orochimaru no longer said, Madara didn't keep the mask too strong and continued to ask, Kisame exited. A good wage earner must learn to help leaders. Opportunity? Maybe you can see the essence of life. He was a very cautious person and cherished life very much. Of course, there are also ideal people. For example, his right arm is my arm transplanted with Hashirama cells and Sharingan made it to him. Speaking of this, Orochimaru glanced at Uchiha letter and saw that the other half of the body was hiding beside the slightly sturdy Shenin. No matter how you say Danzo, he is almost 70 years old. He has no wife and no children in his life. It's too late to see through life and death. What's the fuss? The saddest ending of the ninja is not to die inexplicably or meaninglessly, but to die in a sick bed. He had a serious illness back then, and that hand also had a time limit. The skin snake is also top-notch, and he hopes that the muddy water this time is as muddier as possible. Hey, did you want to make yourself more valuable before you die? After hearing Orochimaru's words, Obito realized. Then he became melancholy. He is a person who has experienced life and death and extreme sadness. At some extreme moment, a person will suddenly explode the potential of ultimate. This is not only in strength, but also in wisdom. Now, no matter how Obito looks at it, he feels that Danzo's IQ has exploded, but the purpose is still the kind of desperation. He wants his life in exchange for honor. I didn't see all the other Shinobu movies coming, and Tang Tang Hokage didn't come, but gave it to Danzo. Is this support not obvious enough? Orochimaru smiled dazzlingly, somehow, suddenly felt that the world was so fun under that little fiddle. Look at the poor pawns on the chessboard today, you don't even know who the chess players are. It's a pity that the big-breasted woman doesn't bring herself to play, so it's a pity that she can only attack on her own. With so many Mangekyo, you let me study technology, how can I have the mind? Madara, I have leaked the news to Nagato. I think they will come back to Rain Shinobi Village immediately. The way to deal with him depends on your space-time pupil technique. Finally, let us cover you. White Zetsu pretends to be you to attract Nagato, so as to have a chance to attack. Black White Zetsu came out, and then discussed with Obito secretly. Honestly speaking, Obito's backhand, Black Zetsu is a little scared. In case Rinnegan smashed into scum, wouldn't he be a scum for Black Zetsu for 2,000 years? I don't need it here, there is a Fei, and I can't avoid a head-on collision with him, his attention will be focused on me, it is easy to be seen through, you go to Shenin. Obito frowned and refused. The method Black Zetsu gave was indeed safe. In the end, there is a high probability that his method is the most effective and safest. But apart from the reason he said, Obito was very reluctant to think that the other party was Uchiha Madara's will. Are we just waiting like this now? Luo-san Shinobi couldn't help asking at the gathering place of the 5 ninja village ninjas. Although there are no large-scale ninjas in the 5 major ninja villages, there are a lot of top ninjas, but they are all carried here, and they don't move. Is it fair to say? Ninjas have no mobility and no continuous collection of information. Is this still a ninja? Picnic here? Then go home separately? If you don't fight fiercely in a war that shocked the shinobi world, the daimyo's money is not easy to blackmail, and Luosha's hair is falling out of worry. Tsunaga Corps' development of its hand-operated business is only a small amount of money. Joining Tsunade Mithraea and their transportation alliance, because of the low cost, the income is naturally limited. In addition, the early gains did not show the effect so quickly, and Luosha is uncomfortable to continue to scouring his own gold sand, and if he continues to do it, he will become the weakest figure in the history. Why don't you go ahead? Danzo and I will fight for you. Third Tsuchikage is still weird. We have a puppet master. I still think we should check it out in real time. Now that they have reached this point, it is impossible for them to not know our existence. Your Excellency Danzo, our puppet master takes the lead. How about opening the way for your scout ninja? Rosa said, ignoring Tsuchikage's subtext. Uchiha Ishina, the ninja of perfect genius, the perception of Sage Mode completely covers the entire Rain Shinobi village for a few miles, but any chakra reaction cannot escape his perception. Danzo glanced at Luosha disdainfully, then said, these people are very poor. Most of them don't understand Zainshu. Although Danzo doesn't know how to do it, he feels superior at the moment. From Jiraiya and 4th Hokage, they get very detailed information on Zainshu. Honestly, it's this time, don't hide Danzo. Look, isn't this a very important piece of information? Reikage said in a frantic voice. Suddenly everyone around him looked at Danzo. Do you still say that you know little? Looking at this information, it is no wonder that I have been hovering around the edge of Rain Shinobi Village, and I have been stuck in a safe position. Danzo also woke up, feeling very uncomfortable immediately. Master Danzo. At this moment, a ninja in black and white mask came to kneel and report the news outside the tent. You say it. Looking at the shadows next to him, Danzo has been staring at him, and Danzo can't say anything like I'll leave. Yes, Lord Danzo, you guessed right before. Even if Akatsuki knew about our existence, he still chose to go to war. The leader of Akatsuki secretly arranged for Uchiha Ishina and Kakuzu to help Rain Shinobi transfer the villagers. He took the initiative to find the masked man and waited, and wanted to put the war elsewhere. But just now the masked man and others appeared in Rain Shinobi village. As you guessed, the battlefield is still here in Rain Shinobi village. When the ninja finished speaking, everyone was not calm. They all looked at Danzo with a complicated expression. Good guy, said that he didn't know anything. Even after everyone came, Danzo didn't do anything. They almost believed it. Unexpectedly, it was because I was not enough to wait for others, so I just arranged everything while sitting. Looking at their previous designs and their previous speculations, it is no wonder that they are so calm. And Danzo was also dumbfounded at the moment, and was overjoyed. The inquiries that were arranged before have never been rewarded. Why does the information obtained when the intensity of inquiries is not high now, but the information is so clear? In fact, the root ninja who reported it was also very surprised. The situation reached this point. They were just fishing on the side, and unexpectedly encountered Rain Shinobi who fled, and got the news from them. It's a pity that in the end those ninjas were killed because of their small actions. On a cloudy day where the sun is invisible, 10 people flew from the east in Rain Shinobi village at this moment, and the masked men flew on a large iron plate controlled by Uchiha's pupil technique. Among the 4 of Orochimaru, it was Gurren controlling the very tall red crystal dragon. After contacting White Zetsu cells at Tsunade 2 years ago, Orochimaru transplanted several capable subordinates early. Regarding Gurren's crystal style, Orochimaru guided Gurren to develop her crystal style through his understanding of magnet style. Gurren, who has the ability to make crystals and turn things into red crystals, has a strong control over the red crystals made by his own chakra. So there is this, the same ability as magnet style, to control the flying of the crystal, has become a tool that Orochimaru pays more attention to. Why is it so quiet? People. Obito under the mask asked suspiciously. After entering Rain Shinobi village, I noticed the strangeness of the village and it was very quiet. Although the environment of Rain Shinobi village looks a bit depressing, the place with more than 100,000 people is not so silent. Then Obito also understood that it must be Nagato Konan who was also ready for a final battle here, so he moved all the villagers. Obito didn't care. Based on his understanding of the 2 people over the years, even if the villagers left, this place is still a place they value very much. Besides, how can so many people move so fast? Probably just moved to nearby. Looking at Uchiha Ishina ahead, without him restricting White Zetsu's actions, the White Zetsu who want to come will be able to find out soon. After all, in recent years, Obito and White Zetsu have not found Nagato Konan nearby. If there are any shelters that can accommodate so many people, they probably just moved to nearby towns or the wild. K me. At this moment, Chiyu, dressed in red clouds and black robes, and the undead duo, the art duo, are on the top of the tall tower of the Xiao organization base, watching the masked men fly over. Especially when seeing the 4 Orochimaru, Chiyu suddenly became confused. No, Uncle Snake, is it jumping right and left too? His Chiyu shuddered suddenly. If Uncle Snake joined them and leaked information about himself and his wife, it would be over. Hey, I said you wouldn't do it? Isn't it Orochimaru? Look at you like this. When the people next to him saw Chiyu's appearance, Deidara spoke a little contemptuously. Although he couldn't beat Uchiha Ishina, he and Sasori kept Orochimaru running. Think about Uchiha Ishina who was hunted down by Orochimaru for a few days before hiding in the Akatsuki organization all the way. Deidara felt that after taking Orochimaru for a while, should he ask him how to deal with Mangekyo? Several people, do you still choose their side now? Obito and the others had their opening remarks after falling to a high tower. The scene was embarrassing, no one paid attention to Obito. After all, after Chiyu entered the Xiao organization and had a fight with him, he was regarded as an official appearance, or as a leader partner. Such an identity does not mean that they can speak in a few words with a large number of people nowadays. Everyone is in the high-end game of the ninja world anyway, and face is still important. Can't you say that you are going to go with you, just go and go with you? Do you want us to warm up first and wait for the leader to come back? Don't you call yourself Uchiha Madara? Wouldn't you be almost 100 years old? If you don't move your bones, the legs will be discounted for a while, so I'm sorry for Ninja Shura. Title. Chiyu teased. Seeing that Uncle Snake is still dazzling, but looking at this situation, it seems that he hasn't betrayed himself, otherwise he will be instantly caught up by both sides. That's weird. Is this also a daughter-in-law's situation? It's too big to play, right? Playing with snakes, this is. But Chiyu still doubted. After all, if this is the case, his wife should tell him. As Mangekyo Sherinan, your aura is only to live in a closed circle? In such a world, your avoidance is very sad. If there is no courage to explore the truth of the world, there is no courage to pursue a more perfect self. I am ashamed of these Mangekyo Sherinan under the command of a foolish person. Obito said coldly, even though Uchiha Ishina was unhappy, but it was also Mangekyo Sherinan after all. Now there are only 4 Mangekyo of them in the ninja world, but Uchiha Shina is not gregarious. If all 4 Mangekyo stand together, there will be many rows of noodles. Are you teaching me how to do things? Chiyu leaned against the wall and looked away, disturbing his ears with his hands. I felt a little sorrowful. You, an escapist, actually said to teach me this. Under the mask, Obito's mouth twitched, and his hands in his wide sleeves tucked. It seems that ever since I met Uchiha Ishina, he has always been magnanimous, and it seems that this Mangekyo is too much. At the time, Mangekyo who accepted Orochimaru, although just casually talked about it, after all, whether Orochimaru will live or not have enough energy, he will have more excuses to perfuse this commitment. Now it seems that this pair of Mangekyo might be better in Orochimaru's eyes. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Orochimaru smiled a few times. Suddenly, Kimimaro and Shigigo understood, and immediately turned on Sage mode, and Uchiha Ishina's strong killing intent was locked. Since it's here, it's impossible to watch, Orochimaru knows it very well. However, there is a very safe choice. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. When Kimimaro and others were about to rush over, Kisame next to him immediately started. With the seal on both hands, a huge water dragon suddenly appeared, whining and whistling towards Uchiha Ishina. He is very strong, let me come, Kisame said with a chuckle with a shark face. Seeing this, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with regret. Chiyu was selected away. Who should he go to paddling with? After Kisame finished speaking, he quickly closed the seal and moved on to the next shot. A water curtain appeared and wrapped him, and turned into a shark-like water bomb, leading him to glide and rush forward. As he said, Uchiha Ishina's strength is indeed very strong. I am afraid that Orochimaru's subordinates may not be pleased. It is only useful to keep them to contain others. Moreover, Orochimaru's purpose is very clear. Although I don't know what he used to drive Uchiha Ishina all the way, but if he gets Mangekyo, his boss will not be the master. Kimimaro and Shigegakai Zainshu, his boss, Madara, needs this kind of support very much. After all, Uchiha Shina's sage mode perception has caused them headaches these days. Here, Chiyu, facing Kisame's water dragon bomb, quickly and blew a dragon fire to greet him. Boom! The steam from the instantaneous water and fire collision immediately spread tens of meters around. How in the thick fog before the fire and water disperse, an aqua blue big shark water bomb rushed towards Chiyu. When approaching, the human skill separated, and the shark water bomb came first, and Kisame suddenly swept Samehada with both hands behind him. Boom! Then, in full view, Chiyu's clumsy hands resisted the shark water bombs, and Samehada, who was swept by the subsequent third combo, slapped him in front of him. He was instantly collapsed and smashed into a tower 100 meters away. Boom! The 10-meter wide spire shattered directly, and then everyone saw Uchiha Shina falling tens of meters down, and Chiyu, who was standing in Chiyu's original position, was very embarrassed by Benfei. Next to him are 4 former teammates. Uchiha Shina is gone. Should he play or not? What? Haydn, wearing a fleece fur coat, cooperated very well with the performance and watched the scene in shock. Isn't that guy very strong? Was it so fast? Immediately, he reacted and immediately lifted the huge Shinigami sickle he was carrying and cut it at the Kisame next to him. Snap! Then a big hand held him. Haydn turned his head in confusion, but Kakuzu's green eyes were still expressionless. Kakuzu? Haydn asked puzzledly, looking at Kakuzu, who turned his head and left after blocking him. Before Beha paid me a lot of rewards, I still haven't finished counting, I'm leaving now. Although Haydn often quarreled with Kakuzu, he still listened to Kakuzu's arrangement. Since Kakuzu stopped him, let's not fight. Regrettably, he glanced at the shark's face and left with Kakuzu. This shark's face is so strange, maybe after the sacrifice, Lord Thulhu will like it. Here, Sasori ignored Kisame next to him, instead staring at Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru entered the Akatsuki organization that year, the two worked as partners and experimented together. But the two people with different majors dislike each other very much. But in the current situation, it is impossible to stay out of the incident. Of course, he also wants to get involved after the incident and see how many of the opponents will become his hands. I want to reap the novices afterwards, but I don't want to get caught up too much. I have to weigh it. After all, this is just a battle for the throne between the masked Madara and the leader, so you can only find Orochimaru to paddle. After all, he was not as thick as Uchiha Shina, lying down and paddling grandiosely. As for Kakuzu, even if he leaves now, he is a very loyal believer in money. In the entire Akatsuki organization, I am afraid he is the most determined to follow the leader, although it is because of the money. Orochimaru's purpose is Mangekyo Sherinan. Undoubtedly, if he wants to come to Madara, who just joined the mask, he should not be able to do his best. It would be good to bring Deidara to paddling with them. Kisame watched Sasori stare at Orochimaru, a little embarrassed, so he slowly sorted out Samehada, and then carried it on his shoulders. Madara-sama, Nagato, and the others are here. Obito and the others were on the top of the tower, and the tool let White Zetsu out. The war has begun, Obito murmured. Hearing Kisame, he shot Sasori and Deidara instantaneously, and swept away the huge Samehada in his hands. Since the war has started, there is no more to talk about. Boom! Suddenly a figure in a red robe appeared, and the black sand immediately condensed and the iron body blocked Kisame's attack. Boom swiped Deidara and Sasori backed away, while throwing ready-made clay birds, while throwing a few clay centipedes towards Kisame. Boom! As Sasori and Deidara took the clay bird to leave, there was also a burst of explosions in Kisame. As soon as the gunpowder smoke cleared, Kisame, who was protecting himself with the water prison technique, was exposed. Seeing Sasori and Deidara flying to the sky and the clay bird, Kisame was helpless. At this moment, in the northeast, pieces of white paper entangled Konan and Tiandeo Pain flying in the air, and 5 ninjas, also in Akatsuki uniforms and possessing Rinnegan, leaped among the tall buildings. In addition to the leader, there are 5 Rinnegans. Madara has already revealed some information, but when she really sees it, she can't help but breathe. After all, just relying on the puppet Heavenly Deo Pen, the other party has firmly occupied the position of the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Now that he has to face so many, it is strange not to be confused, not to mention these 6 are puppets, and there is one body that hasn't been seen. Sasori and Kakuzu, who saw this situation in the distance, were also a little grateful for their previous attitude. Swipe Lala, when approaching 100 meters, Konan was fluttering the paper angel wings. A gliding speed accelerated towards the masked man and the others. In an instant, the 2 paper angel wings shot countless paper shurikens and shrouded towards the masked Madara and others. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique, Water-style Great Waterfall Technique. Itaki and Kisame, who jumped back, immediately used ninjutsu to greet them. 2 ninjutsu, one on the left and the other on the right, enveloped Konan's paper escape. Boom rumble, in these countless pieces of paper and paper shurikens, many detonating symbols in them burst immediately. Shu, who, in the smoke of gunpowder, on the left and right sides, more pieces of paper continue to hit a curved trajectory. Crystal-style Crystal Prison Technique. To deal with the attack of the big scene, you have to use the ninjutsu of the big scene to deal with it. Defensively, apart from Itaka's Susanoo, among them, Guren's crystal style is also good. Boom rumble, in a series of roars, the dozens of meters of red crystal that enveloped 10 people was as solid as a rock. Hula whoosh whoosh. At this time, the bald man who came later used the 5-finger missile to separate his arm from the wrist, pulled out a string of missiles, and rushed towards the tortoise-shell red crystal. Boom rumble, there was a roar that exceeded the explosion of Konan's detonation talisman, and the small tower was instantly destroyed. However, Guren still manipulated the huge crystal to float in the air and was still moving. Shuradeo's outstretched fist immediately separated from his wrist, and slammed into the huge crystal like a cannonball. The huge impact caused a gap in the tens of meters of crystal, but the gap in the red crystal quickly recovered. Shuradeo's attack still did not stop. The bald head with a few black yin and yang sticks in it immediately opened in several petals, revealing a very technological muzzle inside. I saw the intricate muzzle spinning, the huge chakra gathered, the dazzling light bloomed, and then the muzzle was aimed at the huge red crystal. Seeing this small face, Gulian suddenly increased chakra, and immediately faced the side of the Azuradeo. The red crystal once again covered layers of crystals and thickened. Baboom! The laser cannon on the top of Shuradeo's head suddenly exploded, impacting on the red crystal, and immediately exploded with dazzling light. Tiskta Chiyu, resurrected with blood, sat on a tall tower in the distance, watching the war. The 2 sides don't talk to each other. It's really unprofessional. There is no foreplay at all. How about water time? Moreover, the weapon summoned by the Shuradeo is very unscientific. Was it summoned after crafting it, or was it summoned from somewhere else? It's weird. There are not only laser cannons, missile grenades, etc., but also fancy melee weapons such as Sawtooth. Perhaps, Chakra is indeed omnipotent. And with the series of fierce attacks by Azuradeo, although they did not break the red crystal defense, their goal has been achieved. At this moment Konan uses the paper dance, and the layers of paper have surrounded the entire red crystal. Tisk, crystal-style crystal breaking down the dragon. In the huge red crystal that was still floating in the air, Hunglian's face condensed and immediately sealed. 3 huge red crystal flying dragons snaked out of the huge crystal and rushed towards Konan and Shura. Konan and Shuradeo didn't persuade them when they saw this. Shuradeo summoned a sledgehammer and smashed it directly against the crystal dragon with his great power. Konan fluttered his wings and slid, while gathering the paper spear to greet him. At this moment, the man with orange hair was hungry and Kido jumped several times and leaped towards the huge red crystal in the air. Behind the same orange-haired Heavenly Deo Pain, his left hand stretched out and held it slightly. Numerous nearby buildings immediately became fragments and flooded in front of him, forming a more than 10-meter sphere. Hungry Kido jumped on the red crystal in front of him. When Gurren was about to attack him, he realized that the crystals he controlled to the opponent's side completely failed, and all the crystals were absorbed by the opponent at an extremely fast speed. This is the ability of the Hungry Kido to absorb the opponent's ninjutsu. Seeing this, Tiandeo Pain stretched out his right hand and pushed, and a colorless ripple suddenly appeared. Under the strong repulsion, the ruined sphere more than 10 meters in front immediately blasted towards the red crystal. At the same time, the Hungry Kido, who had absorbed the destruction of the red crystal, instantly left, and the ruined sphere photographed by the gods of heaven and Shenra Tianjing collided with him. Moreover, Konan had previously surrounded the countless papers on the huge crystal, and when the red crystal had a gap, it immediately lit up. Boom rumble, there was another continuous roar. Swish in the gunpowder, a red figure fell down. Suddenly it was a red Susanoo of more than 20 meters with a shield in his left hand. Swish swish, seeing this, the missiles of Shura Road and the countless pieces of Konan's paper continued to blast away densely. Just at this moment, two Uzumaki spaces appeared, one appeared behind Tiandeo Pain, and the other appeared beside Konan. Bang! Tiandeo Pain didn't even look behind his back, a ripple burst out, and Obito's hand stretched out from Uzumaki in the Kamui space was directly shattered by Shinra Tianjing. The time-space pupil technique uses ordinary uchiha letters, which may not be as effective as Kamui Mangekyo. He appeared behind Konan, but was quickly counterattacked by Konan and Shura, who were close together. When Obito and Uchiha returned to the space and reappeared near Susanoo, Obito's severed hand was accepting Uzumaki's recovery, and White Zetsu, who was attached to Xin, died directly for him to resist the attack. Obito was very solemn at the moment. Uchiha Xin was found to be excusable, but he had prepared for so long and seized a good opportunity, but it still had no effect. Master Madara, I observed the two puppets in the distance. Their attention was mostly on Tiandeo and Konan. I guess these puppets, Rinnegan, should be able to share vision. In Uchiha Itaka's Susanoo, Black Zetsu spoke up and said, Obito was really lost. Okay, we should also fight back. Shenin, lead your flying troops and blow his body out. Obito ordered immediately. With the help of Itaka's 8-foot mirror to resist the bombing, the dedicated Kisame made Susanoo's seal. Water-style boom. Suddenly, as Kisame's big mouth sprayed out the ocean, with him as the center, a few hundred meters here immediately became his water prison. The attacks of Konan and Shura Deo immediately lost their effectiveness in the vast ocean. Shenin immediately waited for the opportunity to leave, and Kisame saw the Hungry Kido not far away, although he was in a water prison, but he was quickly absorbing the ninjutsu Kisame. Kisame immediately merged with Samehada and became a gray shark man, dragging a long tail to kill the Hungry Kido at an extremely fast speed. As expected to be the best wage earner, Kisame used all his strength when he came up. He was too dedicated. How did Obito fool you? Shura Deo took Konan and quickly swam out of the dungeon. However, Tiandeo Pain didn't seem to care about the limitations of the water prison. He raised his hand to grab Kisame and rushed to the Hungry Kido Kisame. He was absorbed by Tiandeo Pain without any restrictions. And the Hungry Kido, who was still absorbing the huge water-style water prison of Kisame, immediately rushed to Kisame. What he just did was just to seduce Kisame out and crack the water prison without him. Kisame's body, controlled by gravity, doesn't listen to it. Seeing the Hungry Kido attack, he can only use ninjutsu as hard as he can. Kido's shot was just hungry, and knowing his abilities, even if there were more Kisame chakra, he couldn't stand his absorption. Water-style 5-eating shark. Although his stature was restricted, it did not affect his formation. 5 huge shark water bombs appeared, 1 rushed to the Hungry Kido who was attacking, to contain him, and 4 rushed to the distant Heavenly Path Pain. Shen Luo Tianzheng. At this moment, Heavenly Deo Pain stretched out his hands, huge energy burst, and the wave of repulsive force appeared like a shape in an instant, directly blasting the hundreds of meters of water prison made by Kisame, and immediately all impacted and scattered. With the addition of chakra, the Shenluo Tianzheng is different. Amidst the roaring sound, an area of several hundred meters is empty in an instant. Whether it is a dungeon or the original building, only a clean open space is left. Even the Hungry Kido was devastated by Shenluo Tianzheng, but with the summoning technique of the single horsetail orange-haired beast, the Hungry Kido turned into a white smoke and disappeared. And Kisame quickly came out wet from the ruins, unscathed, looked at Heavenly Deo Pain, with a grinning smile on his mouth. Sasori, Deodara, beware of Orochimaru and them. Kakuzu Haiden, you stare at Uchiha Itaki. Uchiha Shina, you come to deal with Kisame. Konan was guarded by Shura Deo and left the attack range of Shinra Tianzheng, came to Sasori and the others, immediately arranged the task, and shouted to Chiyu on the tower next to him. You see that Shark Man is terrible, and the leader can't help him. Don't you let me die? Shall Kakuzu and Haiden go to die? They are not afraid of death, I will stop Uchiha Itaki. Chiyu said, Kisame is Obito's most loyal horse, and the one who works hardest. How do you paddle against him? Wouldn't it be better to go to Uchiha Itake, a sea expert? When Konan heard this, his indifferent golden eyes kept staring at Chiyu, and Kakuzu also glanced at Chiyu. Oh, I have to pay more, otherwise, who wants to do things that are not thankful? Chiyu spread his hands and said to Konan. Konan was not irritated when she heard this, she was already a little numb, but a bottle was unfolded in her hand. This is what you want to study, and I will give it to you after this war. Oh, Master Baihu is so polite, the other party is so arrogant, it is my duty to maintain the majesty of the leader. Look at the shark's face, it looks like a beating, I will go and clean him. When Chiyu saw what was in Konan's hand, he immediately changed his face. The energy of the Gadu statue was really awkward. He was absent from the dangling appearance, and he looked like he wanted to organize for Xiao. Swish, seeing Kisame's tiny shark eyes, and staring at the Shura road approaching him, Chiyu directly turned on the pupil technique Jinwei Chakra mode and rushed up. After all, Kisame in the form of a shark man should not be underestimated. Seeing this, Shura retreated, and gave them the battlefield. Ahem, Master Baihu, can I change this into a gold coin for the subsequent remuneration? It is convenient to carry. Kakuzu coughed and asked when Konan was about to leave. When Konan heard the words, he flew in the air and his face turned black. He glared bitterly at Uchiha Ishina, who rushed towards Kisame, and then said blankly to Kakuzu below, if you can survive, remember to keep an eye on Uchiha Itaki. Hakonan, who fled immediately, left immediately, otherwise he was worried that he couldn't help but attack his own people. As Konan rushed to the battlefield, a space Uzumaki appeared, and hundreds of knives spun out and attacked her. Shu, who, swish swish, for a while, the blades of the sky and countless white paper shurikens collided dazzlingly in the air. Uchiha Xin, who was also floating in the air, looked at the blue-haired beauty in front of him, and became solemn for a while. Although he only manipulated a few hundred blades to dance in the air, the quality of the blade was better than that of the opponent's paper, but his combat experience was not as good as this blue-haired beauty. Mask Madara's request to him is only to contain this woman, he has nothing to be convinced, after all, these days, he is also a person who has seen the world. Just as soon as I played against it, I felt the tremendous pressure, which really made Uchiha Xin very uncomfortable. Boom boom boom, Konan's signboard, countless pieces of paper mixed with detonating charms, and with the roar, Konan's countless pieces of paper immediately smashed Uchiha Letter's control area. Swish swish, Uchiha Xin quickly manipulated the armor flying on his body to evade him, while pulling out countless detonations from the scroll. Under the control of his pupil technique, these all imprinted detonation Kyowu, meandering and spinning towards Konan. For a time, two people with flying ability and intensive long-range attacks fought a magnificent aerial battle in the air. And now the huge range shinobi village is also full of smoke and roaring. Chiyu, who started Jinwei Chakra mode, relied on Mangekyo Sharingan's insight and matched Kisame. At this moment, Chiyu deeply felt how strong the person in this original book whose name is remembered by the Emperor guy is half. It should be known that Chiyu's physique is much stronger than ordinary people after transplanting a series of cells and a large amount of Greer energy to strengthen the cultivation. I still respect Kisame and Same Hata before opening the Kingwei Chakra mode to play against him. Even if Chiyu didn't use the Strange Force Fist, but the basic principle of the Strange Force used some. With so much increase, it's just barely keeping Kisame. The two of them collided like wild savage beasts, fighting fiercely in close quarters, crashing and knocking down countless buildings all the way, almost comparable to Urha. And Sasori naturally took Orikimura here, using the magnet style of the puppet third Kaze cage to fly, and Deodara, who also used the clay bird to fly, while dealing with the same flying crystal-style Gurren, while bombarding Orikimiru and the others below. Orikimiru seemed to save face, one of them wanted to explode and the other wanted to escape, and the roar continued for a while, and no one would doubt that they were paddling. At least compared to the battlefield next to them, they are too dedicated. And next to him is the future Haida person, Uchiha Itake, the Haida person at the moment. Kakuzu and Haiden came over. After Haiden cut a few shadow clones, the two sides were in a stalemate like this. Itake looked at the surrounding battlefield, as if his eyes were out of focus. While Kakuzu and Haiden looked at Itake, they performed the task given by Konan, perfectly keeping an eye on Uchiha Itake. Hey, you too, he doesn't have much chakra, and he's still sick. This is to save chakra. Don't stop and consume him. Chiyu shouted to Kakuzu and Haiden in the distance. Jealousy separates the hostage wall, so it is oneself who can complete the task of marking so leisurely. Boom, see, Chiyu was distracted, and he was shot by the elbow by the super excellent hitman. Feeling the numbness of his hands being shaken, Chiyu took a breath, and then turned on sage mode. Don't underestimate Kisame. What if you get rid of it? This is a ruthless person and can't be careless. Besides, there is such a physique master double training. Chiyu is also excited, so even the ultimate focus state is not turned on. I hope to better exchange experience with Kisame. If you beat him, you have the qualifications to challenge King Guy. Kakuzu heard Uchiha Ishina's words right in his ears. After living for about 90 years, he knows how to mix himself. Is this the strength of Akatsuki's members? His dash in a hidden highland in the distance, the temporary joint team of the 5 ninja villages, Danzo and Seiin watched the battle with telescopes. Seeing that the battlefield was broken as soon as the battle started, many people took a breath, and Luosha directly sighed with emotion. Here is a random force. Tsunade can block these people except himself? Moreover, even if he saw the Akatsuki members who had taken shots on the field, it seemed that none of them could win, but there were a few who were quite sure that they couldn't beat them. Yes, Kirigakure's rebel Kisame, Tsunagakure's rebel Red San no Sasori, and the disciple of Lord Rock Shinobi village Tsuchikage are naturally powerful and terrifying, Danzo murmured in a deep voice. The surrounding area suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Danzo suspiciously. Nara Luyu next to Danzo was dumbfounded. What about Sure enough, the next moment everyone in Konoha village bowed their heads. Look at these 4 Mangekyo and Orochimaru. Konoha is worthy of being the cradle of geniuses. Any number of rebels are all in the world of extreme ninjas. It is really terrifying. My ineffective disciple makes you laugh. NS. The voice of 3rd Tsuchikage Onikiyu came. Danzo only felt angry, but he was helpless. Why did Akatsuki organize so many people related to Konoha? The Masked Man and Uchiha believe, if they say they have nothing to do with Konoha, Danzo doesn't believe it, let alone others. And there is one thing Danzo dare not say, that is, the leader of Akatsuki and Konan, who are disciples of Jiraiya. If several shinobu villages knew the news, Konoha really wouldn't know how to explain it. Shock! Konoha used the bondage of his master and apprentice to secretly control the country of rain? Shock! The man behind Akatsuki's organization turned out to be, think about Danzo and shudder. The minds of the people in the ninja world are too big. Just look at the 3 Tails incident and you will know that Danzo suffered a lot from it. In just half an hour, he strolled with his roots and ran into Rain Shinobi, who was running away, and then suddenly got the information of Akatsuki members. When I saw Kisame attack Sasori just now, Danzo teased him about Sasori. After all, the shadow of Tangtangii village and 3rd Kaze Cage, who was rated as the strongest wind shadow in the past, was turned into a puppet by the rebels in his own village, which is really shocking. Although Luosha was embarrassed, 3rd Tsuchikage's words of yin and yang became strange, and all the information Danzo had just collected was shared. The meticulous information surprised everyone. The 3 Mangekyo of the masked men, plus Kisame, Shenin, and Orochimaru. On the other hand, Akatsuki's leader has blurred information, but Konan's abilities, as well as Sasori and Deidara, Kakuzu and Heiden's intelligence, showed a lot. After Seeing knew about it, he still wanted to inquire to see how much information Danzo had concealed. Rao has been in contact with Akatsuki several times, and there is not much information. However, Danzo was very distressed. He honestly said that it was the information he had just obtained, but no one believed him. And those few Rain Shinobi, because they took the opportunity to resist afterwards, they were thwarted by the Root Ninja. Danzo really wants to be quiet now. Think about how he got to this point? That is. Here, the joint team of Zongren village immediately noticed that in the high sky southeast of Rain Shinobi village, a huge shadow appeared from the clouds. The main body is gray, the upper part resembles a huge quaint castle, the lower part resembles a slender spinning top, and there is a stone statue of a human head carved nearly 100 meters in size. It looks shocking. The entire huge flying fortress is 500 to 600 meters in diameter. In this ninja world that needs 2 feet to hurry on 2 years ago, now when trains and airships just started, your huge flying fortress is exaggerated. But not only that, the huge flying fortress just under the clouds immediately flew out from above nearly 100 ninjas carrying aircrafts, and they flew neatly. Here, the joint team of the 5 ninja villages, all the people who have seen this battle side. I heard that hundreds of air forces bombed Danzo before. Many people couldn't imagine such a scenario, and even thought it was a big talk. Seeing this now, everyone subconsciously thinks, can their village defend against such an air force attack? When will the village have an air force? This big guy, wasn't it broken back then? Just at this moment, a whispered voice came. In an instant, Si Ying and the people nearby looked at Danzo with a unified expression. It's going to be finished. Nara Luyu's face was tangled, and immediately turned to look into the distance. Your Excellency Danzo, please speak directly. Onoji sighed and said. Looking around, there is nothing that Danzo doesn't know. Back then, the country of the sky suddenly appeared. Konoha suddenly declared war during World War II, and then was destroyed in minutes, so the ninja world hardly knew about the existence of the king, and few people even knew about the country of the sky. Swish swish, shoo, hoo, I saw these empty ninjas, hovering 300 or 400 meters above the sky, not targeting the ninjas below, but carrying out an indiscriminate high-altitude bombardment of Rain Shinobi village. Amid the continuous roar of artillery fire, the joint team of the 5 ninja villages was dumbfounded. How to prevent this destruction? This can be regarded as enchantment and underground counterattack artillery, and it can't prevent such dense high-altitude bombs, right? Moreover, one of the large aircraft, which dropped huge bombs, was quite powerful. Where Zhongkong Ren passed, countless buildings fell in thick gunpowder. Sasori, Dia Dara. Conan yelled from afar, seeing that Kongren was not targeting people, but bombarding the village indiscriminately, and Conan was angry. However, she was blocked by Uchiha Shin, and she had no way to stop it, so she had to call Sasori and Deodara. Rain Shinobi Village is almost all very tall buildings. Looking at countless collapsed buildings, Conan's heart is bleeding. How much less rent and tax collection? Upon hearing this, Sasori and Deodara immediately gave up to continue bombing Orikimura below, and then Sasori blocked the Gurren who came to entangle, and Deodara rushed to those Sora Shinobu on the clay bird. Summoning technique. At this time, the animal Daopane, who has been on the edge of OB, immediately seals the seal and uses the summoning technique. Boom! In the thick white smoke, a 20-meter Yata bird immediately fluttered into the air and rushed to the huge flying fortress. While Yatatori had just approached the flying fortress, and before he could fly to it and cast an explosive egg, a black arrogant figure immediately jumped towards him. Subconsciously, Yata bird used its huge beak to slam the attacker. Super active fist. Shening turned on the physical activity technique and opened the 8th gate where chakra circulated in his body. His figure soared, his white hair turned black, and his body exuded black arrogance. He directly condensed a black energy ball with his right hand and hit Yatabird. Boom! In the horrified eyes of everyone, Yatatori was blasted back like this. Shening took this opportunity to entangle the Yatabird, stepping directly on its huge beak, and G his fist on the Yatabird's head. Swish swish. As for Deodara, after approaching the Air Force, he was greeted with dense attacks. However, he was extremely flexible, easily speeding up the clay Asuka and dodged these attacks. A few clay birds condensed in his hands flew towards these empty birds. Boom rumble, then Deodara looked dumbfounded. These Soras were too clumsy, as flexible as him, they simply rode them to fight. And these empty nines, there are almost no strong people, they can only wait to die if they are attacked. So Deodara flew up and down in the air, throwing out the clay birds all the way, and one by one, Sora Shino burst open. Shening, who fell with Yatatori, glanced at his empty troops with a frown, and fired a retreat signal. They jumped to several fierce battlefields and saw Uchiha Shina in a golden chakra coat and Kisame in the form of a shark man in the distance. That fist to the flesh, every blow shook up a violent shock wave, destroying the buildings and land passing by all the way. Shening saw his blood boiled. Then he fixed his gaze on Shuradeo not far away. When Orochimaru was tied to the experimental platform all night, Shening was heartbroken. Unexpectedly, after being rescued by the masked Madara, the other party also loaned him 3 tails. Shening, who was delighted to descend from the sky, not only absorbed enough 3 tails chakra by himself, but also filled the energy of King Tou. He has condensed the physical activity technique all the year round, and now he has been supplemented by a huge chakra. He has suddenly stepped into the high-end combat power of the ninja world. There is no need to plan any trash Zero Tail and Dark Chakra anymore. In this battle, he most wanted to fight against, in fact, Uchiha Ishina. After all, he was also a ninja with strong physical skills. During this period of time, Kisame helped him exercise physical skills and combat experience. First let Kisame feel refreshed, and then he went to Uchiha Shina. The plan has been planned. After kicking Uchiha Shina, he will challenge Raikage and Might Guy to win the title of Genin World's #1 body art. Of course, it will take some time. He was fortunate enough to have seen the Day Tiger kicked out by Might Guy before. Swish swish, Shuradeo naturally did not confuse, and fired a few missiles directly at Shening. The corner of Shening's mouth grinned, his figure flashed like a ghost, and he quickly approached Shura Road at an extremely fast speed. This is not the instantaneous technique, it is just a burst of speed. With habitual tactics, Shening walked to the side of Shuradeo. Even if the other party looked over, his ultimate speed instantly swept behind Shuradeo and went down with one hand. Boom! In Shening's surprised gaze, Azuradeo's head, which hadn't turned, unexpectedly stretched out an iron plate from his body to block his attack. Thinking of what Ju had said before, the other side's puppet, Rinnegan, shared his vision, and Shening frowned. See, at this moment, a man with an orange mask emerged from the ground at the back and bottom of Shuradeo. Shen Luo Tianzheng. He didn't make a lot of shots, but he had been staring at the battlefield. He immediately abandoned Itaki and rushed over. He didn't participate in the battle, that is, he has been guarding against the masked man. Boom! As Tiandeo Pain raised his hand, the masked man who was about to attack Shuradeo was attacked. Heavenly Deo Pain didn't even take into account the Shuradeo, the large-scale and rapid Shenluo Tianzheng, and Shening etc. flew together. Pop! When he saw the masked man fell to his death on the ruined wall, Tiandeo Pain's expression suddenly changed. Cracking click, there was a sound from a distance, and Tiandeo Pain turned his head and saw Hell Road was directly stirred to death by the masked man who came out of the Uzumaki space. and a wide range of wood-style ninjutsu, surrounded and suppressed the hungry Kido who had just been resurrected by the Hell Road next to him. Hungry Kido immediately used the seal technique to absorb the ninjutsu of wood-style. Obito, who knew the ability of Hungry Kido for a long time, actually only limited the time of Hungry Kido. When Obito got close instantly, he directly turned on Kamui and absorbed the Hungry Kido into Kamui. White Zetsu, who had been around before, discovered that Hell Road resurrected the Hungry Kido. Obito knew that if the Hell Road was still there, then other puppets would always be resurrected, so he kept waiting for the time to solve the Hell Road. Let White Zetsu pretend that he came out of the ground to attack Shura Road, and then he attacked Hell Road and took away the Hungry Kido. By the way, 3 were resolved at this time. The Azura Deo was accidentally injured by the Heavenly Deo and Shenluo Tianzheng, and he could not recover. Nagato's body has never appeared, he is waiting for time. Obito himself is also waiting for time. It depends on who can bear it and who can seize a better opportunity. And now, he succeeded one step ahead. Tiandeo reacted, Shinra Tianzheng was cooling, and when he raised his hand to use the universal pull, Obito was already hollow. In the air, Uchiha Xin was in a cold sweat, looking at the blue-haired and golden-eyed beauty who had been chasing him frantically, with a solemn expression. Where is this charming beauty? Looking at the other party's ninjutsu and the actual killing intent, Uchiha Xin felt that he was in the most dangerous moment in his life. Let's go, letter, said White Zetsu on the new generation of possession letters. But Black Zetsu boss said, let him try to keep Uchiha's chakra and his pupil power. He can provide chakra, but Hitomi has to stare at Uchiha's letter, hoping that he has a degree. Uchiha believed and heard that, although he was unwilling, he also knew that he was scared. He immediately turned around and manipulated dozens of blades to attack the opponent. He immediately activated the space-time pupil technique and disappeared into the Uzumaki space. Konan looked helplessly at the other party's disappearance, then his eyes were cold, and he flew towards the huge flying fortress. At the same time, the scrolls around him opened, and more papers swirled around her. Boom bang bang, then she was greeted by a series of cannons on the flying fortress. 400 meters high in the sky, several hundred meters away, in the empty space, obviously she couldn't cross at all. Deidara, who was continuing to purge Kuninin, shook his head. He chased Kuninin without chasing those who went back. He had seen the fort on the huge flying fortress a long time ago. Hey, Shark Face, why are you so serious about you? Chiyu walked out of the ruins with Kisame on his face and wiped his mouth with his hand. Looking at the surrounding mess, I asked Kisame helplessly. Who knows? Kisame was kneeling, his abdomen wound by Chiyu's hand was recovering quickly. Do you want you to be buried here or in the country of water after you die? Here, Chiyu slowly walked towards Kisame, and started to talk about it. The shark's final journey is the sea. That way, you won't even have any hair left. If you look at other people's Loquat Shaizang, you will know that fallen leaves return to their roots. The sharks born and grown by eating their compatriots will eventually become food in the sea. Isn't this destiny? And, you are not the end of my life journey. After speaking, Kisame immediately sealed his hands. Water-style water mackerel technique. Finally, do you want to fight ninjutsu? Sage art fire-style great fireball technique. Seeing this, Chiyu also quickly sealed, and a huge fireball erupted in his mouth to greet him. Boom! With the blessing of Xianshu, the great fireball directly destroyed the shark water bombs and continued to whistle towards Kisame. But in the end, the power and speed of the shark water bomb was weakened. Kisame drew away easily and pushed hard on the broken wall next to him, before rotating towards Chiyu. Relying on Mangekyo Sharingan's insight, Chiyu did not retreat but moved forward. He stepped forward, suddenly rotated his body, and kicked at the base of Kisame's huge tail. Cut off his huge whip power, otherwise he would not be able to hold the huge tail whip in front of him. At this moment, Kisame, who was close to him, had already landed his hands on the ground, and tried his best to swing his stopped body down. The little shark eyes fiercely stared at Chiyu, and suddenly jumped towards Chiyu. Chiyu took a step back with the shock force of the collision, and the golden figure quickly turned back into a leaf hurricane. Turning on Sage mode and Kingwei mode by himself, surpassed Kisame in strength. But after changing the Sharkman form, he has been thinking about fighting Chiyu up close, using his size advantage and an extra giant tail to block Chiyu. Chiyu had no choice but to hit every blow, with the help of Mangekyo Sharingan's insight, not to give the opponent a chance. Rao is Chiyu, who has obvious advantages in all aspects. Facing the extremely brutal Kisame at this moment, he has to give in by 3 points. Summoning technique. Here in Pen, after losing 3 important Pen puppets quickly, Tiandeo Pen continued to beware of the surroundings. The low-powered Beast Deo and the human world came to his side, and the Beast Deo immediately used the summoning technique. Boom bang bang, in a thick white smoke, several huge summoning beasts appeared. The huge summoning beast bullfight, with a burly physique, glared at Shenning and rushed towards him. Other summoning beasts, giant centipedes, multi-headed hellhounds, hell crabs and rhinoceros all rushed towards Orochimaru. Gurren, who was dealing with Sasori in the sky, was exhausted and retreated to the ground helplessly. After all, she was only 13 or 14, and the speed of fusion of white Zetsu cells could not be as fast as Kimimaro and Shigego, and the consumption was serious. If Sasori hadn't deliberately paddled, Gurren would be even more dangerous. Facing the charge of several summoning beasts and Sasori who was staring in the air, Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged, and they still took their usual style and fled. Orochimaru was so bad that it went to places with relatively tall and luxurious buildings. Sasori continued to manipulate the puppet. Third Kazekage released a sand bomb attack, but some summoning beasts with Rinnegan eyes were hesitant. However, although the big summoning beasts did not rush, they surrounded Orochimaru and blocked them. Sasori looked at the Orochimaru people hiding in the building and had to stop on the nearby high tower, staring at the Orochimaru people while looking at the battlefield leisurely. Here in Shening, facing the charging summoning beast bullfighting, with the help of the bullfighting collision, he flew to Kisame and Chiyu. Activity punch. Shening, with a light black arrogance erupting, wrapped a thick black arrogance with his left hand, and rushed towards Chiyu during the battle. Chiyu, who swung back Kisame, reluctantly stretched out his right fist and turned towards Shening. Boom! In an instant the earth shook, and the feet shattered, the ground tens of meters collapsed, and cobweb-like cracks spread everywhere. Feeling the strong wind coming from behind, Chiyu was helpless and turned on the ultimate concentration state. Suddenly, his mind became one, and he became a lot more ethereal. He twisted his body to the limit, and under the impact of the two men, the Chiyu bomb flew out and jumped to the nearby wall that was about to collapse. At this moment, his expression was calm, his eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes looked at Kisame and Shening without a wave, and the domineering coercion from his body just disappeared. He is also a golden light, compared to the sharp edge before. At this moment, he seems to be reassuring and warm. Just seeing this, Kisame has a solemn expression and often follows Itaki. He knows that the more introverted people are, the more terrifying. At this moment, there is no peace in the only peaceful battlefield. As Konan attacked the huge flying fortress to no avail, he immediately glided down in the direction of Itaki, and countless paper shurikens surrounded Uchiha Itaki. She knew very well that what Uchiha Shina had said was right. Although Itaki was very strong, chakra was his weakness. He must be killed or consumed here to prevent Itaki from becoming a variable in the decisive battle between Nagato and the masked Madara. Shu, who, facing the rainstorm attack, Itaki didn't seem to have seen it, so Konan and Kakuzu next to him constricted their brows. When countless attacks passed through Itaki, it turned into white smoke. When Kakuzu, who had been watching Itake next to him, immediately watched the surroundings in amazement. He didn't slack off. After all, he was a ninja who had lived for about 90 years. It was impossible for him to make such a mistake. But it's still not clear when Itake became Shadow Clone, or was he Shadow Clone in the beginning? But I didn't perceive it. In vain, a figure appeared behind them, and Itake, holding a keen hand, appeared and stabbed Haiden at an extremely fast speed. Haiden didn't react. Kakuzu moved immediately, and 8 giant black lines on his shoulder rushed towards Itaki. But when he heard the strong wind on his other side at the moment, he looked back and saw another ferret spraying a fireball. Water-style water curtain tent. Kakuzu resented the water-style mask monster, spraying a powerful water cannon in his mouth to greet him. Boom! At this moment, the Itaki who raided Haiden, because Kakuzu's giant black thread penetrated, turned into crows and flew away. Kakuzu immediately focused on Uchiha Itaki, who had just released fire-style. When Kakuzu turned his head to look at Itaki, he suddenly felt something wrong, and suddenly turned his head to see Haiden holding a giant sickle at him. Seeing Haiden's look different from the usual silly eyes, but a pair of indifferent looks, Kakuzu didn't hesitate to manipulate the 8 huge black lines on his shoulders to pass through. Puff! Ugh! Kakuzu, what are you doing hitting me? It hurts. After seeing the two of them being attacked, Haiden, who was about to chop the front of Itaki, felt a sharp pain in his body, and turned his head angrily to stab his Kakuzu through angrily. Looking at Haiden not facing him at this moment, but his back stabbed by himself, Kakuzu's green eyes were dumbfounded, and he was shocked in his heart instantly. Cold sweat broke out. At this time, a cold blade that made the soul tremble close to his neck, and Kakuzu was shocked both physically and mentally. Dang! When the kunao in Itaka's hand struck Kakuzu's neck, it suddenly seemed to be scratched on a steel plate. At the moment of crisis, Kakuzu used the earth style to harden, and the circle of the neck immediately turned black, as hard as steel. Boom! Kakuzu's hands were quick, and he launched a counterattack on Itaki, a tentacle fist quickly bombarded. Facing Kakuzu's ensuing tentacle punch, Itaki greeted him with a kick and left with the help of the impact. Kakuzu swallowed his saliva, ignoring Haiden's yelling, and leaning against Haiden tightly, the cold sweat on his forehead oozing out, and he resisted the move to touch his neck. It has been rumored that Itaki is very strong and illusion is very strong. Although Kakuzu thinks that he is not weak, he does not think that he is strong enough to surpass his own abilities. but at this moment, he fought with fear in his heart. Shu, who, at this moment, Konan, who was assisting in the air, saw Itake leave Kakuzu's position, and immediately countless paper shurikens flew away. Fire style head hard. Wind style suppress. The fire style mask monster and wind style mask monster on Kakuzu's shoulder immediately sprayed fire style and wind style. Taking advantage of the wind, the fire suddenly roared, flooding Uchiha Itake with Konan's paper shuriken like a torrential rain. Boom rumble, in the bursts of blasting, 200 meters here, a burst of flames instantly formed. Despite this, Kakuzu was still uneasy. The 5 mask monsters on his body stretched out and explored around Kakuzu. Even he bit the tip of his tongue immediately to prevent himself from falling into the illusion. The feeling of illusion just now was very bad. At this moment, not only watch out for the surrounding area and the sea of fire, but also Haiden. But the situation changed suddenly. When he saw a huge red Susanoo coming out towards them in the sea of fire, Kakuzu was relieved instead of worrying that Itake was still nearby. Swish swish, boom boom boom, looking at Konan in the sky above, the dense papers attacked Susanoo, and Kakuzu was naturally unwilling to lag behind. Let my strongest attack see how your defense is. As he said, Kakuzu stretched out his right hand, and the masked monsters of wind style, fire style, and lightning style gathered on his right arm. Finally, the final shot. Ba-boom! 3 masked monsters gathered the chakras of wind style, fire style, and lightning style. After the energy storage was completed, a powerful terrifying chakra cannon blasted the huge Susanoo that came. Boom! Suddenly the dazzling light exploded, and there was a violent vibration and roar. The powerful shock wave immediately threw the original sea of fire and buildings all around. As the gunpowder dissipated, Kakuzu and Haiden, who was coughing violently next to him, looked at the center of the explosion together. Before they could see the result, they saw Konan, who had just flew high in the sky to avoid the explosion, flew down again, and continued to launch countless paper escape attacks. Kakuzu's heart sank suddenly, and then, as the gunpowder dissipated, he saw the huge red figure. Haiden, go help Uchiha Shina, you can't help here, Kakuzu said solemnly. The strongest attack failed to defeat Itake, and the follow-up could not be avoided to continue the fight. He was very afraid that Haiden would cut himself with the illusion. Although Haiden's abilities are amazing, everyone in Akatsuki's organization now knows Haiden well, and it is not easy for him to do so. The 5 masked monsters on the body immediately aimed at Susanoo. Be careful! Suddenly, Konan in the air shouted to Kakuzu in amazement. Puff! Kakuzu and Haiden hadn't reacted yet when they heard that. A slight voice sounded, and Kakuzu turned his head in amazement. I saw Haiden's head flying up, and what caught his eye was a pair of mangekyo, a pattern of 3 windmills all over the sky. Then the world changed instantly and entered a world of black, red and blood. Kakuzu! Kakuzu! Wow! After a breath, Kakuzu vomited a mouthful of blood and woke up amidst Haiden's panic cry. But he was severely tortured for a long time in a certain space. Kakuzu watched as he knelt and fell to the ruins next to him. Seeing Haiden, who was still yelling in panic after his head fell to the ground, Kakuzu felt that his will became more and more blurred and a little confused. Only then discovered that the 5 masked monsters on his body were dead. He no longer had a heart, and the body's chest was refreshed, and the coldness penetrated his soul, making him unable to move. Try to look at the indifferent Itake standing aside, then turn to look at the huge Susanoo next to him. How is it possible? Kakuzu was very dumbfounded at this moment. He knows too little about Mangekyo. It is obvious that Susanoo is still there. How could this person come out so far? Kakuzu looked at Haiden, who was panicked, and wondered if this fool also had fear. Suddenly Kakuzu returned to the light and stretched out his hand, grabbed Haiden's head, and threw him towards Konan. Puff! Boom! Somewhere, a wooden thorn hit Haiden's head. In his hysterical scream, the wooden thorn exploded on his head and turned it into roots and soil, and Haiden screamed as the corpse separated in pain. At the end of the day, Kakuzu's last consciousness looked in the direction of Uchiha Ishina, but unfortunately only heard the sound of fighting. Although that person didn't communicate much, he also loved money like him. He wanted to tell him where he hid the money. People are dead, but money cannot be run out. So he turned his head to look at Konan, who was horrified high in the sky. Kakuzu stretched out his trembling hand, gestured, and then died. At this moment, Konan rose rapidly, his face dripping gloomy. They didn't expect Uchiha Itake to be so strong. Originally they thought that Itake was the most common pupil technique among the 4 Mangekyo Sharinan. Fortunately, it was blessed by an artifact, the 8-foot mirror. Who could have imagined that people's use of Sharinan in fighting wisdom is so high? Haiden has no power to fight back, but he didn't expect that even Kakuzu could not escape Itake's illusion. No wonder he could kill Orochimaru in the first place. Especially the final move to leave Susanoo, far beyond Konan's expectations. After her and Kakuzu's combined bombardment, Konan was shocked when he saw Susanoo still in the gunpowder, so he continued to bombard him. After all, Uchiha Shina is right, that is, chakra that consumes Itaki. But as she continued to bombard Susanoo, she found a figure flashed beside Kakuzu, and at this moment Kakuzu thought Itaki was still in Susanoo. So there was no fortification, and he was prepared to attack with all his might. It wasn't until a few seconds after Haiden and Kakuzu were killed that Konan discovered that there was no one in that huge Susanoo. I originally wanted to use the immortal Haiden and the multi-life Kakuzu to contain Uchiha Itaki. I thought I valued Itaki enough, but I failed. It's a pity that Haiden is a great killer, but in the face of Itake who knows his abilities, Haiden has no chance to perform. Ascending into the sky at the moment, watching that Susanoo dissipate and the masked man who didn't know where he was hiding nearby, although Konan's face was gloomy, he didn't dare to stay. Orochimaru, Kakuzu and others were instantly suppressed by Itaka's illusion. Konan couldn't bet he could resist it. Seeing this in the distance, Tiendeo Pain frowned slightly, and then jumped over with the human and animal roads. His own side suddenly lost 2 combat powers, and the masked man also appeared nearby, and he could only do it. With the loss of 3 important puppets, Pen and Kakuzu's death, Haiden is almost dead. Uchiha Shina was besieged by a strong 2-body technique, and the situation on his side became increasingly unfavorable. Kakuzu and Haiden were instantly shocked by everyone present. All of them have been in an organization, knowing the abilities of Kakuzu and Haiden more or less. Such a strong person, the second is the second. At this moment, everyone looked at Uchiha Itaki, with deep fear in their eyes, without exception. Here, Chiyu and Kisame Shening stopped for a while due to this change, and looked at the Itaki standing in the distance. Still so high and indifferent, his arms hung on the large cloak on his chest, as if nothing had been done. Chiyu secretly rejoiced in his heart that he had not gone to deal with Uchiha Itaki just now. I don't know what the opportunity was that caused this Hideo to run away suddenly. Although his physique is stronger than him now, his 10-fist sword makes Chiyu very heart palpitated. Sure enough, people at this level and in this environment cannot look at them with their inherent impressions. A person's temperament and mood cannot be set in stone. There will always be some time to be irritable. So the option of challenging Itaki was immediately crossed out in Chiyu's heart. Although my surname is Uchiha, my name is not Suzuki, so I will stay away from him in the future. Poor Kakuzu and Haiden, what do you say, are you messing with this man? Isn't it good to mix well? In front of Itaki, it's so difficult to still want to be a good employee. It's a pity that Kakuzu didn't know Chiyu's thoughts, otherwise he must cry fiercely. It was the woman who did it, but it was him who died tragically. When the imposing heavenly Deo Pen and the human Deo Beast Deo approached Uchiha Itaki, the few of them were so quiet and motionless. They looked at each other as if they were not related to each other, which was very strange. However, Chiyu in Sage Mode felt it and knew the reason. Itake's figure was already a shadow clone. The death of Kakuzu and the near death of Haiden made the whole situation a lot more serious. At this moment, Konan was also fierce, called Deidara, and immediately walked towards Orochimaru and the others. At the same time, the several large summoning beasts surrounding Orochimaru and others immediately ignored the buildings of Rain Shinobi Village and rushed towards Orochimaru and others roaring, "Really? I wanted you to have a little more fun, GG." Orochimaru laughed when he saw this. He originally wanted to fish in troubled waters. As for the mask Madara gave him Uchiha Shina's Mangekyo, Orochimaru never thought about it. What Chiyu's pupil technique was, he didn't know, but what he wanted more was Uchiha Shin's eyes. The spatio-temporal pupil technique and the ability to manipulate matter were witnessed, and Orochimaru became more greedy. Now that it's fine, it's impossible to paddle, so I have to show my hand. Haven't you guys been not really fighting? Then I will let you show up to see if you can fight. Kimimaro. Orochimaru called to Kimimaro. Yes, Master Orochimaru. So Kimimaro turned on Sage Mode, and purple eyeshadow appeared, leaping forward. Sage Art Dance of Grass Fern. WHHHHHH. With the completion of Kimimaro's seal, the entire land changed drastically in an instant. Among the original high and low buildings and ruins, countless huge bone forests protruded from the ground. The huge bone spurs are like giant bamboos, 1 or 2 meters wide, and 100 meters high. They grow densely like seedlings. The approaching Deidara and Konan immediately rose, and Sasori, who was on the nearby tall building, immediately asked the puppet third Kazekage to use magnet style to take him away. The huge summoning beasts that had just rushed in from the surrounding area were immediately pierced by countless bone spurs like a barbecue, unable to move, and then disappeared into white smoke. There is only one exception, that is the summoning beast multi-headed hellhound. This summoning beast can keep splitting. Crystal style Yishindu technique. But as the blue-haired beauty Honglian crystal style used her, clusters of crystals poured out from her, touched the divided hellhound, and directly crystallized them. In an instant, all the summoning beasts on the ground were wiped out. And this very extravagant bloodline boundary secret technique suddenly surprised countless people. Many people here, including the few shinobu villages who peeped from afar, all know that Kirigakure's former Hui Yoryuki is very reckless, but this is the first time that the bloodline boundary is so gorgeous. Puff, this is not over yet. Kimimura's bone forest this time is targeted. For example, right now, at the edge of a bone forest that was intentionally extended, where there was nothing, the bone forest seemed to have pierced something, and the night of blood slid down on the bone spurs. Afterwards, everyone saw that a huge dark green lizard gradually appeared, but it was already cold. Then, a young Rinnegan with bright red hair came out of the lizard's mouth. Uzumaki appeared in two spaces, and the masked man and Uchiha Shin appeared in the vicinity of Nagato. The remaining three puppets, Pen, immediately rushed to the vicinity of Nagato. Whizzing Kisame and Shening, who were confronting Chiyu, immediately rushed to Nagato. Chiyu is naturally unhappy, so you fight as you say, or leave as you say. Sage Art Fire Style Arrogant Fire extinguish the arrow. Suddenly, Chiyu immediately sealed the seal, and a laser-like fire beam rushed toward the two people 100 meters away from his mouth. Water Style Great Waterfall Technique. Kisame turned his head back to seal, and suddenly a vast curtain of water surged. The fire and water collided, suddenly lasing everywhere, and the water vapor instantly spread 100 meters like a shock wave. Shu, who Uchiha believed here, and at the moment he appeared, he immediately manipulated countless prepared detonations and went directly towards Konan and Daida in the air. After there was no sniper in the sky, Shening rushed towards Nagato in a daze. Super Active Fist. Shening was attacking swiftly, his black arrogance skyrocketed again, and a black energy ball condensed in his right hand to attack Nagato. Boom, seeing that Nagato did not move, Tiandao Pen raised his hands and used the Shenluo Tianzheng, and the powerful repulsion exploded. The oncoming Shening jumped in midair and was immediately stopped by Shenluo Tianzheng. The black energy ball in his hand and Shenluo Tianzhen's repulsive force collided with each other, and Shening was directly charged into the air. And this Shenluo Tianzheng was not only aimed at Shening and the people around him, but more importantly, at his feet. Suddenly, at the feet of Heavenly Dao Pain and Nagato, a huge pit that was blasted out by Shenluo Tianzheng appeared, and countless pieces of wood chips were seen below. At this moment, the masked man who had just emerged from the Uzumaki space was once again shattered by Shinra Tianzheng, and the same as before, revealing white syrup. Obito used Kamui to send out White Zetsu, who was disguised as him. He used Kamui again to reach the ground. In the state of Earth-style Earth Dragon Hidden Technique, he used Wood-style Hell Rebellion, but it was noticed that Shenluo Tianzheng resolved it. At this moment, Nagato looked at the tall bone forest nearby and looked towards Orochimaru with a slight dignity. He didn't know how the other party discovered him. When he was about to enter Rain Shinobi village before, he summoned the invisible chameleon and hid it in it. He knew that although he was strong, the real difficulty for the other party to solve was the temporal pupil technique. The right to attack and retreat is in the hands of the opponent, and he has to observe it secretly, allowing Pen 6 paths to deal with the enemy. But I didn't expect that the masked Madara successfully attacked the Hell Road to prevent the puppet Pen 6 paths from resurrecting, and Itaki also shot Kakuzu and Haiden in seconds. Although he is not afraid of the masked Madara and others, he considers that the ninjas from several nearby ninja villages have surrounded him. Both of them are very careful not to really become a fisherman. In the present scene, Sasori and Konan Deodara meet in the air, and Chiyu continues to pester Kisame. And Shening, the strongest move, failed to please. After being bombed into the air, he vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, and then immediately took out the Chakra aircraft, and the king who flew into the air was filled with it. Obito's sneak attack just failed, and he didn't feel discouraged. He had enough time to test Nagato. As long as he is careful enough, he will not be defeated. Fire-style Storm Flurry. In vain, when Obito appeared, Uzumaki appeared in the Kamui space in the right eye of the mask, and the huge fire snake hovered out and rushed towards Nagato. Heavenly Dao Pain immediately went to Nagato and opened an energy shield to protect Nagato. At the same time, the human and animal paths immediately turned into white smoke and disappeared. In today's situation, the combat power of these two is untenable. Everyone else was busy, and Obito rushed to Nagato immediately. Tiandao Pain stretched out his hand and shook it slightly. Obito, who ran towards Nagato, was immediately caught by the gravity of heaven. Just when Tiandao Pain pulled out the black yin and yang stick and was about to grab Obito, the hand he grabbed in vain went straight through Obito. Obito also played a wave through the universal pull of the Heavenly Way. After passing through the Heavenly Way, Obito turned his back to the Heavenly Way. He shot 2 wooden thorns in the back that restrained the opponent, and the body continued to rush towards Nagato. Bang dash, with the Nagato body as the center, a burst of energy, repulsive force surged toward Obito. Then, as if the attack was false, Obito was not attacked at all. But everything behind him was devastated. Nagato stretched out his hand and used Hungry Kido's chakra swallowing ability. Regardless of whether the masked man is real or hollow, he is not afraid. In this way, Nagato Rinnegan was vigilant, and Obito went straight through his body, then disappeared. After Obito left using Kamui, Orochimaru and others, also on the crystal dragon flying by the Red Lotus, surrounded Konan and the art duo in the air. Just at this time, Uchiha letter appeared again, and the Mangekyo in his eyes had begun to ooze blood. However, his appearance shocked Konan, Deidara, and others in the air, because Itaki also appeared with him. Without hesitation, surrounded by the left and right, Konan, Sasori, and Deidara immediately retreated to the vicinity of Nagato below. The masked man Obito took the opportunity to appear, Kamui opened, and for an instant, Itaki, Uchiha Shin and Orochimaru and others immediately entered his Kamui space. Deidara was taken aback for a moment, but Konan stared at the surroundings closely, and Nagato also felt it carefully. After all, the spatio-temporal pupil technique is magical, so I have to guard against it. At this moment, the flying fortress in the sky has undergone a few changes. The King's Gate, which had been slowly turning before, was already pointed here after Nagato appeared. Kisame, who was still fighting a few hundred meters away, saw the King Dosai turning to aim at Nagato, and immediately retreated far away. Shi knew the power of the king, so he seemed to be chasing Kisame, chasing him all the way, and then chasing into a basement. The 500 to 600 meter flying fortress, under a huge statue of a human head, is a huge disc of tens of meters. At this moment, the disc slowly turned, and the golden light flickered a few times. In an instant, the rich and dazzling golden light condensed the entire disc. Seeing this, Nagato's face was solemn, and he sensed the violent energy. Konan was not short of him, and it was too late to take her away instantly, so he immediately manipulated Heavenly Path Pen to store chakra in front. Boo dashed the clouded sky, the golden light dazzled in an instant, piercing the void. From the flying fortress in the sky, a golden laser with a thickness of more than 100 meters immediately spurred Nagato and others here. Konan, Sasori and others were shocked, and they couldn't react at this speed. Shen Luo Tianzheng, and Heavenly Dao Pain, who was in front of them in advance, raised his hands, and a vast energy greeted him. Boom! A more dazzling light flashed, and the Union Army of Ninja Village, which was a few kilometers away, was also flashed with eyes closed, and the whole world was immediately shrouded in white light. Then the whole world shook violently, a loud and deafening noise came, and a powerful shockwave surged in all directions. A fierce hurricane then swept across, engulfing countless flying sand and flying rocks flying around. After more than 10 breaths from the start of the bright light explosion, the provisional Allied forces a few kilometers away, when the hurricane weakened, did you look at me and I looked at you? After a trance, both eyes looked at the battlefield in amazement. At this moment, even near them, countless pieces of rocks fell nearby, and many trees broke off. As the thick gunpowder dissipated, they saw Rain Shinobi Village, which had been destroyed a lot. At the moment, the surrounding area was razed to the ground for thousands of meters. A huge ravine with a width of 200 meters and a length of more than 1,000 meters appeared in the middle of the ravine opened by the three-way divergence, which raised high loose soil on both sides. At this moment, Shenning, who was standing on the flying fortress, immediately became very proud. This attack launched by him personally showed the power of the king's fortress as a war weapon. It was also the way for him to rise to the sky, so Wang Du was filled with a frantic laugh. He doesn't care about Nagato's life or death, or even anyone here. If it wasn't for the opponent to help him, if it wasn't that he couldn't win, would he Shenning follow them? Then, smiling and smiling, his smile stopped. I saw a grey humanoid monster like a demon god appeared in the long and intermittent gully of gunpowder smoke. Oh dash! The huge humanoid monster, under the long gully, the 100-meter-tall body screamed from the sky, and suddenly blew the gunpowder nearby. The roar that seemed to permeate the soul changed countless people. Here, Chiyu ignored Kisame, who also crawled out of the underground ruins. He was covered in golden light, and immediately rushed to the source of the sound. Passing over the new soil slope over 10 or 20 meters high from the huge gully, Chiyu saw the end of the long gully. Under the 300-meter pit, the 100-meter-high Gadu statue suddenly appeared there. Then Nagato, Konan, Sasori and Deidara stood on the head of the Gadu statue. Boom boom! Gadu statue stepped out of the deepest pit. Just now, Shenluo Tianzheng of Heavenly Dao Pain did not resist the laser cannon attack of King Do. Fortunately, Nagato sensed that the energy was too large, and promptly summoning the Gadu statue as a meat shield. For this reason, they were also bombarded into the ground, and a gully was drawn down more than 1,000 meters. The location where they were just now has been destroyed by a violent explosion, and several hundred meters around them, as well as on both sides of the long ravine, have been razed to the ground. At this moment, Konan's eyes were murderous, very cold. Not only Rain Shinobi Village was hit hard again, but also Heavenly Way Pain, that's Yahiko's body. Nagato's purple Rinnegan has been staring around. Unfortunately, those people have not been found to show up. The anger couldn't be suppressed. Nagato didn't wait for the key moment when the trick was used, and directly stretched out his hand. The vast energy surged, and a black energy ball appeared in the palm of his hand. Planetary devastation. Then the black energy ball flew high in the sky and approached the flying fortress. After the black energy ball approached the flying fortress, a white light flashed suddenly, and the sky and the earth shook. Shenning, who knew the bad news, wanted to drive the king to leave, but it was too late. Boom rumble at this moment, the earth broke apart, and countless ruins in the chaos, all flew towards the black energy ball in the sky one by one. But the king of Shening had to plug, but also leaned on the black energy ball. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Shening, who sensed the bad news, exploded the energy in his body and immediately ran away alone. However, he who had just escaped from the king's fortress was also attracted to this newly created sphere by gravity in the air. The huge flying fortress instantly shattered and became a part of the sphere. Roar dash as the king's fortress burst. Three Tails, which Obito lent to Shening as a power bank, was also sucked into the huge stone ball. Three Tails has been ill-fated lately, and it couldn't be more tragic. Boom boom as the rising earth and ruins more, the huge sphere suspended in the air takes shape, and Shening and his empty ninjas, in a horrified roar, following the giant king to plug in Three Tails, they melted into the sphere. Hit it! Let these self-righteous, self-proclaimed old times look at the dangers of this world. At Tsunade, more than 10 kilometers west of Rain Shinobi Village, I whispered softly as I watched the violent light to the east, the vibration that conveyed here, and the hurricane that came from howling. The stage has been set up, the actors have been invited, and the audience has arrived. From today onwards, this script called Ninja New Era will gradually open. Don't be scared by this small degree of war, what awaits you in the future will be even more magnificent. With that said, Tsunade also stared at the 400 to 500 meter sphere above Rain Shinobi Village 10 kilometers away, praying in his heart not to exceed his plan too much. But after thinking about it, I feel that I am too ideal. If anything else, Orochimaru is very annoying. Didn't stare at him for a day, so he ran away? Tsunade was also dazed when he saw Orochimaru appear in Obito's camp before. Finally, looking at the development of the situation, it seemed that Orochimaru did not expose her plan, otherwise it would be really miserable. Orochimaru's spoiler made the situation even more confusing, and Tsunade was not easy to guess the result. Now, in fact, only one step has to be taken. Teacher, Aoi Lu Kindlin and a group of Rain Shinobi want to escape. Kabuto's figure flashed past, and said to Tsunade, in the current situation in Rain Shinobi Village, many ninjas have started to run. Except for the previous ones that he got to Danzo on purpose, the others are really going to run. Ha! Don't run early or late, run this time? It's beautiful, Kabuto, drive him back, I'm going to cut him in front of everyone by then. My grandfather's blade of the thunder spirit is like that, is it easy to steal? Tsunade murmured. When Kabuto heard the words, he immediately left. Yakushi Nanoya thought about it, and followed Kabuto. The child has been immersed in scientific research for too long in the past 2 years. Such things are a little strange. Sarah, take a look, is Yaneya's rhythm to eat young grass? Tsunade looked at Yaneya's back and said teasingly. And Maitreya next to Tsunade gave her a blank look, but Sarah had bright eyes, very 8 trigrams. Immediately, the three of Tsunade returned and came to the crowd team. Jiraiya, Kakashi, Xia Xing, Feng Hua Koyuki and others are suddenly listed. At this moment, Jiraiya and others were stunned at the change in the direction of Rain Shinobi Village. Especially Jiraiya, he wanted to go ahead and see what happened to the leader of Akatsuki's organization. But before I observed that several people have Rinnegan, and several summoning beasts have Rinnegan, everyone else is stupid. In addition, the teacher blocked herself before, and now Tsunade blocked herself. Jiraiya has no urge. Similarly, at the moment at the Shinobi Village Union Army, a few miles south of Rain Shinobi Village, his eyes widened, his mouth was open, and there was no sound. Who could have imagined that the final collision between the two sides would be so intense? Danzo, who had been greedy by Rinnegan for a long time, was shocked after seeing this situation, thinking about whether he should leave. Can Konoha really come into contact with this level of war without Mr. First Generation? Rao is known as Reikage AI, who is also a serious face at the moment. Afterwards, each ninja village took action, except for a few leaders and powerful ninjas, all repatriated without exception. Not only are they worried that they won't be able to help, but also that they won't be able to run fast in the event of a fight. Danzo wanted to leave very much, but now he represents Konoha, so naturally he can't counsel him at this time, so he can only lean against Might Guy as much as possible. And something in the arm of the right hand was counted and counted, always ready for the backhand. On the front battlefield, Chiyu reached the huge gully. Instead of going to the Gadu statue to meet Nagato Konan and the others, he stared at where they were just now. See if the Gadu statue has lost its skin or something, and quickly pick it up. It's a pity that he didn't see it. Chiyu looked up melancholy and sighed. Kisame saw that Chiyu didn't bother him, and he also observed the situation from a distance. At this moment, a space Uzumaki appeared above the Gadu statue. Swish swish, several figures appeared at once. The moment Obito waited for the group to appear, all kinds of escape techniques smashed downward, and the sky suddenly became colorful. Shen Luo Tianzheng. On the Nagato on the Gadu statue, he raised his hand and slapped it up with a huge repulsive force. In an instant, all these fire-style crystal styles in the initiation were all being shot and flying back. This is the time. Obito yelled. Itaka's Susanoo turned on and used an 8-foot mirror to help everyone block the impact of the repulsive force. Boom bang bang, immediately, Orochimaru and Kimimaro and Shigego's summoning technique, 10,000 snakes and several huge snakes appeared, and they immediately smashed downwards. Nagato is not in a hurry, although they are stuck in the cooldown of Shenluo Tianzheng, but it doesn't mean that he has no move. I saw Nagato stretch out his hand, a universal pull, and a block of more than 100 meters next to it was pulled out and slammed into the huge summoning beast and Susanoo that fell. However, the summoning beasts such as one snake were huge, and this impact did not cause any harm. Ignoring the countless detonation charms from Konan, one snake snaked up, but Susanoo of Itaka disappeared. Boom! Nagato once again played Shenluo Tianzheng, and then arranged for Konan and the art duo to fly in the air to wait for the opportunity to assist. Obito had anticipated that he pulled his teammates into the Kamui space again in advance and escaped the Shinra Tianzheng. Swish swish, Space Uzumaki appeared, Obito, Itaka, and Orochimaru surrounded Nagato. While the others, Kimimaro and Shigego charged below, Uchiha Shin and Gurren flew into the air to suppress Konan and the others, preventing them from flying in the air. At this moment Konan, as well as Sasori and Deidara understand that the three of them must leave, otherwise Nagato will be restrained. Crystal-style crystal maze technique. The Red Lotus not in the air, just after it came down, the 8 trigrams had been laid out, forming a small crystal enchantment with a diameter of several hundred meters, which framed the battlefield here. Water-style boom. This is not over yet. In the crystal barrier of Gilean, Kisame has built a huge oval water prison. These don't necessarily limit Nagato, but they can stop others, especially Konan. Boom! With a loud bang, Chiyu, who had just been separated from the outside, punched a hole in the red crystal and rushed in with golden light. Watching Gadu's statue being entangled by a few giant snakes such as one snake, Obito, Itaki, Orochimaru stared at Nagato, Konan and Kimimaro and other 4. After Chiyu came in, he struck a waterless zone towards Kisame in the dungeon, kicked him instantly, and then went to Nagato and his group. Wow! Nagato threw a scroll to Chiyu, and Chiyu took it. It turned out that the Gadu statue didn't lose its skin just now, and the king had such a strong attack. Although the Gadu statue resisted, it also broke and was taken by Nagato with a scroll. Woke up. Now the meaning is obvious, and that is to let myself take these 3 people away, so that Nagato can show off his skills. Chiyu was dressed in golden light, and he was sculpted by golden Susanoo, wrapping Konan and the art duo. Immediately after Chiyu's golden Susanoo's hands, the 2 Suseo Ninktai swords appeared, and then moved out. Boom! After Chiyu turned on Susanoo, Nagato was not polite. A Shenluo Tianzheng from all directions broke out, attacking Obito and others, and also attacked Chiyu Susanoo, making him leave sooner. The huge repulsion blasted everything away, and the water cell of Kisame and the red crystal barrier of Gurren were immediately shattered by the impact. Now that Susanoo, who as Chiyu, protects Konan and others, Nagato let go of his hands and feet. Swish swish, the water cell with Kisame resisted a lot of the power of Shenluo Tianzheng, and the uninjured Kisame people immediately rushed towards Chiyu's golden Susanoo. Universal pull. Nagato stretched out his hand, Uchiha Itake was attracted by gravity and flew backwards towards Nagato. After pursuing the people in Chiyu's place, Nagato was most worried about Uchiha Itake. Now Uchiha Itake's record is too bright. After Itake was controlled, Nagato threw out 2 black yin and yang sticks. Swish ding dong. Itake immediately turned on part of Susanoo, only Susanoo, who was in the abdomen and left hand, still held the 8-foot mirror to block Nagato's attack. I guess it's good, you care about that woman. I bet you are right, you can't let her go. However, Uchiha Shina can't keep her. I originally wanted to threaten you with the hundreds of thousands of people in the north, but now it doesn't seem to be necessary. This woman is enough. Obito was behind Nagato, and several wood-style cutting techniques flew away, not forgetting the language interference. Obito knew his weakness very well. Nagato raised his hand and shot out with a gale palm, shattering Obito's wooden thorns. Nagato didn't speak, staring coldly at the masked man, looking at the right eye Sharinan of his orange one-eyed mask, which had penetrated blood, but Nagato still did not relax. Such a dark and cold person, who knows if he did it for himself on purpose? In fact, Obito is not feeling well at this moment. He has used pupil technique many times and has already reached his limit. The array of 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru suddenly got down, countless snakes gushing out of his mouth, spreading densely for 100 meters, and attacking the heavenly path. Nagato avoided floating in the air and hurried to the battlefield ahead. Uchiha Itake ran away again, except for Orochimaru and Mask Madara who wanted to restrict themselves. Everyone else besieged Uchiha Ishina and left. Don't worry about anything else, that Uchiha Itake must stay. In Chiyu's place, Susanoo, who was cumbersome, could not escape the interception of Kisame. Fortunately, Itake had just been sucked away by the Nagato universal pull, and Chiyu immediately rotated Susanoo's double swords in a circle, pushing back Kisame, Kimimaro, and others. immediately jumped into the air with Konan and others from Susanoo, so Konan and Sasori's puppet third Kazekage had a brilliant aerial duel with the blocking Gurin and Uchiha Shin. Standing on the Deodara clay bird, Chiyu drew out his double swords, covered the chakra of Kingwei mode, and struck Gurin with 2 slashes. Although she is not as proficient in air combat as Deodara and Sasori, the limitations of crystal style are too large, and Itaki will catch up. Seeing the slash, Gurin immediately wrapped himself with a huge crystal. Chiyu retracted his sword, kicked out suddenly, and hit the huge crystal of Hong Lian with a heavy fist. As the crystal broke, the huge impact force also caused Gurin to fall. Uchiha believed that he wanted to help, but the 3 of Konan were forced to retreat. After landing, Chiyu watched the Konan trio pass Uchiha letter and hovered to a safe position in the sky. He ignored Kisame's approaching figure and immediately retreated. Kisame was a little surprised, but then he was slightly surprised when the golden light on Chiyu's body dissipated. After all, from the beginning of the battle, it seems that Uchiha Shin's chakra mode has been on until now, which is terrible chakra volume and pupil skills. Seeing that the opponent's power increasing mode disappeared, and then looked at Konan and the others in the sky, he and Itaki went to Red Lotus immediately, ready to continue chasing Konan. Chiyu is indeed a little tired. After all, Kisame is too dedicated, so he has no time to rest. His physical strength and chakra are not afraid of Kisame, but the Jinwei mode consumes his pupils. What is his purpose? Chiyu is very clear. There is no need to work hard. Currently he can't fight in the air. Isn't it good for him to paddle? Nagato, who rushed to see this, brows condensed, and he was helpless, especially now that it is almost all air combat, and Uchiha Ishina can't help. The mask Madara disappears again, and Uchiha Itaki and Kisame meet at Gurin and Uchiha Shin. In the attack by Konan and others, Itaki and Kisame flew into the air with the help of Gurin. Uchiha believed to the nearby tower, kept a safe distance, and restored his bloody eyes. Shu Nagato, who flew towards Uchiha Itaki, was attacked again. Between the offensive and defensive, the roar continued, and gun smoke was everywhere. In this way, within a few breaths, everyone flew back and forth to the huge sea of Rain Shinobi Village. Speaking of the sea, it is actually a huge inland lake, but the people of Rain Shinobi Village call it the sea. After all, the country of rain has been raining, but this lake is very big. Konan and Sasori naturally did not dare to let Kisame and others approach easily, and they flew forward while attacking towards the rear. A space Uzumaki appeared above the Konan trio. The original Edge OB Uchiha letter appeared, blood oozing from his right eye. But what was shocking was that Uchiha Itaki and Kisame appeared after him, and there was a black-white Zetsu of Nepenthes next to them. Konan, Sasori and Deodara were horrified. After all, the Uchiha letter in the distance was on the tower, and Itaki and Kisame were also on the Crystal Style Girl's flying dragon. Even Nagato was shocked. His arrogant perception ability has been deceived by these fakes all the time. Thinking of how many times the masked man was killed by him, I didn't expect White Zetsu, who had been underestimated in the past, to have this ability. Water Style 5 Eating Shark. As soon as Kisame appeared, he immediately used Water Style, and 5 huge shark water bombs rushed away. No matter how fast Konan, Sasori and others reacted, they could not attack Itaki and had to subconsciously defend. After that, the figure of Itaki flashed, and he passed several tens of meters and appeared beside Konan. Nagato tried his best to come here, stretched out his hand, and used the universal pull to suck Konan back. How could Obito miss this opportunity and immediately interfere? Nagato's Shinluo Tianzheng, but blasted away. Obito was still a phantom. The hungry Kido Chakra's ability to swallow more prepared did not come in handy. Obito, who rushed towards Nagato, passed through Nagato as before, but this time was different. After Obito passed through, a chain was still behind him, which immediately caught Nagato. As for Konan, he was sluggish by Itaka's illusion, and Sasori and Deodara shot it and immediately forced it away. Konan, who had been hit by the illusion, was sucked away by Nagato's universal pull, and the black-white Zetsu shot the wood-style cutting technique exploded in Konan's abdomen. Nagato's face suddenly became gloomy, and his murderous intent was overwhelming. Facing Madara, the mask that was successfully killed by the chain, Nagato also leaned toward him. But the leaning hand passed through Madara's head in the mask, and the hand stretched out by Madara in the mask caught Nagato's neck, and then a Uzumaki appeared in the right eye of his orange mask, about to swallow Nagato. However, at this moment, a laser muzzle suddenly appeared on Nagato's arm. Boom! Obito was too late to dodge, so he was pierced through his heart and fell. The reversal of the situation caught people off guard. Nagato sighed too late, and immediately flew to Konan, who was sucked back. Only Black Zetsu, who had a dark face in the distance, fluctuated a little, and the look in Obito's eyes was meaningful. Nagato's shot wasn't for the heart, but Obito was for the heart. Nagato landed on the water, with one arm around the seriously injured Konan, and another arm stretched out to help Konan take out the wooden thorns exploded in his abdomen. The people surrounding Nagato will naturally not let this opportunity pass. Nagato is Hein's dual purpose, once again broke out the Sainshen Luo Tianzheng. The people in the air were almost angry. He used the Shenra Tianzheng, and even ninjutsu, and people rushed into the air. Guru wow, but at this moment, underwater anomalies suddenly occurred. The Shenluo Tianzheng just now did not target the underwater, and the two figures quickly killed. Here, Orochimaru, Nagato chased him out before, but Madara didn't take him with the mask. Orochimaru smiled radiantly. After cancelling the summoning technique, the 10,000 snakes being rubbed by the Gadu statue and several giant snakes immediately escaped from the claws. Then Orochimaru recalled Kimimaro and Shigeo and touched them quietly. It's not quiet, it's fair and upright in front of Chiyu. So when Obito fell into the water and Nagato took Konan to the surface, Orochimaru took Kimimaro and Shigego to the water. Immediately after seeing the Nagato of Shinra Tensei being used on the water, Orochimaru made Kimimaro and Shigego rush up. He himself rushed to Obito, who was falling into the water. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment. The heart was penetrated, but he didn't die? Unfortunately, I missed this time and Space Mangekyo. Swish facing the underwater attack, Nagato's hand stretched out on his arm immediately greeted Kimimaro and Shigeo, who rushed in the water, and then easily pinched them. Nagato was a little surprised, but he didn't start slowly, and immediately used the abilities of Hungry Kido to devour the chakra of both of them. After repeated battles, his consumption can be described as very huge. Observing vaguely, Orochimaru, who was rushing towards the masked Madara, turned back and rushed over. Nagato was solemn. At this time, his perception realized that there was chakra flowing in the masked Madara. He did not expect that he was not dead. His dash just as Orochimaru was approaching and Nagato was about to end Kimimaro and Shigeo, who had been absorbed by him in chakra. The situation changed. Nagato suddenly felt unwell. His body was eroding his body like sulfuric acid. At this moment, he met Orochimaru's successful gaze. That's right, Orochimaru noticed that Nagato had the habit of using chakra swallowing ability before, so Kimimaro and Shigego deliberately sold the flaw. The purpose was to wait for Nagato to absorb their chakra. Kimimaro and Shigego, at this moment, there is a large amount of chakra in the body. If Nagato does not know the magic, he will inevitably be backlashed by the inhalation of the magic. His cooperation with the masked Madara depends on the opponent being too much stronger than him and his own lack of opportunity. Now that the situation is complicated and I have the opportunity, why do I follow their plan? Just the last time, the masked Madara did not bring him into that space. Orochimaru knew that the real final battle was coming, so he immediately planned this, not the attack planned by the masked Madara and others. Fortunately, Nagato's reaction was not slow. When Kimimaro and Shigego were about to break free, the outstretched hand of the arm immediately changed to zigzag to stab them, and at the same time a laser shot towards Orochimaru. Although his power was reduced a lot because of his body's backlash, with the recoil of the attack, Nagato instantly left the orbit of Orochimaru's attack. Nagato, let me go and run. Konan, weak at the moment, yelled anxiously. She didn't know what was going on in Nagato, only knew that no one could defeat Nagato without being dragged down by herself. Nagato ignored her. At this moment, the fairy technique in his body was backlashed, and he consumed too much energy to recover. Have a rough insight into the battlefield and immediately prepare to retreat. At this moment, Uchiha believed above his head and suddenly attacked him. To make matters worse, the masked Madara Space Uzumaki also appeared in front of him. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Nagato once again erupted into the cool Shinra Tianzheng, and immediately got ready to face Madara, the mask behind Hollow. As he expected, the spatiotemporal pupil technique is really annoying, and the mask is Madara Hollow. At the same time, Uchiha's eyes ooze blood and disappear again in the Space Uzumaki. On Nagato's arm, the Azura-powered arm, laser cannons and missiles blasted at Hollow's mask Madara, and his empty hand kept the chakra-swallowing ability of the Hungry Kido at all times. Obito completely maintained Hollow this time without any other means. Although he was still alive, in any case, it was the heart that had just been bombarded, and he almost lost his combat power. But that was enough. A Space Uzumaki appeared again, avoiding Shinra Tensei's Uchiha letter. Bloody eyes rushed to Nagato, and at the same time black-white Zetsu followed behind him. Nagato fought back suddenly, kicking Uchiha Shin very easily, and then using the hand of the Hungry Kido Chakra's swallowing ability, he reached for the black-white Zetsu coming from behind. Uchiha believes the chakra he doesn't like, but he knows that there are many chakras on the black-white Zetsu, and the quality is very high. However, just when Nagato pinched the black-white Zetsu to absorb chakra at an extremely fast speed, he discovered that the black Zetsu on the black-white Zetsu's body was liquefied, revealing the true contents of the package Uchiha letter. The letter of Uchiha that just kicked off is still fake. At the same time, Nagato was grabbed by White Zetsu and Uchiha Shin's hand, and at such close distance, Uchiha Shin's eyes flowed with blood and tears, and a Space Uzumaki appeared at Nagato. Pushing his face and zooming in, it is Nagato who is also holding the back of his neck by Shinigami. But he didn't sit and wait for death, and the body between the electric light and flint made a move one step earlier than his thought, breaking his arm. After all, holding the goddess in his hands, how could he hesitate? At the cost of abandoning the grasped hand, Nagato held Konan in his other hand and instantly left Uzumaki, the space that almost swallowed him. A series of true and false transformations and the invincible spatio-temporal pupil technique made Nagato confused. But it was too late. When he suffered from the severe pain of a broken arm and was extremely vigilant around him, the newly liquefied black Zetsu fell on him. A surprising black shadow flashed by, and Nagato was stunned. His eyes flickered. It seemed that two black tentacles were hitting. Then his eyes hurt sharply, and he couldn't see anything. Using his last reason, Nagato didn't counterattack the opponent, but suddenly threw Konan in his hand in the direction of Sasori in the air. It was also at this time that Uchiha Shin used a blade to rush forward and cut Nagato in the middle. Nagato! Konan, who was in Nagato's arms just now, naturally saw what had happened and immediately cried out sadly. At the same time, as Nagato's Rinnegan was taken, the 500 to 600 meter ball suspended in the air immediately fell. Boom boom, the earth shook violently, and countless buildings that hadn't collapsed again collapsed on a large scale, and thick smoke swept all over the place. Sasori was also a little loyal, and immediately manipulated the puppet third Kaze cage to dive down to catch Konan. The huge wound in the abdomen was also bleeding from it. Seeing that Nagato, who had lost Rinnegan, was chopped up and dumped into the sea, Konan griefed and summoned the scroll viciously. After using the divine paper technique, pieces of paper burst into the sky in an instant. Swipe lala, countless pieces of paper poured out from the scroll and enveloped the surroundings. Boom rumble, a burst of continuous explosions roared, and a radius of several hundred meters was immediately submerged in the explosion. Seeing Konan struggling violently to get down, Sasori knocked her out with a knife, and then ran away with her and Deidara immediately. Orochimaru was a little bit startled here. Although he had missed his hand before, he saw that the strange pitcher plant took Rinnegan. The masked man was weak, he licked his tongue, and when he was about to wipe it out, the sky full of paper exploded. After more than 10 breaths, the explosion disappeared. When Gurren was panting and accepting crystal style, Orochimaru looked at the empty water with a bit of embarrassment. Master Orochimaru, the ninjas from several ninja villages are here, Shigego said. Orochimaru heard this, looked at Kisame and Itaki who were evacuating from a distance, and sighed. At this point, the war between actors and gangsters is almost over. Obito finally faced the sky full of papers, and also hid in the Kamui space. Boom, but as soon as he entered, he was punched in the abdomen, almost suffocating him. Seal of the 5 elements. A voice came from behind him flying upside down, and his whole body was suddenly painful. Tear and pull Uzumaki Eifei, who possessed him, was violently ripped out in panic. At this moment, the whole body is weak, Chakra is confused, and Obito, who can't maintain Sharingan, tries his best to raise his head. I saw a blonde busted girl with light blue eyeshadow looking at Uzumaki Alfy. I looked at his uncle with white hair, and a woman with dazzling blue light all over, as well as a white-haired boy with light blue eyeshadow and a red-haired girl. When he saw the last one, a hedgehog with white hair, a mask, and Mangekyo Sharingan with the same pattern as his left eye, Obito instantly understood something and closed his eyes bitterly. At this moment, Kakashi is staring at the masked man. The situation on the battlefield reversed so ups and downs that many people watching the battle with telescopes in the distance did not react. He looked at the leader of the Akatsuki organization in surprise, and was taken away by fancy combos for saving his comrades. It wasn't until the continuous roar ended that Seiying, Danzo and others rushed to the battlefield quickly. Here, Sasori and Deidara are preparing to send Konan to the place where the people of Rain Shinobi Village stay temporarily. But on the way, the two of them saw a dozen people running from below, especially Danzo and Reikage, who were extremely conspicuous. After all, they were highly recognizable. Deidara didn't say a word, and shouted Sasori to turn around and ran. Sasori froze for a moment, but unfortunately it was too late. Third Tsuchikage Oniki and fourth Kaze Cage Rosa directly flew up. Deidara, if you don't go back with me again this time, I will execute you here. Oniki's voice came. No death. In Sasori's incredible gaze, Deidara slipped fast. Third Tsuchikage flew up, without even looking at Sasori, white beard blew and flew towards Deidara angrily. Sasori watched Rasha flying towards him, already sealed, and immediately threw Konan in his hand at him, and the puppet third Kaze Cage took him away. Luo Xia was also taken aback. After catching Konan subconsciously, she didn't know whether she should chase or not. Boom rumble, at this time, Oyemu and his disciples made a lot of noise in the distance, and then Luo Xia still carried the blue-haired woman in his hands and went down. Sasori is the grandson of the grandmother of the 1,000 generations. He knows that the grandmother of the 1,000 generations is afflicted. If he really hits Sasori, the old man will definitely go crazy, and he may not have been able to play before. Considering that Sasori killed third Kaze Cage, he has the chance to become the 4th generation. If you think about it, let him forgive him this time. Really great destruction. Third Suchikage, who arrived at a leisurely pace, arrived at the beach and floated in the air looking at the battlefield with emotion. I just took some time to clean up the ineffective disciple, tied it up and threw it to the granddaughter and aka 2 to take care of it. The times are different now. Deodara, a good seedling, can no longer let him go. When I go back, I will use this old bone to teach him well, otherwise Uegakure will not have the strongest Kabuto. The 2 Jinchuriki who went out should also be recruited. At this moment, the huge rain shinobi village is almost completely destroyed, and there is no one left. Although it seemed that the opponent was losing and hurting, none of the ninja village ninjas were happy. Advertisement: the leader of Akatsuki's organization was indeed dazzled, cut off and fell into the water. But the masked men had left, and apart from the destruction of Kongren, this dangerous group was still there. 3 Mangekyo, plus 1 Rinnegan, they will be even stronger. Guy. Danzo suddenly called Might Guy next to him. After giving an order, Might Guy immediately scowled and dashed towards a tall tower in the distance, followed by the Konoha shinobi behind. Chiyu was still feeling that now there was only one non-staff member of Xiao organization left. Seeing Might Guy rushing, he was taken aback and left immediately. After Uncle Snake took Kimimaro and the others to leave Chiyu, Chiyu ran to the place where the Gadu statue was to explore. After Orochimaru took back the summoning beast, Nagato also took away the Gadu statue. Chiyu searched for a long time, but saw no organization left by the Gadu statue on the ground, and then complained that One Snake's attack power was not good. Then I turned on the Sage Mode perception, didn't find the Gadu statue in Rain Shinobi village, and sat on the edge of the tower in melancholy. I don't know that Danzo has brought Guy here. Although Chiyu wanted to challenge the Emperor Guy very much, it was not this time. In case of being surrounded, he could only expose the spatial pupil technique. I sensed Itaki and Kisame leaving just now. Kuro White Zetsu and Uchiha Shin were waiting nearby for a long time, and then they left after seeing the 5 great ninja village ninjas coming. Black Zetsu didn't wait for Obito and Chiyu knew that the daughter-in-law had succeeded. Unfortunately, the situation was a bit complicated and it was not as ideal as planned. It was up to the daughter-in-law and the others to plan. Danzo stopped when Uchiha Shina left quickly. In today's situation, it's really a bamboo basket to draw water, although he didn't pay any price. In his expectation, the 3 Mangekyo should not be Rinnegan's opponents. At best they can advance and retreat freely by relying on the time and space pupil technique. He originally thought that if the masked men lost, he took the opportunity to use distinguished heavenly gods to plan a spacetime pupil technique or something, and then plan Rinnegan. Unexpectedly, that Rinnegan had so many weaknesses, and it was really superficial to fall into such a situation in order to save his companions. At the end of the trouble, his distinguished heavenly gods were useless. It's a sigh. Now that the masked men got Rinnegan, Danzo's back was chilly, and that kid cheated me. The 3 Tails incident and this rumors, Danzo always feels that this group might have to do their own thing. Thinking in another way, if such a person calculates himself twice, he will retaliate and go back. The people at the scene were very solemn, only Terumi Mei was taking Warren to recycle 3 Tails, and he was in a good mood. It's just a pity that the huge flying fortress is now completely scum, and nothing is left. Terumi Mei is very sorry. Obito. In Kamui space, when Jiraiya removed Obito's mask, Obito's original face was revealed. The closed left and right eyes returned to black, showing a tired look. It has a face and scars on the right side. This was left by 2 brother to save Kakashi. Kakashi, who now sees Obito, is shaken both physically and mentally. When I heard that Tsunade-sama said that the masked man is Obito, who was the culprit of the 9 Tails chaos, Kakashi was very excited and he didn't want to believe it. After all, Obito was the one who shaped his will and the one who saved him. He is Konoha's hero and the one he has been sorry for all his life. However, the world is unpredictable, and the sacred friend in his heart has actually embarked on this path. Obito. Why? Why didn't you return to Konoha in the first place? Why? Teacher him. Shut up. You can't even protect Linear. To live sadly in such a vain world, what right do you have to speak? It is Obito, who has already accepted his fate, and yells at Kakashi viciously at this moment. Kakashi was stunned, staying beside him, not knowing what to do. Failing to protect Lin is the pain of his life. Kabuto. Tsunade finished examining Uzumaki, then called to Kabuto. Yes, teacher. Kabuto walked over and took out some medical supplies from the scroll. Immediately treated Obito's chest and heart. This ruthless man previously used Nagato's attack to destroy his heart, in order to destroy the control spell that Uchiha Madara left in his heart. Even if he knew this kind of spell, he couldn't get rid of it. As long as the mind was together, he couldn't move his hand. He also understood why Lin committed suicide in Kakashi's hands back then, so he had some guesses and was selfish. Without Uzumaki's vitality supply, Obito would die in a moment. Tsunade wants to rescue him, at least he can't die right now. Kamui, but it is very useful. What dash? After a while, Obito, who barely got rid of his life-threatening life, was forcibly controlled by Kabuto and used control illusion on him. Kakashi couldn't bear to turn his head away, knowing that he had no room to speak. After a while, Kabuto was sweating profusely, and it was resolved safely. Obito is not only Mangekyo Sharingan, but also a master of illusion. After all, he can control 4th Mizukage Yagura, the perfect Jinchuriki ki. At this moment, when he was seriously injured, it took a lot of time to perfectly control him. Well, the way to deal with Kamui, I still have to use Kamui, easy, Tsunade said. After Chiyu revealed Akatsuki's information, Tsunade immediately planned a series of actions. Although the loopholes are not small, and luck is in many places, the Akatsuki organization has come to a split step. After all, they are not one mind. Even if there is no accident of the members in the original book, in the end, Nagato and Obito will eventually collide. With such a big rift between them, with a little guidance, naturally there is no fear that they will not mess up. Unexpectedly, Nagato still didn't keep Rinnegan, but what is even more pity is that Obito didn't even get Rinnegan, or it would be done once and for all. However, there are still opportunities, depending on Kabuto's skills in illusion. After preparing for such a round, Tsunade would be unsatisfied if he couldn't do a better job of dismantling these people. Immediately Tsunade collected the body of Uzumaki Athii. This guy, like White Zetsu, was a product of Kagaya Infinite Tsukuyomi in ancient times. The other White Zetsu may be very weak, but the White Zetsu itself is not inferior to this Uzumaki Alfy. In the original book, Black Zetsu manipulates the White Zetsu body and can use Wood Style and Terumi Mei to protect Daimyo's team with 2 tricks. This Uzumaki Athii also wraps Yamato. After absorbing the first generation cells from him, he can use Wood Style and 5 attribute ninjutsu. Shinsu completely blocked the 5-cage combination. Kabuto, let's start. Clear, Kabuto replied, and then he took control of Obito. Somewhere to the east of Rain Shinobi Village, Kisame and Itaki were waiting here. Kisame rubbed his sore arms with a worried expression. Madara-sama didn't come to them. Couldn't it be that something happened? Black White Zetsu and Uchiha letter continued to get closer, and those White Zetsus were also looking for it. Kisame stroked Samehada, soothing his worries. When Kirigakurambu, he no longer knew the meaning of being alive. It's rare for someone to show him a more interesting world. If the mask Madara is gone, Kisame is confused about his way forward. Uchiha believes here, the whole person is almost exhausted. Strictly speaking, this is his first actual combat, and it's still such a plethora of start. Even if a few White Zetsu turns to him as a power bank, his eyes are almost blind. At this moment, Black White Zetsu had to wrap him up and nourish his body. If it's usual, Black Zetsu would disdain to do this kind of thing, but at the moment he has to make more plans. Just now, Obito's deliberate action to make Nagato pierce his heart made Black Zetsu wary. Obito pretended to be Uchiha Madara, and Black Zetsu, in front of Uchiha Madara and Obito, pretended to be Uchiha Madara's will. Now that Obito starts to resist Uchiha Madara's control, it proves that he doesn't catch a cold with Uchiha Madara, and I am afraid that he will not have a good face for Uchiha Madara's will. Even Black Zetsu is worried about whether the other party's ideals are still the same as what he planned. Black Zetsu is a little unaccustomed to using the chess pieces that have been used for many years, but after all, Obito has been used smoothly over the years. Except for him, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Ishina are difficult to control. Although the letter is not of Uchiha blood, it can open Mangekyo after all. If you give some assistance, you may be able to do something, but there is still time anyway. Sir, I found Madara. At this time, a White Zetsu came out to report, and the Black White Zetsu immediately followed. Hahu somewhere on the outskirts of Rain Shinobi Village, when Kuro White Zetsu came over, he saw Obito wearing a mask, leaning against the tree and gasping for breath. Absolutely? What about the others? Obito murmured when he saw Kuro White Zetsu coming over. Wait for us outside, are you okay? It's okay, Rinnegan got it, let's go. With that, Obito stood up tiredly and walked forward. Black White Zetsu followed, and Black Zetsu looked at Obito's eyes with some thought. Obito's state shouldn't be, what about Uzumaki? Shoo. At this time, a man with a black robe mask appeared and sneaked towards Obito directly. Obito fell to the ground in amazement, and Black White Zetsu was helpless, and immediately used the cutting technique to stop it. Sage Art Wind Style Wind Cutting Technique. The visitor immediately sealed the seal, a wind blade flew out, shredded the thorns, and rushed towards the Black White Zetsu. Kamui. Go! Obito next to him immediately opened the Kamui space Uzumaki. Black and White Zetsu did not hesitate, and immediately followed into the Kamui space Uzumaki. He was very wary of Xianshu. Not only can I perceive them, if they have a Sage Art Earth style or something, they will not feel good with Mayfly technique, so it is better to follow Obito's Kamui space. Swish swish, just after Obito and Black White Zetsu left through the Kamui Uzumaki space, 4 figures came one after another. He, it seems that I'm still a step late. But, Kabuto, do you just let them leave like this? Or, what plans does Tsunade have? Orochimaru came and found that the masked man and the black-white Zetsu just left, unfortunately asked. Tsunade planned for so long that he didn't believe that Yakushi Kabuto would let these people go. Perhaps Tsunade has found a way to deal with space-time pupil technique? Orochimaru suddenly remembered Kakashi, Mangekyo hidden by Tsunade. Kabuto is just completing his mission. Orochimaru named his identity, and Yakushi Kabuto took off his mask. The other party has 2 fairy ninjas, plus they have worked together for a while, knowing that their aura and chakra are not uncommon. Orochimaru looked up at the sky, and then left with Kimimaro. Kabuto used Sage Mode to perceive it, and immediately started cleaning the nearby White Zetsu. Black-White Zetsu and Obito. The moment they entered the Kamui space, Obito suddenly looked back and drew it, and a kunai thorn pointed at Black-White Zetsu. Black-White Zetsu was surprised. Fortunately, Black Zetsu had been very careful. Before he was surprised, he immediately retreated, and at the same time, his gaze also caught the stranger in the Kamui space. 8 Sign Seal. Just when Black-White Zetsu was caught by Obito's surprise and the people next to him, a voice rang behind him. What dash? In vain, White Zetsu and White Zetsu screamed, and the expansive chakra struggled as hard as he could while expanding his body to protect the black part. Adamantine sealing chains. With a soft voice, Swipe Lala 8 golden rune chains poured in and were immediately tied to Black-White Zetsu. Obito? Black Zetsu yelled at Obito in a low voice. Did Obito betray them? Uchiha Madara's will? Ha ha ha, the seal of the 5 elements. Tsunade came over and said teasingly. Looking at the struggling Black-White Zetsu, he immediately used the 5 element seal with his right hand. With so many seals, she won't be able to print Black Zetsu on the envelope. At this moment, the abnormal change protruded, and a space Uzumaki appeared, and was definitely sucked away immediately. Although Huo Naoxiang's adamantine sealing chains were tied, White Zetsu swelled and Black Zetsu was able to evade the blockade. At this time, everyone found that the head wrapped in the Black-White Zetsu's body contained a pair of Mangekyo, which was the letter of Uchiha cultivated inside the Black-White Zetsu. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jiraiya and Tsunade immediately stopped them, but they were both too late. Space Uzumaki closed, Uchiha letter and the pool of black liquid left, leaving only White Zetsu tied up by adamantine sealing chains, struggling and roaring. White Zetsu did his best to leave Uchiha Shin's body, while protecting Black Zetsu from being sealed, and protecting Black Zetsu and Uchiha Shin from leaving. Tsunade was dumbfounded, staring blankly at this place for a long time, including Jiraiya and Maitreya next to him. Who would have thought that the Uchiha letter is hidden in the opponent's body in a must-eat game? Ha ha ha. Itaki, how about we make a deal? Orochimaru brought Kimimaro 3 people to Kisame and Itaki. Itaki glanced at them very coldly, and then went to other places, but Kisame immediately stood up. He has never underestimated Orochimaru. After all, he has been chased by Akatsuki for so long, and even his boss, Madara, is very wary of Orochimaru. A very important piece of information that determines your future. Don't you want to know it? Orochimaru continued to smile, very sure. Oh, Mr. Orochimaru, please say. Kisame is not as cold as Itaki. He still heard the subtext of Orochimaru, that is the mask they have been waiting for Madara. Maybe Orochimaru has any information. You need to tell me the location of Uchiha letter. I like his Mangekyo very much, Orochimaru said unabashedly. After the battle, Shigago and Kimimaro, sensing all the way, did not find the location of Uchiha Shin. Finally, I found the masked Madara and the Black-White Zetsu who took Rinnegan, but it was a step too late and was sent away by Kabuto. You're really, but I'm very sorry, Mr. Orochimaru, we don't have information from you Uchiha. Honest person Kisame said truthfully. He, when you find Uchiha's letter, remember not to scare him. As for the masked Madara, he and Hei White Zetsu have just been captured. Brush after Orochimaru finished speaking, Itaki and Kisame looked at Orochimaru immediately. Itaki was surprised and then thought, but Kisame was stunned, and then he couldn't believe it. Madara has not come for so long, is there really something wrong with it? Kisame felt bad for a while. Kisame hadn't figured out how to go next. Orochimaru did not continue to disturb or urge them, but stayed beside them. If Uchiha Xian hadn't planned to leave Akatsuki, he would definitely come knowing that everyone was gathering here. Orochimaru was very confident, as long as he comes over, Orochimaru will accept his eyes. Absolutely? It was just. In another white world, Uchiha letter at this moment has completely lost his dream, and his eyes have no highlights. He couldn't believe it. Madara, the mask that made his dream sublimate, betrayed them? A huge blow for a time made Uchiha Xian languish, and the Black Zetsu next to him did not have time to comfort him, and the silent Black Zetsu was terrified from now on. Is his Black Zetsu easy? The first time I was born, before I had time to talk to my mother, I saw my 2 brothers cruelly sealed her mother. With a bit of information from his mother, he survived the ninja world, even risking being discovered by Sage of 6 Paths at Satsuki Higoromo back then, and he just let Indra. I'm sorry. He has worked hard for 2,000 years before he has the situation today. Rinnegan has it, and the Gadu statue is also out of summoning. It is only a few years before the Gadu statue fully wakes up and absorbs the tail beast. Why is it so bad? God, what did he just go through? His black Zetsu was almost locked up in a small black room. If you didn't have Yuya Shihashin, then he would have been locked up in Obito's Kamui space and his life would be over. Fortunately, he noticed that Obito's actions were different before, so he deliberately wanted to temporarily support Uchiha letter. Unexpectedly, this really saved his life. Thinking of the misfortune of White Zetsu's body, Black Zetsu's heart palpitated. Fortunately, White Zetsu's body didn't react slowly and helped him and Uchiha Shin resist the seal. He was sad, but he hadn't allowed him to hesitate too much. Black Zetsu felt that Obito had told them everything he knew. Black Zetsu is very fortunate at the moment, fortunate that he has been vigilant over the years, and his information and purpose have not been discovered. Otherwise, it would not be such a small fight. It is estimated that the entire ninja world has to unite against itself. Looking at Uchiha's letter, who lost his dream next to him, Black Zetsu pondered and adjusted his mentality. Looking at the white world around me, I was wary. This is not the familiar world of shinobi, so I must remember it. After this time, I will never enter other spaces easily. Immediately, Black Zetsu brewed his emotions, took out his 2,000 years of fooling skills, and began to target Uchiha Shin to release the fooling skills. Boom! Ah, so angry. Boom! In the Kamui space, Tsunade was unwilling to beat the underground square platform, looking very upset. The meat that has reached the mouth, it just flies. Black Zetsu leaves, Rinnegan is gone, Uchiha Obito, it's not a dish at all, it's soup at most. To be honest, with Kakashi's Kamui, Obito is simply a dish that can be picked up at any time. What she really wants to target this time is Black Zetsu, the root of all evil. Although Maitreya and Jiraiya didn't fully understand Tsunade, they thought she was planning Rinnegan, and they were very upset after the failure. Soon after he calmed down, Tsunade shook his head. This is the end of the matter. Just vent his emotions. What can I do? I can only keep going. Anyway, there is so much information about my master, so much is not a way to restrict Black Zetsu. However, since the Black Zetsu was not successfully captured, then the surprise to Black Zetsu could not be stopped. Now she has been exposed to Black Zetsu's vision. Although she doesn't know if Black Zetsu will target her desperately, she can find something for Black Zetsu to do. If she wants to come in front of that, Black Zetsu will not care about Tsunade. Looking back, Kakashi looked at Obito, who fell on the ground with a complicated face. At this moment, Obito's illusion had been unlocked and he woke up. Looking at Obito, Tsunade frowned. Although from Obito's point of view, he is a poor man. Even from the point of view of a man, Uchiha Obito does have a kind for a woman who dares to destroy the world. Which woman does not want such an infatuated man to love herself? But whether it was his pitiful encounter, or because of the multiple reasons behind it, Tsunade felt that what was wrong, and countless souls were waiting for Obito to be tried. Tsunade is not as benevolent as Minato and not as generous as Naruto. With the idea of sparing Obito's life, Tsunade felt that countless souls were overwhelming her, and she couldn't bear so much grievances for Obito. Maybe, Obito needs someone to judge him, maybe, that can complete his dream of getting together with Linear. Originally, the person who tried him should be Kakashi, but now Kakashi. Tsunade walked to Obito, the scalpel in his hand appeared, and he thrust it into Obito's forehead. Seeing this, Jiraiya and Maitreya only turned their heads slightly, and did not stop them. Even Obito was calm, no confusion, no sadness, and no resentment. With his last gaze, he glanced at Kakashi for a while. It seemed that a trace of regret flashed, and then he closed his eyes and accepted death calmly. Just when Tsunade was about to kill Obito, a space Uzumaki appeared, and Obito spun out of it. Suddenly Jiraiya and Maitreya were dumbfounded. Kakashi? Jiraiya asked Kakashi blankly. With tears in Kakashi's eyes, he dared not look directly at Jiraiya's eyes, bowed his head and knelt on the ground. F***K. Tsunade was dumbfounded. Is Obito so important to Kakashi? Take your life. Tsunade was full of anger, roaring and slashing at Kakashi, his face full of sorrow. After all, everything was taken away by the two spaces Uzumaki, the game I designed, and the desired gains were lost. Although Obito is useless, his eyes are useful. If two Kamui are gathered together, they can travel through other spaces. Tsunade is going to deal with Uchiha Letter and the Atsutsuki clan when he comes. Tsunade, stop. Stop it. Stop it. Kakashi didn't dare to hide at all, honestly knelt in front of Tsunade and waited for his death. Jiraiya hurried over and hugged Tsunade's feet tightly. Rain Shinobi Village was half ruined. At this moment, everyone in the 5 shinobi villages is still sighing here. Seeing Konan, whose eyes were dull at the moment, kneeling on the beach, no one bothered her. Konan, who just woke up, staggered to the beach as if she had lost her soul. His tears were drained, and then he jumped down. Terumi May rescued her quickly with his hands. Those who had a big feud with Akatsuki were also Konoha village and Kirigakure, and they were not made by the leader of Akatsuki and the blue-haired woman. Nowadays, no one jumps out to make noise, not even Terumi Mei. At the sight of Onoki, Terumi Mei wanted to ask Konan, who was awake, for some news. It's a pity that Konan at this moment, no one cares about it. However, Luasha and Reikage were surprised when they found Haiden, who was still alive among the ruins. Haiden was chopped in the head by Itaki before. Kakuzu finally wanted to save him, but Obito was stabbed in the head by a wooden stabbing. But Haiden was still alive, with a peculiar physique, a few wooden thorns on his head, and he was also screaming in a daze, without bleeding or death. At this moment, to the west of Rain Shinobi Village, a huge airship appeared, with the obvious Lulin Tower sign on it, indicating the identity of the visitor. On the huge airship, it was Tsunade, Mithraea, Jiraiya, and others. After Kakashi used the pupil technique Kamui to send Obito away in order to restrain his feelings, Tsunade was furious and immediately slashed at Kakashi. She didn't have the idea of killing Kakashi, but she was very upset, very angry, and disappointed with Kakashi. This time she had almost no results in the game, and she was in a bad mood. Kakashi also had a backstab, which naturally ran into Tsunade's anger. Moreover, Tsunade had trained Kakashi as an excellent hitman, but Kakashi's irrational operation disappointed Tsunade a lot and he hesitated. After all, can Kakashi, who is so affectionate, really be a perfect hitman? It was Jiraiya who stopped Tsunade desperately, and in the rage, she also beat Jiraiya and Kakashi to the ground. As the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world, Kakashi's whole body is almost intact with a set of 72-way punches. The master's degree is very good, that is, it is not fatal or bleeding, but the whole person is bloated, and he is suffering from severe pain, but he can't faint. The so-called living suffering is probably the same. I don't know whether Kakashi's Rendu 2 channels will be opened up. Jiraiya is a little better, but his face and hands are completely swollen. At this moment, he is rubbing a pig's face with a wretched face. If he had to go to see Konan, he would not be willing to appear, it would be too detrimental. At this moment, dozens of miles to the west of Rain Shinobi Village, Chiyu and Beilaiho looked at Kakashi, who was not a man. The two looked at each other and were silent. Suddenly, Beilaiho became obedient and honestly treated Kakashi. Chiyu, who had finally returned, was also sighed after hearing that his wife and the others had failed. Thousands of calculations, the two of them did not forget about the black-white Zetsu package. Uchiha believes this operation fell short. Besides, this guy Kakashi. Obito likes Lin likes Kakashi, and Kakashi. Okay, it's a stone hammer. Everyone is here, things have changed drastically, everyone here, Orochimaru, Itaki and others. Black Zetsu appeared on Uchiha letter who was about to fall. Swish swish. The moment Uchiha Shinsuke Uzumaki appeared, Orochimaru led Kimimaro and killed him. At this moment, Orochimaru was surprised. He saw the black-white Zetsu and the masked man being taken away by Kabuto by tricks. It's so difficult that Kabuto was doing something for Tsunade at the time, or something unexpected happened? Kisame and Itake next to him were also surprised. Orochimaru couldn't find Uchiha's letter, and didn't it mean that the black-white Zetsu and the masked Madara were arrested? Humiliated, Kisame wanted to leave and search for it several times. So what is this familiar black Zetsu? Is it possible that Orochimaru is lying to them? In vain, Orochimaru, who rushed towards Black Zetsu and Uchiha letter, stopped. Because at this moment, the liquid Black Zetsu, the Operation Kyume hits the two Rinigans, and at the same time, Uchiha Shin also hits Kyume hits his Mangekyo. Now that they have decided to come here, they are naturally prepared to watch out for Orochimaru. What Orochimaru cares most about is nothing more than Rinnegan and Mangekyo sharing on. Sure enough, this move was very effective. Although Orochimaru's hostility remained, he had stopped and looked at them with a smile. Itake, Kisame, Madara, he has betrayed us. Just now he tricked me and Uchiha into the Kamui space, where people from Konoha village were ambushing. Fortunately, White Zetsu and I wrapped Uchiha's letter. With the help of White Zetsu's life, we escaped with the letter's spacetime pupil technique. Madara can't believe it anymore, you can go with us. Black Zetsu ignored Orochimaru and spoke to Itaki and Kisame. Now that the Akatsuki organization is split, Obito betrayed inexplicably, and only one letter from Uchiha is left. Black Zetsu wants to come over and see if he can win over the old Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru heard this and knew that Tsunade had miscalculated. Itake frowned, and after thinking about it, his eyes continued to look into the distance blankly. Kisame looked entangled, he didn't believe this fact very much, he had no choice. Orochimaru, your choice. Seeing that the two did not answer, Black Zetsu asked Orochimaru. Uchiha Xien looked at Orochimaru at this moment, but also a little entangled. He was very afraid of Orochimaru, but under Black Zetsu's persuasion, he reluctantly agreed. Even if Orochimaru was asked to be his subordinate, so that he can turn over. But he was still afraid, and he didn't have the kind of pride that the peasant turned over and sang. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru just looked at them with smiles and stared at them. The letter is to be transplanted to Rinnegan, and he can give you one of his Mangekyo Sharinan at that time. In the stalemate, Black Zetsu still offered the price. Happy cooperation, Orochimaru said plainly. As smart as him, how can he still stare at Black Zetsu and Uchiha even when he loses his first opportunity? But express your attitude and let the other party give the price. Showing his thoughts so blatantly, on the contrary, it will make the other party feel more at ease with himself. Of course, Orochimaru also knows that there is a degree, otherwise it would be bad if it collapsed. As for the business, after the start, are there many opportunities for communication? This time a Mangekyo may be a pair in the future, or even Rinnegan. After all, look at the fish on his chopping board. Oh no, the letter on the experimental platform, isn't it also at the peak of life at this moment? He had to contact Rinnegan one step faster than himself. My lord, someone is here. Just when Orochimaru and Black Zetsu reached an agreement to treat Itachi and Kisame first, Shigego approached Orochimaru and said, swish. At this moment, Kisame immediately ran forward. Master Madara. A few hundred meters later, Kisame called to the masked man. Kisame? I'm back. Obito replied weakly. At this moment, Obito's heart is extremely complicated. Today's series of encounters have not allowed him to get over until now. He who had originally accepted his fate, thought that Kakashi would use Kamui to let him go. Obito was speechless for a while. Since God won't let himself die, it proved that he still has a mission to complete, and Obito once again strengthened his will and philosophy. Swish swish, Orochimaru and others also came all the way, looking at the masked man in surprise. Orochimaru is very sure at the moment, Tsunade is definitely playing off. And Uchiha Xin glanced at Black Zetsu nervously. He just decided to be the boss, and then the original boss came. At this moment, he couldn't believe Madara's letter of the mask anymore, and he was confused. Orochimaru. Black Zetsu let out a low voice. Swish swish. After Black Zetsu finished speaking, the four Orochimaru Kimimaro immediately attacked the masked Madara. Water-style big water burst. Kisame immediately defended. Swish. At the same time, Itachi flew around and used Susanoo to resist the attack of Orochimaru and others. In the huge dungeon, both sides are at a stretch, and Obito and Black Zetsu both look sullenly at each other. No matter what happened to Obito just now, Black Zetsu couldn't believe him anymore. Obito only used Nagato's attack to remove the spell of the heart. For such an uncontrollable person, Black Zetsu felt that it was better to choose Uchiha's letter, and with Rinnegan in hand, he also had an idea for a series of plans. And after waking up from the illusion control, Obito also understood what had happened before. But seeing what Black Zetsu is doing now, Obito has a sullen face, knowing that both of them might not be good. But Obito is not worried. He will retake Rinnegan sooner or later. At this moment, even if Black Zetsu is holding Rinnegan, they won't be able to use it. Then they retreated to Kisame with Itachi. Now he doesn't dare to use Kamui at all, and he is seriously injured, so naturally he dare not stay for a long time. Konan. Here, Jiraiya, with a pig-headed face, rushed to Konan's side. Seeing Konan staring at the sea with dull eyes, Jiraiya's heart was very painful. When he received information that his 3 disciples had disappeared in the war, he was very sad. Who knew this would be the case? Danzo next to him wanted to scold his mother very much. Jiraiya appeared. Didn't he reveal his relationship with Akatsuki? Tsunade, Maitreya, Sarah, Fengwa Zyuxu and Xia Xingxing came to chat with everyone, and then ignored the scene here, but killed Rain Shinobi. It is heard that Tsunade is going to destroy Konoha traitor Green Kwai Saiyan and regain her second grandfather, second Hokage's blade of the Thunder Spirit. All the shadows rushed to join in the fun, and there was nothing to see here anyway. Jiraiya always wanted to comfort Konan, but Konan kept ignoring him. Konan, although I don't know what you have experienced, teacher, but now Rain Shinobi village has been hit hard, and hundreds of thousands of people still need you. Don't do stupid things, understand? You and Yahiko Nagato, isn't your dream for peace in the Rain country? Now that Nagato Yahiko is gone, another group now owns Mangekyo and Rinnegan. The Rain country still needs your protection. Jiraiya is not too troublesome, but still consoling Konan. Sure enough, after hearing this, Konan was numb, and his eyes were clear. I see, you go, I need to be quiet. Konan returned to his senses, closed his eyes, and said softly. Jiraiya, who was given an expulsion order, sneered and left step by step. Tsunade still has things to do, and he has to go there. Konan stared at the water in a daze, suppressing sorrow. Yahiko and Nagato both died for this country. Now they are no longer there, but the country they are thinking of now still needs themselves. Taking a deep breath, Konan looked at the messy Rain Shinobi village around him, his face darkened. Guru suddenly, in Konan's surprised gaze, there were a few bubbles in the water right now. Hush visible underwater, Konan was surprised to see a person gesturing to her, and then sank again. To the north of Rain Shinobi village, hundreds of thousands of villagers are here in fear. After being transferred to the satellite town here, everyone understands that a war is about to break out in Rain Shinobi Village. However, the extent of the war scared them, and many people fled. Among the countless people and the 5 Nin village onlookers, Tsunade brutally picked up the green sunflower kindlin, directly smashed him with a few punches, and then threw it to Nara Lui, asking him to lock the man to Konoha. Tsunade spread the anger of failing to calculate Black Zetsu and Obito here. The attitude frightened many people, but no one dared to say. After all, the green sunflower and blue are not only Konoha's rebellious forbearance, but also stole Tsunade's second Hokuchi's blade of the Thunder Spirit. People have reasons to lose their temper. Advertisement. Poor green sunflower kindlin, who ran away several times, was attacked inexplicably and came back, and now it is like this. Then, while all the high levels of the 5 ninja villages were there, and now Tsunade Maitreya and the others, the Northwest Transportation Alliance forces, led by Jiraiya, everyone discussed a plan to deal with the masked man and others. Now that the opponent's 3 Mangekyo, plus Rinnegan, have such a strong lineup, I have to guard against it. Regrettably, the negotiations were not pleasant. Third Tsuchikage's consistent style was irritating to all parties, and often biased the theme of the meeting. Fourth Kazekage was silent. Terumi Mei had just become Mizukage, and she was young and had no right to speak. Reikage said in an irritating voice that Akatsuki's organization is all the rebels of the other 4 ninja villages. After a discussion, it was obvious that Konoha village was responsible. Tsunade squeezed his fist secretly, and sure enough, his thoughts were still too naive. In the plot of Chiyu's memory, the 5 ninja villages were not of one mind in the end. The reason why the 4 wars united and became a ninja coalition was entirely because Obito took the initiative to declare war. In addition, Obito had the 7-tailed beasts from 1 tail to 7 tails at the time, and Konoha had just been razed to the ground. Under such pressure, they reluctantly joined forces. However, Tsunade is not discouraged. After all, people who have experienced 2 battles in the ninja world. This time the bureau is set up to wait for an opportunity to plan Obito and Black Zetsu. No matter how bad it is, it can also alert the ninja world to know that someone is going to attack the tail beast. Let's share the pressure together. In the case of warning, whether it is Black Zetsu or Obito, their actions will be much more restricted. No longer like the original book, Akatsuki took the 1 tail to 7 tails with a thunderous speed. Then there is Tsunade's second purpose, that is, with the help of this gathering of the 5 major villages, Tsunade proposed a joint development of transportation. But the effect is very unsatisfactory. Tsuchikage Reikage said that he would discuss with the daimyo that the railway is not like the motorcycles previously cooperated with, and the cost involved is high. Seeing no profit later, Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakur left. Luo Xia, he said that he and Tsunagakur are willing to invest in the Transportation Alliance. As for the transportation in the Kingdom of Wind, he needs to discuss with the daimyo. So only Kirigakur and Konoha Village are left. What can Danzo say? He didn't bother about it. Hiruzen made it clear and waited for Tsunade to return to the throne. Tsunade's decision, what Danzo can do, can only frown and think about how to deal with the name of the country of fire. Tsunade and Maitreya looked at each other, but they could only sigh secretly. In fact, they all guessed this result. Even now their Northwestern Transportation Alliance has already made achievements. Now a group of small countries in the Northwest have just been connected to the railway, and the situation is prevailing. But why do these Shinobu villages avoid talking about things that are so beneficial to the country and the people? Tsunade knows very well that once such a transportation business develops, it is not Shinobu village, but the national government and daimyo that will benefit the most. There are too many problems involved. If Shinobu gains economic benefits from the Transportation Alliance and gets rid of the daimyo's economic restrictions, it will become a military force that the daimyo really cannot contain. After all, nowadays, Shinobu village and daimyo can still live in harmony on the surface. That is, Shinobu village needs daimyo's economy and daimyo's military. As for Ninja Village, he is also worried that daimyo will gain too much economic and fame through these developments, so it is time for Ninja Village to be dangerous. The coup d'etat of the 12 guards of the Fire Country daimyo, each Shinobu understands very well in their hearts, who doesn't worry whether their guards will go crazy. So now the great names in the ninja world, the power around them is almost cut off. The daimyo uses the economy to restrict the village of Shinobi, and the village uses the military to restrict the daimyo. Once the 2 parties are out of balance, the bond between the 2 parties is lost, and no one knows what the consequences are. Don't look at the fact that Tsunade and others are doing well in the small northwestern country. That's because in this small country, no one dares to offend their colossal power. The railway is too easy to be destroyed. Tsunade Maitreya and the others can use absolute strength to make no one dare to move in the northwest. But in other major ninja villages and major countries, there are too many enemies. If you dare to engage, others dare to destroy. After all, motorcycles and bicycles, even airships, don't eat the road much. The railway is different. It must have fine tracks. Once it is damaged by a small amount, almost the entire line is paralyzed and the loss is too great. Tsunade didn't care about this, and he still has to try. In the future bloggers, isn't the Thunder car doing well? As for the contradiction between daimyo and shinobu, Tsunade can no longer control such a deformed system. Perhaps Tsunade subconsciously has the meaning of detonating this contradiction. When the contradiction comes out, everyone will find a way to solve it. Now it's like two hedgehogs holding each other for warmth. Isn't it ridiculous? Tsunade has been pondering the word bulletin break, not stand recently. Hey, my boss wants to see you. In the evening, Chiyu went to the beach and called Konan, who was confused. Chiyu was helpless. He wanted to be behind the scenes, but his wife asked him to show his face. Because Konan is now lonely and widowed, the wife is worried that she is very radical and cannot communicate well. So asked Chiyu, a member of the Xiao organization, to come forward and let Konan slow down. You, the boss? Konan looked at Chiyu coldly, making no secret of his murderous intentions. Nonsense, you want to engage in infighting and split. I have to find a home for my stable life. Chiyu scratched his ears and replied. When he heard that Chiyu's new boss was Tsunade, Konan snorted him, then turned his head and left. Chiyu looked at Konan in surprise. It seemed that his mood was very stable, and he shouldn't need to show up by himself. Uchiha Shina, your boss, what do you want me to do? Konan asked on the way back, biting your boss very hard. I will be called Chiyu from now on, and my new life will start with a new name. As for what I'm doing with you, I don't know. Konan also frowned and moved forward. Now that the Rain country is facing this situation, she has to think more about it. Tsunade Maithreya and the others are very powerful. If you join them, you might be able to avoid the current weakening period in the country of Rain, even if there are still her and the long this little strength is still not enough to protect the country of Rain. Now the country of Rain is too conspicuous. Konan was in a normal mood, and under Jireya's care, he talked very happily with Tsunade Terumi Maithreya and others. The transportation alliance established by Tsunade now has taken shape in the northwestern part of Ninja. Although in such a world, it still faces great challenges. But the strength is strong. Rain Shinobi Village joins, will make the development of Rain country further, and can avoid the current chaotic period, so Konan did not refuse Tsunade's invitation. As far as Tsunade is concerned, the addition of Rain country to the development will not only help explore the way ahead, but when the location of Rain country, the center of Ninja world, develops steadily, then Kirigakur, Terumi has basically stabilized. At that time, she returned to Konoha village from Tsunade, directly from the northwestern part of Ninja, pulling a long traffic avenue and business road, passing through the country of Rain, connecting the country of Fire, and finally arrived at the country of Water. A path that crosses the entire Ninja world is complete. No matter what difficulties and challenges will be faced, the steps that have been taken are destined to be irretrievable. Every time I think about the future plans and the difficulties I face, I don't know what it is, even if I know that I am going to confront the solidified world of this class. Tsunade was not afraid, but rather proud. She wanted to see if this world and people in this era were really stupid. Occasionally in a daze, Tsunade subconsciously felt a little bit of empathy for Nagito, Obito, and Uchiha Madara. Master Chiyu discovered an accident. Kabuto, who was in the dark with Chiyu, immediately went to Chiyu to report. Chiyu was taken aback, immediately followed Kabuto and hurried away, and at the same time turned on Sage mode, immediately perceiving it. It turned out that it was Haiden who was watching from the 5 great ninja villages before, being guarded by the root ninja. This one was going to be left to Konan, but White Zetsu suddenly appeared from the ground and took away Haiden's separated body. There is no fairy ninja in the root ninja, so I can't perceive White Zetsu diving from underground. Pity. Although Chiyu and Kabuto's Sage mode can perceive White Zetsu, they have already succeeded and used the Mayfly technique to escape. Even if you chase it, I'm afraid it's not realistic anymore. However, Chiyu, who turned on Sage mode, looked at some place on the beach outside the village in surprise, and didn't expect that person was not dead. The people of the Uzumaki clan are indeed monsters, and they are worthy of being looked after by Lord Madara. Considering the vitality of the Uzumaki clan and the special prostheses made by Tsunade on him, there is no burden of Rinnegan. This result is not surprising. After all, in the original book, Tsunade was cut off by Uchiha Madara and lay down for a long time. Orochimaru came alive as soon as he came. Now the vitality is not weak, the original Tsunade's Nagito, it is indeed possible. Here, Black Zetsu was relieved to see that White Zetsu successfully brought Haiden. He used to look down on Haiden, but now there are not many people with special abilities and mental disabilities. He has to use these manpower carefully. Haiden took a long time to regain his senses after being connected to his body. After all, his head was blossomed with wooden thorns, which was very uncomfortable. If he were not for the lack of brain, he would be crazy. He saw Orochimaru Kazuki for the first time, and immediately launched an attack, yelling for revenge for Kakuzu. However, there was a big flicker of Black Zetsu, and after a while, the two sides reached a consensus and jointly confronted the masks Madara and Uchiha Itachi. While Black Zetsu took hidden away, Obito hurried to a hidden base of his own, took away some collections, and then escaped into the eastern part of the country of fire with Kisame and Itachi. Now I dare not use Kamui again, plus Obito without Uzumaki Fi, from the rank of a mysterious boss to the point where cage level is inferior. It's just that there is something wrong with Itachi, otherwise Kisame can't stop him. Here, Itachi has experienced the recent ups and downs, but he is still cold, as if all this has nothing to do with him. In fact, the so-called staring at the masked man is just that he is reluctant to find something to do in a Walking Dead state. Before waiting for that person to grow up, he must move, otherwise he is worried that he will not survive that time, or he will be mad by accident. The reason why I didn't choose the Black Zetsu group before was that he didn't understand Black Zetsu. A dangerous and dark person like Madara, who is by his side, makes himself more like a bad person. The two are the murderers of the Uchiha clan, which will arouse the hatred of the Odaru even more. Oh, yes. In the middle of the night, when everyone was about to separate, Tsunade suddenly hugged Konan and pulled her aside. Then quietly said to her, "Tell that person that Lulin has 3 of his clan. Come and have a look when you have time." Following Tsunade's meaningful words, Konan was surprised in vain. After Tsunade patted her on the shoulder, he turned and left. After getting the information from Chiyu just now, Tsunade was surprised, but rather happy. There are not many members of the Uzumaki clan, so one can survive. If that person has Rinnegan, Tsunade will be very wary of him, but a person without Rinnegan, at most he can only stay honestly with Konan in Rain Shinobi Village. After the meeting inviting Konan to join the Transportation Union, Jiraiya took Konoha Shinobi to help Konan, and Tsunade, Mithraea and others were also preparing to return to Lulin. "Tsunade, can you talk?" Then Terumi May put aside the mist and came to Tsunade and others alone. After saying this, I looked at the other people on the airship again, and seemed to want to chat with Tsunade alone. Immediately Tsunade took Mithraea, Sarah and Fengwa Zyaksu, and went to a small meeting with Terumi May. Tsunade, the masked man of Akatsuki, who has been secretly messing up Kirigakure for so many years, is it not just for the tail beast, right? After all, he has a lot of opportunities to completely take away the 2 tail beasts. Who is that masked man? Are there any enemies among them whose true colors we have not seen? What is their purpose? You laid out all this, what is your purpose? Looking at the Tsunade people, Terumi May took a deep breath, but still mustered the courage to ask. After cooperating with Tsunade, she knew through the little information Tsunade gave that this was Tsunade's plan. After all, Chiyu was there, so it shouldn't be too obvious. Akatsuki's information was exposed. Although the internal divisions were divided, both of them aimed at the tail beasts. With the help of Rinnegan, the 9-tailed beasts were used to create weapons that could destroy the ninja world. If these people are to destroy or conquer the world, then what is their Tsunade for? If it is for the 5 great ninja villages and for the ninja world, Tsunade should be frankly announced. Why should it be concealed? It is true that the masked man has controlled Kirigakure for many years, but I am afraid that it is not just for the tail beast. What kind of grievance is that? Although she has just become Mizukage, and although she has not yet secured Kirigakure, she has to ask questions in her heart. Upon hearing this, Mithraea and others looked at Tsunade. You are very smart, but there are some things that you have to discover by yourself, and you will have a deeper understanding. Tsunade replied. Terumi May was taken aback when he heard the words, and then said, Terumi May just feels that if you are for the ninja world, you should not hide this. Terumi May is very worried about your purpose. Tsunade smiled freely when he heard the words, then took a sip of wine, stuck it in front of Terumi May, looked straight at her, and squeezed her chin with one hand. Although Terumi May was shocked, she did not dare to resist the aggressive Tsunade. After Tsunade retracted his hand amusingly, he stared at Terumi May back. I'm glad you can speak frankly, but Terumi May, sometimes ignorance is bliss, even if it's your identity as Mizukage. Naturally, my purpose is to change the world and fight the enemies of the future. You are my important chess piece, or you Kirigakure, your water country is an important part of my plan. In the next few years, I hope you are alive and don't go the wrong way. While I still have expectations for the people of this era, I hope everyone can choose the right path. If one day, stupid people cannot wake up, there are too many people standing opposite me, and my road is too bumpy. So, I don't know what I will do. Destruction is often easier than construction. However, what everyone does not know is that the ultimate destruction is just another kind of new birth. Limitations of thinking and vision. Tsunade didn't even talk about many things with Mithraea, his best friend, let alone Terumi May. Tsunade didn't tell Terumi May the truth in the end. Many things, sometimes buried in the dust, are the best results. From the perspective of Uchiha Madara's design of Kirigakure transplanting 3 tails into Lin's body, Kirigakure may have been secretly manipulated by Uchiha Madara before Uchiha Obito, so Obito in the back is just learning Uchiha Madara. As for the years when Uchiha Obito controlled Kirigakure, why didn't 3 tails and 6 tails be taken away? In fact, there is still the problem. Although Uchiha Madara and Nagato both summoned the Gedo statue was definitely not fully awakened at the time and failed to absorb the tail beast. Otherwise, Uchiha Madara and Obito have already started, so what are you waiting for? Since he didn't do anything, it was to avoid stunning the snake. After all, for more than 10 years of this, he would worry that the shinobi would react, and they would be encircled and suppressed. In the original book, the Akatsuki organization suddenly violent at the last moment, and collected one tail to 7 tails at a time, making the entire ninja world caught off guard. If it weren't for Naruto and Killer Bee, I'm afraid everyone had been hit by infinite Tsukuyomi, and they still don't know what happened. And Obito manipulates 4th Mizukage Yagura to misfortune Kirigakur, most likely to vent their anger and retaliate against them. Kirigakur is one of the 5 major shinobu villages, and the right to speak is still very high. Tsunade supports Terumime and uses this weight of their Kirigakur to increase the progress and glory of Tsunade's creation of this alliance. Only in this way can the security of Tsunade's future plans be increased. As for telling Terumime the truth, that's fine. Once all the troubles in the ninja world are thoroughly questioned, Konoha definitely has no time to run, and the wrangling is deep, but it is easy to turn his face. After Terumime left, Chiyu and Kabuto rushed to Hiraho and Kakashi, and sent Kakashi to Jiraiya so that he could take Konoha back. Now Tsunade looked at Kakashi's eyes very wrong. If it hadn't been for Jiraiya's desperate request, that I would have been taken off by Tsunade. In addition to being angry, Tsunade also knows that if that eye is removed, Kakashi can go further. The Purple Thunder is no worse than this Mangekyo, and it is more suitable for Kakashi. On the top of the airbag of the huge airship, Kakashi had just been sent back and returned. Chiyu took Kabuto and Heiluhu to toast to celebrate. Below are all ladies, and the 3 of them have a group of men to relax here. The most important thing is that Chiyu had to let the 2 get to know each other. Orochimaru left. Now many of Tsunade's experiments require the 2 to cheer. Baileahu was very tsundere, and ignored Chiyu, but was very enthusiastic about Kabuto. Because Kabuto is a top research talent, not only involves science and technology, but also involves a wide range of biological research, including Baileahu Grandmaster's human body modification. Even better is that Kabuto's attitude towards him is respectful. He is very helpful. The grievances suffered these days can be regarded as some small comfort. I feel safe, at least Tsunade still values his small hair. Why stay for so long? After a while, Tsunade jumped up and asked with a bad face. Chiyu was stunned for a moment. Didn't you let me promote the relationship between them? Chiyu was dragged away by Tsunade. I think you have been here these days. Why are you staying with 2 men for so long? Don't you know that Zyuobe wins the newlyweds? Tsunade, who dragged Chiyu to the room, muttered. At this moment, she wanted to be with Chiyu warmly. In addition to the long separation between the 2, that is that there have been so many bad things recently, and she needs a person to talk about. This, although it is night, will the impact be bad? Chiyu, who was dragged into the room by Tsunade, muttered unnaturally. What Chiyu thought about this scene, he naturally knew, just looking at the women in the airship cabin. Obviously Tsunade also understood Chiyu's meaning and gave him a blank glance. SA then led him through the window and jumped out of the airship, and landed on the dark ground below. This, can't you bear to return to Lulin in the middle of the night? In the cabin of the airship, everyone looked at the 2 people who disappeared below. Sarah murmured very much in 8 trigrams. Ahem, I'm gone. Maitreya coughed slightly, and then left. Kabuto, hurry down. Yaneiyo yelled over the huge airbag, looking out the window. At night, Kabuto and a man were drinking while watching the moon. This scene worries Yaneiyo, especially that man is not only an excellent researcher like Kabuto, but also a pretty little boy, although he is a little old. Sarah and others, who left behind Maitreya, saw Yaneiyo's actions, and Sarah thought for a while and whispered, Kabuto seems to be almost 18. Yaneiyo-ahem. Maitreya hurriedly coughed again, patted Sarah on the head, and dragged her away. Uchiha Shin, Orochimaru and others came here to the northwest of the border of the country of grass and the border of Takano. In view of certain circumstances, after Black Zetsu and the others arrived here, he took possession of Uchiha letter. This time he was not simply possessed, but passed his chakra to Uchiha letter. Although his Black Zetsu is not strong, he is still the will of his mother, Atsutsuki Kagaya, a product of yin and yang. His own chakra level is very high, he possesses Uchiha Shin's body, and his effect is stronger than Uzumaki Ifei. It is also because after feeling the strong increase of Black Zetsu that Uchiha Shin can be confident to be the boss, or the boss of Orochimaru's reputation at the moment. Black Zetsu didn't break his promise, and believed Uchiha to Mangekyo, one of the substance manipulating left eyes, and prepared to give it to Orochimaru, and Xian's left eye has Rinnegan installed. Rinnegan needed a huge chakra, and he almost didn't suck Uchiha to death. Fortunately, Black Zetsu possessed him and provided Rinnegan with the energy he needed. Summoning technique. Uchiha Xin used summoning technique with difficulty, almost done with the help of Black Zetsu. Boom, a huge white smoke appeared, the Gadu statue was summoning out, and Black Zetsu was relieved at this moment. After a while, Orochimaru looked at the Uchiha letter that appeared with Rinnegan in his left eye, was taken aback for a moment, and smiled. Nowadays, Uchiha believes that although he is almost squeezed to death by Rinnegan, he has the courage to have chakra provided by Black Zetsu. Although most of Rinnegan's abilities are still unusable, the remaining Mangekyo's time-space pupil technique can be squandered. Now they still need Orochimaru's help. They appeared here to deter Orochimaru and show that they have the confidence of Rinnegan. Secondly, it gives Orochimaru some benefits. An organization of Mangekyo Sharinan and Gadu statue. Black Zetsu actually has a hard time here. Uchiha believes that the physique is too poor and needs to be increased, so it can only be improved by Orochimaru's research. Shenning's physical activity technique, and the incomplete version of the Ghost Bud Luo technique, were organized with Gadu statue and given to Orochimaru. I hope Orochimaru can research something useful to strengthen Uchiha's physique. It is not required to reach the standard that Black Zetsu is satisfied with, at least to be able to use the revolving heaven technique. If possible, Black Zetsu still hopes Uchiha believes in this tool man and can fulfill his requirements. After all, he is much better than Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara. Master Yatu. The master said, "You quickly escaped from the land of fire. Konoha has been moving more and more recently, especially that sinister Danzo has returned from Rain Shinobi village. I hope you will pay attention to everything. If Konoha village tests the master again, the master has no choice but to release you wanted." Somewhere, in a secret joint, a person solemnly said to Hema, "Konoha? Humph. Please go back and report to the master, and you will know what to do. The land of fire can only have one jade from the master, and I will be back soon," Hema said gloomily. But thinking of what happened in the Kingdom of Rain, Hema was still a little afraid. That man's calculations were terrifying. Now that Akatsuki's organization is falling apart, what should he do if he turns his gun to aim at himself and his master? At present, there is only this method of the master, and I blame myself for exposing it. It is a pity that Shenning is dead. Otherwise, based on his relationship with Shenning and his hatred of Konoha, he can try to attack Konoha. Now he can only complete his secret technique as soon as possible. In the middle of the night, and the horse did not move without the wind, the four quickly left toward the northwest, leaving Oblique back. "I heard that you are a good painter in Rain Shinobi village. Do you want me to cosplay for you?" At dawn, a small tent beside a river on the border of Birdland stretched out, and Tsunade, lying in Chiyu's arms, mumbled. Chiyu was a little embarrassed when he heard this, and his happy side business was discovered. It must have been revealed by Kabuto. "This time we are at a loss." Chiyu did not answer, but changed the topic. When Chiyu entered the Akatsuki organization, he wanted to join forces with Tsunade inside and outside, and then put Rinnegan and Black Zetsu together. Eliminate the main internal troubles, so that Tsunade can expand the hands and feet to develop transportation to connect the entire ninja world, thereby promoting the development of ninja power and technological power in the ninja world in communication. But because of miscalculations, Obito and Black Zetsu both escaped. If you want to come to their undead and troublemaking character, ninja will probably be more chaotic in the future. That's not right. White Zetsu and Uzumaki Afiai's body are in hand, Gadu statue's body tissue is in hand, and Rain Shinobi village is pulled into the alliance. The result is not bad. Tsunade replied that although the plan did not meet expectations, the gains were enough, and she did not lose much. This time, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is nothing but profitable. It's just that the one who would have gained greater benefits has slipped from his fingers. It's just a pity that this time, with the help of the gathering of the 5 ninja villages, it was not successful to propose a connection to traffic. Alas, Tsunade continued to sigh. Nonsense, any 1 or 2 thieves can paralyze the entire railway system. In fact, they are also well worried. Although this is a matter of benefiting the country and the people, the world is the least lacking of people who are disadvantageous to themselves. Chiyu replied. The wife was still anxious. However, if they don't join, I feel uneasy. What should they do when they get in the way? It will be difficult to promote. Tsunade said worriedly. With the forces she unites now, the traffic in the entire ninja world is completely okay, and even the roads can be properly prepared. But the problem is not this, but these non-participants. What should they do when they become demon? Whether it is a road or a railway, a slight damage can paralyze the traffic in an area and cause immeasurable losses. To ensure the smooth flow of traffic, the entire ninja world needs to work together. Therefore, Tsunade abandoned the idea of monopolizing transportation interests, and to show off the development and benefits brought by transportation is to seduce countries to cooperate in the development of transportation. It's a pity that the response is quite loud, that is, there is no progress in the actual action. In such a chaotic world, let alone railways, buildings in many places are simplified and simplified again. Not because of poverty, but because of that, even if it is destroyed by war, it will not lose much. So, after all, we still have to make the world peaceful first, Chiyu said with a sigh. Isn't it peaceful now? Cut, is this a piece of wool? It's just that a big country is messing up with unknown faces, even if it's peaceful. Tsunade heard the words and sighed. Compared with the natural development that Chiyu has always insisted on, he has come step by step. Tsunade is more inclined to give birth to violence, using rapid development and change to directly and quickly advance the progress of the ninja civilization. The feudal age of the Blue Star for thousands of years, hasn't it been sublimated rapidly in 2 close world wars? Ninja World can also give it a try. Whether it will bring any consequences to this era, Tsunade does not want to care, she only hopes that the next generation can see a wider world. She didn't want to be the wind in Orochimaru's mouth. She wasn't so gentle when she was blowing the ninja world. Surrounded by internal troubles in the world of forbearance, foreign enemies peeping, it is a disaster of the world-destroying level at every turn, and whoever has the mind to develop slowly. She wants to become the torrent of the times, everyone will either obey and adapt or be rushed to death. Listening to Tsunade talking about Sugzu, Chiyu also knew her anxieties and worries, and listened quietly. First of all, let the ninja world recognize us, not only to recognize the existence of our model, but also to recognize the strength. So you have to think about how to show your strength, so that it will be convenient for promotion. Then, you can no longer just stare at shinobu to cooperate, even if you can't understand the daimyo, but you have to draw them together. Tsunade frowned upon hearing this, then said, that will directly explode the contradiction between the daimyo and shinobu. Don't underestimate the daimyo, they are not strong, but if they really want to break the pot, shinobu will not have a legitimate name to survive. Over the past few decades, there have been several battles in the ninja world. Although the ninjas have shown their power, they have also caused countless people in the ninja world to feel bad for the ninja. If the conflict between the daimyo and shinobu was brought to light, 90% of the people would still be on the side of the daimyo. Chiyu said at the beginning that Ren village does not seek state affairs and is not good at people's livelihood. Even if the daimyo is removed, shinobu will not be able to take over the entire country. However, it takes at least 1 or 2 generations to cultivate the credibility of shinobu village and cultivate talents and power. Besides, even if you have this heart, Deming is really looking at you so eagerly? It will definitely be blocked by desperation. If it doesn't work, it will break the jar, and everyone will have a hard time. No one is willing to give up the power in their hands. Think about how the traffic of bloggers develops? I don't believe that Tsunade can't do it. Tsunade sighed and said, Cut, it's just a single transnational railway. It was more than 10 years after the 4 world wars of ninja. How long have we developed now? I'm more inclined. It was the people of the old era who ended, and the new era brought about changes. So, any change requires time and experience to settle. Chiyu persuaded. No, maybe both of us have entered a certain misunderstanding of thinking. We have been thinking about things based on the pursuit of peace. Think about it, will it be faster to use a furnace to forge steel? What do you want? Chiyu was startled, looking at Tsunade and asked. Didn't you say that our current alliance lacks the display of strength to be recognized? If this is the case, then we will create a stage where we can show our strength. Tsunade's eyes were firm, and then he said heavily. When Maitreya was in Lulin, a nuclear witch god Jade was fired, which laid the foundation for the good development of the Transportation Alliance today. Now their power has already developed, and they can show stronger power. Chiyu was dumbfounded by the plan mentioned by Tsunade. Isn't it too wild to play? It's easy for other ninja villages to have an excuse to trouble us. I'm afraid that this just starting alliance will face the dilemma of paralysis. And you know, these 3 wars have passed 10 years, and many people are waiting for the war. Nino-sor? I hold Konoha and Kirigakure, which other ninja village is enough to see? Tsunagakure? Iwagakure? Even if we add Cloud Shinobi Village, our current power cannot destroy him. Cloud Shinobi Village. Don't, you are going to blacken, daughter-in-law. How did the 4th ninja war end? Don't forget that there are many rats in the ninja world. Moreover, this is not a question of strength or lack of strength. Even if you can beat them, what then? As long as they are not satisfied, our transportation plan remains stranded. Not to mention ninjas, ordinary people can destroy them at will. Chiyu hurriedly blocked her daughter-in-law's dangerous thoughts and let herself push some thief cow Xiao Xiao in the northwest to make trouble, and then the daughter-in-law and the others clean up and take advantage of the trend. This is no problem, but it was a bit early to be tough. Now he has the top powerhouse Maitreya, and he is proficient in Sarah, who has just merged the power of the Dragon Veins, the strengthened Star Ninja Village, and the Chakra armor of the Snow Country, with thousands of fighters strengthened by Greer's energy. Although the strength is almost not lost to Cloud Shinobi Village, plus Konoha Village, it is no problem to push 1 or 2 Shinobi Village horizontally. But the consequences of this are very serious, and it will put all plans on hold and bankruptcy. Cut, I know, but it's just annoying to look at. You said what would happen if I found something to do for them. What you said before is correct. The one country, one village system is very weird, and one mountain cannot tolerate two tigers, so I will provoke it. To see what the results are. Don't you blacken, wife, Chi-Yu was stunned. The war between Ninja Village and Ninja Village has left the people of Ninja World unhappy. If the conflict between the daimyo and Ninja Village is provoked so early, the Ninja World may be split directly. After listening to Tsunade's chatter, Chi-Yu also thought. Tsunade wants to show his strength, so as to push the alliance he built to the forefront, and then deliberately create contradictions, and then push this contradiction to the entire Ninja World, forcing the entire Ninja World to make choices together. Although this is a complicated and lengthy process, it is ruthless enough that it not only pulls the entire shinobi world to dance together, but also doesn't even let it go. Want to create disputes within a controllable range, make all kinds of contradictions stand out, and then everyone will work together to find a solution. And before the arrival of powerful foreign enemies, let the internal wars temper some top fighters. Chi-Yu was convinced that his wife was Blacken. A paradise was erected on the vast expanse of the desert. Lulan today is more than just 1,000 towers. There are many factories and new buildings in the surrounding area. Tsunade is also planning to ask a real estate agent to come over to build a small single-family building and add some greenery. Her own Littlewood style is too busy. At the beginning, Sarah, Queen Lulan, had only a few hundred people. With the gradual growth of life, Sarah began to absorb refugees in the past 2 years, and now Lulan has a population of tens of thousands, and she, the queen, has only begun to live up to her name. Sarah doesn't have a strong physique. In the past 2 years, Tsunade has spent a lot of energy to make her grow. Transplanted with white Zetsu cells, it has grayer energy enhancement, and even let her go to Star Ninja Village to receive star enhancement. Until recently, with the help of Tsunade and Maitreya, she sealed the dragon veins into her body, slowly fusing the power of the dragon veins. Although Sarah used her own chakra, she was very close to the practice of physical skills. But their clan is born with the ability to control dragon veins. When the body can withstand the power of the dragon veins, it can use the power of the dragon veins freely. Now she only lacks the ability to develop and strengthen her physique to withstand more dragon vein energy. In the past few years, Maitreya has continued to develop her witch god body, and she has no idea about the limits of her strength. In the Xingren village of Summer Star, the Greer energy given in Tsunade solved the disadvantages of their cultivation, plus active and Tsunade research active technique. Now he is preparing to completely solve the negative problems caused by the stars with the assistance of active technique. With dozens of ninjas driving the peacock magic, Xingnan village can at least truly occupy a place in the ninja world. Fenghua Xiaoxiu is relatively lazy in her practice. Firstly, she has no talent. Secondly, she is a firm supporter of science and technology. Tsunade drew her a concept of steel armor, which she has been studying frantically. In addition to these cooperative allies, Tsunade's direct master's power, in addition to Chi-Yu, there are several strong ones. Uzumaki Maiko Uzumaki Incense Phosphorus mother and daughter, and the 3 Uzumaki family of Uzumaki Hinoka. Maiko has average talent, but when various resources are smashed, it can also open adamantine sealing chains. As a Uzumaki clan, the speed of fusing white Zetsu cells is also faster than others. The talent of Xionlin, under the training of Tsunade, opened the adamantine sealing chains 2 or 3 years earlier than the original work, but it is a pity that the magical skill Kagura did not open his eyes. It goes without saying that Uzumaki Huanaka, who is now at 18, is originally talented and detached. With so many resources down, she is also a top combat power. The strongest are her elders, the summoning beasts accumulated on Summoning Island, and some of the top summoning beasts are also strengthened by Tsunade's Greer energy. Now Huo Now Xiang is the one who owns the summoning beast force, covering the land, sea and air. Regrettably, the ultimate summoning beast they had spent their energy making was still in the volcano. After all, it was an evil thing. It's a pity that none of the 3 Uzumaki have the qualifications to practice celestial arts, so they can only continue to fuse white Zetsu cells and spend time. The remaining Yaneiyu, although the increase in strength was not small, but did not reach the level of Shadow. Kabuto is super talented, but he spends most of his time doing research. Tsunade, a physique genius Zi Luo abducted from the northern part of the Kingdom of Wind, is now 12 years old. He has shown great talent, and he has grown up to 1,000 miles. The original book, who created his own 7-day call at the age of 14, has now been developed in advance. With the addition of the physical activity technique Orikimura brought from Shening before, Zi Luo will continue to grow astonishingly in the next few years. As for Secretary Shizun, since following Tsunade, she has almost no time to strengthen her strength. She used to be busy learning medical skills and evading debts, but now she is busy processing documents. And Lulan, the country of ghosts, and the country of snow, through Kabuto and Orikimura's research on Greer energy for more than 2 years, they have obtained perfect potions for strengthening and developed a good military force. Although compared to the functionality of the ninja, these reinforced soldiers are a bit inferior, but in terms of strength, they surpass most genin. Coupled with the systematic training of the samurai, at least it is better than the samurai of the Iron Country. Chiyu looked at the vitality technique in his hand, and sighed that his daughter-in-law thought about Blacken, because she had confidence. Tsunade had a superb knowledge of regenerative ninjutsu. After encountering Chiyu, he began to study the active technique to help Chiyu. Although Chiyu failed to make progress in lightning-style chakra mode, Tsunade's active technique has made progress. By cultivating the breathing activity technique created by Ziluo, plus the physical activity technique obtained from Shening, after fusion and penetration, Tsunade has now created a new active technique. Ideally, it involves activating the potential of the cells of the whole body to explode powerful functions, but the initial development starts with the easy ones. That is to start with strengthening the chakra circulation gate and body vein acupoints, and do a weekly activation technique. For Chiyu, 9 out of 10 of these knowledge is a question mark, but since the daughter-in-law gave the ready-made one, let's hug the thigh. Nowadays, his wife's supervision is still not slack. Chiyu has to strengthen the body exercise to the limit. Lightning-style chakra modes practice is groping, and even Inferno-style can't stop groping. The original body was delusional to develop Inferno-style and died. It seems that this wish has to be made up for others. Even if Chiyu has the Jinwei chakra mode now, but if you add Inferno-style and Lightning-style chakra mode, it will be perfect. In the morning, coming out of the room, Chiyu yawned. Shizun glared at herself when she saw the living room packing documents. Chiyu was suddenly full of question marks. When did he offend this silly girl? Shizun is in a bad mood now, and since this man appeared, she has fallen out of favor. I knew it was cruel and poisoned this dog's skin ointment. Chiyu took the breakfast back to the room and gave it to his wife who was laying in bed. This daughter-in-law was crazy about wanting to set up the great Buddha. During the period when Chiyu went to Xiao Xiao to organize, she not only practiced immortality, but also started with style, although she couldn't even use the 3-room and 2-hall technique. Pulling Chiyu and simply trying Suzuo's with style for one night, it is a pity that Tsunade with style is not strong enough, and Chiyu's energy control of Susanoo is not detailed enough. After Chiyu worked hard for a few days, Tsunade transplanted him the latest white Zetsu cells. Now that the white Zetsu body and Uzumaki Afii are in Tsunade, Kabuto and Hiryu are happily studying, and Chiyu has also obtained results. However, with the gleaming eyes of Bei Lyohu, Chiyu fell to the experimental platform where he and Kabuto were lying. As the existence of Tsunade with the same cell fusion rate, Chiyu naturally has to accept research, so that Kabuto and Baileahu can obtain more effective experimental data. Seeing Baileahu's Irendazese smile, from time to time he deliberately shakes the knife a few times, or deliberately expands the mouth open on Chiyu's body. Chiyu is very speechless. This Guwazi is really careful. And Yanaya next to him, staring at Bei Lyohu's eyes more and more solemnly. After studying the dead house for 10 years, he transformed himself into a mess, but after joining the organization, Tsunade's first gift to Bei Lyohu was to repair his bandage, which resembled a cracked woman's mouth. Nowadays, with white hair and fair skin, Sakura has a small mouth and a delicate face. The first flower is properly organized, although it is a man. After escaping from the devil's claws of Baileahu, Chiyuyi went in the dark and began to walk in the shadowy land of the northwest from the country of rain to the country of snow. The daughter-in-law's plan has begun. In a secret room in Rain Shinobi Village, Konan came to the original base of Kakuzu and Haiden. In a secret door somewhere, a secret room created by Kakuzu opened. Finally, looking at the gold and silver treasures in the secret room, Konan's eyes flashed a little. Although she and Nagato often didn't care about the loyalty of Akatsuki members, they have to admit that Kakuzu is indeed more loyal to them than others. Unexpectedly, Kakuzu's last coded gesture to her turned out to be where he hid the money. Roughly counting, the amount is quite large. It seems that Kakuzu has worked hard to make money for decades. Rain Shinobi Village, which is recovering, is in urgent need of these billions of money. Let's go back and give Kakuzu more gifts. In the eastern part of the country of fire, a fierce battle has just ended. Seeing the 3 masked men escape, Orikimura showed a regretful expression, and the black Zetsu and Uchiha Shin who were next to him were also dumbfounded. I was tricked into the Kamui space by Obito at the beginning, and I was almost killed by Konoha village. At first, black Zetsu thought it was Obito's betrayal, but later discovered that Obito was also calculated. After all, Obito's situation, black Zetsu knew very well, that was another eye in Kakashi's. And that day, he also saw Kakashi in the Kamui space. Although he doesn't know how Obito escaped, but since he chose to break up, let him divide it thoroughly. Who does Orikimura covet Obito's eyes? But in the first battle, Obito actually used Hollow and Kamui, and Black Zetsu was even more confused. If Obito escaped by himself, then there is another Kamui. Obito should not dare to continue using Kamui. After all, who knows what Konoha will arrange in the Kamui space waiting for him. But at this moment, seeing Obito use Kamui, Black Zetsu reconfirmed his conjecture that Obito was betrayal. Otherwise, tell me, why do you dare to use Kamui? Say you are not Konoha's person? Obito, who was fleeing, was also experiencing heart palpitations at this moment. These days he doesn't need Kamui anymore. Itaki and Kisame look at him strangely. Today, he was raided by Orochimaru and others. He was just crushed and beaten. Kisame was in a hurry to protect him. The opposite is Orochimaru. There are also 2 fairy ninjas, plus crystal-style support. Uchiha believes that he is waiting for the opportunity to attack. Ra was desperately Kisame, and failed to protect him. As for Itaki, in a crisis, Obito reluctantly used Kamui, and then found it was okay. Let's go to Konoha, Obito said. Without Kamui's self, it was nothing. Physically active technique cultivation took a lot of time, and his physique seemed not as good as Shenning's. So the only way to solve the dilemma is to get the other eye back. So he is Uchiha Obito? Where is the other eye in Kakashi? On the way to Konoha, Orochimaru listened to the information given by Black Zetsu. Just in the battle, I heard Black Zetsu shouting the mask Madara Uchiha Obito, and now I asked Black Zetsu. It's no wonder that I had the intention to take Sharingan from Kakashi, but Danzo quickly took him into the route to protect it. Even if third generation acquiesced, I couldn't get that eye from Danzo's hand, Orochimaru murmured. Hey, it's Danzo again. Isn't it his calculation to capture Obito? This is his confidence as a fisherman. Uchiha believes that Black Zetsu instantly feels cold. Danzo is too scary. Perhaps, otherwise, why would he dare to enter Rain Shinobi Village? You know, he got all the information of the Akatsuki organization. With the strength of the Akatsuki organization, why would he dare to be a fisherman? After all, neither of you cares about his coming, just because you have confidence in your own strength. How does Danzo know? Perhaps it is with such a backhand that he dared to come. Moreover, the appearance of the 5 great ninja villages was strange, and the message that Beilu who spread out was too fast. It seemed to be intentional. Think about it, what if this was also arranged by Danzo? The arrival of the 5 major villages can not only share his pressure, but I am afraid it also means to completely destroy the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru opened his mouth and talked, although he didn't know how much information Tsunade knew. But as long as he doesn't affect Tsunade's plan, he can snoop out Tsunade's game the fastest from Tsunade's follow-up actions. To get a glimpse of Tsunade's plan is to see the general trend of the world. After seeing Tsunade a few times, Orochimaru decided to hold his thigh even though he left Tsunade. So when Black Zetsu asked him about Danzo and Jiraiya Tsunade and others, Orochimaru transferred all the pot to Danzo. The effect was remarkable, and the Kingo of the ninja world could not sit still, and the leader slew the Konoha village, and it was necessary to eradicate Danzo. Orochimaru also wished that the shinobi would move quickly, so that it would stimulate Tsunade to do more things. After all, he followed Tsunade all these years and hesitated to see that Tsunade was kind and somewhat hesitant. And here in Black Zetsu, he is scared, he is just a conspiracy, and now there is a conspirator who is more terrifying than him, so let people live? In Konoha village, Danzo is staying at the base of the route at the moment, dumbfounded. Danzo just accidentally showed his face in the village and was surrounded by a lot of fans. Danzo was rare and embarrassed. He had wanted to get this kind of treatment countless times, but never got it. But now that I have obtained it, how come I feel uneasy in my heart? And the body is running away honestly. Now that Danzo enters the Hokage building, every ninja who sees him respects him very much, even more respect than Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a sigh, Danzo became worried. It's inexplicable. After working hard for something that he couldn't get in his whole life, he has recently made a miss, 2 misses, and 2 inexplicable failures. Instead, he became a hero. But the consequences are extremely cruel. The 3 Tails incident, how famous his reputation is, how much Akatsuki hates him. In this incident of Akatsuki's civil war, not only did he completely become Akatsuki's chief enemy, but the big ninja villages might be wary of him coming. Inexplicably, how did it become like this? As a root in the dark, how come his exposure is so high? Elder Danzo, the people from the hospital just came over and said that it was for the health of the ninja and invited you and Umbu Ninja to go through the blood test. A ninja ran from outside and said to Danzo, the root of Konoha, the external information, is the training department of Umbu. Blood test. Danzo was dumbfounded. After he became famous these days, many departments begged him to speak. Except for agreeing to Hiruzen's request to give a lecture at the ninja school, nothing else. What is the routine in this hospital? Could it be that the blood test is also used to get in Danzo to engage in endorsement propaganda in the past? Blood test? Why didn't I know about this? In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned when Danzo came to ask. Danzo nodded clearly. Sure enough, the hospital wanted to use this kind of harassment operation to trick him into Danzo's past, so that the hospital could rub his money. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Umbu's report that the hospital was really undergoing a blood test, and many ninjas in the department passed. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt uneasy, and then got up to take a look. Since the establishment of the medical department, I have never heard of the collective blood test, and this is not a trivial matter, so I have to report it to him as Hokage. Here in the hospital, there is a department where many ninjas sit sparsely and some are waiting in line to draw blood. The arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo caused a commotion. But as soon as Danzo came in, he stared at the medical ninjas who were drawing blood from the ninjas, very serious. As soon as these people didn't say hello to Hiruzen, they dared to use their rights indiscriminately. Secondly, you still want to post your own money? Then in Danzo's surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly shot himself, 3 shadow clone plus the main body, and immediately controlled the 4 medical ninjas. Danzo and the nearby ninja were shocked. The hospital and the ninja school are right around the Hokage building, so Sarutobi Hiruzen knows many people. But these 4 familiar people, although the aura remains, but in terms of character and expression, they all reveal strangeness. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not merciful, and killed these 4 people who fought so hard. Anyway, Konoha can read memories from the dead. Everyone was in a panic, and then saw 4 dead medical ninjas, who immediately became the bodies of the White Zetsu. Everyone listened to the order, immediately lock down the hospital, notify the perception team, and order the enchantment team to protect the village, notify all ninjas, and immediately prepare for battle, tell Jiraiya to come over in sage mode. Danzo immediately roar. Shoo! At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others near the roof, a space Uzumaki immediately appeared, and countless detonations flew down. Stop! Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled. Boom boom boom, there was a series of explosions and smoke, and the peaceful Konoha village immediately became a commotion, and countless ninjas jumped out of the house and rushed towards the hospital. At the same time, a figure jumped out of the space Uzumaki that was about to be closed, and from the 4 white Zetsu who had just been killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, a white Zetsu emerged and walked along the blood bottle that fell on the ground. Ahahaha, Danzo, you will die today, a rampant voice yelled out of the gunpowder smoke. Suddenly Danzo's face turned bad. He thought he was just being stared at by others, but he didn't expect it to be my life. Seeing white Zetsu, Danzo's face was gloomy, and he knew who was looking for him. At this moment, even if Danzo was a little furious, he couldn't help but feel wronged by 3 points in his heart. Danzo, really didn't target you guys. Presumptuous. How dare you murder Elder Danzo, damn it. I want to murder Elder Danzo. Step over my corpse first. Hiro Konoha, could you murder as a young man? See the power of Umbu. The ninjas couldn't stand it anymore and immediately roared. Everyone looked at the enemy falling in the center of the hospital square, very angry and confused. The angry enemy dared to invade Konoha, and was confused by an enemy who invaded Konoha. Why is there such an embarrassing position? Falling in the center of the open space, isn't this waiting to die? Sure enough, a group of ninja shurikens and Kyowa flew away, and the person resisted rough a few times, and his hands, feet and heads fell to the ground. Everyone was surprised, and then they guarded against other places. However, the people on the ground did not die. Suddenly, the white fluid squirmed on his body, and the separated head and hands were immediately reconnected. Hiden. Danzo also recognized it at the moment. This is the person who was at Rain Shinobi village before, who had been disgraced by their roots. Ahahaha. Third Hokage, hand over Danzo, otherwise many people here will die. Hiden laughed madly. At this moment, a white Zetsu on the ground emerged from his feet and handed him several boxes of blood bottles. This is the blood collected by those white Zetsu disguised as a doctor. Originally thinking of Danzo, it would be done once and for all, but it was still seen through, and Danzo's blood was not collected. Hiden quickly drew a formation with blood under his feet, and then sent a blood bottle of blood to his mouth. At this moment, Hiden has a large area of black lines all over his body, and his image has changed drastically. Fire style Great Fire Dragon technique. The opponent threatened the life of the base friend. Can this be tolerated? Sarutobi Hiruzen attacked directly. A fierce fire dragon protruded, whizzing towards Hiden. Ahahaha. But what is surprising is that Hiden did not evade, but stretched out his hands to greet him. Oh what dash! The moment the fire dragon enveloped Hiden, there was a scream, but not Hiden, but a ninja next to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Without anyone attacking, the ninja immediately smoked all over his body, and then almost turned into charcoal. This upgrade surprised the onlookers in vain. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned black, and he reacted instantly. Such an injury was obviously caused by his fire-style ninjutsu, but what he just attacked was the enemy. At this moment, Hiden, who was shrouded in flames, showed that he was unscathed, laughing wildly. Seeing the enemy being played around and shocked by his curse, Hiden enjoyed it very much. Stop it, the enemy can transfer the damage. Sarutobi Hiruzen drank it when he saw ninjas around who wanted to do something. Hiden? Be careful, everyone, don't let the enemy collect blood, or you'll be cursed. Jiraiya, who rushed over, shouted while keeping Jiyen's posture ready to enter sage mode. Before Hiden was hijacked by White Zetsu under the guard of the Root Ninja, he approached Konan to find out some information about Hiden. GGG, it's too late. Hiden finished listening and laughed while holding the blood bottle in his hand. That's our blood. Oops! At this time, some ninjas spoke up immediately, and many of the people who had taken blood had a bad face. Hokage, hand over Danzo, otherwise these people will have to die, Haiden shouted. Akatsuki's organization fell apart. Kakuzu's death, his hatred of being headshot by the masked Madara, he remembered. First kill Shimura Danzo, the culprit of Akatsuki organization, and then find Uchiha attack it to avenge Kakuzu. Finally, he has to torture the masked Madara so that he can experience the feeling of his head being pricked by a few wooden thorns. What puff as Haiden quickly ate 2 bottles of blood and pierced his heart with a huge red Shinigami sickle. The 2 ninjas not far from Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately fell down. This is the final warning. I only want Danzo to die. You make your own decision. Haiden poured a plate of blood bottles into his mouth. Then he finished reading the lines Black Zetsu gave him. Stop everyone. I'll talk to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled at this. After finishing the sentence, the not-so-smart Haiden looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in doubt. Obviously knowing that I can transfer the damage, the other party still seals the seal. Do you not believe that I can transfer the damage? Haiden looked at him, with madness in his eyes in vain. Then I will wait for you to attack, and then watch you kill the people in your own village by yourself. The ghouls are all sealed. Sarutobi Hiruzen did make a move, but it was not an attack, but a sealing technique. Sarutobi, teacher is not allowed. Master Hokage. Several people who knew the inside story immediately yelled at Sarutobi Hiruzen in a panic. And Sarutobi Hiruzen just smiled frankly, and quickly rushed to Haiden. In the place that only Sarutobi Hiruzen saw, behind him, a huge Shinigami phantom appeared, and then his hand reached into Haiden's soul. Haiden, who had watched Sarutobi Hiruzen close and laughed wildly, was shocked the moment Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed his shoulder, because he felt that an irresistible force stretched out from the opponent's abdomen, pulling out his soul. Do not unable to move, Haiden roared for a few seconds, and fell down after losing his soul. As Haiden lost his life, Sarutobi Hiruzen also fell. Jiraiya instantly came here and helped third generation who was about to fall to the ground. The white Zetsu on Haiden was stunned, wriggled out, and then quickly stabbed Haiden's body. Unfortunately, as Haiden's soul was taken away by Shinigami, the curse was lifted, and Jiraiya killed the white Zetsu. Teacher, Jiraiya cried sadly. Come too. Tell me Tsunade, please, forgive me. Danzo is killed. The last sentence quietly said to Jiraiya, and Sarutobi Hiruzen left with a smile. The ending that the ninja fears most is old age, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is also. Now he can die to save so many companions, he is very happy. His last words were for Jiraiya to convey, asking Tsunade to spare Danzo's life. He could understand the Three Tails incident and Akatsuki's organization incident, although Tsunade intended to eliminate those who were dangerous to the ninja world in Konoha. But these 2 incidents pushed Danzo to death. He didn't understand how Danzo offended Tsunade, but he hoped that Tsunade would not attack Danzo. He and Danzo grew up, and everything about him was rooted in the darkness of Danzo. Otherwise, he is already a Hokage who has been criticized and stained. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen far more complicatedly. Sure enough, Sarutobi was the same Sarutobi he knew. Every time, he chose so without hesitation. Looking at his best friend who had fallen into Jiraiya's hands, Danzo only felt that the world revolved and everything was gone, as if he had lost something. It took a long time for Danzo to return to his senses. He knew that the object he had always wanted to compare with was gone. You are a leaf in the sun, and I am a root in the dark. How do you think of me? Sarutobi, Danzo murmured softly. In the end, he did not rush to Sarutobi's body with everyone. He lowered his head, concealed the sadness in his eyes, turned and left, leaving behind a bleak figure. Oh, by the way, the corpses of white Zetsu will be brought back immediately. Danzo suddenly turned around and ordered the root ninja, and then left bleakly. He is the root, and the joy and sorrow under the sun are not suitable for him. Danzo. Orochimaru, what is that? After Haiden failed, Black Zetsu and others who had left quickly, at this moment Black Zetsu was still afraid, and then asked Orochimaru, you said Haiden is a good person, how can you say that you are gone if you don't? At this moment, Orochimaru's face was a little gloomy, making Uchiha Shin and Black Zetsu puzzled. I don't know, I didn't expect that he hadn't taught me this trick for many years, even I didn't know it. Orochimaru's face was very ugly, and he said gloomily. In fact, how 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato died, he knew very well, and naturally knew that the ghouls were sealed. It's just that the heart that originally thought it was cold, didn't seem to be calm after knowing that the person had died. Konoha, terrible, Uchiha Xin said with emotion, and Black Zetsu agreed with Xin's statement. Haiden died inexplicably. It seems that these Konoha people are not afraid of death. Danzo went around calculating the organization to exchange life for value, and third generation did not hesitate and blew himself up. Black Zetsu silently marked Konoha as a place not to approach or face. Who knows if he will be sealed by something strange. or be replaced by one or something. Let's look for the old site of the Uzumaki clan, and see if we can find some seals that can be studied. You should know the Uzumaki clan's ruins over the years, right? Orochimaru pointed. This is not clear, but White Zetsu can be arranged to find it, but you have to do a favor. Black Zetsu said. Orochimaru's suggestion, he must agree. To find the ruins of the Uzumaki clan to search for seals, and then use these seals to find a way to fight against Konoha's seals, and to destroy these threats to him. By the way, let Orochimaru show his professionalism, using the Hashirama cell in his hand and the energy of the Gedo statue to recreate some White Zetsu. Kimimaro, you help me run to Yuchang village to find Desonaz. Orochimaru said, and gave Kimimaro a scroll and a small white snake. Now he has a lot of interesting research in his hands, so some research should be outsourced to others for help. Then I went back with Uchiha Shin and Black Zetsu, the organization of Gedo statue. Orochimaru also wanted to continue to study what it was. Unexpectedly, White Zetsu was made by Hashirama cells and that thing. Black Zetsu here, before leaving, ordered a White Zetsu to kill back to Konoha village. At the beginning, I thought that White Zetsu had no chance. After all, his strength was weak. Even if he deceived some ears and eyes, he might not be able to kill Danzo when he did it. I thought of such a plan to create opportunities for Haiden, but unfortunately it failed. After the misfortune of White Zetsu and Uzumaki Ifei, Black Zetsu has no White Zetsu that he can handle, and can only stay steadily on Uchiha Shin. He also urged him to practice every day, and he was exhausting to practice the physical activity technique. There was no way, who could have imagined that his Black Zetsu would also become a dad one day. Although this child is very foolish, he is weak, has a weak personality, and has a bad brain. What's the matter? Somewhere in Konoha village, Uchiha Obito appeared. In a dark place, watching thousands of ninjas surround the Hokage building, I was immediately confused. What's the situation? Immediately after transformation technique inquired around, Obito was surprised to find that Black Zetsu and the others had come to make trouble in advance. Then third Hokage died, and Haiden died too. Here in Kakashi, it was still dark, so I went home early to rest. At this moment, the injury on his body is still not healed, the body has not been swollen yet, and he is barely rushing on the road. Jiraiya waited for the elders, let him rest first and get up in the middle of the night to take over his vigil. As night fell, in Kakashi's sleeping room, suddenly a space Uzumaki appeared. Obito stayed quietly in the dark, watching for a long time, before stepping forward, reaching out his hand to Kakashi's left eye with a blindfold. Taking off the blindfold, Obito was stunned when he was about to quickly remove his own eyes. This blindfold is moist. In the end, Obito did not hesitate and took off his left eye. In an instant, his figure disappeared into the space Uzumaki. I don't owe you anymore, I swear, I will definitely catch you to the teacher's grave. A voice sounded in the room, and the space Uzumaki disappeared. When Obito stood quietly, Kakashi woke up, but he couldn't believe his instincts. And also, some don't know how to face that person. Don't you owe me? Humph, don't you know who you owe? Obito entered the Kamui space with a gloomy face and a gloomy heart. Grown UPS. In Kamui space, Kisame and Itaki are here, seeing Obito come back with blood-dripping eyes in his hand. Before having a battle with Orochimaru and others, Obito subconsciously used Hollow. Knowing that Kakashi is here, nobody cares about me for the time being, so I boldly use Kamui. That's the case, he also took Kisame and Itaka steadily to avoid bad luck. Now that his left eye has returned, not only has his strength been strengthened, but he has no flaws. But I don't know what's wrong. The right eye under Obito's mask, looking at the adjust button in his hand, stared blankly for a long time. In the amazement of Itake and Kisame, Obito took off half of the mask and placed his left eye on it until the temperature on the eye had cooled. It's just that under the mask, for a long time, the blood and tears in the left eye have never stopped. The three of them wandered in the wilderness at night, and Obito walked aimlessly like lost. It was unprecedented, in Itake's eyes, that some emotions were revealed, complicated, tangled, sympathetic, emotional, incredible. In the previous raid by Orochimaru and others, he already knew who the Mask Madara was through Black Zetsu's name for the Mask Madara. Thinking of the fate of the Captain Kakashi and Obito who led him in Umbu back then, how sad, perhaps, is this the fate of the Uchiha clan? Yo, isn't this Uchiha Obito? A joke came out suddenly. Orochimaru, Uchiha Shin and others were also very surprised. How could they encounter this kind of thing on a journey at night? When Shigego's sage mode sensed a few people nearby, Orochimaru hurriedly came to dazzle. Without a word, Shigego rushed directly. Kisame also held Same Hata to greet him. Boom crystal style. As soon as Gurren was about to use crystal style, Orochimaru was immediately pulled back. I saw a space Uzumaki at the location of Gurren Station just now, almost invisible in the dark night. At this moment, everyone also saw that Obito, who had pulled down half of his mask, had two scarlet three sickles in his eyes. Mangekyo Sharinan. Go. Orochimaru gave up his plan to plunder Mangekyo. Not to mention the fact that the eyes are gathered to increase the strength, and Orochimaru was shocked by the pupil technique that used Uzumaki's space so far away. The snake's premonition instinctively told him that it was very dangerous. Uchiha, who had no opinion, and Black Zetsu, who Hagu was accustomed to, did not refute, and quickly followed. At the base of the roots at the bottom of the Konoha village Hokage rock, in a quiet chamber, Danzo stood there for a long time. The ninja at the root put the 4 white Zetsu killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 1 white Zetsu killed by Jiraiya into his place. Danzo's eyes were blank, and he didn't know what he was thinking while rubbing white Zetsu's tissue with his hands. The white Zetsu of the Akatsuki organization has the ability to escape and perfect camouflage. It is even suspected of being able to liquefy and possess one's body, supply chakra, and repair injuries. Some white Zetsu can also use with style. Danzo shook his head, not thinking about sad things, and whispering the information he had received from Jiraiya, but murmured, his thoughts didn't know where he wanted to go. It was a sunny day and it was above this place. At that time, their family had just joined the Konoha village founded by Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas. He was lucky enough to be accepted as a disciple by first generation. At the same time, he also had a companion named Hiruzen from Sarutobi's family. Know each other, compete with each other, chase and fight in this thriving village. Master Danzo, at this moment, a root ninja pushed in. Excuse me, do you want to die? Memories always wanted to cry, but was interrupted. Danzo suddenly became angry. The ninja who came in was shocked. The furious Danzo's eyes were instantly clear, and he was astonished and immediately fell cold, and instantly attacked the ninja. He didn't return to his senses after immersing himself in the memory. Danzo had told him to be quiet, and the root ninja would never disturb him. If something happens, it will be reported outside and will act only after you respond. This ninja dared to come in directly, and when he was yelled at him, his reaction was not sincere and fearful to plead guilty, but rather dumbfounded. What happened to Haydn just now is vivid, so how can Danzo not guess? Hiruzen could instantly find out that those doctors had problems, and his Danzo was naturally not bad. Shu, who seeing Danzo's violent attack, the ninja hurriedly fired 3 wooden thorns. Now in the White Zetsu forces, with the death of White Zetsu and Uzumaki Afii, White Zetsu who can use wood style is only in the 2nd or 3rd place. The Black Zetsu boss said that if he succeeds this time, he will be given a name and become the boss of the White Zetsu. Papa, the surprise came very unexpectedly. In his eyes, he saw Danzo's only left eye with trepidation. He was hit by 3 wooden thorns in the air. The wooden thorns exploded directly on him, and several thick wooden thorns penetrated Danzo's body. Seeing Danzo twitching on the ground, White Zetsu breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards Danzo's body excitedly. However, the corpse on the ground suddenly turned into a ghost and disappeared. White Zetsu was taken aback and looked around. What he saw was Danzo who reappeared and opened his right eye with his hand, and Danzo's right eye showed Mangekyo Sharinan, the scarlet 4-pinwheel pattern. Not bad. After a while, Danzo stretched his body with great interest. His waist no longer hurts, his legs no longer sore. Even the ills in the body can't be felt. After knowing that this might be a ninja disguised by White Zetsu, Danzo resolutely gave it to him and found that the other party actually knows what style. Danzo suddenly became interested and did not intend to kill or seal the other party. Knowing that this creature is not afraid of death, he immediately and decisively gave it to distinguished heavenly gods. He wants to borrow this White Zetsu to explore Akatsuki in reverse, and he is also very excited about the ability of this White Zetsu. With impeccable escape ability and camouflage, it can also increase chakra and repair fatal injuries, a proper tool. At this moment Danzo realized that he had found the treasure, and wasting distinguished heavenly gods is not wrong. For him, it was very profitable. The right arm is Danzo of the 1st generation cell prosthesis. When he controlled White Zetsu to possess himself, he felt the huge energy and vitality of White Zetsu, as well as the same 1st generation cells. This is much better than his right arm. I don't know how many times, it directly replaced his right arm. At the same time, the Sharinan transplanted on his body has also been better nurtured. It is not the same as before and needs to be sealed by him. And with White Zetsu possessed, he can still use wood style initially, although it is used to control White Zetsu. He can even use the White Zetsu package on his body to easily change the perfect camouflage, and use the White Zetsu package to hide him. How in these tragic days, Danzo finally felt a little comfort, and at the same time he was relieved. I have been staring at Akatsuki, not afraid of being fake. Now with this White Zetsu who was controlled by distinguished heavenly gods and became his slave, Danzo felt much safer immediately. This Chiyu, who was doing trouble in the country of stone, usually summoning Katsuyu, got the message from his wife, and was immediately confused. Black Zetsu really dared to let Uchiha send White Zetsu Haydn to Konoha to make trouble. What's more, he took the 3rd generation away. This is too sloppy. Chiyu touched his nose, his own butterfly effect. Why didn't he change to a good place? Now that 3rd generation died more than 2 years earlier than the original, the daughter-in-law wants to take office in a hurry. This affects the plan because Tsunade is preparing to stabilize the current situation in the northwest. After Terumi Mei stabilizes, Tsunade will take the post of Hokage, and he will immediately collude with Terumi Mei from the eastern part of the ninja to the northwest. And more importantly, Tsunade needs to let third generation know her thoughts and approve her thoughts. Then go to the muddy water for her. That's right, it's wading through the muddy waters, known as the Pioneer, commonly known as the human flesh wandering device. Tsunade's reforms will inevitably stir up turmoil within the country of fire, and the powerful and the old classes are not so easy to deal with. So Tsunade wants to let the teacher burn the waste heat again in the past 2 years, and he will promote it. Third generation has ruled Konoha for more than 40 years, and his words and deeds are more convincing than Tsunade. If the implementation of the policy is successful, Tsunade can take over Hokage's implementation of the new deal with peace of mind. If the implementation fails, Tsunade can quickly make a response plan. But now things happen suddenly, and there is no more fun. In the future, Tsunade wants to change, no matter how good or bad, she can only bear it. However, Chiyu did not stop the current plan, and then went back to Konoha with Tsunade. I have exposed the identity of Uchiha Shina, and now there is no need to show up to cause trouble for the wife. Moreover, Chiyu likes to be behind the scenes, let his wife do the things in front of the scene. The root of being a good wife is enough. I have to say, third generation and Danzo, the two complement each other. I made my own roots, so what did Danzo do? Nonsense, be your own root, what's up with him? Of course, he is the root of Tsunade, he is the root of Konoha, and it does not mean that there can only be one root. And now there are important things. Chiyu has been running around here these days and found interesting things. There are people who are doing things in this northwest, just like him. After several investigations, Chiyu had to sigh. Fortunately, his wife asked herself to make trouble, and she was lucky enough to encounter this incident. Someone secretly stirred the nearby underground forces. However, different from Chiyu's method, the other party provokes some powerful Langren to join Tsunagakur, and then prepares to let these people make trouble under the name of Tsunagakur. Hey, this method is really tough. This is to kill the rhythm of Tsunagakur and the Transportation Alliance. With this meticulous method and this motive, Chiyu immediately knew who it was, and now we need to find some evidence. Although his illusion skills are not as good as Uchiha Itaki and Obito, it is still appropriate to deal with ordinary people. Since someone is willing to stretch out a dirty hand, Chiyu is also happy not to do it himself. Just observe the actions of the people behind this, wait for them to finish, and then pull them out. I originally wanted to get some small shrimp and leeway, but now there is a good fat chicken coming out, which is most suitable for monkeys. The sacrifice of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also caused an uproar in the ninja world. After all, it was the shadow of the strongest ninja village, or it was sacrificed by the enemy invading the village and resisting the enemy. For a while, all the forces became more vigilant against the remnants of Xiao's organization. Tsunade is a bit upset at this moment. Although she could not understand some of the teacher's deeds, she was the teacher who brought her up after all. No one can be merciless. I haven't returned to Konoha for more than 10 years. I didn't expect that I was like the original book, and I still couldn't see the teacher. Using ghouls at the expense of his own life, maybe he must be very happy when he finally leaves, right? Perhaps it is also a relief. Tsunade also understands that his second grandfather needs to be responsible for the reason why Danzo and third generation have become like this. Although his second grandfather's ability is penultimate, third generation and Danzo can only look back in their lives. But the times have changed, and the wisdom of predecessors may not be applicable to future generations. Third generation and Danzo, who think they are inferior to second generation, can only follow the will of second generation for most of their lives. Until now, third generation has slowly changed some Konoha's will to fire. Let the ninjas change from the mission-oriented concept to the companion-oriented concept, which is a disguised form for Heitake Sakumo to reverse the case. Of course, Tsunade hopes the teacher third generation will step on the thunder for her alive, and then take a good look at her. Tsunade will make Kamui and change the world. Let Toadpill see what TM is called to bring change to the ninja world. Unfortunately, now that the teacher has left, even if she succeeds in the future, she will have one less object to show off. Things have reached this point, although it is not in the plan. Tsunade is not a counselor. The alliance meeting was immediately held, and Maitreya Sala Yanayo and others held a secret meeting first, and then Konan Zyexing and others were invited to come, make follow-up arrangements and prepare to accelerate the development of the alliance in advance. By the afternoon of the next day, Jiraiya brought Kakashi Asuma and others to pick up Tsunade. In the original book, Tsunade has been away from the village for more than 10 years and has been drinking and gambling outside. This is the case. Once Konoha village is a Hokage, he can be supported. Now Tsunade has developed the Northwest Transportation Alliance, which is the side of the ninja world, in the first 2 years. She is so famous that she is returning to Konoha as the 5th Hokage at this moment. Of course, someone who is also thriving should also have this treatment, but he did not come out to fight for it. In fact, Danzo, who has become younger by relying on white Zetsu at this moment, has the ability to compete. But for a long time, Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura did not recognize him. When Hiruzen was pried away, I didn't know that Minato was on board. After Minato died, Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura still didn't choose him. Now that Hiruzen has passed away, even if Danzo has more background and popularity, he suddenly realized that he didn't have the strong desire for that position as before. Perhaps because Tsunade has some abilities, perhaps because she is the granddaughter of the teacher, or some other reason, Danzo held back his footsteps and did not interfere with Hokage selection. Instead, he started an experiment. His roots have been studying first-generation cells over the years, and now there are living white Zetsu and a few white Zetsu corpses. He can't help it naturally. Here at Tsunade, seeing the left eye wrapped by Kakashi, she had already known the matter through the message sent by Jiraiya, and she kicked Kakashi in a rage. She let go of Kakashi again and again, but Kakashi disappointed her too much. Obito, who has 2 Kamui in his hands, how can he hold him? It is a more free existence, more troublesome than Rinnegan. The guy with the eyes gathered, if one day really wants to engage in Konoha and the Transportation Alliance, except for a few Masters of Immortality, everyone else can only wait to die or be consumed. In the fear of Asuma, Hong and others, Maitreya and others pulled Tsunade away. Jiraiya and Kakashi were hammered into pigs again. Finally, under the 3 huge airships, Tsunade everyone went to Konoha. On the lively Tsunade enthronement day in Konoha village, Tsunagakur and Kirigakur sent representatives to Konoha to congratulate them. Fenghua Zyaksu, Maitreya and Sarah also attended in person as close friends. Congratulations from other small forces such as Rain Shinobi Village, the Country of Birds, the Country of Stone, and Rain Shinobi Village. For a time it can be said to be a grand occasion in the ninja world. Of course, this also makes many people restless. Years of wars have kept the nations of the ninja world like hedgehogs and guarded each other. Now there is an alien, and there are so many huge allies in the upper ranks alone. If she finishes digesting the first force Konoha village, if there is any bad thought in the follow-up, who can stop it? After all, it seems that every power has some grudges with Konoha. Who knows if they will settle accounts after autumn? While this is a grand occasion, many people also know that the world is about to change. Iwagakur, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoji sighed while holding the intelligence. The ninja world is going to change, but Iwagakur is not friendly to them. In all countries, Shinobi Village is a prestigious existence, but Rock Shinobi Village has some exceptions. The land of the land is unique in geography. It is located in the northwest of the ninja. The land of the land faces the sea in the north and the sea to the south, tightly wrapped the entire country of the earth. In this chaotic world, the country of the earth is a very peaceful place. But this is very unfriendly to Iwagakur, who is the land of Ninja Village. Too peaceful, the daimyo did not support Iwagakur very much. Without war, Shinobu's existence is of little significance. After all, the huge mountains that protect the land of the earth, let alone ordinary people, are difficult for most ninjas to cross. That is, it protects the land of the earth from foreign invasion, and also isolates the country from expanding. So Rao is in harmony with the daimyo, and daimyo still cut a lot of military expenses. Why did they fail to lay down the territory outside in the Ninja World War? It costs too much to train a ninja, and sometimes he wants to make trouble. Oniki always pays for Akatsuki to do it. Now that Tsunade is pulling up the Transportation Alliance, other big names are very cautious. That is, they are drooling and watching, but they dare not take risks to develop. Although railway transportation is indeed convenient and has great benefits, it is easy to be destroyed. As long as there are people with dissidents, the entire transportation system can be paralyzed at a little price. Everyone understands people. It's not that this thing is bad, but that this era cannot carry it. Therefore, the interests of motorcycles and bicycles, and even the interests of airships, are more real than railways. But the land of the country is different. It is a very peaceful and closed land country. The daimyo wants to introduce railway transportation, and even participates in the Transportation Alliance to jointly study the road car system. Now discussions with the ministers have begun, and even the traffic bill, as well as the plan for the establishment of the traffic guard by the Learning Transportation Alliance. However, Deming did not take him to play, and he intended to bypass him to establish a traffic guard. This made Oniki panicked. It is difficult to maintain Iwagakur now. If traffic prevails in the land of the earth, the daimyo will not only have 1 or 2 departments, but also the economy and prestige. At that time, just throwing money will be able to dig out his Iwagakur ninja. The matter of the Fire Country daimyo escorting the coup, let all Shinobu village know what the daimyo think. The Shinobu villages are naturally unhappy. I can sit on the same level as your daimyo and ask you for money. You still can't control me, so why should I disband and become your little brother? Therefore, create trouble for the Transportation Alliance, let the daimyo see the shortcomings of the transportation, thereby restricting the hand extended by the daimyo. Of course, it's best to mess up the ninja world, then Ninja Village has a reason to continue. After returning to the country of birds, Chiyu has been studying Kabuto's spy manual and the essentials of spying on intelligence. No way, now Kabuto is busy doing research, and Nuno guards the two handsome boys. Ishine wants to be Chiyu of Tsunade roots, only learning while practicing. During this period of time, relying on his powerful strength and mangekyo, he wandered in this area. Then he noticed the dark hand behind him, and was excited to trace the bird country all the way. I found Meng Zone, the leader of Langnan, who was mixed here, whose original name was Broom. He has made a deal with the people behind him and sent one of his capable cotters to Tsunagakur. They wandered for many years, wandered around to learn ninjutsu, and survived as thieves in various villages. They still have a hand. Now that I am old, I want to spend a little time here in the country of birds and take control of this country as a base for the elderly. Relying on Sage Mode's perception, Chiyu still found the main envoy behind him, and it was exactly the same as Chiyu guessed. But Chiyu is curious, why is Iwagakure doing this? It is not good for them. However, after the news was passed on to the daughter-in-law returned the news, seemed very happy, and asked herself not to hinder others' actions. Then arranged for Chiyu to enter the land of the land to investigate the information. Chiyu used his magical action more than a dozen times in a row. From the north of the bird country, more than a dozen spatial displacements passed through the Rocky Mountain range dozens of kilometers wide. The very speechless ninja world actually has such a barren land, and it surrounds the entire land of the country. They will neither be invaded, nor can they expand their territories. It is no wonder that the Earth Congress is a pure land of the entire ninja world. At the time Bailiahu chose the base, it was also the Rocky Mountain range on the border of the land of the Earth. The Jinlun Mountain Sumura Mountain to the east is an uninhabited place with a radius of tens of miles. In these places, except for ninjas, it is almost impossible for ordinary people to survive. Chiyu took out the cross-country motorcycle that swept the world of ninja, and hurried to the capital of the country of the Earth in Iwagakure. There is no war, it is easy to mix into the country of the Earth. After investigating for a few days, although I didn't get any news from the Tsuchikage building, according to the actions of the landlord daimyo, Chiyu also knew why Tsuchikage had to take risks. After reporting the information to the daughter-in-law through Katsuyu, she received the news that the daughter-in-law asked him to return to Kanaha village. On the way back, Chiyu unexpectedly found Hema and others in the mountain range in the northern part of the country of rain and the country of earth. Chiyu was dumbfounded. He was also a famous person in the country of fire. Shouldn't it be so bad? No matter how bad it is, can't you go to the temple of fire to guard your son for the elderly, can you? After sending the message to the daughter-in-law and receiving the message that they do not need to be cleared, he shook his head and hurried towards Kanaha. Oh Yemu, the old man, has to find something to do for him. He has always been the calculator of his stabs, and this time he is upset. Late at night, at Kanaha's Hokage's house, the married couple talked. Hokage House is the place where Hokage has lived in the past, not far from Hokage House. Oniki is also miserable, the land of the land is too peaceful, and the Iwagakure has always received the least military funding from the daimyo. Now the daimyo wants to develop railways across the country and is also preparing to establish a traffic guard. Several departments suddenly appeared, especially the military department, and Iwagakure's situation became more and more awkward. Chiyu said, sighing that the ghostly ghost Oyemu was in a pitiful situation. Perhaps his wisdom has been forced out. In the entire ninja world, the ninja village, who often hired people to do things, was able to make it out of him. Ninja village was originally waiting for the employer to issue a commission, but Onoki was good, and the cost of cultivating a ninja was too high, so he kept the money and used the commission to do things like Akatsuki. Such a policy resulted in the entire Iwagakure being carried by Onoji. There were no top masters. But now Deidara is caught by him, and the explosion-style ninja hunter is still alive. It depends on whether Onoki can keep it. Four Tails Jinchuriki and Five Tails Jinchuriki both left the village, and Chiyu seriously suspected that Onoki could not afford to pay. Embarrassment is to embarrass him. Now these four shadows are the top minds of Onoki, and they ignite the contradiction between him and daimyo. Let him explore the future path between shinobu and daimyo first. Tsunade said in Chiyu's arms. So cruel? Pity him more than 70. Chiyu slapped his tongue. Don't underestimate him, maybe he can find something we didn't find? Besides, it's 70 and 80, and the old bones are burned for the new era. What's the matter? His granddaughter, I will watch for him. Look at his granddaughter? Why do I think this is weird? Chiyu was instantly alert. Then he continued, they are already very pitiful, trying to maintain the continuation of Ninja Village, and exploding their contradictions. Will it cause the situation to become uncontrollable? Because they are pitiful, they are sad. I want them to enter the furnace to find a new direction. There is no situation that can be fully seen. In order not to accumulate water to a certain point, the floods erupted, it is better to let them out now. Sparse channels. Not only the land of the land, I also plan to follow up to encourage the mediocre name of the land of the wind. He must like to make money. Daughter-in-law, you are the conflict between Shinobu and Daimyo broke out ahead of time. By then, the fire country daimyo will not be honest, will you? You should let me get rid of him, Chiyu said. Do you think the existence of the daimyo is reasonable? Tsunade did not answer Chiyu's question, but asked instead. Chiyu was stunned when he heard the words, and then thought about it. Objectively, it is an imperfect system, but it is indispensable in today's ninja environment. It is the continuation of people's thinking and beliefs in this world. When people's thinking is still behind feudalism, their legacy of thousands of years cannot be broken. Chiyu said that the previous blue stars were almost all feudal in history, until the two close world wars in modern times broke all the old classes in an instant. It has given birth to technological civilization and ideological changes, and only then can most mainstream countries enter the new system. Nowadays, the ninja world, ninja village is a bit that taste. After all, on the bright side, the leader of the village needs everyone's approval and selection. But the political influence of Shinobu village is too low, and the world of Shinobu is still in the feudal era. I want to create an existence that can replace that belief and break people's thinking, so I want to limit the name. It's difficult. Chiyu sighed. Who on Blue Star said it? The more people who know, the easier it is to see the darkness of this world, and the easier it is to go to extremes. The daughter-in-law wants blackened because she has seen too much. Use technology to change people's lives and beliefs, and use dangerous enemies to break people's three views and thinking. So, not only must Onoki and the land of the country be lively, but even the country of the wind and the country of fire should also be lively. So I didn't let you kill Hema, I want to use him to make trouble. Obito Black Zetsu, they didn't die if they didn't die, maybe it will be of great use in the future. Are you dragging yourself, Kanaha, and the Transportation Alliance into the chess game? Will you play too much? If you don't get involved in the storm, you won't be able to see cause and effect. I'm not optimistic about you, at least not in a short time. That's why I calculated all this. Now that chaos can inspire them to change, and the replacement of the old and the new era will enable young people to rise to the top. In such a world, long-term pain is better than short-term pain.